Damn you! Memories! Lily, I have a brown belt in karate, and I have a black belt in kick your really butt. These are the words that keep repeating in my head over and over, along with Randy's promises. I can take your mind off your problems if you want, and I bet a few moments of intense pleasure will make you forget all about that jerk ex of yours. Want to find out if I'm right? I drag my palm over my face and check the clock. It's 4 in the morning. I've been trying to sleep for the past 5 hours. Between 2 and 3, I managed not to stare at the ceiling or my clock, but I woke up with my hand in my very underpants. Again. I cram my head under the pillow as if it'll act as a barrier between my brain and the memories. I'm unsurprised by my lack of success. So I give in. If I stop fighting the fantasies, maybe I'll be able to manage seeing him tonight. I roll over onto my back, close my eyes, and let the images come. I'm instantly transported back in time. Okay, that's not even remotely true, but I recall with startling clarity my introduction to NHL superstar Randy Ballistic, the newest addition to Chicago's team. I'd been camping in the northern Canadian wilderness with Benji, my jerkwad boyfriend, Sonny, my best friend, and Kale, Benji's best friend and Sonny's ex. The experience had not been all that pleasant. After 7 days with no running water, I'd been desperate to disappear the forest on my legs and bask in the wonders of a hot shower at Sonny's brother's cottage in Muskoka. I also needed to tackle the mess. Before the trip, I'd canceled my appointment with my waxer. She was expensive, and I needed the money to buy groceries for the trip. I was also angry with Benji, so I let my hair grow in to spite him. He had grown a horrible, patchy, ugly beard, so I'd done the same to see how much he liked it. Not that he gave me the opportunity to do so very often. Anyway, as I was about to tackle the situation, the door to the bathroom flew open. I fully expected Sonny, or maybe dickhead Benji, to be the one busting in on me. It was neither. Instead, I stared at a broad, well-built, super hot man with his hand resting casually. His dark hair was pulled back in one of those stubby little man bun things, and his eyes were the color of honey. He sported a somewhat ungroomed beard, but it was lush, and it worked for him. The hand down his pants was attached to an arm with a full tattooed sleeve. I screamed, as seemed appropriate, considering the super hot guy I'd never seen before in my life, apart from on TV during hockey games, but this was out of context, so I didn't recognize him. Who was standing in the bathroom doorway? His massive, muscular frame blocked my only way out. Also, I was completely naked, covered in shaving lotion from ankle to thigh, and felt quite exposed. His eyes dipped and widened, taking in the scene. You should probably lock the door. Who the really are you? Get out! What are you doing here? I nabbed my towel to cover myself. He took a step back, hands raised as if in apology, but his smirky smirk said he wasn't all that sorry. Settle down, honey. I was just looking for a bathroom. He moved away from the door, chuckling. I was furious. Embarrassed and not completely rational, I covered myself with the towel and searched the bathroom for a weapon. The toilet paper holder had a blunt end if I needed to club the sexy intruder. For some reason, instead of staying in the safety of the bathroom, I chased after him, wielding my makeshift weapon, and managed to expose myself yet again. His amusement was infuriating. As if that wasn't bad enough, less than an hour later, I found myself trapped in the kitchen with him, alone. Sunny and her current boyfriend, Miller Buck Butterson, had disappeared into the woods to work things out. Randy was Miller's friend and NHL teammate. So there I was, forced into close proximity with a hot, insanely cut hockey boy. Despite the earlier embarrassment, being trapped with Randy was preferable to ending up alone with Benji, who had gone from being my boyfriend to my ex over the course of the past week and still hadn't taken the hint and left. He and I had been fighting non-stop while we'd been camping, a trip that was supposed to be relaxing. The situation had been escalating for a long while, but it had finally reached unmanageable. I was done in so many ways. After 7 years, Benji's persistent needling and negativity had become an anchor, weighing me down, keeping me tethered to a history that no longer felt good. While I wallowed in the aftermath of my poor life choices, Randy had sat at the table, eating bowl after bowl of corn pops and reading the sports section of the newspaper. Benji had followed me around the house, pushing every single one of my buttons. Heedless of our audience, he wouldn't give up. I told him in no uncertain terms that we were done, but sometimes he was thick-headed, or he thought it was a game. We had broken up before, several times, and then he called me a difficult person. It felt like a verbal backhand, and it was humiliating in front of a bystander. Randy had dropped his spoon in his bowl. Milk splattered the table and his shirt. "Really, you say to her?" he'd asked as he pushed back his chair. It toppled over, clattering to the floor. He wiped his mouth with the back of his tattooed hand. And then he'd stalked over to Benji and threatened to kick his ass, even though I'd come after him with a toilet paper holder earlier. So I did what any hot-blooded Canadian woman would when a hot man, hockey player or not, threatened extreme violence on her behalf. I grabbed his face and kissed him deeply. I played it off as though I'd done it to make Benji jealous, but I hadn't. Mostly, I wanted to kiss Randy's face for what he'd done. Plead insanity for a minute. His beard was soft where it touched my lips and chin. His mouth tasted like corn pops. His kiss? Oh, God, his kiss. Despite my unexpected assault, he'd kissed me back. Benji's freakout had become mere static in the background. Sunny and Miller must have returned from their walk in the forest somewhere between Benji's insult and my jumping Randy, because when I opened my eyes, there they were, witnesses to my attack. Mortified, I locked myself in a bedroom at the cottage for the rest of the afternoon. I told Sunny I needed to be alone. During that time, I relived the kiss over and over, wondering if it was so electric because Randy had defended me, because I was angry with Benji, or because Randy was so very hot. I promised myself I wouldn't attack him like a starved lion on steak again. But by dinner, Benji had taken off, his raging texts cementing my conviction that we were now as over as we were going to get. Calling me a flat-chested, cheating person wasn't much of a point winner in my book. And still here was Randy. Gorgeous, cocky, chivalrous, maybe a little arrogant. An excellent kisser and an absolute flirt. I needed a distraction, and he seemed like a good one. We ended up sharing a passionate moment in the kitchen. Later, he came to my bedroom with promises of fun and intense pleasure. No obligations, no strings, just a casual fling. Inhibitions loose from drinks and hormones raging from all the flirting. I couldn't say no. I didn't want to either. Randy followed through on his promise to distract me from my problems. The pleasure was out of this world, intergalactic. However, they did not engage in full intimacy. He was okay with a casual encounter, but he drew the line at a vengeful one. I didn't ask what the criteria was for one or the other, but as the receiver of plenty of intense pleasure, I could hardly complain. At the time, regrets came later. I thought he was so sweet, until he and Miller went to a charity car wash the next morning, leaving Sonny and me at the cottage. The guys were only going to be gone a couple of hours, and Randy promised more intense pleasure upon his return. I had plans for a deeper connection. Then things got complicated. Before they even got back, pictures of Randy and Miller with what appeared to be topless models went viral. I got a little ragey. Pissed that I'd been hoodwinked, I deployed a black permanent marker with the wrath of 1,000 PMSing women on a full moon. I defaced every pair of Randy's underwear with a derogatory message. It was a lie, a fabrication. Based on what I'd felt the night before, it was too dark to see. He was packing a substantial size in his pants. I gave his t-shirts a similar treatment, decorating them with jerk, so he knew how I felt about the nonsense he'd pulled. Like I would let him give me any more passionate moments after some bunny'd been all over him, probably intimately connecting because I wasn't allowed to. Rolling over in my bed, I sigh and blink away the memories. Turns out it was all a misunderstanding, but by the time I got the real story, it was too late. The damage had been done. I couldn't take back the clothing destruction. It's been a month since all this went down. A month of reliving the hours spent in that bed with him. A month of embarrassment over my overreaction. A month of being horrified that I let the whole situation happen in the first place. Tonight, there's a charity exhibition game, and Randy's playing. Sonny's forcing me to go with her because her boyfriend, Miller, set the whole thing up. So I have to see Randy again. I'm not sure what's worse, my residual mortification or the fact that at least twice a week I wake up on the cusp of intense pleasure with Randy's stunning face and body burned into the back of my lids. My body is clearly interested in receiving the pleasure he generously provided again and again and again. But that's too bad because I hate him. Smug jerk. I hate him more because I can't get my body on board. He was supposed to be a distraction, a fling, intimacy for the sake of gratification and nothing else. He's the last man I should want. He's a player. He lives for the game. On ice, off ice, it's all the same. And I don't want to make the mistake of ramming my tongue down his throat yet again. I've already embarrassed myself enough when it comes to Randy Ballistic. Chapter 1. Run, Run, Run. Lily. The game is over, and Sonny, formerly known as Sunshine Waters, my best friend since grade 1, is currently projected on the Jumbotron for the entire arena to view. Miller is mauling her while Walkin' on Sunshine blasts through the sound system in celebration of his team's win. Actually, the real winner is a 12-year-old boy named Michael and his family. Proceeds from this charity event are going toward his treatment. He has a brain tumor. Miller and Sonny's overly affectionate display would be cute if I wasn't such a jaded, difficult person. Right now, I hate everyone in happy relationships, including Sonny. Okay, that's not entirely true. If anyone deserves someone to love all over her, it's Sonny. Prior to Miller, her boyfriends were sucky. He, however, is a great guy. I didn't think so at first, but like mold, he's grown on me. I look away from the screen when they kiss, surveying the rink and the players milling around off the ice. I'm seeking out one player in particular, just to torture myself. I spot Randy about 20 feet away from them, his helmet under his arm. His beard is lush and magical, and his grin is the prettiest thing I've ever seen. He runs a sweaty hand through his hair, pushing it back off his face. It's wet, probably sweat-soaked. I should find that gross. I don't. Instead, a backbeat starts up in my core, full percussion. It's like a DJ made a home in my underwear, and my arousal is where all the bass resides. Freaking hell, why does he have to be so hot? Why was I such a jerk last time I saw him? The tiny flutter in my stomach turns into a tornado of hummingbirds. Heat lasers from my core through my body, exploding in my cheeks. Come on, Lily. Daisy Waters, Sonny's mom and my mama too, as I've come to refer to her over the years, tugs on my arm. Let's go upstairs to the bar and get ourselves a drink before everyone gets there. I look away from the insane hotness, shutting down my memories before I melt into the floor and lose the ability to speak. Can I have pop? And can I order some food? Brett, my 13-year-old cousin, asks. He's endlessly hungry, and he's with me tonight because he's friends with Michael, and he'd say Miller and Randy as well, after going to the hockey camp they volunteered at this summer. There's tons of food, don't you worry. Daisy ruffles his hair. He ducks out from under her hand and hurriedly rearranges his do. In the past month, he's gone from wearing jogging pants and not caring what he looks like to spending 45 minutes in the bathroom, fixing his hair and using far too much body spray. It could be worse. He could smell like most preteen boys, more goat than human. Daisy links arms with me, chatting away about the engagement party she's throwing in 2 weeks for Sonny's brother, Alex, and his fiancée, Violet. She rambles on about how excited she is. This party has been a constant topic of conversation over the past month. It's pretty much all anyone's been talking about, that and this fundraiser. Sonny's older brother also plays professional hockey. Alex is center and team captain for Chicago, the team Miller and Randy also play for. Violet, Alex's fiancée, is actually Miller's stepsister. It's a weird circle of love, almost like a soap opera, but with athletes and without interdating. I spent an excessive amount of time at Sonny's house as a kid, and she and I annoyed the hell out of Alex on the rare occasions when he was home. He spent most of his life at the arena. He's a little strange, and I knew him before his hockey fame, so I'm well aware of his nerd status in high school. I guess he's hot, but I can't see him as anything other than a surrogate brother who used to help me and Sonny with our homework. Daisy's still talking, but I'm not paying attention. I'm too preoccupied with the fact that we're about to pass all the players, and Randy's still there, a smile on his gorgeous, sweaty face. Of course you're coming with us. Can you get the weekend off work? Daisy asks. Oh yeah, for sure. I nod absently. That's wonderful news. Sonny wasn't sure you'd be able to manage it. I know you have such long hours with 2 jobs and all, but we'll take care of your ticket to Chicago. Alex has plenty of room in his house, so you can stay there with us. It'll be a great weekend. She squeezes my arm. Oh, there's Miller and his parents and Alex and all the boys. Let's go say hi. Sonny's there with them. Come on. She starts dragging me toward the group of players, which contains Randy. I dig my heels into the rubber flooring and pry her fingers off my arm, scrambling for a reason not to go with her, because I have the feeling my body is going to go rogue the first chance it gets. She knows about the Randy situation, or at least she knows the toned-down PG version of it, but I can't explain this to her. Oh, I need to use the bathroom. I'll meet you upstairs in the bar. We're just going to say hi, sweetie. Daisy gives me one of her knowing mom smiles. I really, really need the bathroom, Mama, too. Aw, come on, Lily. Michael's over there. Brett whines in his pitchy, almost changing voice. You come with me, Brett. Daisy puts a hand on his shoulder and winks at me. We'll meet you up there. I nod vigorously. Sure, great. See you in a minute. I've spent most of my life figure skating in this arena. Alex used his connections here in Guelph to get the space for the exhibition game. and now I work here, teaching skating lessons. I know where all the best bathrooms are, including a secret one not far from the bar where the after-party's being held. I don't know what I was thinking when I agreed to come to this. I can't deal with seeing Randy. I have too many conflicting emotions, like lust and embarrassment and self-preservation, if that's an emotion. I bypass the crowded elevator and hit the stairs. I take them 2 at a time and go right instead of left toward the bar at the top, heading for the hidden bathroom at the end of the hall. I open the door, flick on the light, and lock myself in, exhaling a long breath. Turning on the tap, I shove my hands under the cold spray, hoping it will cool down the rest of me. Randy very much is a very problem. There are a million things in my life I regret. Staying with Benji for 7 years is one of them. Not having Randy intimately connect with me while I had a decent excuse to do so is another. Now, I can't be sure that's what would have happened had things progressed differently, but I'm guessing. The worst part is, I threw myself at him, offered up my body on a platter, which is totally not my thing. I'm responsible. I stay safe and comfortable. And then he refused to have sex with me because I was emotionally vulnerable. He more than made up for the lack of penetration, but that doesn't negate my embarrassment, particularly since I went apeshit on all his clothes and proved I'd gone from vulnerable to unstable in a matter of hours. Nor does it temper my regret. That man can deeply please a woman like nobody's business. And his fingers, and his mouth, and gosh, I need to stop thinking about him mostly naked and touching me. I groan and stare at my reflection. I look like absolute crap. I almost never wear makeup, and the only stuff I have is meant for figure skating competitions. I thought about putting some on tonight, but I didn't want to look like a street-walking clown. Also, the powder crap makes my skin itchy. My hair is flat, and so is my chest. I glance down at my pathetic cleavage. I need to gain 5 pounds in my chest. There's nothing I can do about my sad little barely B-cups. I rummage through my purse, searching for something beyond lip balm. Anything with a hint of color would be better than the look I'm rocking now. I bet Mama 2 has an endless supply of sparkly tubes in her bag. She wears an insane amount of makeup and hairspray. She's worn her hair the same way for as long as I can remember. I'm not sure if she just loved Dallas and can't let it go, but her hair is a special kind of fashionably unfortunate. I find a tube at the bottom of my purse. The top has come off, and there's all sorts of gunk stuck to the lipstick. Snatching a few squares of toilet paper from the roll, I remove the dirt and flakes of old granola bar before I rub it over my lips. It's a bright, obnoxious shade of pink. I blot it with the toilet paper, but all I do is smear it over my mouth. Vary it. I grab a paper towel from the roll. Running it under the water, I pump some foam soap onto it and scrub at my lips, trying to get the pink off. The soap gets in my mouth, the chemical taste making me gag. Someone knocks on the door. Almost no one knows about this bathroom. "I'll be out in a minute," I shout over the running water. All the scrubbing has left redness around my mouth. Now I have to hide in a dark corner until my skin calms down. I slather my lips in a shiny, clear gloss that's also lurking at the bottom of my bag, turn off the water, and open the door. Sunny's standing on the other side with her arms crossed over her chest. She's effortlessly beautiful. She can roll out of bed with her perfect blonde hair a matted mess, and she still looks ready for the runway. She's currently dressed in a huge hockey jersey, a pair of black yoga pants, from Lululemon of course, because that's what her brother buys her, and a pair of flats. She's model-esque. If I didn't love her, I'd hate her. Violet, her soon-to-be sister-in-law, stands beside her. She only comes up to Sunny's shoulder. She's a tiny thing with an ample chest and this amazing long hair that's not brown or red, but somewhere in between. Her eyes are a fabulous shade of green. Neither one of them is wearing a stitch of makeup, as far as I can tell, and both of them are gorgeous. Next to Violet is another girl. I've met her once before, but I can't remember her name. She's also stunning. It's a whole squad of them. I knew you'd be hiding in here. Sunny flips her hair over her shoulder. I'm not hiding. Sunny raises a brow. What happened to your face? Violet asks, leaning closer. It's all red. I got something on it. I was trying to rub it off and I made it worse. What'd you get on it? Violet gets even closer. She's right inside my bubble. I've met her a bunch of times now. She's kind of crazy, in a good way, but I'm used to people being a little less in my face. That's probably because I give off a difficult vibe or whatever. Violet seems immune to it. I flounder around for a second, trying to come up with a lie. I don't want to tell them I was putting on lipstick, because Sunny'll know I'm trying to get pretty for Randy. Stuff? Stuff? Violet asks. It's not important. We should probably get to the bar before it's super busy. Was there a guy in there with you? Do you mean intimate stuff? Violet brushes past me and opens the bathroom door. The girl whose name I can't remember shakes her head. Just ignore her. She's lost it. I have not lost it, Char. That's a totally legit question. She looks to me as though I'm going to confirm the legitimacy of having a reaction to intimate contact. At my silence, she continues her explanation. Sometimes, when Alex eats too many suicide wings, our intimate moments have a peculiar effect on my skin. Sunny cringes because Alex happens to be her brother, I assume. I think I need a mojito. Oh, good plan. Violet threads her arm through Char's and leads her down the hall. Come on, ladies, let's drink too much and share stories of intimate moments. Is she always like this? I mutter. She's stressed about the engagement party. She's been drinking out of a flask the entire game, according to Charlene. Sunny twirls a lock of hair around her finger. I'm concerned about her. She turns her attention back to me. How about you? Are you okay? I thought you said you'd be fine to see Randy. I am fine. It's fine. No big deal. I wave my hand around in the air a little hysterically. We were intimate. It's nothing. She tilts her head. Lily. Really, Sunny. It's cool. I should probably make sure Brett's doing okay and not bugging the players. Are you wearing lip gloss? What? No. Let's go. I turn my head to the side and wipe my mouth with my sleeve as we follow Violet and Charlene to the bar. This is different than the scene after real games. There are loads of kids running around because this is a family event. I've been to a few Toronto games with Sunny. The usual after-parties can be loud and overwhelming. There are always a million girls with questionable intentions trying to get next to the guys. It's not like that tonight. I follow Sunny to the bar and order the same thing she's having. Because she's Miller's girlfriend, they want to run a tab for her, but she refuses, passing over a 20. I know she won't let me give her money, so I'll buy her next drink to make it even. I move with her, drink in hand, staying a little behind her so I can hide if necessary. She's oblivious to my anxiety, stopping to chat and introducing me to everyone she knows, which is a lot of people. I stay quiet and sip my drink. It's delicious, minty and limey, and the perfect amount of sweet. I glance around the room, taking in all the well-dressed, attractive people. It's easy to understand why women hang all over these guys. A lot of them are carrying seriously padded wallets. Some of them are hot. Miller reminds me of a Ken doll, but he's attractive. And then there's Randy. I sigh. Groan. Cough. Just thinking about that full sleeve covering his solid, well-built arm, and that deep V of muscle, And those... I make an awful slurping sound, which startles me out of my thoughts. I must have been thirsty. I hold up the empty glass, certain my face is on fire. I'm gonna get another drink. So parched. Want a refill? I'm good for now. Sunny holds up her mostly full drink. I leave her with her friends and head back to the bar. This is different than the scene after real games. There are loads of kids running around because this is a family event. I've been to a few Toronto games with Sunny. The usual after-parties can be loud and overwhelming. There are always a million girls with questionable intentions trying to get next to the guys. It's not like that tonight. I follow Sunny to the bar and order the same thing she's having. Because she's Miller's girlfriend, they want to run a tab for her, but she refuses, passing over a 20. I know she won't let me give her money, so I'll buy her next drink to make it even. I move with her, drink in hand, staying a little behind her so I can hide if necessary. She's oblivious to my anxiety, stopping to chat and introducing me to everyone she knows, which is a lot of people. I stay quiet and sip my drink. It's delicious, minty and limey, and the perfect amount of sweet. I glance around the room, taking in all the well-dressed, attractive people. It's easy to understand why women hang all over these guys. A lot of them are carrying seriously padded wallets.
More people have come in, and the players arrive in a pack. I slide down to the end of the bar and put in an order for another mojito. I keep my head down, letting my hair fall in my face. It only comes to my chin, so there isn't much to hide behind. Every so often I peek up, watching those huge, well-built boys greet everyone with friendly smiles. Tonight, none of them seemed to care whether they were on the winning or losing team. "Hey, there you are!" Violet bumps her curvy hip against mine. She's wearing the same shirt I am, the same shirt as most of the people at this event, except she fills it out way better than I do in the chest area. She throws her arm around my shoulder. She's a little sweaty. "Let's get shooters." "I don't really. How about some specialty shots? I'm down for those," says Charlene, scooting in beside her. "Having fun yet?" Violet asks. I nod. I'd have to yell to speak. "So Buck tells me you and Randy had a thing. How was that? I've heard all kinds of things about that guy. I mean, more than what a great player he is, how he's going to take over Alex's position, and all the other, people say." She waves her hand around and pokes me in the ear. She's definitely drunk. I don't think it impacts the things that come out of her mouth, though. Anyway, I've heard he is quite a character, if you know what I mean. Wink. Wink, right? There you are. Alex comes up behind us and puts an arm around both our shoulders. He gives me a squeeze. "Hey, little Lily, how are you? It's been too long." I hate that nickname. It makes me feel 12. "I'm fine. Good. Nice game tonight. I'm sorry you lost to Miller." "'S okay. It's all for a good cause. I'll make your evening better later, baby." I don't think Violet means to say this as loudly as she does. Alex laughs. "Shh, we don't need to tell everyone who's getting intimate later." "Me!" She raises her hand. "I'm getting intimate later." He puts a finger to her lips, still laughing. "How much have you had to drink, Violet?" "Just one." He looks at me as if I know something he doesn't. I shrug. Which is the exact moment the bartender sets 2 rows of shots in front of us. Alex snatches Violet's before she can and downs them. I do mine to keep Violet from stealing them. I try to pay for my drinks, but Alex gives me a look. I don't fight him. He's far too aware of my family's financial situation. It's just my mom and me, and sometimes that's tough. Every so often, I'll find a few $1,000s deposited in my savings account. I know it's him. He never mentions it, and neither do I. It hurts my pride, but it helps when things get tight. Like last year when we needed a new car. I remember I've got my little cousin with me, so I excuse myself. Not that it's necessary, since Violet's moved on to trying to get overly familiar with Alex, and he's busy keeping her hands from being inappropriate in public. I clutch my mojito, keeping to the edge of the room as I search for Brett. I find him exactly where I don't want him to be, with Randy and Miller and Michael, the boy Miller set up this fundraiser for, sitting at a table surrounded by heaping plates of food. They're smiling and laughing, and Miller has his arm on Michael's shoulder. He's got a personal connection to Michael's situation. His own mother died when he was a kid from an inoperable tumor. I was a real difficult person to Miller when he started dating Sunny. Media reports were highly unfavorable. He was traded to Chicago last season for engaging in an inappropriate, intimate encounter with his previous coach's niece in a bathroom stall. I was worried for her. But ever since the post-camping weekend at Alex's cottage, I've seen a much different side of him, one the media hasn't been privy to. He's so in love with Sunny, he'd do anything for her, like name a foundation after her. The shirts everyone's wearing tonight, they say Project Sunshine. According to Sunny and the media, Randy, who happens to be Miller's best friend, helped organize this event. Randy's involvement doesn't change how I feel about him, though. Just because he's good to Michael doesn't mean he isn't a player with a reputation. Yet, pathetically, I still desire him intensely. Deep down, I don't believe Randy's a bad guy. In fact, I'm inclined to say the opposite. A player? Definitely. Womanizer? 110%. But I'm the one who threw myself at him, not the other way around. What bothers me most is that despite knowing this, I don't regret what happened at the cottage, apart from not having sex with him. Which I regret, the no-sexing part. And I hate that I regret my regret because it makes me feel like a puck bunny, which I never want to be. I should be glad my actions over the past month have ensured nothing else is going to happen between Randy and me. Not only did I write terrible things all over his clothes in permanent marker, I've avoided him both times he called. He didn't leave a message, so I have no idea what he wanted to say. Why all the conflict over a hockey player? It goes back to my conception. My dad, who I've met a total of 0 times, played professional hockey. He knocked my mom up when she was 18 and then went back to his nice life, traveling the country, slapping a puck around on the ice, and having intimate encounters with women who were attracted to him, leaving my mom to raise me alone. Ironically, my mom fit into the puck bunny category for a very short time. She never dated another hockey player, and she beats me over the head with a proverbial stick about not falling into the same trap. She does, however, seem to be good at finding guys in other lines of work who don't stick around. It's been a revolving door of unstable jerks my entire life. I'm not cynical at all, though. I scare myself again when all I get is air out of my straw instead of mojito. I glance down at my glass, frowning at the lack of liquid. How do these disappear so quickly? I look back over to Brett. Oh gosh, Randy's noticed me. A smug grin pulls up the corners of his sexy mouth. He says something to Brett and pats him on the shoulder, then pushes his chair back. I pretend to be involved in my phone. I feel seasick with how often I glance from the screen to their table to the screen. Oh God, he's on his way over here. I'm not ready for this. I scan the room frantically for Sunny. I can't see her anywhere, so I do the most logical thing in the world. I hightail it across the bar, away from Randy. There's an exit door I'm not supposed to use on that side. The alarm has been disconnected forever. It'll get me out of here and on my way back to the bathroom where I hid out earlier. I can lock myself in there and figure out how to manage this. I burst through the fire doors, relieved the alarm is still disconnected, and speed walk down the hall. I make a quick right. Darn it, he's following me. What could he possibly want? To smirk at me some more? Running away should be a sure sign I'm not interested in any kind of confrontation or discussion or even getting naked on the off chance that's on the table. Okay, the last part I totally want to do, which is why I should keep running. Hey, Lily, he calls. Wait, my knees almost buckle at the sound of his voice. What does he want? I slide on a wet patch and barely avoid landing on my rear. He's right behind me now. I clutch the bathroom door handle and skid to a stop, nearly falling again. Wrenching it open, I throw myself inside. It's extra dramatic with a side of drama fries. But before I can pull the door closed, Randy manages to slide his massive, muscular body in the gap. "What are you doing?" I screech as the door closes behind him, sealing us in darkness. "I can't see anything." He chuckles. The light flicks on, and I blink against the sudden brightness. "Didn't you hear me calling you?" I plant my hands on my hips. "Didn't you see me running away from you?" He laughs again. It's a beautiful sound. Yeah, I figured maybe you really had to use the bathroom." "I did. I do."
Now get out, or I'll pee right in front of you. I'm shouting. It's high-pitched and totally unnecessary, seeing as I'm standing about 4 inches away from him. I might be spit-talking at his chest. His extra muscular chest. His sleeves are rolled up to his elbows, leaving all the tattoos on his right forearm on display. He even has one on the back of his hand. It's almost 3-dimensional in the way it's been put on his skin. A stunning flower beaded with dew, with a tiny, intricate skull inside the falling droplet. It's so badass. I remember how amazing it looked when the fingers attached to that hand, which is attached to the arm covered in ink, had brought me to a peak of sensation. I make a strangled sound. "Did you moan?" "What? No." My eyes shoot up to his. That infuriating smirk makes his eyes crinkle. Even his eye crinkles are hot. "I think you did. It was a groan. That's very different from a moan." He leans against the door, blocking my exit. "Oh yeah? Want to explain that to me?" "I don't have to explain anything to you. Now get out so I can use the bathroom. In private. Alone." My voice is still super squeaky. I need to stop acting like an idiot. I also need him to get out of the bathroom before I do something I should regret, but probably won't. He doesn't seem nearly as opposed to that as I'd thought he would. I push his shoulder in an attempt to get him out of the way. He moves maybe a fraction of an inch. He smells fantastic, like he's freshly showered and deodorized. His arm is so solid, nothing like Benji's was. I keep pushing, and I might give his biceps a little squeeze. "What's with you and busting in on me in the bathroom?" I say, not quite shouting now. I feel my face heat at the memory of him barging in on me at the cottage with my body exposed and his desire evident. Darn it, now I'm thinking about the near sexing we did again. Randy's still smiling like a jerk. I think he said something and I missed it, too busy being mortified. And turned on. "What?" I ask. His tongue sweeps across his bottom lip. He has great lips. They're full and soft and great for kissing. He brushes the hair out of my face, fingertips skimming my cheek. All my muscles clench. I'm pretty sure I could reach a peak of sensation just thinking about the things he's done to me. Which is crazy, because I've always believed reactions like that are total nonsense. I was just saying that the last time we were in a bathroom together, you were wearing a lot less. His gaze roams over me, and his eyes, the color of honey or a sandy beach, or who really cares, drop below my waist. He gestures below my waist. How's your grooming routine going these days? Have you taken care of things? My mouth hangs open. I close it quickly, then open it again, waiting for some sassy quip of retaliation, but nothing arrives. I don't have a good comeback or anything to say to that, because the honest answer is no. I haven't had a chance to sort it out. I've been stuck waxing my own intimate areas for the last month. I'm not very good at it. I keep missing spots, and I have to go over them with a razor. My intimate areas constantly have patches of 5 o'clock shadow. Wouldn't you like to know? Want to show me? You're a pig. In reality, I kinda do want to show him, even if it's not the best waxing job in the world. Actually, I'd like to get him to see the effort I put into making myself presentable, even if it's just for myself. I think I might need to have sex soon, with something other than my vibrator. I hate your perfect face, I hiss. Literally, I sound like a snake. I grab the lapels of his button-down shirt, then I shove my tongue in his mouth. Gosh, this is the opposite of what was supposed to happen. What happens in the bathroom stays in the bathroom. Or not. Randy. I find myself pressed up against the door, the handle jabbing into my lower back, as Lily rams her tongue down my throat. She breaks the kiss, if you could even call it that, and shoves away from me, but she's still holding my shirt. Her nostrils flare a little, and her eyes, a shade of brown so dark I almost can't see where her iris ends and the pupil begins, are glazed. I have no idea what I thought was going to come of following her into this bathroom. My only plan was to have some kind of discussion, since the last time we had words, they included her calling me a jerk, as well as a slew of other creative insults, and she won't answer my calls. She also wrote all over my clothes in permanent marker. I sort of deserved it. I like that she's my kind of crazy. She shakes her head and smooths away the dark chin-length hair that's fallen in her eyes. Her chest heaves with every breath. She looks hot tonight. Her jeans accentuate the fine, lean lines of her body. Her event t-shirt is tied at the side to accommodate how large it is on her narrow frame. She's pretty much panting. It reminds me a lot of the way she sounded when we shared an intimate moment at Waters' cottage. That was weeks ago. I haven't stopped thinking about it. I don't know why. I mean, I can be intimate anytime I very well please. Not that I do. Sharing intimacy in that way is intimate, and bunnies have usually made the rounds. I'm not putting my mouth where a million others have been. Hypocritical? Not at all. I don't let the bunnies be intimate with me in that way either, for a variety of reasons. But Lily's not a bunny, and she needed to be taken care of, properly. So I shared an intimate moment with her. I drew the line at being intimate with her, though, because I didn't want to feel guilty if she only let me be intimate with her to get back at her jerk ex. It was the right thing to do, but I still have regrets, especially since I know she hasn't gotten back with that jerk. Not that I've asked or anything. Miller offers up the information. And now everything between her and me seems to be sideways. Or it did until about 30 seconds ago. She drags my mouth back down and pauses when our lips are almost touching. I feel around behind me for the lock and flip it. I don't want any interruptions right now. I pull her against me, trapping her hands between us. Then I brush the end of my nose against hers, all soft, soft. She lets out this tiny little whimper. It's barely a sound. She tips her chin up and her hips press forward. She's got to be able to feel my arousal. It'd be impossible not to. I run my tongue across my lip, over the scar from a stick I took to the face a long time ago. She tracks the movement. When she lifts her gaze, I take her mouth. This time when she tries to push her tongue past my lips, I force it back with my own. Her hands leave my shirt, fingers closing around my wrists as she fights to get inside my mouth. Not gonna happen. Not yet. It's hard to kiss and smile, but I manage. She runs her hands through my hair. Yanking out the tie, she tosses it across the small room. I have no idea where it lands, but I sure won't be picking it up off the bathroom floor. I spin us around so she's against the door and work a knee between her legs. They came together in passion. I don't know what's wrong with me. This is a charity event. There are families and kids. And here I am, locked in a bathroom with a girl who'd written a playful message on my boxers. I'm wearing a pair tonight because I half hoped I'd see her and this would happen. I held her close, squeezed tight, and lifted her. She's maybe 5'6", 5'7" at best, and I'm almost 6'3", so I've got a lot of height on her and probably 100 pounds. She's willowy, compact muscle, and narrow everything from her hips to her rib cage. She wraps her strong legs around my waist, another one of those strangled moans bubbling up. If it were possible for one human being to devour another, we'd be doing that now. She lets go of my hair and searches for the hem of my shirt. Her fingernails scratch over my abs. I bite her tongue in retaliation. She wrenches her face away from mine, banging her head against the door. "You okay?" I ask.
She pinches my nipple, so I bite her neck. "Do it again, and I'll leave a mark," I warn, parting my lips against her skin. It's salty and sweet and so very, very warm. You wouldn't. Oh, I definitely would. I apply the tiniest bit of pressure, and she gasps, her hands going back to my hair, fingernails digging into my scalp. I adjust my grip and move intimately with her while I kiss along her throat to her jaw. My desire grew intensely right now. I wish she were wearing something other than tight jeans. The only way I can feasibly deepen our connection is to turn her around. It's not my preferred approach. I know exactly what Lily's expression of peak pleasure looks like. If we are to share intimacy, I want her eyes on mine when she reaches her peak. A public bathroom probably isn't the best place for this to happen anyway, even if it's wheelchair accessible and fairly clean. Public washrooms are more of a Miller move, or a Miller-Pre-Sunny move anyway. I keep moving intimately, and those little noises of hers get louder, so I cover her mouth with mine again. Her hands turn into fists, gripping my hair so tightly I'm almost concerned she's going to rip it out by the roots. "Oh my God," she groans against my lips. I pull away, checking to make sure she's okay. She throws her head back, hitting the door again with a low thud. We're making an awful lot of noise in here, but at least it's an out-of-the-way bathroom. I push her firmly against the door with my hips so I don't have to use both hands to hold her up. That way, I can stop her head from smacking against the door. If she keeps it up, she's going to have a bruise. If I didn't know any better, I'd think she was reaching her peak, which should be impossible since I haven't done anything but move intimately with her. "Lily?" Her eyes roll down to meet mine, her shock replaced by ecstasy. Her mouth drops open. "That's not... Are you reaching your peak?" Despite the lack of probability, I have to ask. She shakes her head furiously and stutters out a no. Her expression is suspect. I don't buy it. Gripping her close, I swing around so we're facing the wall. Then I lower her to the ground. Her nails run down the side of my neck, and she claws at my shirt. "Why are you stopping?" She moved her hips once and wobbled unsteadily. I walk her backward until she hits the wall. She immediately starts moving intimately against my thigh. There are way better places for her to do that. She tries to pull my mouth back to hers, but I have other plans. I pull her shirt over her head and hang it on the knob. Her purse is on the floor by my feet, crap strewn all over the place.
Not that it matters right now. Her bra isn't fancy or lacy or anything special. It's plain, pale satin. I can see the outline of her nipples through it. I'll get to those later. While Lily moved intimately against my leg, I pop the button on her jeans and pull down the zipper. Her underwear matches her bra, more simple, pale satin. Touch, intimate, tension overwhelming. Lily fumbles with my belt buckle and then my zipper. My arousal strained against my boxers. She freezes, her eyes darting to mine in shock. Not because my member is terrifying, although it kind of is, but because she can read the playful message she wrote on the hot pink material in neat block letters with black permanent marker. She bites her lip and makes a face, like she's not sure if she should laugh, be embarrassed, or apologize. Or maybe all three. She skims the waistband like she's thinking about deepening the intimacy. Why do you still have these? They're my favorite pair. But she touched me through the fabric and moved intimately against my leg at the same time. Her eyes roll up and she shudders again. I think we're both well aware that this is false advertising. I move the hand covering my member away and step back. Then I drop to my knees and yank her jeans over her hips, along with her panties, which were moist. It's like they're very well glued to her body. What are you? Touch. Intimate. Tension overwhelming. You're reaching your peak. I look up at her, shirtless, the strap of her bra hanging off her arm instead of sitting on her shoulder, her palms flat against the wall behind her. No. Gosh, she gasps. I barely even touched you. I'm as confused as you are. Bend your knees and adjust your stance, I order. We shared intimately. Eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. Her head lolls forward, her breath coming in short bursts. All she does is make a sound. Her eyes are droopy and glassy. She looks high as a kite. What? You doing okay? She shakes her head and blinks a bunch of times like she's trying to clear the fog. So much, reaching my peak. It's kind of garbled. I'm about to go back to deepening our intimacy so I can make that happen again when a knock on the door startles us. Lily, are you in there again? It's Sunny, Miller's girlfriend. She and Lily are best friends. This is an interesting situation. Lily's eyes go wide, her panic comical. I'll be out in a minute. She struggles to get off my shoulders, nearly taking us to the floor. It wouldn't be so bad if we weren't in a bathroom. It's clean, but not that clean. I grab her hands and bite the inside of her thigh, pressing hard on the skin. Ow! Is everything okay in there? Sunny asks. It's fine. I'm fine. I just stubbed my toe. I raise an eyebrow and she mouths, "What?" But she stops making things difficult so I can set her feet back on the floor and duck out from between her legs. She almost loses her balance, but I hold her hips and keep her standing. Before I pull up her panties, I press a kiss above her core, then add enough suction to leave a faint purple bruise to match the one on the inside of her thigh. "Stop it!" she whisper hisses, trying to push my face away. I'm stronger than she is, though, and she shifts her hips forward, even as she pulls my hair, like she's secretly seeking my tongue again. I lick her swollen core one last time, watching her skin pebble, then carefully shimmy her panties over her hips. She takes care of her suction jeans, getting them up with far less difficulty than I got them down. Lily adjusts her bra so her nipples are covered again and pulls her shirt over her head. Her hair's a sweet mess. Once all the best parts of her are hidden, I shift my hard, achy arousal to the left so I can zip up my pants. Oh, God. She reaches out, then stops. You're so... Don't worry. I wink. That'll get taken care of later. I have to take Brett home. I shrug. I can wait. Her mouth drops. That seems to be a reaction I elicit from her often. Oh my God, you're such a cocky jerk. Didn't you just reach peak 3 times? 2.5, and I didn't force you to go down on me. You're the one who kissed me, and you sure didn't seem to mind me pleasing you. She jams the fallen items into her purse and hugs it to her chest. Elbowing me in the ribs, she pushes me out of the way. I don't get how she can go from pleasure bliss to being angry, but then I don't honestly know her that well. Maybe she's got a split personality or something. What's the deal? She flips the lock and turns to me, panicked. I gotta go. I need to get away. She wrenches open the door and stumbles out into the hall. Enjoy the rest of your evening, she motions to my crotch. I hope your, situation resolves itself. I was still hoping for some help with that. I step out after her, buttoning my pants. Sunny looks from me to Lily and back again. Miller standing behind her wearing a grim expression. Really, you very much for the moments of pleasure. Lily slaps a hand over her mouth, like she can't believe she just said that. That was next on my to-do list. I'm such an antagonistic jerk. Guess you missed that opportunity. Again? She cringes and mutters something else. I was being considerate by not getting intimate with her at Waters' cottage. Seems like maybe she didn't appreciate it all that much. I could fix that if you want to come back to my hotel room. I'm grinning. I can't help it.
I tuck the bowl under my arm, refill my glass, nab my purse from the counter, and go to my room. It's small. The double bed takes up almost half the space. I drop down on the mattress and flip open my laptop, which is one of Sunny's old ones. It's really nice. My phone buzzes from inside my purse. I fish it out, and my stomach does some flip-flops as I scroll. I have several texts from Sunny, which isn't unusual. We're together a lot, except when she's at school, teaching yoga, or volunteering at the animal shelter, and I'm not working at one of my 2 jobs. It's the messages from Randy that make my stomach feel like it's trying to jump out of my throat. I ignore all of them to test my self-restraint and log in to my computer. As soon as the browser opens, I type in spontaneous orgasms. I don't get much in the way of helpful information. Mostly it's a bunch of nonsense and hypothetical crap. One article is about a woman who has more than 100 orgasms a day. It sounds awful and embarrassing. I can't imagine what it would be like if I had unprovoked orgasms every time I saw Randy. Or maybe I can. My whole body gets hot and my toes curl at the memory of their intimate encounter. Did I really let him engage in such intimacy in a bathroom? In the arena where I work? I'll never be able to use that bathroom again without having some kind of hot flash. I chug my water and perform another search, this time with Randy Ballistic and girlfriend. I've been cyberstalking the guy since I ruined his underwear and he engaged in intimate acts with me. Here are some interesting facts about Randy. He's a serial short-term dater. From the research stalking I've done, I discovered an online group for girls who have dated Randy and been dumped. 4 of them have his name tattooed somewhere on their body. The hip seems to be popular. One girl went so far as to have his face tattooed on her boob, except it's a bad tattoo, and he looks more like a caricature of that guy from Sons of Anarchy than Randy. I'd feel bad for her, but she's a bunny, so it's her own very fault. The message is disconcertingly consistent. Randy's awesome as a partner. Ballistic is definitely a fitting last name. He has a great sense of humor. He has amazing touch. He has incredible stamina. His anatomy is substantial. There could be some exaggeration here. I'm not for sure on that since I have yet to see it.
Based on my experience, it's substantial. They seem to have missed the fact that his tongue is incredibly skilled. Most interesting is this tidbit. He only has sex with the lights off. When we were intimate at Alex's cottage, the light in the bathroom was on, so it wasn't totally dark, but he pulled the covers over us. I thought it was cute because he wanted to keep me warm. In August. Now I have things to ponder, such as, is that a fetish? Is he thinking about someone in particular while being intimate? If so, who? And really her? There are way too many questions I don't have answers to. Not that I need them. I'm not getting trapped in a bathroom with him again. At least my intention is to avoid that scenario in the future. My lack of self-control is humiliating. I have 2 weeks to prepare for Alex and Violet's engagement party. By then, I should have gained some willpower. Nothing good can come of being a bunny, so here's hoping. My phone buzzes again. It's Randy. You still pissed at me? Silence, huh? You hold a long grudge. You gotta know the car wash was a misunderstanding. I meant to tell you in the bathroom, but you jumped me, so I didn't have a chance. The winky face annoys me almost as much as being called out on jumping him, and being reminded of the stupid car wash pictures that made me go berserk. I decide to be cheeky. Who is this? The dots appear right away. The guy whose face you were intimate with earlier. Every muscle below my waist clenches, blood rushes to my cheeks, and then moves lower, tingles following. I chew my fingernail, unsure if I want to play this game with him. I should brush him off. The trail of emotionally crippled bunnies with his name tattooed on their bodies should be the equivalent of caution tape. But those orgasms. My phone rings, startling me. I answer it before I can appropriately weigh my options. There's no hello, just Randy's deep, saxy voice low in my ear. Still a little foggy, Lily? Having a hard time remembering? Want to come by my hotel so I can refresh your memory? I bite my knuckles to stop myself from saying yes. Of all the bad ideas, going to his hotel definitely tops the list. I'm guaranteed to make all kinds of bad decisions, including the one I want to make the most, which is letting them be intimate. I don't know if it's normal to be this attracted to another human being. I go with snark because it's safe. So, I'm guessing you didn't find a bunny to be intimate with? Randy chuckles. Nope, my body told me he didn't want a bunny. He's holding out for you. I roll my eyes, even though he can't see me. Does that line work? It's not a line. Me and my desires are tight. We had a very serious conversation. I laugh. Well, you should tell him not to hold his breath. He'll turn blue. He's already blue. You should come by my hotel and see. You can send me a picture. I'm almost hoping he does. It's not the same. What if I come see you instead? I can't even imagine someone like Randy in a bedroom like mine. You're persistent, aren't you? Is that you saying yes? I hesitate for a second, knowing full well if I agree, it's an invitation for intimacy. I can't. I have to wash my hair. Oh, man, the hair washing excuse? And here I thought we had fun together. Well, if I can't convince you to come to see me, I'm gonna go take care of myself. Night, Lily. See you in a couple weeks. The reminder that we'll be seeing each other at the engagement party is yet another reason I shouldn't keep entertaining this possibility. Night, Randy, I shoot back. So clever. Not for long. I'll be thinking of you. Randy hangs up. I send him a meme of an old lady with no teeth with the caption, "Let's make out." 10 minutes later, I get one back of his middle finger on the hand with the tattoo. That finger has been intimately involved recently. He's taken it while lying in his hotel bed with only a sheet covering him from the waist down. His tight abs and the deep, heavily muscled V are captured beautifully. I can see very clearly a lump that resembles the shape of his anatomy under that white cotton. I can also see his blurred reflection in the mirror. His hair is loose and messy, brushing his chin. He's the picture of absolute relaxation. I don't send a response. Instead, I shut down my computer, lock my door, and get out my personal device. I pull the covers over my head and find release while staring at that very picture on my phone. What the hell is normal anyway? Lily. The next morning, my phone wakes me up. I feel around for it on my nightstand. It's not there. I find it under my pillow, where I left it after my intense focus on Randy's middle finger. 3 times. I think I have a problem. Low, I mumble. "Are you still asleep?" Sunny asks. "Not anymore." Sunny gets up stupidly early, even on the days she doesn't have to work. I'm lucky she waited this long to call. "Great, get dressed. I'm picking you up in 15 minutes. I made cinnamon buns, and we're having family brunch. And make sure you bring a bathing suit, since all mine fall off you. It's freezing out." "It's hardly freezing, Lily. It's going to be 18 degrees today." "That's not pool weather. We cranked the water heater. It's like a sauna." "Wait, what about Randy? Is he going to be there?" My body gets all excited by the thought. "He flew back to Chicago this morning. You will be telling me what happened last night. See you soon." She hangs up. I lie there for a minute and stare at the ceiling, working up the energy to get out of bed and take a quick shower. Instead, I check my messages from last night. Not just to look at Randy's middle finger and naked chest, or the hint of his anatomy under the white sheet.
Although that's part of the reason I have a message from him. It's another picture. It's a close-up of his neck and jaw. He's wearing a t-shirt. Red lines travel from his ear and disappear under his collar. It was sent at 6 this morning. I'm collecting 4 damages next time we are intimate. Oh man, those are scratches from me. I wonder exactly what collecting for damages entails. I don't have the guts to ask either. I'm certain the answer will make me regret not taking him up on his offer of a visit last night. I toss my phone aside and roll out of bed. I shuffle to the bathroom across the hall. The apartment is quiet. I get a glimpse of myself in the mirror as I turn on the shower. My hair is sticking up all over the place. On second thought, if Randy woke up next to me looking like this, it'd be the last invite I got. Less than 10 minutes later, I'm showered. I open the bathroom door and scream. There's a man standing in the hall in a pair of, please God, why, tighty-whities. I'd estimate him to be in his late 30s to mid-40s. He's actually in decent shape, although there's some graying and male pattern baldness. I'm also having a hard time keeping my eyes on his face because he's clearly aroused. "What the gosh?" I yell as he stands there gawking. "Mom, there's a mostly naked man in the hallway. Is he yours?" She comes out of her bedroom in one of her satin robes. I try to hold in my gag, knowing she had probably been intimate last night. She runs her hand through her disheveled hair. "I thought you were staying at Sunny's last night." "So he is yours?" I point at the silent man standing 2 feet away from me. He's still standing at attention, but he's put his hands down to cover it. Just checking to make sure some half-naked crazy pervert didn't wander into our apartment in a state of arousal. Lily! What? It's true, and it's happened before. Mr. Van Winkle isn't a pervert. He's senile. He forgets where he lives sometimes.
Yeah, well, he also forgets to wear clothes. Judging from his obvious arousal in his underwear, Mr. Van Winkle was probably a hit with the ladies in his day. I turn sideways and slide by my mom's date from last night. Thankfully, I'm skinny enough that I don't have to touch him, since he seems incapable of moving out of the way. I lock my door and throw on a pair of leggings and a hoodie. I stuff a bathing suit into my knapsack and my clean skating gear, since I have lessons to teach this evening. I'm banking on Sunny being able to drive me to the rink. My phone beeps as I'm running a brush through my hair. It's Sunny letting me know she's here. She knows enough not to come up unless I invite her. My mom's chatty. She can keep us here for hours with tea and lectures about men. Although that's not likely to happen today, what with her man friend. I open the door a crack and peek my head out. The hall is empty. I tiptoe down it, shove my feet into ballet flats, lift my keys from the hook, and open the door. Going to Sunny's and then work. Be back later. I let the door close behind me before my mom can stop me with requests for groceries. Sunny's waiting out in front of my building in her Prius. It was a birthday present from her brother. I don't have my own car. Public transit and my bike are my rides of choice. Guelph isn't big, and I don't live too far from work. Plus, cars are expensive. The one my mom and I share is constantly in need of repair. I slip into the passenger seat and wait until Sunny pulls into traffic before I check my ringing phone. She glances at me and then back at the road, her hands at 10 and 2 like they're supposed to be. The GPS is tracking our drive, even though she's been to the apartment at least 2,000 times. Sunny's directionally challenged, and she's very diligent about following road rules. Who's calling you? Randy? What happened in that bathroom? It's my mom. She probably wants to give me a list of things to bring home. I don't know why she doesn't text. I let the call go to voicemail and shove it back in my bag. So, get this. My mom brought home her date? Last night? Did you meet him? I did this morning. No! Sunny's eyes go wide. Yup, he was wearing tighty-whities and showing off his state of arousal. Oh my God! Sunny's mortification matches my own. So classy, right? Anyway, my mom thought I was at your place, so I guess she figured it was safe. I'm sorry, Lily. I shrug and make a joke out of it. I guess the good thing is there's a low probability that I'll ever see him again. Sunny doesn't get what it's like to live in a house with a revolving door of boyfriends. Her parents have been together forever. I have no idea if my dad was the first professional athlete my mom scored with, but he was the one who got her pregnant. So since then, as long as the guy doesn't play hockey, he's fair game. I think it's kind of insane, because any guy can be a deadbeat, not just hockey players. Still, if I ever came home with a hockey stick-toting boy, I'd hear about it. Hence the reason my mother will never know about my encounter with Randy. How was the rest of your night? I ask Sunny after she doesn't respond. I mean, really, what is there to say? The event went so well. Miller did great. How was Michael feeling by the end? It's definitely not a subtle change of topic, but Sunny doesn't seem to notice. Or maybe she doesn't want me to dwell on the unfortunate visual of my mom's date's arousal. It was amazing, wasn't it? Michael's such a trooper. He's tired today, though. Miller called him to see how he's doing. He really is wonderful, isn't he? I'm so in love with him, I can't even tell you. Last night he managed to get past Titan so we could get in some alone time. I can't wait until this semester is over. She taps the steering wheel and bounces in her seat. How'd he manage to get past Titan? Sunny's little Papillon is super protective. Cookies, Sunny giggles. That's Miller's intimate nickname for her. She thinks she's hilarious when referring to actual baked goods. Sunny's mentioned moving to Chicago more than once since the fall semester began. It makes me nervous. We were supposed to move into an apartment or a little house after we finished college. I received my bachelor's in kinesiology this past April, but the jobs in my field aren't the best unless I continue on for a master's degree, which is expensive. I also don't want to give up teaching figure skating because, well, it's been my life since I could walk. Anyway, Sunny switched programs last year, so it's taking her a little longer, but this has been the plan for the past 3 years. I don't know what I'll do without her if she goes to Chicago, especially since I broke up with Benji, and I honestly don't want to get back together with him. We've been apart for more than a month. I've avoided all of his phone calls, aside from the one where I told him I wasn't kidding about being done. He had some very choice words, none of which were nice, and all of which reinforced the reasons why I don't want to be with him anymore. There's nothing more heartwarming than being told I was a worthless person who deserved to be used and discarded. Anyway, Benji's out, and if Sunny leaves, that's another one of my ties to here severed. I don't want my mom to be the only thing left for me. You know, Lily, we could both move to Chicago at the end of the fall semester. Between Alex and Miller, I'll have a placement all worked out for the winter. It'd be the perfect way to start the new year. She glances at me before focusing on the road again. Alex is looking into buying a little house, and I'll pay him rent or something. He thinks it would be a good investment. He has lots of contacts, and there are all sorts of opportunities in Chicago. You could teach skating to pre-pro hockey kids or figure skating. Plus, you have dual citizenship, so there isn't anything holding you back, especially since you and Benji are done for good, right? I don't know. I can't just leave my mom here. I run my fingertip over a snag in my leggings.
It's a lame excuse, but I've never been much for change. Staying with Benji, even though he was a terrible boyfriend, is a good example of that. Moving to Chicago would be a huge change. Also, Randy's there. I'm already aware of the attraction. Your mom can take care of herself. I don't think it would be a bad idea for you to at least consider it. We'd have so much fun. Why don't you move in with Miller? I ask. We haven't been dating that long, and I want to live on my own first. I don't want to move into his space and just try to fit in there, you know? But you'll move into his place eventually. Probably, but it doesn't need to happen right away. Alex is the one who likes to rush things. He's really pushing for this wedding to happen, isn't he? It's weird, but then that's Alex. Sunny sighs. I think he might send Violet over the edge. Violet and Alex have been together for 9 months, give or take. Ever since he put a ring on her finger this summer, Sunny's mom has been hounding them to set a date. Violet hasn't committed to anything yet. The only thing she's allowed so far is this engagement party I've evidently agreed to go to. Not that I'm complaining, mostly. Anyway, you still haven't told me what happened with you and Randy in that bathroom last night. Nothing happened. He barged in on me like the jerk he is and prevented me from being able to pee. That's not what Miller said. What? The squeak in my voice is far too telling. Come on, Lily, I know something happened in there. It's nothing to feel bad about. I mean, bathrooms are kind of gross, but that one is cleaner than most. As long as you used protection and washed your hands afterward, I'm sure it'll be fine. We didn't have sex. Did Randy say we had sex? No. I guess I assumed. I mean, with the way you were freaking out. I wasn't freaking out. Sunny gives me a look. Okay, I was freaking out. She pulls into her parents' driveway. There are 5 cars in it already. Sunny isn't the best driver. Or Parker. She always seems to end to running over her mother's flowers, which is exactly what happens. Let's talk about this later. I step over a crushed bloom and head for the front door. Sunny has no option but to follow. The house smells fabulous. The pungent aroma of cinnamon makes my mouth water. I kick off my shoes, and Alex immediately scoops me up in a hug. Little Lily, I didn't get to see much of you last night. I'm glad you're here. You're crushing me. I laugh and hug him back anyway.
I miss him sometimes, like I would a real brother. We used to bug him a lot when he was a teenager. Me more than Sonny, probably. He figure skated with all the boys in the level above me, and some of them were so cute. Flirtatious, but cute. I was constantly looking for reasons to hang out by the waters pool. Once I made out with one of them. I was only in 9th grade. It was before I started dating Benji. Alex flipped his lid when he found out, and I got a serious big brother lecture. Mama, too, comes out of the kitchen in her frilly apron from the 80s. I'm almost positive her blouse has shoulder pads. Her hair is pulled up in a banana clip, and her bangs have been teased so they resemble a bath poof. I didn't even know they still made banana clips. I'm pulled into more warm embraces. I'm not actually big on hugging, but the Waters family is. And with Sonny, it's more a habit than anything else. She's one of the few people I don't mind having in my personal space. Miller's in the kitchen, sitting at the breakfast bar with Sonny's dad, Robbie, and Darren Westinghouse, Alex's best friend and another Chicago teammate. Robbie has essentially filled the missing father role in my life. He's a serious pothead, but he's brilliant and I adore him. The boys are shoving fruit into their mouths and talking about training. Miller spins on the bar stool and opens his arms wide, a huge grin on his face. Lily! I give him a quick ack pat and do the same with Robbie. I offer to help with brunch, but everything's already done, so we bring the food out and sit down to eat. Brunch at the Waters is always an event. Sonny's a vegan, so there's a selection of food specially prepared for her. The rest of the Waters family loves their meat, so heaps of bacon and sausage and eggs complement the cinnamon buns, homemade waffles, and chocolate chip pancakes. Violet and Charlene sit across from me and Sonny, with Mama too to the right of Violet. She's still talking about the engagement party. After we stuff ourselves silly, the girls change into bathing suits and head outside. It honestly isn't warm enough, but we're all bundled in hotel-style bathrobes, so that helps. The guys have a tea time at 1, so they're packing up the car and getting ready to go. Daisy has plans to join us in a bit once she's done with dinner prep. That woman could spend her entire life in the kitchen. She's like an 80s edition of June Cleaver. Is that steam? I ask when I reach the pool. Violet dips a toe in. This is like a hot tub. I can't even imagine what the heating bill is going to be for this. Alex says he's paying for it. Sonny unties her robe and tosses it on a lounge chair. She shivers and then jumps in. Oh, wow, this is great. Come on in, girls. Violet undoes her robe and rubs her bare belly. Look at this. I shouldn't have put whipped cream on my waffles. Now we know what I'll look like 3 months after Alex knocks me up. Sonny pops out of the water, catching only the end of the comment. You're pregnant? What? God, no. I'm not having Alex's pretty little babies. Not yet, anyway. First, we have to do the wedding thing. Then I need to be a wife for a while. Then babies. In that order. With years between all those things. She pushes her stomach out further. I'm just pointing out how much stress this very engagement party is causing. Now I'm sporting this gross dairy belly. Charlene pats Violet's tummy, and Violet pushes her in the water, but not before she seizes Violet's hand and yanks her in too. Before I get in, I hit the pool house and grab a bunch of noodles so we can float. I drop my robe on a chair with one of those heating lamps beside it, then sit down on the edge of the pool. Seriously, how is this fair? Violet motions to me. How is what fair? I look down at myself. You ate just as much as me. Where's your food baby? I run a hand self-consciously over my tummy. Food baby? Yeah, food baby. You don't have one. Don't listen to her. She's difficult because of the engagement party. And Alex wasn't intimate last night. Don't forget that part. Violet swims over to take a pool noodle. Except she stops right in front of me and grabs my knees. Holy gosh, she wrenches them apart. Is that a hickey? High up on the inside of my thigh is a large, reddish-purple mark. I totally would have brought my bathing suit with the skirt if I'd been thinking. It's a bruise. Liar, Violet pokes at it. That's totally a hickey. Were you intimate with balls? Oh my God, you're the worst. I'm laughing even though I'm embarrassed because Violet is the most ridiculous human in the world. I put a hand on her forehead, intending to push her away. Violet? Alex's deep voice makes us both turn. Darren's hands are tucked into his pockets, and he's wearing a secret smile. He looks over at Charlene and raises an eyebrow. She does the same in return. What is that about? Miller's expression is priceless. His mouth is hanging open. What the gosh do you girls do when we're not around? Stop being a pervert, Buck. She has a... I clamp a hand over Violet's mouth. I can't watch this. I feel dirty right now. I'm waiting in the car. Miller turns around and walks back into the house. Baby, come here. Alex crooks a finger and beckons her over. Violet doggy paddles to him, and Alex crouches to meet her, his eyes immediately dropping to her chest. His gaze shifts back up.
Is there anything you feel you need to tell me? About what? I don't know. Maybe you did some experimenting in college? Oh my God, you're as bad as Buck. Lily has a hickey near her intimate area. It's a bruise. Violet looks over her shoulder at me. Fine, it's a bruise, made by balls. Alex glances in my direction, his brow furrowed. I take the opportunity to slip into the water and avoid looking at him. I don't need him to know anything about what did or didn't happen with Randy. Charlene comes to my rescue. Don't listen to her, Alex. She's giving Lily the gears. And she likes to say certain words, although I'm sure you're familiar with her intimate expressions. Nice, Char. Violet turns back to Alex. Gimme kisses and then go hit some balls with sticks with fat heads. Alex puts his hands under her arms and lifts her out of the water to her waist. It's impressive. He whispers something to her. We can be intimate later if you show me affection. Alex grins and drops her back in the water. She goes under and comes up spluttering. No intimate moments for you later. I'm not feeling affectionate for the rest of the weekend. Uh-huh. Well, see about that. Darren's still wearing that half grin. He winks at Charlene. See you later, sexy. She blows him a kiss and bites her lip as he saunters away with Alex. Darren's always so quiet. It makes me wonder what the deal is with him. Violet slides a noodle under her knees and another under her arms. Then she closes her eyes and tilts her head back. This engagement party is ruining my sex life. I float on my stomach with a noodle under my arms because my chest is molehills compared to Violet's mountains. Shouldn't you be excited about it? Alex is more than excited enough for both of us, and so are our mothers. It's insanity. Who ever heard of an engagement party with a guest list of more than 200 people? Violet scratches her arm. I'm going to do something to embarrass myself and Alex. You'll be fine, Vi, Charlene reassures her. Violet gives her a look. Seriously? Do you even remember my mom's wedding? What happened at your mom's wedding? Sunny asks. Oh, you know, the usual. I humiliated myself in front of all of my parents' friends. I'm sure it wasn't that bad, I offer. I told my mom I didn't want to give a speech because I'm not comfortable getting up in front of that many people. But she was convinced I'd be fine because it was all people we knew. Violet shakes her head. When it was my turn, I got up, tripped over the bottom of my dress, and stumbled into Buck. It set off a chain reaction. He stumbled into the podium and knocked it over, and it landed on the cake. I ruined my mom's wedding. You didn't ruin it, Vi. It was just a hiccup, Charlene says. Vi turns to me and Sunny. That's not even the worst part. My chest was exposed from my dress, and everyone saw it. There were like 300 people at the wedding. There were only 75. It was small, Charlene corrects. Well, it seemed like 300, Violet huffs. The whole team is coming to the engagement party, all of them, and they've all seen me exposed. It's embarrassing. What if I have another wardrobe malfunction? What if I say something stupid or talk about Alex's intimate details, which we all know is highly likely?
Last year, rumors circulated that Alex had gotten caught being intimate in the locker room with an unknown girl. The claims were never substantiated. We all know the truth, though. Alex got kicked out of a game, and Violet went to see if he was okay. It was close to the end of the third period. The team walked into the locker room right after their private moment, or at least that's what Sonny told me. Apparently, Miller and Alex almost had it out right there. I'm not much for violence, but I would have paid to see that fight. I did get to see Miller punch Alex out on national TV, and then I saw Alex return the favor in real life, so that's something. Yeah, but you've been around them all a ton since then. I'm sure they don't even remember at this point, Sonny says. Oh, they remember all right. That Kirk guy mentions it every time I see him. Ugh, he's such a pig, Charlene replies. Right? Sonny shakes her head. Miller says I'm never supposed to be in a room alone with him. Why would he say that? I ask. I have no idea who they're talking about. Kirk's one of the guys on the team. He's a dirtbag. He's getting a divorce because he can't keep himself in check, Charlene explains. He's not coming to the engagement party, is he? Sonny asks. Oh, he sure is. Alex didn't want to invite him, but we couldn't very well leave him out since the rest of the team is coming. Violet rubs at a spot on her stomach. Gosh darn it, I have hives again. We need to talk about something else, she points at me. What's going on with you and Randy? Who? Randy. Come on, spill it. He's clearly been intimate with you. Alex is all worried and gosh, I'd be jealous if he didn't constantly refer to you as his other baby sister and my chest wasn't way bigger than yours. I protectively cup my pint-sized chest. Benji always said they were barely there and I'd better get a good job so I could afford to pay for an upgrade. He loved pointing out girls with more prominent chests than me. Violet fills out her bikini top in a way I couldn't even if I wore one of those super extreme push-up bras. I bought one of those once and Benji laughed at me. God, he was such a jerk. I'm not being mean, she adds after a moment, probably because I haven't come up with anything to say. Just honest. Alex loves chests so much. He tries to use mine as pillows every night. Maybe he got weaned from breastfeeding too early or something. I don't know. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, right, that topic. She looks at me expectantly. There's nothing going on. Come on, Lily, Sonny kicks me in the water. I sigh. We were intimate, that's it. It's not a big deal. Liar face, Violet shouts. You are the color of a tomato. How was your intimacy? I hear you were together in the bathroom last night. We weren't intimate in a bathroom. I wish I could sink to the bottom of the pool right now. I'm not big on talking about this kind of stuff with anyone but Sonny, let alone people I don't know all that well. I'm a private person, except when I'm locked in a bathroom with Randy, apparently. I'm not judging. I was intimate in a locker room, and all of Alex's teammates heard my passionate sounds. Everyone needs a little love now and again. Sometimes it's nice to be intimate for the sake of being intimate. Besides, that Benji guy you were with before seems like a real jerk. Randy's a perfect rebound partner. He's hot, well-built, and can probably be very passionate. Just then, Daisy comes outside in her hot pink bathing suit with huge flowers on it, putting an end to the conversation. But maybe Violet's right. I've been looking at this all wrong. As long as I'm smart about it, using Randy as a rebound is exactly what me and my chest need to forget about Benji for good. Running in circles. Randy. A week after the exhibition game, I'm sitting in a lounge chair close to the pool on Lance's patio back in Chicago. It's been unseasonably warm, but today is likely the last time it's going to be this hot before fall takes me back to jeans and long sleeves. So I'm enjoying the sunshine. Or at least trying to. Lance invited a bunch of people over. Inevitably, that means a certain type of guest. He's been better about it lately, but he's still Lance, so there's always at least half a dozen hanging around, waiting for someone to throw them a carrot. And by carrot, I mean attention. There's a girl lying on the chair beside me, yammering away about who really cares what. She won't stop talking. The problem isn't her constant flow of words, which is irritating, but tolerable because I can tune it out. The real issue is that I've been intimate with her before, and based on the way she keeps edging her lounge chair closer to mine, she has it in her mind they will be intimate again. I'm not feeling it. Or her.
Clearly, emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits like resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. Sure, we were physically close, but I didn't call her or respond to any comments on my social media afterward, so the message should be clear. It was what it was, and now it's over. Unfortunately, she's not getting the hint. I text Miller to see what he's up to. He's been steering clear of Lance's when those guests are around. That means he stays for workouts and then he bails unless we're having Xbox wars, which isn't very often. Lance usually gets antsy after a couple hours and calls in the reinforcements. Miller messages back almost right away to tell me he's at Water's Chicago place. That's still weird to me, that not long ago those guys were busy breaking each other's noses to defend their sister's honor. They've worked it out since then, but this hanging out stuff is a new development. With Miller occupied, it looks like I have two options: stay and let the guest annoy me, or go home and lounge in my own backyard, minus the pool to cool off in. I have a sprinkler if it's a real problem. Option 2 holds more appeal than option 1, so I excuse myself to the bathroom. Once inside, I grab my duffel and keys from the rack in the kitchen and head for the front door. "Hey man, where you going?" Lance asks, adjusting his shorts as he steps out of the main floor bathroom. A random guest appears behind him, adjusting her bikini top. Her eyes are glassy and her cheeks flushed. She looks content. "I got a headache. I'm gonna roll out." "There's lots of cures for headaches here." Lance pats the girl's back as she passes him. She jumps and giggles, then turns to wait. He lifts his chin in the direction of the pool. "I'll be out in a minute." He waits until she's gone. "Everything all right with you?" "Yeah, fine. I'm cashed today. It's been a busy week with getting back into training." There's a brief hesitation on Lance's part, like he's not sure whether he believes me. Then he slaps me on the shoulder. "I get it. I'll see you tomorrow." "For sure." He goes back to the pool and his company. My truck is parked beside a Fiat. I hit the unlock button and start the engine. Then I hear a voice. "Randy, can I get a ride home?" It's the girl from the pool. She's still in her bikini, but she's got a massive purse or bag or whatever it's called hanging off her arm. Her legs are like sticks and her chest is half exposed from her top. Her getting into my truck isn't a great idea. I'm about to run some errands. It's a lame excuse and she isn't deterred. "My apartment is like 5 minutes from here. You don't mind, do you? My friends are staying and I kinda want to go." I scratch the back of my neck. "I'm running late already. Seriously, 5 minutes? Please, I don't have money on me for a cab." She drops her head and bites her lip, looking up at me with watery eyes. "Yeah, okay, I'll drive you." She does a little skippy thing and runs around to the passenger side. Her head appears at the window. She really is tiny, except her chest. Those are bustin' out. "Can I get a little help here? It's a long way." Yep, here we go. I can feel the regret as I circle the front of my truck. I take her bag and toss it into the cab, then tap the running board with my foot. "Take a step up." She does as I ask, but she's facing me, so her chest is right there. It takes an infinite reserve of muscle control not to roll my eyes. After picking her up and dropping her on the seat, I wait for her to swing her legs into the cab. When all she does is give me a blank stare, I hook a finger under the back of her knee and move it so I can close the door. This is going to be a whole lot of fun. I hoist myself back into the driver's seat and shift the truck into reverse. The girl, I think her name might be Mary or Miranda, it's definitely got an M and an R in it, shimmies over. Thankfully, the center console is in the way, so she can't get too close. She practically crawls over it. I don't notice the phone until she kisses me on the cheek and a flash goes off.
I put a hand up to stop from being blinded. Seriously? Sorry, all my pictures from last time were dark. I wanted a better one. I'm driving here, and it's nice when you ask first. I try not to be snappy, but the way she shrinks back tells me I'm unsuccessful. Why did I agree to this? I feel like Miller back in the day. This just looks bad. Do you want me to delete it? Her eyes are all wide and sad looking. Maybe I'm being paranoid. Nothing's gonna happen. I know that. It's fine. I just didn't expect it. I stop at the end of the street. Where am I going? Oh, right, duh. She gives me directions to her place. It isn't 5 minutes away. It's 15 according to my GPS, but she's already in the vehicle. She fiddles around on her phone for a minute, probably posting the picture she took. Once she's done, she drops it on the seat and runs her hand over the dashboard. This is a nice truck. Is this the only thing you drive? Do you have a sports car too? Lance has a lot of cars, doesn't he? She couldn't be more obvious if she wore a guest sign around her neck. I have an Audi, and yeah, Lance likes his cars. He has a collection. I'm not sure how he makes things work with all the money he blows, but that's not my issue to manage. The girl whose name starts with M roots through her bag purse and pulls out a shirt. I assume she's going to put it on over her bikini. That's not what happens. Instead, she pulls the tie around her neck and the one at her back, and the material drops to her lap. I glance at her and then back at the road, holding the wheel tight. I knew driving this chick home was a bad idea. What are you doing? Getting changed? You don't mind, do you? My bathing suit's still a little damp and I don't like the way it feels. I try to keep my tone even. Again, I'm driving. You can't be undressed in my car. The windows are tinted. No one can see. She pulls the shirt over her head. It's almost see-through, but it's better than looking at her chest. My body starts to get the wrong idea about what's going to happen here and begins to respond. Next, my passenger shimmies her bottoms off. Now she is undressed in my truck, directly on my seat. She roots around in her bag some more, looking for shorts maybe? I have no idea, not like it matters. Normally, this scenario wouldn't be a problem, but I've been texting Lily this week and she's been messaging me back. I'm seeing her next weekend, and based on the content of our texting, I'm almost positive she's willing to be intimate and have some fun. She's already made it clear to me, and a good portion of my clothing, that she doesn't like to share. Now here's the thing. I don't get into serious relationships. Based on what I've seen happen with my teammates and my own very jerk father, all relationships do is cause a mess. I travel all the time, and my entire life I've watched long-distance relationships fail. I had a front-row seat to the mess that was my parents' ruined marriage. My dad was a professional hockey player, decent enough to be farm team and play a couple pro seasons, but he couldn't stay faithful when he was away from home. Apparently, I'm exactly like my dad where hockey is concerned, except I'm a better player. At 24, I'm in my 6th season with the NHL. He managed 3 seasons, but never first line. Still, it's been hammered into me that I'm just like Randy Sr. We have the same personality, the same face, the same skill set, the same style on the ice, the same everything. And I've spent enough time with him to know it's true. So that means one thing. There's a good chance I'm going to screw someone over the way he screwed over my mom. It might not be intentional, but it'll happen. So I don't get involved. Usually I'll hang out with the same girl for a while rather than bunny hop. We have fun until it gets too involved and isn't working anymore, and then we part ways and do our own thing. Most of the time it works out okay, but some girls get invested way too fast. There have been a few bunnies along the way that wanted more from me, but I make it abundantly clear that's not how things are going to roll. It's not my fault they read more into it than they should. There was one who got a tattoo of my face on her chest, and that was after I cut ties. As soon as I see it happening, I bail. I don't want to hurt feelings or break hearts. I just want awesome intimacy and some sleepovers. Except that's actually a load of mess, because in all honesty, if I wasn't at risk of really messing up someone else's life, I might want an actual girlfriend. I can see the appeal. But definitely not this chick currently taking up space in my truck. With Lily, I have to be even more conscious of what I'm doing and who I'm doing it with, because she's connected to Miller and Alex. I don't want to mess things up and make my life or theirs more difficult. She's a lot of fun, though, and she's clearly on the rebound, so I'm thinking we can spend some time getting to know each other intimately. I chuckle at the memory of Lily's expression when she saw my underwear in that bathroom last weekend. I plan to pull them out next weekend to see how she reacts again. Boy, must mistake my chuckle for some kind of green light to get all up on me. She's still pantsless. She adjusts her seatbelt shoulder strap and leans over as far as she can. Her hand lands on my upper thigh and moves to my traitor self. I glance down and then at her. What are you doing? I thought maybe I could thank you for the ride. By holding me? I was thinking more along the lines of intimate appreciation. I exhale heavily through my nose and move her hand off me. We're less than 2 minutes from her place now. I don't really have time for that. I can be real fast. I can show amazing intimate appreciation. I want to tell her that's not something she should be bragging about. I take the next corner a little too fast, almost fishtailing. She slides across the seat and bumps into the passenger door. Sorry. It's okay. She moves back into position as I turn another corner. I need both hands on the wheel, so she takes the opportunity for intimate touch. Her building is 200 feet away. I screech to a stop in front. It's a nice place, and throw it in park. No! I bark, gripping her wrist. Her eyes go wide, and she retracts her hand like she's been bitten. I close my eyes for a second and breathe. When I look at her again, I'm calm. I've given this speech a bunch of times, so it's nothing new. Look, you're a nice girl, and we had fun, but the new season's about to start, and I can't get into anything right now. I gotta keep my head in the game, you know? Oh, she wrings her hands. Gosh, I hope she doesn't start to cry. It's not personal. I need to stay focused. Intimacy wouldn't be happening with her regardless, but at least the excuse is mostly true. I only spent 1 night with her. I think we were intimate twice. It was decent if I'm remembering right, but I'm not positive. I lift my chin so I get her forehead instead of her mouth. I pull back and smile. She returns it, but it's got that watery quality again. She reaches for the door, which is when I realize she's still not wearing bottoms. Hey! She stops with her hand on the door, and her hopeful expression makes me feel bad. I glance down and get an eyeful. You should probably put some shorts on, honey. Oh my God! Her cheeks flush and she mutters an apology as she rummages through her bag. It takes forever for her to find her shorts. She jabs her feet through the holes and pulls them up, then jams all the other crap back in. She opens the door without looking at me. Thanks for the ride. There's a thick feeling in my throat. No problem. She gets down just fine without any help. She's about to close the door when I notice her phone on the seat. Hold up! She lifts her head, that same hopeful expression appearing again, except she uses the back of her hand to rub at her eyes. I made her cry. I don't think this situation could get any more awkward. I hold out the phone. You almost forgot this. Gosh. She climbs back up to get it. Thanks. I wouldn't want you to have to come back here or anything. Any sympathy I might have felt dissolves with the sharp bite of her comment. She backs out of the truck and slams the door. I wait until she's inside before I pull away. As soon as I get home, I check my social media feeds. She's posted the pic. Her name is Marcy. She's also posted this. RBBRs. Forehead kisses are the worst. She's referencing a group called the Randy Ballistic Bunny Rejects. Apparently it's where girls I've been with more than once go to swap stories. I stay away from that mess, but I know it exists. Below the post are a slew of comments from other girls. I recognize quite a few of their names and faces from their profile pics. It's messed up how my rejection is like a rite of passage. I nab a beer from the fridge, twist off the top, and take a long swig. It's too nice to sit inside, so I step out on my back deck, put on some tunes, and relax. That lasts 3 minutes. I'm not good at sitting around for long. I also feel bad about what happened with Marcy. It's not my fault she romanticized one night, but it never feels good to make a girl cry. I made Lily cry, but that was different, and I think that's been resolved at this point. I pull up her contact. I messaged her a few days ago and got a response that she was at work. I haven't heard anything since. Next weekend will be here soon, so I figure it's a good idea to start a slightly more consistent back and forth. That way I can get a good gauge on whether she's feeling me or not. What are you up to? Her message comes less than 2 minutes later. Getting ready for work. You? That's all she ever seems to do. Drinking beer on my back deck. The next one comes faster. There's a frowning emoticon attached to it. Rub it in, you don't you? Lily, I would like to say I don't wait for Randy's messages when I get home from work, but that might be a lie. While I'm hanging out in my room, not waiting, I do what I've been doing since Randy and I first became involved. I creep him on social media. It's not hard to do. His face is all over the place. His pretty, pretty face and his super hot body. New ones have surfaced today, including a few of them lounging by a pool in a pair of swim shorts. Even relaxed, he has a six-pack. There's also one of him with some provocative bunny sitting in what appears to be a car. Her chest takes up 90% of the picture. Okay, that's a slight exaggeration, but they fill more of the frame than mine would. My stomach does this weird drop thing. It's the same feeling I used to get when Benji flirted with other girls in front of me. He did it on purpose to annoy me. He also used to point out all the girls with better chests than me at the beach. I tried not to let it get to me, but I was rarely successful. Usually we'd end up having a big fight. I'd break up with him, he'd threaten to become intimate with some girl. I'd tell him to go ahead. He'd walk away. Sometimes I'd chase him and cry. Other times I'd let him go. He'd always apologize eventually, and we'd get back together. I hated the crying part the most. I don't like to feel weak. Not being with him is so much less stressful. This isn't the same situation at all. I don't have a claim on Randy. We're doing whatever we're doing. He's been messaging quite a bit, so he seems to have picked up on my decision to give him a try. Casual messing around, I guess. I put on my favorite lily-decorated underwear and cover them with black pants and a dress shirt. I'm not dealing with a tie tonight if it's not mandatory, but I pocket one just in case. By 6:30, Lance still hasn't arrived. He's much like Miller in this regard, so I'm used to him being late. But tonight, I'd like to be on time, or at least close to on time. I sit on my front porch and drum on the arm of the chair. I've already sent him a couple of messages. He assures me he's on his way, and that Tash is the holdup.
I don't see how that's possible, as Tash is about as low maintenance as a chick can get. I've never seen her in anything other than athletic gear and a ponytail. It's another 15 minutes before they finally get here. Lance is driving his Hummer. It's lime green. He likes to make a statement. Tash gets out of the passenger side, and for a second, I don't recognize her. She's in this slinky black dress, not slutty, just fitted. It hugs all the incredible curves of her very toned, very fit body. Her hair is wavy and loose, and she's wearing makeup. Holy gosh! She flips me the bird. Keep your opinions to yourself. She adjusts her dress and touches her hair. You can take the front seat. There's more legroom.
I shake my head. No way. You stay put. There's lots of room in the back of this jerk ride. I hold out my hand, offering to help her back up. She's wearing heels. I'm not sure it's something she does all that often, based on the way she grips my arm. You're smokin', Tash. I pat her hand. She gives me the evil eye. Then a hint of a smile appears. Thanks, Randy. You better watch yourself tonight, girl. You're gonna need all those ninja fighting skills to keep the guys off you. Get in the very car, Balls. We're already late, Lance calls. Calm yourself, bro. That's not my fault. It's not mine either, Tash says. There's something in her tone and the way she looks at Lance. A while back, Miller asked if I thought something was going on between them. Now I'm starting to wonder if he was onto something. Lance is giving her the eye, and not the angry eye, but an intensely desiring eye. I get into the back seat and slide to the middle so I can stick my head between them and be a jerk. So whose fault is it that we're so late? Tash looks at Lance, a coy smile pulling at her lips. He keeps his eyes on the road. Tash had wardrobe issues. If you say so. She flips the visor down and checks her makeup. It takes 35 minutes to get from my place to Waters. The driveway is packed with cars, and there's some dude in a suit directing us down the street. Lance lets us out and then parks the car so Tash doesn't have to walk a long way in her heels. I give her a sidelong glance. She does that fidgety thing girls do when they know you're looking at them and they're self-conscious about it. What? She asks. I shrug. Nothing. You a little antsy tonight or something? No, I'm fine. She adjusts her dress again. She's been the team trainer for about 2 years now, according to Miller. I've only been in Chicago for a few months, so I don't know her all that well. She's good at her job, she pushes us hard, and she's fun to hang out with, but tonight she seems off. You want to wait for Lance or head inside? He knows where we'll be. Let's go. She flips her hair over her shoulder and starts up the driveway. Waitstaff greet us at the door with cocktails. We each take one and survey the house. It's full of people, but I can see from the front foyer all the way to the open sliding doors at the back. They lead right into the backyard, which is also packed. Holy hell, Waters knows how to throw a party. Tash takes a sip of her drink. Don't let me have too many of these. I'm liable to get up on a table and do a striptease. I don't think you'd get too many complaints about that, except maybe from that one over there. I point to a little old lady sitting on the couch holding a wine glass with 2 hands. Oh God, there are grandparents here. I hope the team doesn't do anything to embarrass Violet. I snort. Pretty sure she can do that all on her own. Violet is a riot. She's probably worse than most of the guys on the team with the stuff that comes out of her mouth. I'm not sure if she's a nervous person or half crazy, but she's entertaining to be around. As if she hears us talking about her, Violet comes traipsing through the crowd. She's all curves with a tiny waist. She's wearing a red dress. It's one of those wrappy things, so there's a lot of her chest visible. Violet's got a very full chest, especially on a body as small as hers. It's hard not to stare. "Tash!" she yells and waves. There's a slight weave in her step. When she sees me, she gets the look on her face she always does. I stuff my hands in my pockets and suppress a grin. I already know what's coming. Violet can't deal with my name. Miller shortens my last name to Balls. It's kind of an inside joke which he's not allowed to share with anyone or I'll kill him and her. Whacked out brain changed it into something suggestive. Although, I guess, given my reputation with women, it's not all that far out there. Violet stops about 3 feet away from us. She closes her eyes and takes a few deep breaths. The empty glass she's holding shakes. After a few more seconds, she opens her eyes and smiles. "Hi, Randy," she says through clenched teeth. "It's killing you, isn't it?" Usually there's some thrusting action that accompanies the articulation of my name. You have no idea. It's guaranteed I'm going to say something embarrassing tonight. So far, I've only accidentally referenced Alex's anatomy once. Oh, God. Tash stifles a laugh. Violet holds up a reassuring hand. It's okay. I don't think my grandmother caught it. She's not wearing her hearing aids. I'm keeping everything crossed that I can control my mouth for the rest of the night, but it's not my strong suit. One of the waiters comes by to take her empty glass. Violet takes a new drink from his tray and holds up a finger so he doesn't leave. She gulps it down in one swallow, hands the glass back, and reaches for another. "Violet, baby, there you are." Alex comes up behind her and snatches the glass away before she can get it to her lips. "Here, you should try this instead." He folds her hand around the new glass and acknowledges us. "Hey guys, glad you could make it. Natasha, you look stunning." "Ooh, what's this?" Violet holds out the champagne flute. The concoction is pink with little berries floating in it. A toothpick threaded with candies lies across the top. "Charlene said you'd love it." Violet takes a sip and smacks her lips. She's definitely drunk. Tonight should be interesting. "This is awesome. You're the best, baby." She runs a hand down his chest. Alex catches it before it can go too low. "Anything for you, gorgeous." She leans into him and clutches his shirt, pulling him down. He gives us an apologetic look, and that's before she says, louder than she probably means to, "Tonight I'm going to be very passionate with you, like we're at the Calgary Stampede." "Shh," he mutters. "We can talk about that later." "Right, shh." She puts her finger to her lips. Speaking of passionate encounters, she lets go of Alex's shirt and points at me. "You might want to find Lily. She is a hot tamale tonight." If I wasn't marrying this sexy person and I didn't love his impressive physique as much as I do, I might be interested in her. Except she's a girl, so I'm not. But there are a bunch of very interested guys who are. She turns to Alex and cringes. "That was too far, wasn't it?" "Yeah, baby," he nods. "You saw the line and bulldozed right over it." "I told you this party wasn't a good idea. We need to elope." She guzzles the rest of her drink. "I need another one of these." "Let me take care of that for you." Alex takes the glass and puts an arm around her. "I'll catch you guys in a bit. Make yourself at home." He steers her away as she grabs his backside. Tash and I look at each other. I have a feeling this is going to be an interesting night. "You can say that again," Tash agrees. Lance is still missing, so we make our way through the crowd. I'm on a mission to find Lily, especially after Violet's report. Though she's drunk, so she might be exaggerating. I don't see Lily anywhere inside, so I shoot her a text telling her I'm here and ask for a location. As Tash and I step out onto the deck in the backyard, her heel catches between two boards. I catch her before she can go down. "Oh gosh, these shoes were a stupid idea." "You're fine, I got you."
She puts a hand on my shoulder and twists around so she can see what's keeping her locked to the deck. It's really stuck. She jerks her foot a couple of times. Let me see if I can get it. Just as I bend down, I spot Lily. She's wearing a little blue dress, her lean legs on display. It reminds me of her figure skating outfits. It's light and flowy, covering everything and not enough at the same time. And really, Kirk is talking to her. He's a dog. I hold on to Tash's ankle and tug. Her heel slips free and her elbow comes up fast. I don't have enough time to react. She connects with my nose. "Ah, really?" I grunt and fold forward. Oh gosh. Off balance from the unexpected freedom, Tash stumbles into me, her drink splashing on my shoe. I'd like to care, but my face is throbbing and my eyes are watering, so the drink isn't nearly the issue it would be otherwise. "Are you okay?" Tash takes my glass and sets it on the deck. I'm surprised I was still holding it. All I can do is make a groaning sound. "Do you have words?" She takes my face in her hands. "Randy?" This time, more than noise comes out. "Really, I'm so sorry." I straighten and try to shake it off. "I'm dying." She laughs, but man, an uppercut to the nose hurts. "Hey guys!" Lance's voice permeates the haze of pain. I turn to look at him, processing his confusion as it turns quickly to anger, which he aims at Tash. The "really" is going on?
All of a sudden, it's quiet on the deck. Tash rolls her eyes. Calm yourself, Lance. He points a hand in my direction. Why are you all up on Ballistic? I bumped into him. Lance seems more upset by this revelation than necessary. You what? When? Like 2 seconds ago, Tash replies. How's that possible? He looks from me to her. You make a pit stop in a bathroom before you came out here? What? Tash looks confused. Huh? All I want is to lie down with an ice pack on my face. These people are crazy. You're a real piece of work, Tash. I can't leave you alone for 5 minutes without you jumping someone. Tash's eyes go wide and her mouth drops. Her hand rises in smack mode. I get in front of her before she can follow through with the difficult person slap, which Lance may actually deserve. That's not what she meant by bumped, I tell him. She elbowed me in the nose by accident. What? Lance grabs the back of his neck. Tash shakes her head. I knew this was a bad idea. She pushes past him and goes back inside. Really? Gosh. Tash, wait. He goes after her. Well, I guess Miller called it. There's definitely something going on there. Or was. What's up with bathrooms? Lily, this creepy dude named Kirk won't leave me alone. I don't know where Sonny went, or Miller. I scan the crowd again as he goes on and on about how amazing he is. He's old, or older anyway. He's got a few gray hairs at his temples and some creases around his eyes. I think he might be balding, but I can't be sure because I'm a lot shorter than he is. I'd put him in his mid-30s, but he's not wearing a wedding ring, so I could be wrong about that too. Right about now, I'd glom onto Mama too if it meant I could lose this guy. Commotion on the deck pulls my already divided attention away from his monologue. Randy's standing outside the French doors. Oh God, he looks so good. He's wearing black pants and a dark button-down shirt. It's blue, almost the same color as my dress. We match, and we didn't even plan it. Then there's this tall, incredibly built, very pretty woman with her hands on his face. She looks concerned. He looks, other than hot, intense. His hand is on her shoulder and they're close talking. I get that feeling, the same one I get when I make a mistake in competition. My whole body heats up and cools down at the same time. My stomach knots. I'm sorry, I turn to Kirk, who's still talking. You'll have to excuse me. I don't wait for his response. I turn toward the house. Fortunately, I don't have to pass Randy on the way inside, since there's another door. I enter through the kitchen and run into Sonny. There you are! I've been looking for you everywhere, she exclaims. Miller's leaning against the counter, stuffing appetizers into his mouth. He's got a satisfied look on his face. I bet they disappeared somewhere for some private time. They've been doing that all day. Isn't Randy here yet? Miller pulls his phone from his back pocket and checks his messages. Says he got here like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, but he's with some girl. I try to sound like it doesn't matter, even though it feels like someone kicked me in the magic marble. What? Miller's eyes narrow. The girl Randy was with on the deck comes storming through the house. I point. That's her. Tash? Now Miller looks baffled. I don't know what her name is, but they had their hands all over each other. I swirl my drink. That's the team's trainer, Sonny says. A hockey player I recognize, his name is Lance, I think, is right on her heels, calling after her. I think maybe there's a misunderstanding, because if anyone's with Tash, it's Lance, not Randy. Sonny nods. Totally. Randy's all about you these days. Miller gives her the eye. Isn't that what you said earlier? She twists her hair around her finger. Hey, Balls. Miller's gaze lifts over my head. Hey. His deep voice makes my insides liquid, but not Ebola liquid, sexy liquid. I can practically feel his body heat behind me. Okay, that's not true, but he runs a finger from the nape of my neck all the way to the base of my spine, and I can definitely feel that. My body tightens with anticipation. All the blood seems to rush to a specific area, just from his finger. I don't get it. Now all I want to do is be close to him, even though less than 5 minutes ago some other girl was touching him. I take a deep breath and turn. His hair is pulled back in that pony nub he's got going on. Usually I think man buns are stupid. For some reason on him, it's sexy. Hey, Lily, not gonna run away from me this time. His lip curves up in a half smile. His beard is so perfect, just like the rest of him. I want to run my fingers through it, stroke it. Him. I also might want to kiss him deeply. Again. Gosh, what's wrong with me? I realize I'm staring, and he's made a snarky comment. I open my mouth, and all that comes out is a sigh. His grin gets bigger, cocky pucker. I'm sorry, what was that? I take a hefty sip of my drink. It's strong, whatever it is. I turn my head and cough. When I look back again, I'm slightly more composed. I don't see the point since you'll probably follow me anyway. There's a good chance. He skims my shoulder with a fingertip. This is pretty. Thanks. The tags are still attached to this dress. They're tucked inside, and the little plastic thing is poking me in the armpit. It cost more than $100. I can't afford to keep it, so my plan is to wear it tonight, have it dry cleaned, and return it to the store on Monday. It's dishonest and underhanded, but I wanted to look nice tonight. The last formal-ish dress I bought was for my prom, and that was years ago. We stand and stare at each other for a while longer, saying nothing. I wish I would have hugged him right away or something, but it seems awkward now. All the messages we've been sending back and forth over the past week make my skin hot. It's so much easier to flirt and threaten suggestive messages when I don't have to look at his face. So what's going on with Tash and Lance? Miller asks. Who knows? They're acting all weird. I'm not sure what the deal is, but Tash elbowed me in the face, and Lance misunderstood, and now they're pissed at each other. Are you okay? Sonny asks, seeming genuinely concerned. It's fine, just kinda hurt for a few minutes. Thanks for asking. Randy directs his grin at me. Miller takes a swig of his beer and shakes his head. I still don't get why she'd be interested in him. He's known for being promiscuous. You used to be known for being promiscuous, Sonny pipes up. She's not angry, just honest. I was never that bad. Randy lifts an eyebrow. Sonny does the same. Seriously, I wasn't that bad.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Example, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. Sonny pats him on the cheek, then replaces her hand with her lips. It's okay, Miller. I'm just saying I still gave you a chance, even though you were known for being promiscuous, and look how well that's turned out. People change, or at least the things they want can change. Miller kisses her fingertips. I had to work real hard to convince you I was serious about you, sweets. Sonny bats her lashes. You did such a good job, too. Randy makes a gagging noise. You two are worse than a chick flick. You need to take that gosh somewhere else. They've been taking it somewhere else all very day, I mutter into my glass. Miller and Sonny break apart. We have not. Sonny's voice is high, the way it gets when she's lying or embarrassed. It's okay, sweets. Don't feel bad about wanting to be with me. Miller motions to himself. I'll be back in a minute. I need the ladies' room. I set my glass on the counter and turn to Randy. Keep an eye on these two. They keep disappearing. And that's a problem, why? I roll my eyes and head for the bathroom. I need to gather myself. I don't like how territorial I feel about Randy, and we haven't even slept together. I remind myself that this isn't going to be serious. He lives in Chicago. I live in Canada. We're having some fun. I need a break from serious anyway. I deserve this, and I can totally handle it. I lock myself inside the bathroom, surprised and a little disappointed that Randy didn't follow me this time. I turn on the tap while I do my business, then check my reflection in the mirror. Violet and Charlene had their way with my face. I didn't let them do much, but I'm wearing mascara and eyeshadow. I drew the line at lipstick and made do with gloss.
I pull out a package of wipes from my purse and tear it open. It smells like mint and cucumber. Violet gave them to me today and told me to thank her later. I drop my panties, which are edged in lace, and freshen up. I want to be prepared for whatever happens, or doesn't, tonight. The mint makes everything tingle. I toss the wipe in the garbage, wash my hands, fix my hair again, and open the door. Took you long enough. Randy steps inside and locks us in. What's with you and bathrooms? I back up until I hit the wall. He steps in close. What's with you and always running away from me? I wasn't running. I had to use the bathroom. If I could dig my nails into the plaster behind me, I would. As it is, I'm fighting the urge to run my hands over his very firm, very large body. If I arch my back at all, parts of me will touch parts of him. I think maybe you were looking for a reason to make me follow you. He braces his forearm against the wall beside my head. His shirt stretches tight over his bicep. God, he's ripped. So what if I was? Is that an admission? You've been sending me suggestive messages all week. What do you need an admission for? I slide my hands behind my back so I don't do something stupid like grab his face and kiss him deeply. Again. His knee rests against my thighs, looking to get between them. If he does, I'm guaranteed to feel an intense connection. I hold them tight together. If he gets in there, I lose this game. I'd really like to be able to control myself until we can make it to a location that isn't a bathroom. You're the one sending all the racy pictures. His eyes drop to my mouth. Game on. Racy pictures? You mean of me in my skating outfit? And the one of you really messing up my view with those tennis balls down your shirt. Cleavage selfies are not my specialty, especially compared to that difficult person's from last week. Not that I'm fixated on that or anything. I am so screwed tonight. Any hope of rational decision-making has gone out the window. Not that I was honestly planning on making rational, smart decisions. The pressure against my thighs increases, so I squeeze tighter. Randy's breath leaves him on a heavy exhale. He smells vaguely of some fruity drink. I tip my chin up. It's as close as I'm getting to caving. That skating outfit gave me hours of enjoyment. His mouth descends on mine. They came together in passion. I need to get you into a bed, he mumbles. I have a room upstairs. Why are we in here then? Because you followed me like a creepy stalker. He breaks free from our kiss. Creepy stalker? Is that what you really think? His gaze is intense. I gauge the tension in his posture and run a soft hand down the side of his neck. No. No? I decide now is a good time to be vulnerable. I'm not trying to take advantage of the situation because, let's face it, this man knows his way around a woman's body. My experience is limited to Benji, who I'm discovering wasn't a great partner, and the few guys I hooked up with while we were on one of our breaks. I'm deflecting. Deflecting what? I don't want to be a disappointment. The hand on my chest stills, along with his knee between my legs. A disappointment? How really is that possible? I cringe. I don't know why I said that. You make it hard to think. I wish I could stop embarrassing myself. You don't need to think about anything other than how good I'm gonna make you feel as soon as we get to a bed. He cups my cheek in his palm. It's rough and warm and tender, all at the same time. Where's your room? I tell him, as best I can, in clipped, nervous directions. I'll meet you there in 5 minutes. He kisses me again, hard. When he's done owning my mouth, he opens the door, checks things out, and sends me on ahead. No disappointments. Randy. I need a minute to compose myself. I watch Lily rush around the corner. Her dress is driving me insane. When I was 10, I took a year of figure skating. Me and Miller went together. We thought it was stupid. We could already skate. We didn't need to learn leaps and spins and twirls. Then we met our coach and stopped thinking it was such a waste of time. Her name was Deanna.
She was a difficult person, and she was hot as sin. She was probably only 17 or 18 at the time, but she was the first person I ever felt a strong attraction to. And eventually, she was the reason behind my first intense dream. Lily's even hotter, and this time I get to live the fantasy, not just make a mess in my sheets over it. Lily is a riot, and she's been dishing it out as good as she can take it all week in our messages. So I came tonight with a preconceived idea of how this would go. And then she drops this little gem. I don't want to be a disappointment. That's a serious screeching tires moment. I don't think I've ever slept with a chick, at least not since I was drafted, who seemed at all concerned about her ability to please me, let alone expressed worry about potentially disappointing me. Most of the time, the women who get in bed with me have zero inhibitions. They get naked and offer themselves up any way I want them. It's a little really messed up, to be honest. Lily doesn't fit into the bunny mold. So I'm having a few reservations about what's about to happen. Not enough to back things up, but enough that I need to reevaluate my strategy. I don't get how someone who looks like Lily and moves like Lily could have as little self-confidence as she seems to. Unless she's playing mind games. I don't see why she would, though. I also feel like maybe I need to find that ex-boyfriend of hers and beat on him a little, or a lot. I bet he's directly related to her sometimes shaky self-esteem. All week, I've been fixated on getting to this point, the one where she's naked again. But this time, I'll be privileged enough to deeply connect with her. Tonight needs to be more than a good time. She needs to come out of this situation feeling like a very confident person. Okay, maybe not a very confident person, but she needs to feel sexy. It needs to be good for her. And above all else, it needs to be fun. Checking the hall again, I turn off the light in the bathroom and head for the stairs, making a right at the top and counting the doors as I go. Waters has a sweet pad in Bridgeport.
When I get to the right room, I look over my shoulder to make sure no one else is around before I turn the knob. Psst! I turn and find Lily peeking out of the room on the opposite side of the hall. Oops! At the same time, I hear footsteps. I rush past the stairs, and she grabs my shirt and hauls me inside, closing the door with a quiet click. Then she stealthily turns the lock. I hit the lights. "What are you doing? I can't see anything," she whispers. "Someone was coming up the stairs," I whisper back. "Oh." Her hands move over my chest. "Who was it?" "Don't know. I didn't wait to find out." "Sonny might be looking for me," she mutters as she finds the hem of my shirt and pulls it free from my pants. "Is that Lynn?" She mashes her hand over my face and almost sticks her finger up my nose. I lick her palm and feel her nails tickling their way up my ribs. I grasp her forearm before she can reach my nipples, so she rubs her damp palm over my face instead. I grab that hand as well, so now she has none free. Clasping them together behind her back, I drop my chin and bonk the top of her head. "Ow!" she whispers and proceeds to bite me through my shirt. In the 15 seconds or so that the lights have been off, I've grown accustomed to the darkness. Across the room, I can make out a set of doors that look like they lead to a closet, and another door I assume is a bathroom. I spin Lily around, let go of her hands, clamp one of mine over her mouth to stop her from ruining my plans, and wrap my other arm around her waist. She makes angry noises that might be words as I carry her across the room. I shoulder open the door. The slippery tile under my feet tells me I've guessed right and am indeed inside a bathroom. She bites my palm, but I don't set her down until I've got the door closed and we're once again submerged in darkness. "What the gosh?" She smacks the wall until she finds the light switch, blinding us both. "Was that necessary? You said Sonny might come looking for you." I'm solving problems. You'd think you'd be grateful, but you gotta go and bite my hand really hard. I hold my hand up so she can see the teeth marks she's left behind. I'm smiling, though, even if I sound annoyed. I'm not gonna lie, I think it's kinda hot. I've got a serious desire right now. Her cheeks flush and she ducks her head. It takes all of 3 seconds for her feistiness to come back. What's with you and always turning off lights? I hit them again and lift her onto the vanity. It sets the mood. And here I thought it was so you could pretend I was a supermodel while we make out, she replies. I flip the lights back on. She puts her hands up to cover her eyes. Knock it off. I pry them away from her face. Look at me. I don't mean for it to come out sounding more like an order than a request, but I want Lily to know with absolute certainty that I'm seriously stoked about what's happening here. You were just, what? I move closer to her. Joking. She's barely audible. I should hope so. I release her hands and cup the back of her head. You're really gorgeous, Lily. She blinks like she's been tasered. I lean in and put my mouth on hers. For once, it's not a full-on war of the tongues the second our lips connect. Her soft, warm fingers clamp around my wrists, and she makes a small, plaintive noise when I nip at her bottom lip. We make out like that, kissing, me rubbing up on her, for a long while. Every so often, I open my eyes and look at our reflection in the mirror. Lily's dark hair is cut in a bob, so I can see the nape of her slender neck and the arch of her shoulder blades highlighted by the deep V at the back of her dress. It's so low, I don't think she can possibly be wearing a bra. She puts a hand on my chest and pushes, breaking our mouths apart. You kiss with your eyes open? No, I don't. You just were. Well, doesn't that mean you kiss with your eyes open too? You seemed distracted. I was checking to make sure you weren't bored or something. Bored? Well, I don't know. She waves her hand around. Now I'm self-conscious knowing you're watching me while we're kissing. I laugh. I wasn't watching you. Well, not your face. I gesture to the mirror behind us. She glances over her shoulder. You were watching yourself? Nice ego. Actually, I trail a finger from the nape of her neck down the ridges of her spine to the zipper. I was thinking there can't possibly be a bra under this dress. Oh, and I'd really like to find out if I'm right. She sits up straight as I drag the zipper down and shivers as my fingertips brush her skin. Looks like I am. I kiss the sensitive spot at the base of her neck, pulling the wide strap over her shoulder. Lily's skin pebbles, and I feel the warmth of her exhale on my cheek. She tilts her head to the side, so I close my mouth over the warm skin and add a little suction. Not enough to leave a mark, but enough that she knows I could. I kiss across her collarbone to the opposite side, repeating the same action, sliding her dress down her arms. Her breasts pop out. I'm about to get excited because I love nipples, especially nice ones. I guess it's different for every guy. Some guys like large breasts, some guys don't. Some guys care more about legs, or backsides, or other body parts. I like the entire package, and I like things proportional. If Lily had huge breasts, she wouldn't look right, and hers aren't bee stings or anything. She's definitely a woman. They stand up on their own. We're talking a solid B cup. I'm good with that. And just like every other part of her, Lily's nipples are delicate. Except, right now, they're covered with Band-Aids. Oh, gosh, she covers her breasts. I pull her hands away and watch her cheeks turn pink. What's going on here? I didn't want to have obvious arousal. I quirk a brow, and she raises one back. Aroused nipples. Right, I must have missed that lesson in sex ed. I'm pretty sure you didn't need any of those lessons, she mutters, and picks at the edge of a Band-Aid. Want some help with that? I got it. She presses her palm above her chest and tears the Band-Aid off. I cringe. Go easy on those. It's fine. She pinches her nipple. See? Don't be so rough. I'm having sympathy pains. I push her hand out of the way and cup her breast, whispering, Don't worry. I'll keep you safe. Lily barks out a laugh. You're ridiculous. Her laugh turns into a groan as we shared an intimate moment. Her hands go to my hair and she pulls the tie, setting it free. I continued to offer intimate attention. Her fingers tighten in my hair. Don't you dare! I glance up and put the tiniest bit of pressure on her very aroused nipple. Randy! It sounds like a warning, but also like maybe she wants me to bite her. I don't. I kiss the tip and give my attention to the other still bandage-covered nipple. I'm careful as I peel the adhesive off. Then I continued to offer intimate attention. I peek up to check on Lily. Her eyes have that soft, glazed look about them. Her plush lips are parted and her knees press hard against my sides. I bet if I move in a little closer, she'll start pressing closer. I continued to caress her, then do that almost bite thing again. Her jaw snaps shut and she shifts her hips. We're gonna have so much really fun tonight, Lily. You don't even know. Oh, I think I might. I cover her mouth with mine. Our intimacy deepened. She shrieks and grips my wrists. I pull her closer, my lips on her neck, by her ear. You don't like that? I bite the lobe and I moved closer to her. Any kind of protest dies. Lily latches her legs around my back and does exactly what I expect her to. She pressed against me, all sinew and heat. She takes my face in her hands and pulls me down. My teeth hit her lip and I taste salt and copper. You okay? She makes a noise and pushes on my chest, looking around the pristine space. Seriously, why do we always end up in bathrooms? I have no idea. Let's go get naked on the bed, since that's the reason we left the other bathroom. Way better plan. I open the door and hit the light. Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. For example, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. Lily turns it back on, so I turn it off again. We're trying to be incognito here, aren't we? But I can't see anything. Your eyes will adjust. I lace our fingers and take a few steps toward the bed. At the sound of voices in the hallway, I pause. It's Lance and Tash. He sounds pissed. Is someone fighting? Lily whispers. She doesn't seem too concerned and starts unbuttoning my dress shirt. It's Tash and Lance. Apparently they're intimately involved, I whisper back. A door slams, followed by the heavy tread of feet moving away. The hot chick who was feeling up your face earlier, the one with the prominent chest, she's on the fourth button. Tash doesn't have a prominent chest. Everyone has a prominent chest compared to me. I gently touched her breasts. See this? She glances down. They were so impressive when I was 12. Her nipples peek out between my index and middle fingers. Your breasts are awesome. You don't have to wear a bra, and there isn't even any silicone keeping them up. That's because there's nothing to keep up. I lean in until our lips are almost touching. Take a really compliment, Lily. All the bravado drops, and she looks almost innocent. Sorry, I'm not used to hearing nice things about my breasts. Benji used to make fun of my lack of chest. That guy is a really idiot. I'm way out of my usual zone. Bunnies aren't self-conscious. I get now why Miller was so adamant about being careful. That ex-boyfriend of hers has done some damage. My job now is to undo what I can without getting too involved. As it stands, I'm happy to be Lily's rebound. We can have some fun times before she finds a guy who will give her what she needs, which is more than just physical intimacy. She unfastens the last button on my shirt and pushes it over my shoulders. Her teeth press into her lip as I pull the cuffs free and let it drop to the floor. She sighs and runs her palms over my abs to my chest, following a path to my shoulders and then down my arms, lingering on the one with the ink. I work out. Really? I couldn't tell. Your chest is almost as big as mine. I grab a peck. Are you calling these male breasts? She cups her own bare breasts and bounces them, then does the same to my chest. Almost the same. That's it. I've had enough of that mouth. I launch us onto the bed, straddle her legs, and run my hands up her sides. She shrieks and laughs when I find a ticklish spot at her ribs. I put my mouth next to her ear. Shh, someone's gonna hear you and ruin our good time. She presses her face against my chest, stifling her giggles. I ease her legs apart with my knee and settle between them, my arousal evident. The easy mood grows heavy, then hot as I smooth my hand up the outside of her thigh, her skirt bunching. I slide a hand under her backside, feeling satiny fabric. Lily skims my arms with her fingertips, then threads them through my hair, pushing it back so it doesn't tickle her cheeks when I kiss her. We moved intimately together until I'm tired of too many clothes in the way of all the good parts. I fold back on my knees, and Lily sits up, going straight for my belt. I don't stop her. I plan to lose my pants anyway, so there's no harm in her helping out. She gets the buckle undone, pops the button, and unzips me. Before she could explore further, I back up and step off the bed. Where you going? Her hands go immediately to her breasts, covering them. It bugs me that she does that. Stop hiding your body from me. Her eyes go wide, and she bites her lip, but she eases her hands away from her chest and tucks them under her legs. Sorry, it's a habit. Because of the ex? She doesn't have to say anything. The way her eyes dart away tells me what I need to know. If I ever see that guy again, I'm going to confront him forcefully with my hockey stick. Lily gives a sharp laugh. Pulling my wallet out, I flip it open and toss a couple of condoms to her. She catches them and reads the label. Seriously? Seriously what? I kick my pants off and lose my socks. I hate socks on. Aren't these the big ones? You've been intimate with me before. That shouldn't be a surprise. Feeling and seeing aren't the same thing. You don't think so? I jump on the mattress before Lily can think about turning on one of the bedside lamps. The blinds let in enough illumination that I can see her without having to fumble around. "'Kay, I'm ready. I get on top of her and I moved intimately against her because I'm stupid like that sometimes. And it's funny. What are you doing? She's giggling again. I like that sound a lot. Shh, not so loud. I roll us to the top of the bed so we're stuck in the pillows, push the covers halfway down, and roll us back, shimmying around until we can slide under them. I make it so Lily's on top, straddling my hips. The top of her dress hangs loose around her waist, and the skirt rides high on her thighs. I sit up, find the zipper, and tug it the rest of the way down. Lift your arms, gorgeous. She raises them over her head, and I pull the dress up, purposely brushing her nipples on the way. I'm extra careful. Seems like the dress might be fragile, so I don't want to wreck it. I'm right about the panties. They're definitely satin, or something like it. There's a delicate lace band around all the edges, and they're pale, pretty, soft, exactly like Lily. I skim her sides, appreciating the narrow lines and fine curves. She's lean and strong. She's got a four-pack going on under that dress. I explored the delicate fabric of her undergarments. What are you checking for? You've been intimate with me before. You know my body. I glance up, taking in the smug look on her radiant face. We've shared deep intimacy. I turn my palm to her stomach and slide my hand over smooth, warm, soft skin. Feels like you visited your waxer. Were you hoping for the natural look? She's all snark until I touched her intimately. Then her jaw drops and she drags in a gasping breath. I shifted her position, deepening our connection. The elastic and lace of her panties stretch, and a faint tearing sound makes her grab my wrist. Don't ruin my underwear. I just bought them. Withdrawing my hand carefully, I lean forward and kiss her stomach. Did you get them for me? No, I needed new ones. I don't think I believe you. I kissed her skin as I went lower. That's because your ego is as big as your manhood. The words come out a little breathless. So now you admit I've got a big manhood? I'd be stupid not to acknowledge your massive ego. I laugh and kiss my way down to the lace, then shifted her body, positioning myself intimately. I slid my hands under her, encouraging her to lift her hips. I kissed a slow path along where her panties met the juncture of her thigh. Lily clutches my shins through the blankets. If not for the covering of fabric, I guarantee her nails would be cutting into skin. She lifts her hips higher, seeking further intimacy. I slipped a finger under the material, providing intimate touch. She turns her head toward her shoulder and stifles a moan. I kept the intimate touch, kissing the inside of her thigh. Lily bends her knees, her toes curling against my ribs. She adjusted her clothing. I don't think we have enough time for all this teasing. Someone's gonna notice we're gone. We should probably move things along. I glance up. Her cheeky grin falters a little, and her throat bobs with what could be a nervous swallow, or possibly anticipation. You rushing me? I ask. I'm just saying. She adjusted her clothing further. We can always sneak up here again later. It's not like this is going to be the only opportunity, right? Here's hoping. Do it in the dark, Lily. Randy tears my underwear off, just shreds them with his bare hands. Okay, no he doesn't. I asked him not to. But he does stare at me intently as he removes them, slowly. It's almost unnerving. It's also super hot. I'm so naked. There's nothing but skin and his hands. Shadows move across the wall as lights flicker outside, highlighting all the defined, insanely hot muscles flexing in his arms.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. Randy's broad shoulders were positioned intimately. I was so ready. I was also a little worried about how fast I would reach my peak. Everything's already starting to tighten up, and I've got that familiar, tingly feeling going on. It's not from the mint cucumber wipes either. I don't want to give him anything else to brag about. He's smug enough as it is. He smooths his rough hands over the insides of my thighs. Gosh, that tattooed arm is sexy as hell. I hoped for further intimate touch. Apparently, Randy takes me seriously on the time constraint business. He doesn't bother teasing me anymore. Instead, he lifted me and moved into position. I don't know what I expect. Maybe a little kissy kiss on the lips first, or a gentle touch. That sure isn't what I get. Randy initiated intense intimacy. I have zero control over my body's reaction. I jolt like I've been shocked. And honestly, that's kind of how it feels like I've been zapped. I bow off the bed, fighting to stay at least a little composed. The last time he did this, against a bathroom wall while I was sitting on his shoulders, I couldn't stop the intense pleasure. Randy lifts me higher and continued the intimate contact. I don't have traction anymore. My feet are barely touching the mattress. I find purchase on his thigh and turn my head into the covers so I can groan without letting anyone in the hall know how much I'm enjoying the moment. His intimate touch continued. I can't handle it. I'm right at the edge, about to reach my peak. Holy gosh, I bite the side of my hand to stop all the sounds from coming out. That's when the trembling starts. Every single cell in my body is electrified. I wish there was more light.
It's mostly shadow, and his hair keeps tickling my thighs, adding to the sensation. Not that it matters right now. The entire world goes white. The comforter bunches in my hands. I know I'm writhing around, probably making it difficult for him to maintain the contact, but I can't help it. It's the most intense peak I've had in my entire life. There's movement on the bed that isn't associated with my ridiculous thrashing. Randy's legs are no longer on either side of me, under the covers, preventing me from throwing myself off the bed in my post-peak zeal. Not to worry, though, now he's close. He wiped his mouth, and then his lips are on mine. Hard, demanding, and oh so hot. I don't even have time to recover. He found my sensitive, aroused spot. At least I'm guessing it was aroused based on the previous intimacy, and starts rubbing again. I don't think I've even finished reaching one peak, and already he's inciting another. It's insane. Just when I'm sure I can't handle any more, he goes low and provided intimate touch. After 2 slow movements, he added a second one. I'd say it's unnecessary preparation, but based on his obvious arousal, I think it might be wise to let him continue. Besides, who am I to say no to yet another peak? He breaks our kiss and sits back on his knees. Even with the subpar lighting situation, I can see his arousal. And yes, he is using the fingers on the tattooed arm to bring me to climax. I don't know why it's so sexy. I've never been into tattoos before, or beards, or man buns. I don't dislike any of the aforementioned accessories, though the tattoos seem like a lot of pain and a substantial commitment. But all that marked skin makes the ride to climax that much better. I push up on my arms, hoping to get a better view of the intimate moment. The way Randy's body is positioned makes it more rather than less difficult to see what's happening. It's better than no view at all, I suppose. What I really want to do is reach over and hit a bedside lamp, even if it means people will know we're in here. Instead, I go for the one other thing I want almost as much as a good visual: Randy's aroused form. It's awkward getting to his boxers, but I'm determined to touch him intimately while he's providing intimate touch to me. Then maybe I'll explore further. As soon as I touch the waistband, Randy grips my wrist, gently but firmly, and shakes his head. I don't need the distraction. Maybe I do. I try again with my other hand, but he swats it away too. You'll get further intimacy soon enough. He has this dark, intense look on his face. Then he curled his fingers and provided intense stimulation. I give up trying to get to his aroused form and let him give me yet another nerve-shattering peak. When I'm done, I discover I've been magically repositioned on the bed so my head is on a pillow. Randy runs his hand over the comforter until something crinkles. He holds up one of the gold foil wrappers. You still interested in this? Pretty sure that's what I came up here for. Are you always this snarky? Mostly. I don't mention that part of it is nerves and being outside of my comfort zone. None of the guys I've been with in the past are anything like Randy. Not as hot, not as skilled, not as smooth. I like it. He pulls the covers over us, cocooning us in cotton or whatever these extra soft sheets are made of. Mostly. I hear rather than see him tear the wrapper. He must be a master condom roller because he's suddenly positioned intimately. I don't know how he became unclothed, but there's just hot skin against hot skin. And latex, of course. Randy initiated intimate contact. I'm ready, he whispers. I laugh, then exhale sharply as he initiated the connection. Just the initial touch, though. Okay, we're connected, I snort. He deepened the connection a little farther. That's all I've got. I bite his shoulder, or some part of him. I can't see to know since we're still covered in blankets. Seriously? Ballistic? What'd you do? Put everything inside the condom, too? He makes a noise like he's holding back a laugh. You're not last-naming me while we're being intimate, are you? That's a no-go right there. He pushes up on his arms. I think you're forgetting I've had my hand on your aroused form. I know there's more to it than a simple touch. I wrap my arms around his neck and hook my ankles at his waist. Essentially, he's doing a push-up with me attached to his body now. I tilt my hips, and despite being suspended in air, I manage to deepen our connection a little. I don't have that. I'm almost positive he's gritting his teeth. It's a figure of speech? Is it now? I have 18 years of figure skating under my belt. I'm strong, fit, and limber. I can do things with my body most people can't, including remaining suspended in air for a significant period of time. I'm also heavier than I look. I might be what girls call skinny, but I'm 100% muscle. Okay, not quite, but I have seriously low body fat, and I have 0 cellulite. Girls hate my physique. Literally, it's perfect. I got a nice physique instead of prominent breasts. It's a fair trade, I guess. Okay, maybe it's more of a euphemism, but I'm not sure why that matters. Why aren't you being intimate with me like you've been talking about doing for the past very month? Randy lowers himself until my back hits the mattress again and his chest is pressed against mine. Then he deepened our connection. You mean like this? And there it is, the reason for the preparation. Mother of all things holy, is he ever impressive? I think I might moan. I'm not sure. Or do you mean more like this? He starts to move, connecting deeply, over and over, with increasing intensity. Oh my God, it's definitely more groan than words, not like it matters. I'm sure the way I'm clinging to him is a decent indicator of exactly what I mean. Randy throws the covers off, which is a relief because I'm getting sweaty under these blankets, and I'm wearing actual makeup. I don't want it to start melting. At least the sheets are dark, so it's not going to stain if any of it rubs off on them. He leans to the left, and the angle is beyond stellar. All of a sudden, I'm blinded by light. Not the light of intense pleasure, but the light of the bedside lamp. Randy cradles my head, his palm resting at the nape of my neck.
Now you want the lights on? I want to see your face when we are intimate. I don't dare close my eyes. Blinking almost isn't an option. Any snarky comment dies when he stops moving and starts a different rhythm. Holy gosh, I'm not prepared for this at all. I've never seen anyone look so primal, like he wants to ravage, consume. The hand that isn't holding my head skims my hip and hooks behind my knee, drawing it up until it's at his ribs, deepening their connection. I think I may actually implode when this peak of pleasure hits. I can feel it traveling through my spine, spreading like electric fingers across my skin. I figure I might as well go one step further and rest my ankle on his shoulder. And there it is. My cells are grenades. My nerve endings blast like tiny landmines, centered in a core of sensation. The tremor in my body is uncontrollable. It's a whole system failure. The moan that comes out of me is so loud I scare myself. I'm trying to keep my eyes open, but nothing registers aside from the intense release.
And Randy keeps going and going and going, hips moving and muscles straining as he holds himself over me. At least I can see again for now. His jaw is tight, eyes on fire, breath washing over my face in hard pants. He's so close, still watching me. Gosh, this man sure knows how to be intimate. I think I'm fully recovered from the last peak of pleasure, and another wave of sensation punches me. His name comes out all garbled. I latch onto his hair, then worry with my lack of control that I'll rip it out, so I hold onto his shoulders instead. I can't rip those off. His steady rhythm turns erratic and harsh, his coordination faltering. His eyes roll up and flutter shut briefly as this sound comes out of him. It's exactly the noise I'll associate with a man's peak of pleasure for the rest of my life. When he opens his eyes again, they're heavy and lust-soaked. He sinks into me, his weight pushing me into the pillows and mattress like he's trying to get deeper, which isn't possible because I'm as full up as I can get. Lily's body is at maximum capacity. Randy's mouth crashes down on mine, his tongue pushing past my lips. I'm not sure if he's having a seriously long peak of pleasure, or he's drawing it out, or he doesn't want to stop, but he's still going. He's changed from an intense rhythm back to a slow hip roll. Eventually, he stops moving and breaks the kiss. He pushes up, the muscles in his arms twitching. How's it going? It comes out all gravelly. Even his voice after their intimacy is hot. I clear my throat. Pretty good. His eyebrows rise. Pretty good? I blow out a breath. It makes his hair flutter around his face. It's almost the same length as mine when it's not up in his little man bun thingy. I shrug. Well, I try to, but it's not all that easy with the way I'm lying down, my head half sunk between two pillows. Yeah, pretty good, sounds about right. I'd give that a 7 out of 10. 7? It sounds like a vulgar expletive. Oh God, he looks pissed. This is way too fun. I should probably stop while I'm ahead, but I can't. 7.2? Don't kid yourself, Lily. That was a 10.0, no questions. You think you're that good at intimacy, do you? I'm not talking about my performance. I'm talking about yours. He puts his mouth to my ear. Ooh, Randy. It's actually a decent impression of me, though highly embarrassing. But seriously, you had fun? His fingertips are soft on my cheek. Yeah, I had fun. He smiles, and it's beautiful. Good. That's what I want, as long as you're having a good time with me. We're just going to have some easy fun, okay? If that changes, or like the intimacy drops below 9.0, or things start getting too intense or whatever, you let me know. I think it's already intense, but I get what he's saying without him having to spell it out. We're just enjoying each other, and this, what we're doing right now, is as far as it's going to go. Which I already knew. A knock on the door prevents me from responding. Randy opens his mouth to speak, so I do the most reasonable thing I can think of. I grab his hair and bring his face to mine. He still tries to talk, but it's a lot more challenging with my tongue in his mouth. He doesn't fight me on the kissing. Instead, he starts back up with the intimate movements. I'm not nearly as full as I was before. I'm assuming that's because the intensity is lessening, but it still feels good. I forget there's a reason for the spontaneous making out until another more vigorous knock startles me. Lily, are you in there? Randy pulls away and grins. I put a hand over his mouth to keep him from talking. After a few seconds of silence, Sunny says, "They're about to serve dinner." Then she's talking to someone in the hall. "I have no idea. I saw her the last time you saw her." I'm calling her phone. "At least she waited until it was over," Randy whispers from behind my hand. "Shh!" He sticks his tongue between my fingers. I snatch my hand away and press my face into his shoulder, biting him to keep from laughing. All of a sudden, my phone starts ringing. I push on Randy's chest and he rolls off me. I scramble across the room to get it, even though it's too late. "I know you're in there, Lily. I can hear your phone." Sunny rattles the knob. I cut the call, which is pointless. I look over at Randy, and I'm sure my eyes are wide. I don't know what I'm so worried about. It's not like Sunny doesn't know I was planning to be intimate with Randy. She provided her opinion, which is that I should treat it as a fling, because logically that's what it is. And Randy's confirmed this. I'm good with that. It's not my usual thing, but I'm living a little. "Give us a minute," Randy calls out in his still raspy voice. "Really?" Miller asks. "Yeah." "Seriously? You two couldn't wait until later to be intimate?" "We were just talking," Randy calls back. "Nonsense." Miller rattles the door this time. "Miller, you're going to break the handle off." "I'm just messing around, sweets." Randy pulls his boxers up and tucks himself away. I don't get so much as a glimpse before it disappears. He picks up my dress from the floor, his gaze roaming over my body. He passes it to me and tweaks my side while my hands are occupied. I suck in a breath and he smirks. Then he reaches for the doorknob. "What are you doing? I'm exposed," I whisper-shout, gripping his arm. The one covered in tattoos. The one with the fingers that had been so intimate not all that long ago. I'm not letting them in. I'm just gonna talk to Miller, not through a door. We're both sweaty. My hair feels damp. It smells like intimacy and latex in here. Randy's hair is a mess. I'm sure my flushed skin is all over his beard. He's got scratch and bite marks on his shoulders. Apparently, I'm aggressive during intimate moments. Well, wait until I have some clothes on, please. The dress is inside out, and the lamplight doesn't make it any easier to figure out which way around it's supposed to be. Randy turns on the overhead light to help. "The price tag is still on that," he points out. "I know. I'm returning it when I get home." "What? Why? You're smoking hot in that dress." "It's not like I'll have anywhere to wear it again." He reaches over and yanks the tag free. "You can wear it tomorrow night when I take you out for dinner." He crumples the tag in his fist and flips the lock, opening the door. I shove my hands through the straps and pull the top up so my chest isn't on display. Sunny may have seen them before, but I don't need Miller checking me out. "Dude," Miller says, "you couldn't even put on clothes?" "Sunny, don't look. It's not like I haven't seen him in swim shorts before." "Oh, wow. You might want to do something with—" She makes a sound and then stops talking. "Where's Lily?" Miller doesn't sound happy. "I'm right here." I step out from behind Randy. He's broad and tall enough to hide behind. "Can you zip me up?" "Sure thing." He tugs the zipper, skimming my spine along the way. I shiver at the gentle press of his lips between my shoulders. Miller makes an unimpressed noise. "Oh no."
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. Sunny claps a hand over her mouth. "What? Your hair? What about it?" I touch the front. It's flipping out instead of under right now, but that's not a big deal. I can always attribute it to the humidity. "No, the back!" Sunny shoves her way past Miller and Randy and takes my hand, leading me to the bathroom. She turns on the light, slams the door shut, and locks it. Taking me by the shoulders, she turns me to face the mirror. Oh gosh, the back of my hair is like a peacock. It gives new meaning to bedhead. There was a lot of vigorous movement.
The state of my hair reflects that. My skin is flushed, and the rest of my hair has started to curl out at the ends, but otherwise, I don't look too bad, I don't think, anyway. "Everything okay in there, ladies?" Miller asks. Sonny opens the door and jabs a finger in Randy's direction. "I'm fixing Lily's messy hair, no thanks to you." He's already got his pants back on and is shrugging into his shirt. It's a whole lot wrinkly now. Sonny closes the door and locks it again, then starts finger-combing out the knots. "Ow! Stop whining and help me. Dinner's already started, and people are wondering where the two of you are." I bet no one even noticed. Alex did. She turns on the tap and lowers her voice. "You've been gone more than an hour? We have not." "Oh yes, you have. It's almost 8. "No way." "Yes way." Her fingers get caught in my tangled hair, and she struggles to pull them free. So what?" She lowers her voice even more. "Don't so what me. How was it? Remember how I told you about that spontaneous, intense moment I had before? Did that happen again?" She says it way louder than she should. "Shh," she mouths sorry. "Did it?" "No, but it was the same kind of intense moment. So intense. I don't even know how to describe it. Gosh, Sonny, the intimacy was incredible. Better than with Benji? There isn't even a comparison. See? I knew a fling was exactly what you needed. Sometimes there's no replacement for intense intimacy." "Yeah, totally. No strings, no attachments, just a whole lot of awesome, intense moments. All the thwarts. Randy Miller's annoyed at me. I don't see why. It's not like anyone but Lily's going to sleep on those intimate sheets. And no one cares if we go missing. We're not essential to the party. Think you can wait until the end of the night before you lock Lily in another bedroom for intimacy?" he grumbles as we head down the stairs. I fasten my cuff and smooth a hand down my shirt. It's wrinkled from being on the floor, but I'm not the focus tonight, so it's doubtful people will notice. "What's your problem, man? Lily says you two have been disappearing all day. If you'd invited me to come early, maybe I could have kept her company." He grits his teeth. "Seriously, man, I'm not in the mood for this right now. Violet's hammered, and we're trying to get her sobered up so she doesn't say something stupider than she usually does. I don't have time to police you and your desires. Lily's like part of Sonny's family. Alex is almost as protective of her as he is of Sonny. You see how you're not helping things? Does he have a thing for her?" A hot feeling shoots down the back of my spine. For Lily? No. Did he ever? How should I know? That's not relevant anyway, considering he's marrying my sister. My issue right now is that it makes Lily look bad if you're hauling her off for intimacy all over the house. Alex won't like it. I've worked way too hard to smooth things over with him for you to go really messing it up by being intimate with Lily around. I've already told you I'm not being intimate with her casually. Miller rubs his forehead. I know you're not trying to. Just use a little judgment. You're in Waters' house. He's already stressed. He doesn't need a reason to snap. Lily and Sonny come out of the bathroom, ending our conversation. Lily looks just as gorgeous as she did before our intimate time and made a nest of her hair. It's still a little tangled, but I can't imagine anyone noticing, other than present company. Honestly, all I want to do is bail on this party, take Lily back to my place, and be intimate with her until she has to leave for Canada. She is everything I like in a woman, plus she skates. And she's on the rebound, so I'm nothing but a gateway to the next guy. It's the absolute perfect setup. Miller's getting himself worked up over nothing. Lily's eyes settle on mine. There are questions in them. She probably wants to know what I've been saying to Miller while she and Sonny have been in the bathroom. She holds Sonny's arm while she slips her feet into her heels. Miller gives me a look, which I ignore. I thread my arm through Lily's. "Ready for dinner?" "Where's my underwear?" she whispers. I have no idea. Once they were removed, I didn't think about them. "You don't need them." But we need to get down there. Charlene keeps texting. I think Violet's having a hard time, Sunny says while checking her phone. We'll find them later. I squeeze the back of her neck, and Lily leans into me, holding my arm as she hums. I don't know what that's about, but I like the way I affect her. I bet I could feel that intense desire again right now without much work. Dinner is going to be so much fun. I let Lily go ahead with Sunny and follow Miller out of the room. He's still in a mood. I assume he's worried about Vi. Those two are tight for being stepbrother and sister. They're exactly how siblings should be, except they have a complicated relationship. A huge covered tent with tables and twinkle lights has been set up in the backyard. Everyone's already seated, so it's a bit of a production for us to get to the table assigned to us. We get a few looks as we make our way through the maze of guests. Lance is at our table when we get there. Tash looks less than impressed right now. She's pushing salad around on her plate and talking to a girl I don't know. The chair beside her is empty, although it looks like someone's been there based on the napkin placement. I take the seat beside Lance and hold out the other one for Lily. She smooths her hands down the backs of her thighs as she sits, reminding me that flimsy fabric is the only thing covering her intimate curves. I tuck her in close to the table and take a seat. "What have you been up to?" Lance gives me a knowing grin. "Just getting a tour of the house. We miss anything?" I stretch my arm across the back of Lily's chair. She crosses her legs and pulls her chair in a little tighter, but she doesn't look my way. She's focused on Sunny and her phone. Nothing yet, but I have a feeling something's brewing. Waters Girl is hammered. His eyebrows lift like he's excited for the show. I check out the head table, not far from us. It's no different than ours. Violet and Alex, along with Darren and his girl, sit with the parents. It's a weird collection of people. Violet's mom looks exactly like her, just older. They have the same body, same face, same mannerisms. Sydney, Miller's dad, looks a lot like Miller, but with darker hair and less of it. Violet tries to pour herself a glass of wine, but her friend switches the bottle for a different one. Waters leans in and says something, and Violet gives him a pouty face. When Waters tips her chin up, I look away. Miller's expressed concern on multiple occasions that this whole engagement party might be a little much for Violet. He says she gets nervous in front of people. There must be a story there, but he hasn't offered to tell it. Miller pours Sunny a glass of wine. I trail a finger up the side of Lily's neck. She inhales a tremulous breath, and goosebumps rise along her skin. Cold? It's warm for late September, and heat lamps are set up all over the place. But Lily doesn't have much in the way of body fat. She gives me a strained smile. "I'm fine. You want something to drink?" "It's okay. I can get it." She reaches for the bottle of wine in the center of the table. As she stands, the back of her dress rides up. I stand and move behind her, offering a discreet cover. "It's okay, baby. Let me do that for you."
I put my palms on her shoulders, thumbs smoothing down the ridges of her spine, fingertips caressing her collarbones. Lily drops back into her chair, her fingers brushing along mine, close to her throat. Everyone is looking at me, or her. I don't know why it's such a big deal that I'm considerate enough to get my date a very drink. I pour her a glass of wine, then offer it to everyone else to make a point before I sit back down. Kirk drops down in the empty seat across the table. He drags the chair the blonde girl is sitting in closer to him so he can use it as an armrest. She nearly spills her wine all over her dress. Fortunately, it's black, and she doesn't seem to care. He rests his elbow on the back of her chair. He's got pit stains, and his forehead is sweaty. "You guys get lost in the bathroom or something?" Kirk winks at Lily. "They were getting the house tour," Tash says, then goes back to chatting with the blonde and ignoring Lance. I scoot my chair closer to Lily and put an arm around her. It's not that I feel some kind of ownership or the need to stake a claim or that we're having a pissing contest. Kirk's a jerk. He's the kind of guy I don't ever want to become. He's approaching the end of his career. Winning the cup last year bought him an extra season, but he's pretty much done.
Now that his wife has finally left him and taken his kids, he's all about seeking casual intimacy. He didn't make a mistake once or twice. He did it all the very time. Like being away from home was a reason to be intimate with someone other than the person he married. I remember the fights my parents used to have when they thought I was asleep. The nights my dad came home from away games were always the worst. When I was old enough, I could have stayed at Miller's, but then I would have had to leave my sister to deal with it alone, and she was too young. It was a lot of years of listening to screaming matches and tears before my mom finally had enough of the nonsense. I don't see much of my dad. I don't have much use for him. My sister moved all the way to Australia last year for school, so she sees him even less. Lily's hand on my thigh pulls me out of the dark spiral of my thoughts. I realize I'm glaring at Kirk and give my attention to her. Her smile is tight, questioning. "You okay?" she whispers. I shift her chair so she's right up next to me and brush my nose against her cheek. She shivers. "I'll be better after dinner's over." "You're not hungry?" She pokes at her salad. I don't think she's eaten anything. Based on how lean she is and how active and how incredibly flexible, I don't think it's advisable that she misses any meals. I'm hungry, but not for this. I stab some lettuce, so I'm a good role model, and shove it in my mouth, chewing slowly. She spears a lone leaf and regards me thoughtfully. "What are you hungry for?" "You. Come home with me tonight." I don't consider the words before they're out. I just say them. If she was a bunny, the answer would always be yes. She removes her hand from my leg. I can't. What would I tell Sonny's parents? You don't have to tell them anything. I've been invited to stay with Alex and his family for the weekend. We have some kind of shopping thing we're doing tomorrow. I'll drop you off early, then pick you up later for dinner. Don't you think it's kind of rude to take off for a passionate encounter? Is that what you think I want to do? Isn't it? She arches a brow. What if I just want to talk? In moans? I laugh. She's a funny girl. I really do want to be intimate with her, without having to worry about anyone interrupting or either of us having to be quiet. If you don't feel comfortable coming home with me tonight, you should at least plan to stay over tomorrow. You're determined to get me back into a bed. She stabs another piece of lettuce and takes a bite. The bed isn't the most important part, it's the getting intimate again part. I trail a finger across the back of her dress from shoulder to shoulder. She shivers. I can't do a sleepover. My flight's super early on Monday. I have to work in the afternoon. She looks at me, her bottom lip caught between her teeth. You could crash here tonight. I haven't been invited. No one will notice. I spend the rest of dinner trying to get closer to Lily while she tries to eat. It's next to impossible because of how close we're sitting together. It's a good thing I'm a lefty and she's a righty, otherwise I have to leave more space. She excuses herself to the bathroom, and I think it's going to be the perfect opportunity to follow her out for a moment of intimacy, but Sonny goes with her. I'll never understand why girls have to go to the bathroom in packs. It doesn't make sense, and it's messing with my ability to be intimate with Lily. Whatever. I can wait until after dessert. Post-food, there'll definitely be an opportunity to disappear again. Sadly, by the time dinner's over, the girls have all vanished over some Violet-related emergency. Miller, Lance, and I are standing around, drinking beers while we wait for them to figure out what the problem is. Miller keeps getting texts from Sonny and passing his phone to me. Despite the fact that they've been dating nearly 6 months, Sonny still uses a lot of text slang, and that doesn't work for Miller. The short forms combined with numbers and missing vowels make the messages difficult for him to read. Most of the time I send him voice memos. It's way easier. He's got a memory like a steel trap if he's told the information rather than having to read it. Says something about the moops. I pass the phone back. What are moops? Lance asks. Violet can't handle dairy. It gives her problems. Miller hands me his phone again. There are more messages from Sunny. Problems? It goes right through her, Miller says. Lance pulls a face. That's nasty. Why would she eat dairy if it makes her sick? She does it to punish herself or something. Girls are complicated. I don't get it. I also don't understand why she'd eat dairy today of all days. Maybe it wasn't intentional. He rubs his head as I scan the new texts. They keep coming in. The last one is personal and pertains to activities later in the night, so I message her back and let her know it's me reading because of all the slang. She sends back an oops and a blushy face. Violet's broken out in hives. Also, Sunny's looking forward to cookie eating later. Miller snatches back his phone. That's not gonna happen if we can't get Violet under control. I want to know who gave her dairy. Miller looks worried, which has been his expression most of the night. I think I need to talk to Waters. He's gotta stop pushing the wedding crap on her. They're living together. He needs to back off a little and give her some very breathing room. She's obviously not ready for this situation. He drains his beer and sets it on the closest table. I'ma go find him. I'll come with you. It's more to keep those two off each other than anything else. Miller's protective of Violet, even though they're not related by blood. He's like that, though, super loyal. He doesn't let anyone mess around with the people who are important to him. You comin' or stayin'? I ask Lance. Might as well see what's going on. Miller gives him a look. How long's this situation with Tash been going on anyway? What are you talking about? Lance gets real busy staring into his beer. Romero, come on, Miller says. A while? You better watch it. Coach finds out he's gonna be pissed, I say, following Miller through the house. He won't. Tash is looking for some excitement more than anything. He drains the rest of his beer. She just wants to see what all the hype is about. He sounds bitter, which is odd, because Lance is probably the biggest player in the league. After Miller got serious about Sunny and we'd go out, he constantly pawned the chicks off on one of us. Lance was always good with taking on more than one. I don't like having my attention divided. We find Lily, Tash, and Alex standing outside a door at the top of the stairs. Sunny must be in the room.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits like resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. Alex keeps trying the knob, but it's clearly locked. What's going on? Miller asks. Lily turns. Her gaze stops at me for a second, and her hand flutters to her throat. Violet's not feeling well. I know. Sunny's been messaging me. Miller holds up his phone. She won't let me in. Alex looks wrecked. His tie is half hanging off. I keep telling you, Waters, you're pushing her too hard. She hates this kind of thing, and you let my mom and yours run with this. Now they're going to expect something even bigger when it comes to the very wedding. She said it was okay, he snaps. Miller scoffs. Do you even know who you're marrying? Do you remember the first time you met her and she flashed every member of the team her bra? She didn't do that on purpose. I've only heard this story secondhand, but apparently it was epic. Miller throws his hands up in the air. Exactly! That's the point. Embarrassing things happens to her all the time. She doesn't want to be humiliated. She probably thinks this is going to be exactly like her mom's wedding. You mean another wardrobe malfunction? Lily asks. Wardrobe malfunction? What are you talking about? Alex asks. I'm wondering the same thing. Miller's eyebrows rise. She hasn't even told you? Told me what? Alex looks somewhere between confused and angry. Miller lets out a long breath and shakes his head. I wish she'd very well learn how to talk about things. Miller knocks on the door. Vi, open up. We need to have a discussion about you not telling your fiancé highly important information. After another minute or two, Sunny finally comes out. She says she'll talk to you. She's not looking at Alex, though. She's looking at Miller. You can thank me later. Miller disappears inside the room. Waters rubs his forehead.
All we were supposed to do was thank everyone for coming. You sure you want to go through with this whole getting married deal? Lance asks. Seems like kind of a hassle. Tash rolls her eyes. You're such a jerk, Romero. You seemed to like our time together earlier, he fires back. Tash's mouth drops open. Lily holds up a hand and snaps. Enough, you two. She turns to Alex. Why don't you go down and do the thank you? Unless you'd like me to do that on your behalf. Then we can start wrapping things up and get people out of here. That might help Violet be less stressed. He taps on the door, regarding Lily for a long while. I wanted this to be fun for her. She rubs his shoulder. You can't make everyone happy, Alex. I love your mom, but you gotta rein her in if you don't want Violet to fall apart between now and this wedding. His head drops and he sighs. Gosh, I'm a coward. Lily laughs. No, you're not. You're trying to make too many people happy at the same time. Violet has to be priority number one all the time now, above everything else. Eventually, they manage to get Violet to come out of the bedroom, but she's covered in hives. Alex goes downstairs to deal with the guests, and the girls all huddle in the bedroom to provide moral support or whatever it is girls do when one of them has an emotional breakdown and winds up with hives. No one seems to question Violet's absence at the party. Lily messages me a while later to let me know she's staying with Violet. I'm not surprised considering how tight she is with the Waters family. I end up getting a ride home with Lance and Tash. It's awkward. No one really talks. Tash seems annoyed, all quiet and brooding in the front seat. Lance drops me off first, which I expect. I walk up my drive and palm my phone, keying in the code for my door so it's unlocked by the time I reach it. This definitely wasn't how I thought tonight was going to end. I'm glad I managed a little alone time with Lily, and at least I have tomorrow. I'm on high alert the second I walk into the house. The TV's on in the living room, and there's a body on my couch, shoes hanging off the end. Beer bottles and a half-liter of vodka litter my coffee table. One of the bottles has tipped over, and beer drips onto the floor. I'm definitely not in the mood for this. The body on my couch groans and pushes to a sitting position. It's like I've stepped into a time machine, and I'm looking at a much less fit, older version of myself, without tattoos. Randy Ballistic Sr. is crashed out on my couch. How'd you get in here? It's not a friendly greeting, but I don't like my dad much. I tried the code from your New York place. Nice pad, kiddo. They're paying you better than they did me. He's slurry drunk. I don't mention that I'm a better player than he was. I didn't know you were in town. He ignores the indirect question. You're coming home late. He pushes up and tries to stand, but ends up falling back down on his seat. I stuff my hands in my pockets. Now I wish I'd gotten an invite to stay at Waters. I was at a party. And no bunny? You losing your touch? It wasn't that kind of party. It's always that kind of party. He picks up a bottle from the table and checks to see if there's anything left. I go to the kitchen to get him a glass of water and a rag to clean up the mess he's made. It's the story of my dad's life. He's a loser in every sense of the word. Returning to the living room, I mop up the spilled beer and set the water on the table. He picks up the glass and frowns. Where's the booze? I don't think you need it. I collect the empty bottles. Look, you're welcome to stay the night and sleep it off, but I've got plans tomorrow night, so you gotta be gone in the morning. I haven't seen you in 6 months, and that's how you treat your dad? Don't be so very disrespectful. It's 1 a.m, and I find you lying on my couch, messing up my house, and you're talking at me about disrespect? I need a place to crash for a couple days. I gotta lay low. Got some business I need to take care of before I head home. You're still in Boston? I'm between places right now. I run a hand through my hair. So by a couple of days, you mean what exactly? A week? Maybe 2, tops? I definitely don't want my dad here for the next week, let alone 2, but he's hammered, so discussing it now is pointless. I'd set him up in a hotel, but the last time I did that, he racked up a $2,000 room service bill. It's not that I don't have the money to pay for it, it's the gosh darn principle. And he's generally a jerk. Right. Well, talk about it in the morning. I gotta crash. I've got a workout at 10. That's a lie, but talking to my dad in this state isn't productive. It's not that useful when he's sober either. Looks like the rest of my weekend has gone to mess. Fluttery-eyed fear. Lily. At 1:30 in the morning, I'm back in my room at Alex's huge, nice house, alone. Violet's hives have finally subsided after a boatload of Benadryl, and everyone else has gone to bed, probably to have awesome intimate moments. I bet even Violet and Alex are sharing intimacy, though she still has a few welts on her face. I'd hate to be that stressed out over getting married. I change into a pair of tights with a hole in the fabric and one of my t-shirts from high school. They still fit exactly the same since I haven't grown even a little bit since then, not anywhere. I don't have to pull down the sheets because they're already messed up from earlier. I still can't believe I did that. Well, I can. It was part of my plan, but not quite so early in the evening. I figured it'd be later, like now. I step on something unexpected and shriek. Jumping back, I discover the evidence of earlier intimacy. So gross, I mutter to myself. I snap a picture of the unexpected item beside my foot and send it to him with a frowny face. I don't get anything back right away, which is kind of a disappointment. I toss my phone on the bed and rummage through my bag looking for face wash. I do the nightly routine, still bitter that everyone is experiencing intimacy now but me. I leave the light on in the bathroom and pull the door mostly closed, leaving a sliver of illumination to guide me to bed. Of course I step on the stupid item again.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. I drop down on the comforter, the empty wrapper crinkling under me. I roll over, find it, and toss it on the floor. Now I have that awful residue on my hands. I should probably shower, but I don't feel like it. I mash my face into the pillows. The scent of Randy's cologne lingers. I close my eyes, tingles starting up as I think about the amazing intimate encounter. Sadly, now I know just how mediocre it was with Benji, and how average that experience seemed in comparison. I don't know if all hockey players are so impressive, but it seems to be the case from what Sunny reports and what I accidentally observed of Alex when I was a teenager. As I ponder the recent encounter, my phone rings. I pick it up, and my stomach does that fluttery thing. It's Randy, calling me. I let it ring twice more before I answer. Thanks for the unexpected item. Sorry about that. I usually tidy up, but the interruption made me sloppy. Next time, I'll be the good Boy Scout I am. I try to picture Randy as a Boy Scout. All I get is an image of him at 12 with a beard. Pretty presumptuous, assuming there'll be a next time. You didn't have fun? It was okay. I shift, thinking about how good okay is. He laughs. You're terrible for my ego. You know that, right? If your confidence is anywhere as strong as your presence, you don't need help in that area anyway. Nice backhanded compliment. I'll take it. How's Vi? She's fine now, I think, anyway. It's hard to tell with her. Alex is worried, but then that's kinda how he is. I'm sorry you had to leave. Yeah, me too. We can still do dinner tomorrow if you want. I let it hang like it's a question. Yeah, about that. My stomach sinks, and I get that thick feeling in my throat. Something's kinda come up. Oh, yeah, of course. Maybe Randy wasn't entirely truthful about the encounter. It's family stuff. Otherwise, you don't have to explain. I don't want you to think I'm blowing you off. My dad showed up tonight, and I wasn't expecting him. My relief worries me. You don't sound too happy about that. Is everything okay? Yeah, it'll be fine once he's gone. He's kind of a jerk, and I'm not sure how long I'm going to have to deal with him before he takes off, though. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I would much rather be taking you out. Would it make you feel better if I told you it would have been hard to pull off anyway?
We're having some kind of retail therapy tomorrow to make Violet feel better, and that'll probably go all day. Randy chuckles. I'd tell you yes, but that'd be me lying. I guess we'll have to try again another time. Sure, maybe the next time I play in Toronto or something. That'd be fun. Don't feel obligated or anything. I'm having a good time with you, Lily, but if it's not like your thing, or you think it's getting to be too much, you let me know, okay? Too much how? Like too many moments of intense pleasure? My mouth goes dry and my hands are clammy. Like it's getting serious or whatever. I don't want to make this something it's not, you know? Right, of course. I try not to be offended by the reminder. Cool. He's so blasé about it. Sorry about tomorrow. I'll call if anything changes, okay? Sure. Yeah, I don't want to get my hopes up. Night, Lily. Night, Randy. It's probably better that he can't take me out for dinner. That'd feel too much like a date instead of it being this casual thing where we share intimacy on occasion. I spend all of Sunday shopping with the girls. It's exhausting. Also, I don't have money to spend on frivolous crap, especially since I can't take that dress back anymore. Violet buys us all lunch and splurges on bottles of champagne that cost more than a month's rent. I'm used to being around Sunny's family, but this is extravagant. Violet refuses to go into any bridal shops. She starts itching as soon as we're within 5 feet of any store with white dresses. On the way to Victoria's Secret, we pass a kids' store with a window display full of those dolls my cousin is always talking about. These are so expensive for plastic, I mumble. Violet glances at the storefront and starts screaming like she's being murdered. Oh my God, why do they exist? She puts her hand over her eyes and latches onto Charlene. Get them away from me! What's going on? I ask Sunny, who shrugs at the freakout. Maybe she's really lost it. Stop flailing and I'll get you away from the dolls. Don't say that word! Violet buries her face against Charlene's shoulder. Tell me when it's safe. I'm not sure whether it's comical or not. Sunny and I follow Char and Violet into Victoria's Secret. Okay, we're good. It's all bras and panties and intimate apparel, Charlene assures her. No fluttery eyes? Violet's still covering her face. Nope, not a one. She peeks between a gap in her fingers, eyes darting back and forth, assessing her surroundings. She drops her shaking hand. I hate those things. They're so creepy. Do. Charlene makes a chopping motion, cutting Sunny off. Let's get you some new bras. Violet nods. We distract her with a pile of attractive clothes. While she's in the changing room, I ask Charlene what that was all about. She's terrified of dolls. I think she watched too much Chucky as a kid. Buck used to torment her with them when they were teenagers. He'd put them by her bed so when she woke up in the morning, one would be staring at her. Sunny frowns. That's not very nice. They were kids. Alex calls while Violet's in the changing room, and they have a video chat that everyone is privy to. Sunny leaves the area, uninterested in hearing Alex tell Violet how attractive she is. Randy doesn't call, and while I'm disappointed, I can't help thinking it's definitely better this way. If I hear from him on a regular basis, it won't feel casual anymore. Some distance is a good thing. Intimacy is just intimacy. Feelings don't have to be part of anything. I fly back to Toronto with the Waters on Monday morning. We have to be at the airport ridiculously early, so I'm grumpy and tired by the time I get home. I'm cutting it close. I have a shift at the coffee shop at noon, and then I go straight to the rink at 6. I'm in and out of the house in 15 minutes, and Sunny drives me to work. I'm on my own to get to the rink after that, but it's not a problem. Buses are frequent and plentiful in this town. I check my messages on the ride home from the arena at the end of my day. Randy sent one, checking to see if I made it home okay. I sent him a brief reply, but don't invite further conversation. It's close to midnight by the time I get home. After a flight, a 5-hour shift making coffee for stuck-up jerks, and 4 hours of teaching kids to skate, I'm beat. I hang my keys on the little hook in the front hall, kick off my shoes, and head for the kitchen. I need an unhealthy snack. I scream at the sight of a man with back hair and a pair of gray boxer briefs gnawing on a chicken bone. Who in the world are you? I scramble to get my backpack off. My skates are in there. If nothing else, they're heavy, so smacking him across the face will hurt. If I can get them out quick enough, they're a decent weapon. Lily! My mom grabs my bag out of my hand before I can heave it at the random guy in the kitchen. What the heck? I turn to her, gesturing wildly between them. I realize it's the same guy from last time, the one who caught me coming out of the shower while looking quite surprised. Gosh, my mom's got a new boyfriend. I wonder how long this one will last. This is Tim. He's a friend of mine. Why are you in your underwear? I'm still yelling. I feel like my heart is about to slam right out of my chest. It's then that I realize my mom is wearing her bathrobe. I bet she's naked under there. Gross. I'm too old to deal with this. I don't need to know who my mom's seeing intimately. If Sonny wasn't talking about moving to Chicago, I'd say we should get an apartment now. I don't want to be stuck here witnessing my mom having a more active social life than I am. I have enough saved up to front first and last month's rent. I can do it on my own if I have to.
My mom's talking while I'm thinking through a plan to move. I didn't think you'd be home until tomorrow. I told you I was coming back today. It's on the calendar. I point to the adorable kittens rolling around in a flower bed. In red are the days I'm away. Today is marked with a big H for home. I must have gotten the dates wrong. Whatever. I'm wiped. I'm going to bed. Nice to meet you, Tom. It's Tim, my mom says. Night, Tim. Please wear pants in the future. Ugh. I don't wait for actual words. I take my bag from my mom and carry it to my room. If this turns out to be more than half a dozen dates, I'm going to have to consider my options. I can't go through another one of my mother's boyfriend cycles. The guys she picks make Benji look like a very saint. Over the next week, I don't hear from Randy at all. I'd like to say I don't perseverate on this, but I do, and I often think of him intimately. It's not hard to pull up a pic of him on social media. I creep his Facebook page, but asking him to be friends would take us from casual to something else. We don't want to do that, so creeping is as far as I'm allowing it to go. September rolls into October, and the leaves turn a lovely shade of red, followed by orange and yellow. Fall's an interesting season. It's beautiful, but all those lovely colors represent leaves choking to death. It's kind of macabre, really. I slip back into my normal routine. Work at the coffee shop, teach skating lessons, hang out with Sunny when I'm not doing either of those things and she's available. Now that training is over and the regular hockey season has begun, Miller can't visit as often. She's talking more and more about moving at the end of December, after she's finished the course component of her public relations program. Internship placements can be done anywhere, and she's already gone to the program coordinator to discuss options in the States. I don't know that I'd want to up and move my entire life for another person, but then my relationship experience has been limited. On the ex-boyfriend front, Benji's started calling again. I've come to recognize the pattern. The longest we've ever been broken up in the past is 8 weeks, long enough for me to go on some dates, sometimes have meaningless, intimate encounters I feel guilty about afterwards, and then we get back together. Break up again, make up again. I try hard not to respond or encourage him, but I have a box of his crap at my place, and he's got stuff of mine, including my favorite jeans. Seeing him is inevitable. Benji and I have been through a lot together. It was a lot of years, and he was there when I lost my Olympic dream. In the past, that's been enough to pull me back to him after one of our breakup fights, but not this time. Among other things, now that I've had much, much better intimate experiences, like the outstanding kind, my position feels less vulnerable. Still, I'd like to avoid him for as long as I can. Today, I'm pulling 8 hours at the coffee shop and rushing to the rink to teach 3 hours of lessons. I'm on hour number 6, and there's a lag between customers. It makes the day seem that much longer.
My feet hurt, and I'm tired. I'm also cranky. My phone buzzes against my hip, signaling a text. Since I'm sometimes the manager, I won't get in trouble for checking it, but I try to avoid doing that in front of other employees in case it gives them the impression it's okay for them to do it too. I scan the shop. Once I'm sure no one is paying attention to me, I slip my phone out. I sigh as Benji's name comes up, along with 3 new messages. He wants to meet up, presumably to give me my stuff back, but he's vague. I make the mistake of telling him I'm working, so I can't. Half an hour later, he shows up. The counter is a great barrier, keeping him from hugging me. He looks the same as he did the last time I saw him, which was almost a month ago when he stopped by with some girl. I went to the back and made one of the other girls wait on them. He texted 1,000 apologies later and said she was one of his co-workers. I know better. He did it to make me jealous. He's still growing that awful beard, which isn't really a beard. It's a bunch of patchy scruff. It's not attractive. He's wearing a shirt I gave him 2 years ago for his birthday. He doesn't have a bag or a box or anything with him, but it could be in his car. Hey, Lily. Hi, Benji. He stuffs his hands in his pockets. You look great. Thanks. I roll back on my heels and wait. The awkward silence drags on until his face starts to turn red. Think you can take a break? I've already taken it. He sighs, and my toes curl in my shoes like they want to be fists and punch him in the knees. Aren't you like kind of the manager? Can't you take one whenever you want? We're short-staffed. It's a lie. There are only 3 people in the shop, and 2 other people are working with me. One of the girls is in the back checking inventory. The other one is cleaning tables. Benji glances pointedly at the girl across the shop. Come on, Lily. I can't. It's her break in 5 minutes. She has to have one. It's unfair otherwise. Well, what time do you get off? In an hour. I have to go straight to the rink after that. I'll drive you. Benji knows I don't have a car, and that it'll take almost an hour to get from downtown to the rink at the university by bus. Fine, sure, great, he smiles. I used to find it charming. Now it seems more of a leer. He thinks he's going to convince me to get back together with him. He orders a coffee and a scone and takes a seat on one of the couches. He watches me while I work, which I find highly unsettling. I don't feel like doing this with him today. But I suppose now's as good a time to let him know this is really over. At 5, I clock out. Benji's right there, opening doors for me, being all sweet. He's good at faking nice, as well as guilt-tripping and manipulating. It's a game he likes to play. I think I'd gotten so used to it after 7 years, it seemed normal. But seeing Sunny and Miller together, and even Violet and Alex, I'm getting a much better sense of how dysfunctional my relationship with Benji truly was. He puts his hand on my lower back, guiding me out of the shop. You teach at 6, right? I walk a little faster to get away from his hand. Yeah. His car is parked in the lot. Here's an interesting fact about Benji. He dresses like he's homeless, but his family is fairly well off. He drives a brand new Jetta. He didn't pay for it, though. His parents did, just like they pay for everything else. He hits the button, unlocking it. I grab the handle before he can and slide into the passenger seat. He closes the door for me, his smile wavering a little as he walks around the car. How have you been? He asks, buckling himself in. Fine, good. How about you? Oh, you know, keeping busy. That's Benji code for seeing other girls intimately, or trying to make me think he has. I don't care if it's true. That's good. He glances at me, lips pursed under his scraggly mustache. He stretches his arm out over the back of my seat as he reverses out of the spot. He nearly hits a customer and has the audacity to flip her off as he pulls out onto the street. I slouch in my seat so she can't see me. It's a 10-minute drive to the campus rink. I'm hoping we can manage not to have a screaming match. You know, you can always call me if you need a ride. His fingers graze the back of my neck. I lurch forward. Thanks. That's probably not a good idea, though. Come on, Lils. How long are you planning to stay mad at me this time? I know I'm not perfect, but neither are you. We had a fight. It happens. It's over now. I know you were mad at me when we were camping, and that's why you kissed that hockey jerk. I'll forgive you for that. This right here is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of mess Benji pulls, putting it all on me. It wasn't always this way.
He was a great boyfriend for the first 4 years. Doting, kind, sweet. Sometimes a little too much of all of those things. We were solid until senior year. Then there were a couple of bumps and short breakups. Nothing terrible. Things got rocky after high school. I went to university on a full scholarship instead of pursuing my dream. He went to college to get a diploma in loafing. It was eye-opening to be in classes with other guys who expressed an interest in me. Benji didn't like it. He has insecurity issues. I've realized he used to project them on me by constantly telling me I wasn't good enough. The jabs were subtle at first, but by the end, he'd blatantly put me down. I don't know why I stayed for so long. Maybe I was too scared to have no one other than Sunny, since most of our friends left Guelph after high school. Maybe I was scared I'd end up like my mom with a revolving door of loser boyfriends. Regardless, it's a cycle that needs to stay broken for good this time. I'm not asking to be forgiven for kissing Randy. Fine, then I won't ask to be forgiven for being unfaithful to you either. Being unfaithful to me? Benji, we're not together. You can be with anyone you very well please. It's none of my business. He's silent for the rest of the ride, stewing, I guess. I hold my knapsack on my lap, wishing I'd gone with my gut and taken the bus, even if it meant rushing to get to the rink. Benji pulls up to the front of the arena. Thanks for the ride. So that's it? That's all you've got to say? As his anger expands, so does his volume. I don't know what else you want me to say. We haven't spoken in 2 months, apart from the time you came to the coffee shop with that girl you apparently work with. We've said all the things we need to say to each other over the years. We should be good at this point, don't you think? Why can't you admit you made a mistake with the meathead? Why are you so intent on becoming your mom? And just like that, he makes me feel 2 inches tall. I take a deep breath, steeling myself against the insults. Don't bring my mom into this. Why? Because you don't like the truth? I don't engage. I don't have enough time to battle it out, and I don't want to. Do you have my stuff with you? Stuff? My things? From your house? I didn't think you were going to be playing this game with me, Lily. I thought we were going to work things out. Never mind, I gotta go. I reach for the door handle and Benji grabs my wrist. Let go of me. He loosens his grip. Come on, Lily, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. You know I didn't mean that. I miss you. I'm worried about you. My phone rings. I slip it out of my pocket. It's 5:30. It takes a good 10 minutes to get changed, and I still need to warm up before the kids arrive for their lesson at 6. Don't answer that, Lily. I've about had it with being told what I should and shouldn't do. The screen lights up, the name flashing its alert. Of all the people to be calling at this moment. I wrench my arm out of Benji's grip, open the door, and get jerked back by the seatbelt. I slam my finger on the button and tumble out of the car, landing in a puddle. It hasn't even been raining, so I'm not sure where the very wet spot came from. Thanks again for the ride. Come on, Lily. I hit the green button and bring the phone to my ear, meeting Benji's annoyed gaze. Hi, Randy. I slam the door, pop up from the ground, and start hoofing it toward the building. That was probably a really bad idea. Nothing like poking a hornet's nest when you're sitting right beside the hornet. Benji lays on the horn and rolls down the window. I start jogging, not interested in hearing his vitriol spew. My heart crashes around in my chest as I push through the arena doors, leaving Benji to fume. Hey, Luscious, how's it going? Hey, good, great, how about you? I'm breathless, so each word comes out on a pant.
Excellent. Did I catch you at a bad time? Huh? What? Nope, not a bad time. The unpleasant altercation with Benji is immediately forgotten. Okay, not forgotten, but made much less worse by the low, deep timbre of Randy's voice. You sure? You sound out of breath. I'm on my way into the rink. That's unfortunate. Here I thought maybe I'd caught you in a private moment. I laugh. I'd probably get arrested if I did that right now. Too bad. It's a nice image. He makes a sound, like a sigh with a hum attached to it. So I'm guessing you're lying about it not being a bad time. I shoulder open the door to the locker room. It's empty apart from me. I put my phone on speaker. I've got a few minutes before I have to teach. Awesome. How have you been? Good. You? Yeah, all right. My dad overstayed his welcome. I only got rid of him a few days ago. I'm sorry about that. Didn't sound like a good situation. It wasn't. It isn't. But whatever. I don't see him much, so I should be good for another 6 months before he really messes with my plans again. I guess that's a good thing? Yeah. When he doesn't elaborate, I change the subject. How's the season going? I'm getting used to my new team. It's good, even though it's different. You know how it goes, or maybe you don't. I can understand that. It's like a learning curve, right? Figuring out how everyone works together and stuff. It's probably like getting used to a new partner for pairs, but with way more people involved. I pull my shirt over my head and kick off my shoes. Yeah, that's a reasonable comparison. What are you doing? What's all that noise? I'm getting changed. No kidding. I swear his voice lowers 2 octaves. Wouldn't you like to know? Every part of me warmed at the memory of their last intimate encounter. I sure would. I laugh. You're not going to tell me? You can't see me, so I'm not sure it matters. It's the idea, the possibility. Fine, I'm naked. No, you aren't. No, I'm not. Too bad. Look, speaking of getting naked, I've got a game in Toronto at the end of the week. We're going to be there overnight. I can get you tickets, and then you can spend the night with me. Wow, talk about cutting to the chase. I'm not sure what to expect, not having heard from him in weeks. His dad being there may have had something to do with that, though. I'm a little shocked at his boldness, although maybe I shouldn't be. Could be this is just how it works. It's at the end of a series, so I can stay an extra night if you're interested. We can share some intimate time. I'll even take you out for dinner like I was supposed to last time. Oh, God. Hours of uninterrupted time with Randy? A night in a bed with privacy and no one to walk in on us? Still, I don't want to say yes right away and make it seem like I'm willing to drop everything for him. I'll have to check my schedule. You do that. 'Kay, I'll let you know as soon as I know. Sounds good. I'll make sure my special boxers are clean for you. I cringe, still embarrassed. You can get rid of those any time now. I like them more now than I did before you made them memorable. I won't admit it, but I sorta like that he's kept them. The alarm goes off on my phone, signaling that I need to be on the ice. I gotta go. Bye, Randy. Later, Lily. I hang up and start lacing my skates. Another dose of Randy is exactly what I deserve for finally getting Benji out of my life for good. Persistence for payoff. Randy. It's the middle of the 3rd period in New York, and we're down 1. It's not always easy to stay in a good headspace during away games. Being on the road means sleeping in beds that aren't mine and a lack of privacy. Miller and I room together in the hotels, like we have since we played rep hockey and had tournaments away from home. Usually, Miller's dad would take us, since my mom had to work and couldn't afford to take the time off. Once we were teenagers, we went with our coaches. Miller and I didn't get into much trouble until our junior year of high school. We'd been playing street hockey, and some kid got him right in the face with a puck, knocked his front teeth out and a few other ones. It turned out to be a good thing after he got over the pain.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. Miller had bad teeth as a kid, and a bunch of titanium screws and implants fixed that problem after the accident. He has to be super careful on the ice now, though. If any of those get knocked out, he'll be wearing dentures until his hockey career is over, maybe for the rest of his life. Anyway, he was kinda shy with the girls until his teeth problem was resolved. Honestly, they probably would have been all over him regardless, but he's a little sensitive about his perceived shortcomings, kinda like I am about mine. We all find ways to manage, though. I'm restless, waiting for my turn to get on the ice. I don't get as much play yet because I'm still getting used to the team and learning how they interact with each other. It drives me crazy. Waters is in a bad mood with the score being the way it is, and the opposition is chippy, making it difficult to keep the puck in play. The refs are lax. It's really annoying me. Waters ends up getting 2 minutes for tripping, which gets me off the bench. They switch out a wing for me, and I fly down the ice, ready to take back the puck. I have an advantage tonight. We're playing the team I was traded from in the spring. I know most of the players and how they move. Some of them might be my friends, but in terms of the game and winning, it doesn't make a difference. I nab the puck from their center, skating wide. I weave through players, my objective clear: get the puck into New York's net. I scan for players close to me. Westhouse is open and looking for a pass. I send the puck sailing in his direction just before New York tries to steal it. Picking up speed, I make my way toward the goalie, keeping an eye on the puck. Skating around behind the net, Westhouse trades off right before he takes a hit. I skate around the guy looking to drop me, kiss the puck with my blade, and send it sailing between the goalie's skates. Scoring against my old team is a fantastic feeling, especially with us being down a player on account of Waters' penalty. Westhouse and I tap gloves and set up for the next play. I get backpats along the way. I can't keep the grin contained as I face off against my old captain. Nothing beats the high of scoring a goal. This is the rush I live for, the feeling that I'm invincible. The whistle blows and the puck drops. I slap it away from NY center. Westhouse is on it. He's an awesome wingman. New York gets control, but Miller owns defense, keeping the puck away from our goal. Waters is back on the ice once his penalty is over, and I'm on the bench, but I'm okay with that. I've done my part. We're tied, and we've got 3 minutes left in the game. Waters is a bulldozer out there. He's on a rampage, cutting down the ice with the puck, his focus singular. He fakes out the other team. His skating skills so refined, he can trip them up without even touching them. The puck sails into the net again with only 15 seconds left in the game. And we've won. There's no coming back for New York. The energy is manic in the locker room. There's a lot of excitement and lots of approval from my teammates. We hit the bar afterward to celebrate the win and eat. The bunnies are all over the place, looking for connections. I take the spot beside Miller. I'm still waiting on Lily to call me back, so I'm not all that inclined to do the social thing. I could definitely use some relief, though. I'm edgy and very pent up. I haven't been intimate since the engagement party. Normally, I wouldn't be opposed to a casual encounter after such a long period of solitude, especially since Lily hasn't messaged in a couple of days. But with her being Sonny's close friend, I need to be sensitive about it. Lance pulls an empty chair up beside me, turns it around, and drops into it. He looks past Miller to Westhouse and Waters. "What are you doing here with all the overly compliant people?" he asks me. Classy Romero. Westhouse gives him the eye and takes a swig from his beer.
There've been some interesting rumors floating around out there about you since my engagement party, Waters says. Oh yeah? Lance spins the coaster on the table. You might want to watch yourself a little better, Waters adds. Lance frowns. I don't know what you're talking about. If you so, Waters shrugs. But if Coach finds out, best case scenario is you being benched. Worst case, you end up traded. That'd be a real shame, considering, ego aside, you're a good player. He downs his beer and sets the bottle on the table. I'm gonna call it a night. Westhouse leaves his beer half full, pushes back his chair, and nods to us. See you on the bus. Lance waits until they're gone before he turns to us. Who really told Waters? Told him what? I lean back in my chair and glance at Miller, who's checking his phone for the 75th time. He looks up and frowns. Are you talking about whatever's going on with you and Tash? Yeah, man. Did you say something? His accent comes out. Usually the vague hint of Scottish brogue is undetectable, apart from when he's upset about something. Miller turns off his phone, which beeps at him, and crosses his arms over his chest. Why would I tell Alex? I don't know. You two are all buddy-buddy now, very close. Really, Lance? He's gonna be my brother-in-law. I'm dating his sister. I don't have much of a choice unless I want to make my life more difficult. Besides, he's a good guy. A weirdo, but that's not much of a surprise considering he's with V and all. Well, someone said something to him. He spins his bottle between his palms. It's not like it's a big deal. If you so, but you should be careful. Tash can't be intimately involved with the player she's training if that's what's going on. Miller's phone rings, so he checks it. I gotta get this. It's obviously Sonny. He takes the call and covers the receiver. I'ma head up to the room. See you guys later. Lance watches him leave. Do you think I should be worried? Miller's got a point. It's not professional. It makes her look bad. He pounds back the rest of his beer. I think I'm done for tonight. Yeah, good plan. It's gonna be an early morning. The bus leaves at 9, and the drive from New York to Toronto for our next game is about 8 hours plus stops. We'll be all day. Lance and I go our separate ways. When I get to the room, Miller's in the bathroom talking on his phone. I key in my passcode and find a new message from Lily. Nice goal. It was sent more than an hour ago. I'm surprised I missed it. I shoot her a message back. Thanks. You up? I lie down on the bed that isn't covered in Miller's discarded clothes and wait for a reply. We'll be in Toronto by tomorrow night, and I want to know what my plans are going to be. I've already booked a better room than the ones we usually stay in during away games, just in case I need privacy. I'm hoping. My plan is to make the most of the short time we'll have. I take off my shirt and lose my pants, dropping them on the floor beside the bed. I'm tired and in need of unwinding. My phone vibrates with a message. Getting ready for bed. I fire one back. Pick, please. I get one a few seconds later of her empty bed. It looks small, not big enough for the activities I'd like to share with her. Of you, not your bed. I don't wait long for her curt reply. No. I grin. You not? The inchworm dots appear. My face looks awful. An image follows. She's wearing a paper bag over her head with holes punched through for her eyes. I love that she doesn't automatically send me revealing pictures. I hit the call button. She answers on the first ring. It's late, after midnight. You can beg all you want. I'm not sending a picture. I have a ticket for the game on Friday. I'll deal with no picture if it means I'm going to see you. About that, I get this sinking feeling low in my gut. It's not something I'm used to. Girls usually go to great lengths to get what I'm offering. I brush it off and roll with it. You don't want to come? It's not that. I have to work. I can't get out of my shifts. Call in sick. I can't. Sure you can. It's easy.
You pretend you have the flu and you call in. Then you come to the game. Then we share intimacy and I bring you pleasure. She snort laughs. You make it sound so appealing. I wish it was that simple. I've already got a room booked. I can rent a car and drive you back the next morning to wherever you have to be. You already booked a room? Wow, that's presumptuous. I can't tell if she's offended. It's wishful thinking, not presumption. Come on, Lily. I had a lot of fun last time, didn't you? Well, yeah, but what? I've been looking forward to our next intimate moments. We can even share a passionate moment in the bathroom, since that's our thing. This time I get a real laugh out of her. Oh my God, are you always like this? Pretty much. So you'll call in sick. I'll email you the ticket. I'd love to, but I've already asked for the time off and it won't work. I teach lessons that don't end until 8:30 on game night, and I teach again the next morning. All the excitement over my plan fizzles out. What about after your lessons in the morning? I have a shift late in the afternoon, too. You work too much. I don't intend to sound pissy. She's snappy in return. I don't have a choice. Sorry, that was rude. I run a frustrated hand through my hair. I just want to see you. What time are all your shifts the day after? I teach skating from 7 until 11:30 in the morning. My other shift is from 5 to 10 at the coffee shop. And after that, I go home to sleep and get up for a 9 a.m. shift at the rink. Then I work at the coffee shop again in the afternoon. I blow out a breath and scrub a hand over my face. Gosh, I'm sorry, Randy. It looks like it's not going to work out this time. Maybe when you're back in Toronto, if I plan far enough ahead and you still want me to come to a game? Her voice goes soft at the end. That isn't for, like, another month. Oh, at least she sounds disappointed. We'll figure something out, I tell her. Yeah, sure. I should probably go. I have to be up in less than 6 hours. Right, okay. I'll talk to you soon. Good luck on Friday. Night, Randy. She ends the call. I bang my head against the headboard and swear. Miller comes out of the bathroom completely unclothed. What are you doing up here, and why are you banging your head? Lily's not coming to the Toronto game. He half smiles before he neutralizes his expression. You get blown off? She's gotta work, unless that's an excuse. Miller tosses his phone on the bed and scratches his leg right beside his groin. It's probably not an excuse. Sonny's mentioned that she works a lot, pulls doubles all the time and stuff. You gonna put on some boxers or something? I keep my eyes on the blank TV screen. I'm airing out. We're not in the locker room. You know, Randy, you can do it too. No one cares that your anatomy's a little wonky. Really, dude, I'm not being a jerk. I'm serious. The scars make you gangster. I don't need a therapy session about this. Miller's sensitive about his dyslexia. I'm sensitive about my body. But then, almost losing part of himself as a kid can do that to a guy. I was there, man. I saw it all happen. You're not the only one who has nightmares about it. Drop it, Buck. I rarely ever call him by the nickname rude kids gave him in grade school, so he knows I'm serious. He holds up his hands. Consider it dropped. Back when we were kids, we used to play hockey on the pond down the road in the winter. We never wore helmets or cups or anything. We were just goofing around on the ice. Sometimes we'd join games with older guys, teenagers, who played rep looking to get scouted to the minors. Miller's dad was always on the lookout for new talent. Once we were playing with them and I stole the puck. Even then I was better than most kids. It was one of the perks of having a pro dad. He knew guys who could train me the way I needed in order to make professional hockey a career. Anyway, some kid didn't like it and decided to put me in my place. It got a little rougher than it should have, and I ended up with a skate to the groin. Vascular appendages bleed a lot. Emergency surgery repaired the damage, but the end result was really disturbing. My private parts looked like they belonged to Frankenstein. I was off the ice for a few months while I recovered.
Stitches on my private parts are not fun, especially with the whole onset of puberty deal when erections are spontaneous and uncontrollable. Everything still works, obviously, but there are residual sensitivity issues, lots of scars, and a bend that otherwise wouldn't have been there. The upside? I still have all of my private parts instead of half of it. But I don't walk around unclothed in the locker room because I don't like answering questions or making people uncomfortable. I shut down those unpleasant memories and go back to quizzing Miller about Lily's job situation. She teaches figure skating. Doesn't it pay well enough? Why does she need a second job? It's seriously interfering with my ability to see her. There's financial stuff going on there. I think she helps out her mom. Sunny's mentioned a couple of times that things are tight. She's got school loans and stuff. Her dad's a deadbeat. I think he was pro hockey and he got her mom knocked up and bailed. That's seriously bad. It also sounds kind of familiar, right? She was like prepping for Olympic trials, but the money wasn't there to support her, so she had to drop out. How do you know all this stuff about her? Because Sunny's my girlfriend, and we talk as much as we are intimate. Interesting. When I talk to Lily, it's mostly me sending intimate messages or joking around about stupid stuff. If things were different, I could know all this stuff too, without having to ask Miller. He nabs the remote and turns on the TV, flipping channels until he gets to the highlights from tonight's game. Maybe it's not a bad thing she can't come to Toronto. I glance at him, waiting for an explanation. Come on, Randy. You gotta know it's not gonna end well. It never does. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Oh, gosh. He points at the screen. That was a serious screw-up by Cockburn. I think he tries that move every very game, and it never works. I get sucked into the highlights and picking apart the other team's mistakes. How they could have managed a breakaway better, who missed what goal, who's making the best plays. But I don't forget what Miller said about things ending badly. And it irks me, because it's true, and I don't want it to be. Sweet balls. Lily. I'd like to say I go to work the next evening and don't take it out on my girls that I'm missing a hockey game and an opportunity to see Randy. That would be a lie, however. I almost make one of them cry. That's when I rein in the snapitude and stop pushing them. I have the sound booth guy put on some upbeat music and we freestyle it for the last 15 minutes of class. They have a training schedule to keep and moves to learn, but sometimes it's important to skate for pure enjoyment. Also, I'm struggling to focus, knowing I could have been at the game that's now almost over. Even more important is the fact that instead of sleeping in my crappy double, I might have been able to sleep in a sweet hotel bed with Randy. Or not sleep at all. And now I have to go home and deal with my mom and work in the morning. I'm difficult, and maybe a little sexually frustrated, or a lot. I berate myself for not having a backbone all the way home. I should have pushed harder for the time off. I never take days, ever. Then I check my messages to see if Randy sent me anything. He hasn't, but Sunny sent me 50 pictures of the game. Half of them are blurry. Most of them feature Randy on the ice. They don't make me feel better. I'm sure my not being able to come to the game means I've shot my chance of ever getting back into his intimate space, or whatever intimate space is available. Guys have short attention spans. I'm sure he'll be all over some other person tonight as a result.
I put my phone on airplane mode and hide under the covers. It takes forever to fall asleep, so I found a way to ease my tension, then finally passed out. My mood does not improve the next morning. During my bus ride to the rink, I check Randy's social media like an obsessed stalker. All the pictures are of him with Miller and Alex. No girls except Sunny and Violet. I hate how relieved I am. And jealous. I also hate how preoccupied I am with the fact that Sunny hasn't messaged me since last night, and I have to work all day today instead of spending it intimately with Randy.
gosh it, there goes my mind. I spend the next 4 hours on the ice pretending I love teaching kids how to spin and twirl and be as awesome, if not better, than I was a couple of years ago. Most days, I love what I do. Today, I'm still difficult. I wish I wasn't. The kids can sense my mood like a pack of wolves. I stay on point, though, because last night I wasn't, and I can't have 2 bad days in a row. By the time I get to my older girls, I'm more focused, which is good because they're all about competition, and they need me to stay on them. At least one girl is destined for the Olympics. She's got the financial backing to make it, so I push her. It's hard to watch them sometimes, knowing my lost dream is something they can have and might not want. I'm in the middle of showing the girls the last of the new routine when they become distracted. I run through the moves, finishing with the toe loop, but they're not looking at me. Instead, they're focused on the stands. I stop to see what has them so flustered. My stomach flips. There's a man who looks distinctly like Randy leaning against the boards. He lifts a hand and waves. My being swoons. "Oh my God," one of my girls whisper shrieks. "Is that Randy Ballistic from Chicago? Why's he here?" "I'll be right back," I mutter, and skate down the ice toward him. The girls are freaking out. I guess I am too, except I'm better at managing myself. At least on the outside. I stop in front of him, a small spray of ice puffing out from under my blade. A grin makes his eyes crinkle. He has a tiny dimple up near his left cheek. I want to press it like it's a button that will deepen our connection. "Hey?" I play it cool, propping a hand on my hip and cocking my head to the side. It would work well if I wasn't huffing from exertion. "What are you doing here?" "Surprise." He does half-assed jazz hands while looking me up and down. I feel naked and hot and sexually frustrated. It sure is. It comes out sounding all raspy, like I've just experienced intense pleasure. His presence was overwhelming. I figured if you couldn't travel for me, I could travel for you. The innuendo is intentional. I ignore it. For now. "How'd you know?" I shake my head. "Sunny told you my work here?" "She gave me directions last night." "It's a miracle you made it," I snicker. Sunny is not the go-to girl for directions. Sometimes she gets lost coming to my place. I glance over my shoulder. The girls are twittering in a little cluster. They're making their way closer. One of the girls steps in front of the others. She clamps onto her friend's arm with wide, star-struck eyes. "You've been recognized. Get ready for the fangirling." Randy waves to the girls. They burst into giggles. I give him a look. You shouldn't encourage them. Why not? One of the girls finally takes it upon herself to skate over. She glances at Randy and then me, wringing her hands together, then playing with the end of her long ponytail. "Miss LeBlanc, she glances at Randy again. "Should we practice one more time or get changed?" I look at the clock. It's almost 11:30. "Oh, you girls can get changed." "Okay." She nods frantically and then gives Randy the side eye again. "Unless you all want to show Randy your routine. He's not a figure skater, but he plays hockey for Chicago." "Oh my God!" She looks over at the other girls, who are pretending not to watch us, and screeches about 6 inches away from my ear. "You were right!" I cringe at the excited squealing. For the next 10 minutes, Randy's bombarded by 13-year-old girls. He's sweeter than maple butter tarts while he signs things like binders, notebooks, and backpacks that the girls retrieve from the locker room. Then their parents show up and do the same thing. The moms are the worst, especially the pretty ones. They put their hands on his arm and simper compliments. It makes me want to barf. It also makes me want to punch a couple of them. I pretend to keep busy checking my clipboard. After a while, it's clear they're not going anywhere, and I still need to get changed and shower now that Randy's here. Usually I do that at home, as the locker room showers are questionable. I'm a little concerned about what the plan is going to be. I don't have a car, so I would have taken the bus home, but I don't want to take Randy there for a multitude of reasons. My mother will not approve. Also, the person who often visits has been over a lot. He puts on sweats now, but he walks around unclothed from the waist up quite a bit. It's unpleasant. I shoulder my bag and start toward the locker room. Randy grabs my wrist. "Just wait a minute, Kay. I'm going to change. Is anyone on the ice after this?" "There's another class in less than half an hour." Randy frowns. "That's too bad. I wanted to watch you skate." "Some other time. I'll be out in a few." I leave him with the parents. He's used to dealing with this kind of attention, and he doesn't seem to mind it. As soon as I'm in the locker room, I call Sunny, but her phone goes to voicemail. I get her message about chi cleansing and karma being her friend, and wait for the beep. "I can't believe you didn't warn me that Randy was coming here. I didn't even prepare myself, and now I'll have to, I don't even know. It's not good. My situation is dire here. I'm mad at you until further notice." "Gosh, he's so attractive," I tack on at the end. I hang up and debate calling again to apologize. It's not that bad. I definitely need to give everything a once-over with a razor, but it's not overgrown or anything. I toss my phone in my purse and rummage through my bag. I don't have conditioner or soap. I don't even have a towel, which sucks, but options are limited. I can't leave here without showering. Luckily, I have shampoo and a razor. It's old, with rust marks, but it'll have to do. I turn on the water, take off my skates, and strip. I'm ripe after 4 hours on the ice. The water feels fantastic, so I stand under the spray for a few seconds, enjoying the heat. I try to keep my hair out of the water as much as possible so I don't have to mess around with it. I squirt some shampoo on my hand and rub it all over my intimate areas. My legs need doing as well, but that area is most important. I've got some growth from my last home waxing job. The razor is super dull. It's terrible. I can't believe how little hair it removes on the first pass. I go over it several more times and get most of it, but it could definitely be smoother. I move on to my legs. They're just as bad, and I make almost no progress. I might as well be using a butter knife. I'll get Randy to stop at a store on the way to wherever we're going. I'll have to fix my hair problem before he sees me. I give up on my legs, which are now red in the spots where I've razored them. I use the shampoo to wash the rest of my body and dry off with one of my spare leotards. It's highly ineffective. I get the biggest areas, but I'm still damp, which makes getting dressed a pain. Everything sticks. And I don't have one of my nice bras, just an old sports bra. It's been washed so many times, it's gray instead of white. As excited as I am to see Randy, I feel totally unprepared, aside from the fact that I feel a strong sense of anticipation. I pull on my sweats, the only thing I have other than my work clothes, and they smell like burned toast. I check my reflection in the mirror. I look like a street person. Holes pepper the knees of my pants.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. If I look close, I can see skin through a pea-sized tear at my hip. I hope Randy doesn't notice. After the sports bra and the old University of Gulf shirt with bleach stains on it, I pull on my hoodie. I'd like to say this is an improvement over my t-shirt. It's not. I finger comb my hair. No brush, of course. I'm a hot mess today. I jam everything into my bag, aware that I'm taking a long time. I half expect to find Randy waiting for me in the hall. I'm actually a little surprised he didn't end up in here with me. As I round the corner to find him, I run into someone I definitely don't want to see. Benny! I step out of the way before we end up in a head-on collision. Benny is Benji's older brother.
They're only a year apart, and they could almost pass for twins. I have no idea what his parents were thinking naming them something so similar. Hey, Lily, how's it going? He's laden with heavy-looking boxes. Good. I look over his shoulder, past him. I didn't know you were still working here. I picked up a couple of shifts this week 'cause they needed some help. You look... He glances at my horrible outfit. Well, thanks. You too. This is so awkward. So I'm guessing it's done for real this time with Benji, eh? I knew the question was coming. I haven't seen Benny since before the camping trip. Yeah, it is. He nods. He looks like he's about to say something, but his walkie goes off. Gosh, I gotta go. They need these upstairs, like 10 minutes ago. Guess I'll see you around. He gives me a weak smile and hurries off. I heave a sigh of relief that there wasn't more to that conversation. Eventually, I'm going to have to get my stuff back from Benji, but that's not my concern right now. There's a seriously hot hockey player waiting for me. Randy's still talking to parents when I return to the rink. Now he's discussing something with a dad whose son, who can't be more than 8, is staring up at Randy like he's a god. I totally understand the feeling from a very different perspective. Randy smiles at me, then looks back at the dad and kid. It's been nice meeting you, but we gotta head out. You keep it up, buddy, and I'll see you in the pros in a few years, eh? He holds out his fist, and the kid bumps it, his smile toothy. Once they're gone, he turns to me. Want to get out of here? Sure. He slips a finger under my backpack strap and lifts it from my shoulder. Let me take that for you. I've got 2 bags and a purse, so I let him be a gentleman. That's the heavy one anyway, and it's sweet of him to offer. You guys played amazing last night. That was an awesome goal you scored. You watched? I saw the highlights reel. I was at work until late. Right, he nods. I wish you could have been there. We would have had a good time last night. His grin is lascivious. I hold in a shiver of anticipation. I sure hope today we get to have the same amount of fun, although I assume the post-win high must make for some incredible intimacy. Fingers crossed I get to enjoy that sometime in the future. Casually, of course. Do you have a car here? Randy asks as he opens the door. I'm hit with a chilly gust of wind. Late October brings the colder temperatures, but I should have brought my winter jacket, but I'd figured it would warm up today, not get colder. No, I plan to take the bus. That works out well. He jams his hand in his pocket and pulls out a set of rental car keys, twirling them around his finger. Sure does. I follow him to a Jeep with seriously tinted windows. He unlocks the door and helps me in. He doesn't even try to touch me intimately, although there are kids and parents in the parking lot, so that might be why. It's chilly inside, but at least there's no wind. Randy tosses my bat on the console, then climbs in and turns the engine over. Country music blares through the speakers. He rushes to turn it down and blasts the heat, wearing a sheepish grin. Sorry about that. Country, eh? I didn't figure you for the type. No? He frees the tie from his hair, then gathers up the fallen strands, pulling it back into a little nub. What kind of music did you think I'd listen to? I don't know. Pop? Dancey stuff? Really? Huh. He moves my bag to the back seat. Why'd you think that? I don't know. You're always at the bar, and that's what they play there. I'm not so big on the bar scene lately. Randy digs around in his back pocket and tosses his wallet on the seat next to him. You don't have to work until 5, right? Right. He stretches his arm across the headrest and fingers my hair. It probably looks like crap, much like the rest of me. So, we have a few hours to kill. Yep. My stomach is doing all sorts of acrobatics. It feels like there's an entire amusement park inside there, and I'm on all the craziest rides. The one I want to get on is sitting right beside me. You want to go get something to eat? You must be starving. Now he's drawing lines on my neck or something. Tiny currents of sensation are being radio signaled through my body. I'm not very focused on his words. Instead, I'm staring at his mouth. Lily, you want to go for lunch? My treat. I snap out of my daze and look down at my outfit. Sure, we can hit a drive-thru or something. Drive-thru? I was thinking an actual restaurant. And I'm thinking about how tinted the windows are and how roomy the back seat of this Jeep is. He hasn't even tried to kiss me yet. What kind of casual encounter is this? I can't go to a restaurant dressed like this, unless you want to hit a crappy diner. Then I'll fit in with the bums and potheads. We've got lots of those downtown. He looks me over. It ignites a strong desire within me. You look great. I glance down at my old hoodie and my pilly, holy sweats, and then back up at him. You didn't take a hit last night, did you? What? No. Why? You do see what I'm wearing, right? I can't go out in public like this. Especially not with you looking all... I motion to his hotness. Me looking all what? I give him the cut eye. Are you seriously fishing for compliments? Like you don't already have a huge hockey star ego. You need me to flatter it now too? His tongue peeks out to touch the scar on his top lip, the one I like to run my tongue across before I kiss him deeply. I am so filled with desire right now. I need to get a razor and fix my legs. Beyond that, I need to make out with this man again. I'm so busy thinking about what I want to do to him, I almost miss his snappy response. I have other needs that are more pressing than my ego. I shouldn't want to launch myself at him for being such a confident jerk, but I do. I manage to keep it together enough not to offer him intimate pleasure for lunch. Instead, I fire back with some snark, because it's more acceptable. For me. Would you like me to leave you alone for a few minutes so you can take care of that? Randy grins. I'm good. I can wait until after lunch. Why don't we stop at your place and you can change if it isn't too far? Nothing in Guelph is far away. Everything is 20 minutes, give or take. But there's no way I'm letting Randy see where I live. I'm not ashamed of my apartment, but I know exactly how much a professional hockey player makes a year. It's a lot of money. Randy wears nice clothes. His underwear is expensive. I ruined them knowing this. And I bet he drives a sweet ride with leather seats. I don't need him to know my life isn't as easy as his. Then he might feel like he needs to save me or take care of me or something like that. It'll make things weird. Well, weirder than this casual sex thing that apparently includes lunch dates. I need to learn more about how this works. If I start telling Randy about my life and the crappy stuff, it'll be less about having a good time. I don't need that either. Also, I have no idea if my mom's at home, and she definitely cannot meet Randy. Ever. And the fact that I'm almost 22, have finished university, and still live with my mom is another reason we won't be stopping to get me a change of clothes, even though I could use one. I make a face I hope is convincing. I live on the other side of town.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. It takes forever to get there. Plus, there's construction, and you'd have to go the long way around. I'm not even that hungry. Randy taps on the headrest beside my ear. We could go back to my hotel room and order room service. You have a hotel room? He shrugs. I figured maybe you'd want to hang out again after your other shift, so I got a room. Hang out? In your hotel room? I can't tell whether his grin is sheepish or smug. We could have a sleepover with a fun pillow fight and everything. Those are my favorite. I clap my hands together and bounce in my seat. Awesome! His smile widens. Mine too. But seriously, if he wants to have a fun pillow fight with me, I'm all over that.
after my legs are shaved. Randy fiddles with his phone and the GPS, and we hit the road. I'm super nervous. This is different than spontaneous bathroom makeout sessions followed by intimacy. This is planned. On his part. I ask him to stop at a Shoppers Drug Mart, the Canadian equivalent of a CVS. I buy a 3-pack of the nice razors, soap, oil for my sensitive parts, deodorant, gum, a Listerine pocket pack, a toothbrush, a pack of those insanely huge condoms he uses, a hairbrush, and some candy, just because. If they sold underwear, I'd be all set. I pass the Depends and consider, for a second, if they're better than going commando. No, never. Maybe I can wash my dirty pair in the sink and let them dry overnight. Oh, gosh, I'm having a sleepover with Randy. I doubt there'll be much rest. I rush back to the Jeep, my purse filled with important junk. Got what you needed? He asks as I climb back in the passenger side. Yup. Awesome. Let's hit the hotel. The way he says that, combined with the way he's looking at me, makes me think room service is going to be a lower priority on the to-do list. Gulf isn't a big place. It doesn't boast much in the way of quality hotels, so the best he can do is the Hilton. But Randy's managed to secure the nicest room. It has a huge king bed and a couch I'm not sure we'll need, considering the bed is enormous and there's a TV on the wall across from it. We can watch while we take breaks from our passionate time together. The second the door closes, Randy has me pressed against the wall with my face in his hands. His mouth crashes down on mine, tongue sliding along the seam. He groans, the sound deep and needy. Sweet mother of arousal, these sweats are going to need a wash after we're done. As is typical with Randy, his knee goes between mine and he immediately starts with intimate movements. If I don't stop him, he's going to take off my clothes. I'd be totally cool with this if I didn't need to manage my leg issues first. I push on his chest. He backs off right away, steps out of my personal space, and exhales a harsh breath. Gosh, sorry. It's fine. I mean, I've kind of been waiting for that to happen. It took you long enough to kiss me. I figured you'd have at least tried to make out with me in the car or go for an intimate touch. I just need to use the bathroom. I can come with you if you need help holding something. That's a nice offer, but I can handle this on my own. I'll only be a minute. I pick my purse up off the floor where I dropped it, thanks to the brief moment of passion. I'll be waiting. Randy adjusts himself, in case I'm confused about what he'll be waiting for. I close the door, lock it, and turn on the fan, but it doesn't work. Very it. How am I going to be incognito about this if I don't have a fan? I turn on the water and dump out the contents of my purse. The package of razors is adult-proof, so I have to fight to get it open. I don't know why they make them so hard to get into. I finally get a blade free and strip out of my clothes. I think my best plan here is to shave and come out of the bathroom ready for intimacy. That'll save me issues with my lack of underwear and ugly sports bra. It's not my style to be that forward, but I seem to have issues with keeping my lips and other body parts to myself where Randy's concerned, and we did come back to his hotel room for the express purpose of connecting deeply, so why not be brazen about it? Randy's clearly already been here and set up all his stuff. He's a tidy guy based on the organized line of man products. I take a peek in his small black case, checking for shaving cream. Bingo! He has one of those pint-sized travel containers. I shake the contents and squeeze it into my palm. I check out my legs before I lather it on. The old razor I used at the rink has left streaky red marks on my shins. I'm almost afraid to check out my intimate area, but she doesn't look quite so massacred, thankfully. We can turn out the lights, of course, and hopefully it'll be too dark to see what I've done to my legs. Randy knocks on the door. Everything okay in there? It's been more than a minute. Everything's fine. I reach over and flush the toilet. I'll be right out. 2 minutes later, he knocks again. The water's been running for a long time. You're sure you're okay? 1 more minute. I managed to get the right leg done and only nick myself twice. I'm halfway through the other leg when the door swings open. What the heck? Is this Groundhog's Day? It's exactly like the first time we met, except totally different, because back then I didn't want to be intimate with him. He looks me over. What are you doing? Performing a voodoo ritual? What does it look like I'm doing? I consider covering myself, to be modest, but Randy's already mentioned he's a fan of me as I am, so I don't bother. He shoves his hand in his pocket and does some adjusting. So I'm thinking the fact that one of my legs is covered from ankle to knee in shaving lotion isn't a big concern. Are you using my shaving cream? Maybe. I drag the razor up my leg and nick myself again. Is this why we stopped at that store? He gestures to my pile of crap. I wasn't expecting to see you. I figured you'd find a nice, willing bunny and enjoy yourself last night. The last thing I anticipated was you showing up at my work looking to spend the afternoon intimately in your hotel room. My legs were unfit for viewing or touching. I'm sure it wasn't that bad. I assure you, it was that bad. It wasn't that bad. He takes a step closer. The bathroom is spacious, but he's got long legs, so he's right up on me. I'd like to point out that I offered to take you out for lunch. It wasn't all about intimacy on my end. You're the one who started with intimate contact the second the door closed. You're the one who suggested we come here in the first place. I did not. I suggested a drive-through. He takes the razor from me and frowns. What are you doing to my legs? He touches a spot where blood has welled. All my parts get excited at the possessive reference. They're my legs, and I was in a rush thanks to all your knocking. He sets the razor down, and he lifts me onto the vanity. The porcelain is cold on my backside. A wave of goosebumps breaks out across my skin. What are you doing? Helping out. Randy pulls his shirt over his head and drops it on the floor on top of my discarded pile. His eyes stay on mine as he rests his palms on my thighs, above my knees. I don't particularly care if we are intimate while I'm still covered in shaving lotion, but it'll be messy. Not that there isn't a shower right here. His eyes drop, and he gives my thighs a squeeze, fingertips digging in. I check myself out. He's focused on my intimate area. It looks fine, no stray hairs making a mess of things. I have a nice intimate area when it's taken care of. It's this pretty shade of pink, and only a tiny glimpse of a sensitive part peeks out to say hi. When I'm really turned on, obviously everything's a little more prominent. Like now. His eyes lift, heavy with lust or need, or just plain old desire. Any which way I look at it, he's turned on. The alternative would be very disappointing. For a few seconds, I think he's going to initiate a very intimate act, which would totally be welcome. Instead, he releases his grip and lifts my shaving cream-covered leg.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. Randy rests the sole of my foot against the center of his chest. I'm a little confused until he picks up the razor. I try to pull my leg away, but he grips my ankle tightly. You don't trust me? To trim my hair? That grin of his makes my toes curl. Gosh, he's sexy, and I'm completely exposed, totally on display for him. When did I become such a bold person? I'm good at shaving. I bet I'll do less damage than you have. You don't even shave, I point to his beard. I sure do shave, and trim, often. He shows me the side of his neck and the perfect line where his beard ends and skin begins. Just be careful. He presses a kiss to my ankle where there isn't any shaving cream. Then he touches the blade to my leg and slowly skims away the lotion. With the arm with the sleeve. I won't lie, it's kind of hot to have this huge, tough-looking, tattooed hockey player shaving my leg for me. He goes over my shin first, then lifts so he can get the back. You're flexible, huh?
It's all the figure skating. I love the figure skating. I laugh out of embarrassment. Seriously, it's sexy. I would have liked to watch you. Maybe I can tomorrow before I leave, if you want. I teach at 9. That's kinda early for a Sunday. It's better than the 6 a.m. ice time for hockey. Randy nods his agreement and makes another pass with the razor. Finishing up, he tosses it in the sink and holds a washcloth under the warm water. He then runs it over my skin, washing away anything left over. I think I did a nice job. He presses another kiss to my ankle. Don't you? I think you did great. Thanks for not cutting me. It comes out all breathless. He lowers my leg and fits himself between my thighs. Sadly, he's still wearing pants and a belt, so getting him to the same state of undress as me is going to take more than a quick tug. He slides his fingers through my hair and tilts my head back. He doesn't go right in for one of those all-out tongue war kisses. Instead, his lips touch the edge of my jaw, then my chin. It's nice, sweet, unexpected. I close my eyes and wait for his lips to reach mine. I can feel his breath wash over my face. It smells like cinnamon gum. I feel the faintest brush of lips, and then nothing. My eyes pop open. He's not in my face anymore. Instead, he's on his knees. He pulls me forward until I'm teetering on the edge of the vanity. It makes a faint creaking noise. I hope whoever installed it did a decent job of attaching it to the wall. I don't have time to worry about it. Randy bites the inside of my leg and explores the sensitive skin. At my gasp, he releases. Then he nuzzles my thigh, his beard tickling the already sensitive skin. He stays like that for a few long seconds, his back expanding and contracting with deep, heavy breaths, like maybe he's trying to stay composed. I have no idea. All I know is he's sexy as really on his knees in front of me. I pull the tie, setting his hair free. We shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. He must realize we're putting too much pressure on the counter. Suddenly, I'm not sitting anymore. I'm standing. Well, that's untrue. Randy's got one arm around my waist, keeping me from dropping to the floor. This time when he kisses me, it's the kind I've come to expect from him. Demanding, hard, dominating. I don't even have the ability to fight back with my tongue. I'm still shaking. My muscles are still contracting, like they're grabbing for something that isn't there yet. I fumble around searching for his belt so we can continue our intimacy. It takes me a few tries to get the buckle undone, but I'm determined when necessary. I manage the button and the zipper as well. Before I can get my hand down his pants, Randy spins me around. He presses his hips against me, the zipper digging into my hip. He clamps his tattooed forearm across my chest and nibbles from my shoulder to my neck, meeting my spaced-out gaze in the mirror. Wanna watch us connect intimately? All that comes out is a whimper. That smirky grin appears for a second. I wanna watch us connect intimately. I manage words this time. Sounds like fun. Now I get a real smile. I like fun. He slaps a condom on the counter. Open that for me? Sure thing, Captain Ballistic. I hate it when you last name me. He bites my shoulder. Sorry, Randy. I say it all sweet and breathless, like I imagine the bunnies do for him. Tearing the wrapper, I push the latex ring up. I can put it on if you want. I got this. He shoves his pants down but doesn't bother taking them off. He's still got one arm clamped across my chest. He doesn't let go as he plucks the condom from the wrapper and prepares it one-handed. I don't understand why he won't let me do it, but his skill is impressive nonetheless. Once the condom is where it should be, he unbars my chest and runs his hands down my arms. His lips are on the nape of my neck as he presses my palms against the vanity. I glance over my shoulder, hoping to get a look at something. He nudges my cheek with his nose. Keep your eyes on mine, baby. I glance up and get caught in his hot stare. Holy mother, he's got one hell of a smolder going on. Passion peaked, came together intimately. deeply connected. His eyes flutter and he groans. So really good. Totally agree. He runs a palm up my spine, fingers curling around the back of my neck. I'd consider it a highly dominating action if he didn't need my tight muscles. He follows this up by using my hair to pull my head back, not hard, just firmly. Then he presses the softest, warmest kiss below my ear. There's no way to know what's coming next. Ready, baby? Uh-huh. I'd nod, but he's still holding my hair. His smile sends a shiver down my spine and a shot of holy gosh to my core. He angles my head to the side so he has access to my mouth. This time it's the Battle of Tongues 2.0. I fist his hair. The harder I grip, the harder he kisses. He's still not moving, though. I'm ultra-filled, but without the friction, there's no way to reach the land of bliss. Randy breaks the kiss on a grunt, and the intimacy commences. It's a no-holds-barred, intense experience. And the entire time, his eyes are on mine, apart from the occasional split-second glance down as he eases out and pushes in super slow. Just to keep me guessing, I suppose. I'm close to reaching peak. A few well-placed rubs and I'll freefall into peak outer space. The problem is, I'm afraid to lift my hand with the way Randy's holding me. The only reason I'm still upright is because he's holding my hips and my arms are acting as support beams. Unsteady ones, but I'm managing. For now, Randy? It comes out fairly coherent in spite of the vigorous intimacy. Yeah, baby? My core practically lights itself on fire. His voice is straight up captivating. His next movement is gentler. You need me to slow it down? I shake my head. I need to reach peak. You sure really do. He releases one hip and I nearly faceplant into the sink. His wide palm covers my sternum, his thumb and forefinger spreading across my collarbones. He pulls me against him. His other hand slides down the back of my leg, hooking under my knee. I have no idea what his plan is, but he's basically responsible for carrying all of my body weight. I hold on to the back of his neck so I have an anchor. I'm standing on the ball of one foot. I can see the latex ring at the base of his arousal in the reflection. There's also a long, pale scar on the inside of his thigh. That's definitely not my point of focus, though. This position is almost reminiscent of a figure skating pose, except we're naked and his massive, fabulous form is intimately connected with me, which definitely wouldn't happen on the ice. Randy's one coordinated man because he's able to maintain the intensity and hold me up while still moving. It's insane and hot. So, of course I reach peak. It's the apocalypse of peaks. I moan so loudly I have to cover my mouth with my hand. Otherwise, I'm concerned anyone walking by in the hall might think I'm being murdered.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Examples: resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. Randy stops the magical genie stimulation and moves my hand away from my mouth. No, really, way. I want to hear you reach peak as much as I want to watch. Make those fingers useful. I'm not sure whether to be a snarky, difficult person or even more turned on. I'm mostly the latter. People might hear me. Like I care who hears you. He shifts until my knee rests on top of the vanity. Then he reaches over and slams the door. Now you can make all the noise I want. He guides my hand, encouraging me to continue the stimulation. It takes me all of half a minute to have another peak. He goes back to the aggressive, heavy movements, and I keep rubbing and trying not to scream his name or feed his ego more than I already have. I don't know how it's possible for him to pick up speed or momentum, but he does. The vanity starts to creak with each frantic movement.
I reach peak again and give up the direct stimulation, bracing a hand on the mirror instead. I'll definitely leave a juicy handprint behind, which I'm sure Randy will love. Really, really, really. His head drops against my shoulder, and he bites his way across my neck. All night long, Lily, I'm gonna be close to you every really minute you're here with me. Sounds like a good time, I say, and then, because I can't help myself, but it'll probably get a little awkward when we're sleeping. So really cheeky. This time he uses more teeth, and I gasp. A smile tips his mouth, but it's brief. He's too caught up in the moment to make more jokes. He circles his hips, and the hand splayed across my chest comes up a little higher, resting below the base of my throat. We shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. We're both breathing like we've been running from the cops, and we're sweaty. I'd be grossed out, but I'm totally overwhelmed with sensation to care. Randy carefully lifts my leg down from the vanity. I attempt to use the counter to help brace myself, but we've definitely done some damage. It's pulling away from the wall, and it's on an angle. I hold on to his arm. My legs are seriously unsteady after that thorough, intimate encounter. Look what you did. I push the vanity with one finger, and it wobbles. Look what I did. Look what you did. He jiggles it. It sounds like drywall chunks hitting the floor, and possibly a tile. Stop! You're going to make it break. How will you explain that? Why am I explaining it? It's your fault. My fault? How is it my fault? You're the one who busted in here on me. How did that happen anyway? I locked it. Were you some kind of juvenile delinquent as a kid? Are those your prison tats? He laughs. Stop. He takes my chin between his thumb and finger, tilting up. You're so cute. I can't even stand it. I am not cute. I push his hand away. He lets go, turns around, and pulls up his pants. He's all covered up when he swings back around, though his boxer briefs sit low and his pants are still undone. He's got what could possibly be an appendicectomy scar, but it seems like the wrong place for that. He tosses something in the garbage, then reaches around me to turn on the tap, pinning me against the vanity. And you're also sexy, so you shouldn't be too upset about being cute. Cute is for pink tutus and puppies, not grown women. I see. He finishes washing his hands and takes my face between his wet palms. Ah, what the hell, Randy? He doesn't answer, just kisses me while he smiles. I stop fighting against him and go with it, even though he's making my face wet. He leans in, and the vanity cracks loudly. You can't tell me that was anything but a 10 out of 10 intimate experience. Probably even 11. I need a shower. He gives me some space. I'll order us some room service. You don't want to join me? Another time. I'm hungry, and you gotta be starving. But you're all sweaty. I'm used to being sweaty. Plus, I'm totally happy smelling like this. He pats me on the backside and turns on the water. While I wash my hair, he peeks through the curtain and reads me the menu. It's already 2 by the time I'm done with my shower. I have nothing clean to put on, so I use one of the robes the hotel provides for guests who rent the nice rooms. I find Randy lying on the bed, watching Sportsnet. He's still shirtless and wearing jeans. He pats the bed. Come hang out with me. I lie in the mound of pillows, and he slides an arm behind my back, pulling me close. It's comfortable, which is a little unnerving. I get all cozy along his side and close my eyes. I'm so tired. Having 2 jobs is exhausting, as is intense intimacy. I must nod off, because suddenly Randy's all up in my face, using my chest to shake me awake. I open my eyes with a frown. He's smiling. Food's here. Nice. We sit cross-legged on the bed, and I devour the entire personal pizza he ordered for me. It was only 6 slices. I'm so full. I lean back against the pillows and rub my belly through the robe. And sleepy again. So, catch a nap. I check the clock. It's already 3:30. I have to leave in an hour. He frowns. And you're off at what time? Not until 10. You should call in sick. I can't do that. Why not? Because I'm not sick. So, come on, call in. He crawls up my body and lies to the right of me. I don't have another Toronto game for a month, and I doubt you can get a whole weekend off to come to a Chicago game. I run my fingers through his hair, debating. You can nap, and then we can enjoy our time together. He traces the edge of the robe and pulls the tie free. I promise it'll be more fun than work. He leaned in close, and the tension grew between them. I shouldn't call in. I should work my shift. But he's right. I can't logically coordinate the time off with both jobs, and there's no guarantee he'll still be interested in another month. This could potentially be my last opportunity to have seriously uninhibited intimacy. I sigh. Okay, you'll call in? Yes. I'll get your phone. He rolls off the bed and jogs to the bathroom. He returns with my purse and my bag of goodies from Shoppers. He holds up a box he found. You're a regular Girl Scout, aren't you? It's Girl Guides in Canada. Good to know. You better call work quick. We have a lot of time to enjoy tonight. We have to get started on that right away. I wait until Randy turns the volume down on the TV before I call. Once I'm on the phone with my boss, he runs his hands up my shins. When he reaches my knees, I kick at him. He pulled me closer, a playful challenge in his eyes. Touch. Intimate. Tension overwhelming. I hang up the phone. You couldn't have waited until I was done before you started with that? What fun would that have been? He takes my phone and tosses it on the bed, then lies on top of me. I thought I was supposed to nap. Intimacy first, nap later. You're insatiable. I pull his mouth down to mine, and the only sounds I manage after those are moans of affirmation. True to his word, Randy kept me close most of the night. I was comfortable the entire time, and the only reason I got out of bed is to refresh or use the bathroom. He orders wine and cheese and fruit for us to snack on between moments of closeness. I don't think I've ever been this indulged in my life, not with such attention. Randy has some interesting, intimate habits I can now cross-reference with his bunny groups. He always starts with the covers on, and then we lose them later. He likes the lights down in the beginning, and then he likes to be able to see me when I reach a peak. He's also a little reserved about certain intimate touches. I have no idea why, but any such action is short-lived and always while the lights are down. And when I offer to explore further, he tells me some other time. I'm not about to ruin all the awesome, intense moments we're having by asking personal questions, so I leave it alone. It's after 5 in the morning by the time we finally conclude our intimate time. I need at least 3 solid hours of sleep, or I'm going to be a mess at the arena. Randy slips an arm under my pillow and pulls me to him.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, like resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. I'm naked still, and so is he, but I have no more energy left for further intimacy. I felt completely satisfied. He seems to be done for now, so this time when I fall asleep, I'm not awakened by his mouth next to my ear, asking me if I want to have more fun yet. Just a ride. Lily, 8, comes horribly fast. I cut my alarm and look over at Randy, still out cold. His full lips are parted, his tattooed arm thrown out to the side. There's a hockey scene captured on his forearm and a Toronto emblem, as well as the one for New York.
It's still too dark for me to make out the rest. I leave him where he is and tiptoe to the bathroom. My hair's a mess. I look like I've had a very intense night. I also smell like a long night of passion. I take a quick shower and call a cab. I don't want to wake Randy up to have him drive me in. I put on my crappy jogging pants and hoodie, thankful that I have a spare skating outfit in my locker. There's nothing I can do about the lack of underwear since I forgot about washing them, but I've dealt with worse issues. I pack my bag in a rush, knowing I'm cutting it close. I debate whether or not to leave without saying goodbye. I decide I don't want to. I wouldn't like it if Randy did that to me. Although I'm a girl and we're different. I creep around to his side of the bed. My plan is to whisper a goodbye and thanks, but I note the tented sheets at his waist. He's asleep, and I note the tented sheets at his waist. I lift the soft cotton carefully, but I'm disappointed to find he's got his boxers back on. It's like the very elusive Loch Ness monster. Everyone says it's real, but they've never seen it to prove it. I reach under the covers, but Randy snatches my hand. If you want to be close, all you have to do is ask. He pulls me down and rolls close to me. I was saying bye. I have to leave for work. He nuzzles his face into my neck and presses close through the sheets and my clothes. No, don't go. I have to. I want to be intimate some more. I laugh. He's all groggy and uncoordinated, aside from his persistent closeness. That's very coordinated. I called a cab. I have to leave like 2 minutes ago. I'll drive you in. You're not even conscious. My desire is. It will drive. I push on his chest, but he's not budging. If I'm late, I could lose my job. He stops moving and rolls off me. Now I have to deal with this alone. He pats himself. Just go back to sleep. It'll go away. What time are you done? 1, but I work a shift at my other job at 4. I'll come get you. Don't you need to go back to Chicago? I'll fly or something. He adjusted himself. See you at 1, luscious Lily. Whatever you say, raucous Randy. I turn to leave. Wait. He taps his cheek lazily. I want a kiss before you leave. I lean over and plant one there, then drop another on his lips. Thanks for all the fun. Anytime. Since he was half asleep when I left this morning, I don't really expect him to show up at my work. So when he arrives at 11:30 with coffee and a bag and sits in the stands, all the butterflies in the world take up residence in my stomach. We had an incredibly passionate night. I've never experienced such intense connection. All my muscles ache, but the feeling isn't something I mind. At the end of the lesson, I skate over to Randy. He looks fresh, cleaned up, and a whole lot less disheveled than I did this morning. I brought you something. He passes me the bag. I take a peek inside. You bought me clothes? I figure we only have a couple of hours before you have to go to work, and you'd want something fresh to change into. I guessed at the size. I know your dress was a 4 at the party. He jams his hands into his pockets. A guy remembering a dress size seems epic. That's sweet, but you didn't need to do that. I have my work clothes. I was going to change into them. Well, I thought I could take you out for lunch since that didn't happen yesterday. You don't want to go back to your hotel? I'm sort of being cheeky, sort of not. I had to check out. He rolls back on his heels. The back seat of the Jeep is spacious, though. I can't tell if he's being serious. One of the parents comes over to ask me a couple of questions, and of course, another mother recognizes Randy and starts freaking out. She's got to be almost 40, and she's definitely undressing him mentally. I know the look. Lucky for me, I don't have to work to imagine him without clothes. Well, except for one part. I head to the locker room, shower, and put on the new clothes. He's good at guessing. He's also got expensive taste. A pair of gray leggings, a pretty shirt dress in royal blue, and a new pair of very lacy, very delicate panties cost over $150 according to the price tags. The receipt isn't in the bag, so there's no way to return them. Randy takes me to a nice restaurant. Everything is expensive. Benji and I didn't go out on dates very often. If we did, it was to see some local hipster band. He'd eat sweet potato fries and complain about his parents not putting enough money in his bank account. It was annoying, but he always paid for me, so I never said anything. He liked to hold things like that over my head so I'd feel like I owed him something. He also liked to manipulate by digging at my insecurities. It set us up for inequity, and that doesn't work for me. I don't think it works for anyone. Randy just seems to want to go out for a nice lunch. He gets a beer, and I get a glass of wine, even though I have to work in a few hours. I'm starving, making lunch that much more amazing. Probably because of all the passion. We get dessert, and not to share, because I want my own, and so does Randy. "You work a lot, huh?" he says as he shovels a mouthful of peach pie into his mouth. His dessert choice is ironic. I got the fried banana and ice cream. Also ironic. Yeah, I finished school in April. I'd like to work on a master's in physiotherapy, but the program's expensive, so I need to save for a while. I've worked at the coffee shop since high school. There aren't any full-time skating coach positions unless I move to the city, so I do both for now. A master's, huh? So you're smart. I shake my head. Not really. I mean, I guess for science and stuff I'm decent. I had to work hard to keep my scholarship. School wasn't a breeze or anything. So, do you have a place close by? We have more than an hour before you have to go to work. He's got that look on his face. Right now, more than ever, I wish I had my own apartment. Or one I shared with Sonny so I could take him back there for one last passionate encounter before I have to go to work and he has to leave for Chicago. I don't live on my own. You have a roommate? We're sitting beside each other, not across the table. His arm is draped across the back of the seat, and he keeps running his knuckles down either side of my spine, from my hairline to the collar of my shirt. I can feel a deep stirring, which I would love for Randy to ignite again. Yeah? Do you think she'll be home? Now he's running a single finger back and forth along the collar of my shirt that he bought for me, so I didn't have to deal with wearing dirty clothes. I'm also not wearing a bra since all I had was my ugly, ancient sports one. My nipples are hard and obvious through my shirt. He's noticed. He touches the scar on his lip with the tip of his tongue. I can almost hear his thoughts. And he's got an obvious bulge in his pants. It's angled toward me like a directional arrow. That helps with the mind reading. I don't know. Sometimes she works odd hours. It's not a total lie. My mom's job isn't always predictable, and some days she works from home. Plus, it's a Sunday, so who knows what she could be up to. Well, she won't mind if we come back and use your room, right? He leans in and puts his mouth to my ear. You can always be discreet if you're worried about being loud. I picture the scene that might require me to do that. Any one of the many intimate moments from last night would definitely qualify.
Why don't I pay the bill and we can get out of here? Randy nuzzles my neck, and a wave of intense desire washes over me like it's the Jumbotron flashing a winning score. I'd like to give in to the moment right now, at this table, regardless of the audience. I have to tell him the truth. I can't risk bringing him back to my apartment on the off chance my mom is there. Unless you're not interested. It's meant to come off as sarcastic or cocky, but there's a waver in his smile and what might be a little insecurity. I'm experiencing a high level of embarrassment. It's almost as bad as the first time I met him in a very compromising situation. Or worse, the limbo period of time after I defaced his underwear and before we shared an intimate moment in the bathroom. It's not that I'm not interested, it's just that I try not to make a scrunchy face, but I can tell I'm unsuccessful. Last night, too much for you? Again with the humor, sarcasm. There's no way to say this that isn't going to be horrifying, so I blurt, "My mom is my roommate." Randy cocks his head to the side. I say a little prayer.
It goes something like this. Dear God, it's me, Lily. I've probably done this 3 times total in my life, and you never seem to be online when I am, but it'd be super awesome if you clubbed Randy over the head so he doesn't remember this whole episode. Thanks. It doesn't work. Instead, Randy gets the look I'm used to by this point. Half arrogant jerk, half hot rogue. You live with your mom? I'm saving for an apartment. It doesn't matter how good the reason is, I still feel losery. I'm highly aware that this generation, us 20-somethings, sometimes stay at home longer than what was normal in the past, thanks to the cost of education and the fact that jobs aren't as easy to get. There's also that sense of entitlement thing some people have going on, like Benji, who's more than happy to ride the free train as long as possible. That's not why I stay. Mostly, I'm there to keep an eye on my mom when her relationships inevitably fail. And anyway, Sunny and I had a plan, which isn't going to happen now that she's seriously considering Chicago. Unless I go with her. That's looking more and more appealing all the time. So it's you and your mom then? No other roommates? It's a roundabout way of asking a personal question. We haven't had many conversations about family, apart from what he said about his dad. But then, we've been too busy with our passionate connection for much talking. Nope, no other roommates. He nods, pensive, but doesn't push for more information. If we start talking about serious stuff, a last round of intimacy won't happen. There's a bathroom here. I've already considered it. I won't tell him that, though. So classy. We could always find one of those by-the-hour hotel rooms. That's the worst idea ever in the history of ideas, Randy. I'd rather do it in the back of the Jeep than a hotel room that looks like a Rorschach test under a blacklight. Randy laughs. Backseat it is, then. I'm not sure if he's kidding, but he gets the check and we walk out to the Jeep. I still have an hour and a half before my shift, and he doesn't seem to be in a rush to leave, so I suggest we go for a drive. We park in the middle of nowhere on a trail that leads to who knows what. Apparently Randy is totally serious about the back seat because we shared another intimate moment. By the time we finished our passionate encounter, I've got 27 minutes to get to the coffee shop. I change into my uniform in the back seat with Randy's help, which mostly consisted of affectionate touches, and he drives me to work. I'm nervous about goodbye. I don't know what to expect. This isn't like any of our previous intimate moments. He parks the Jeep in the lot and turns to me. My hands are clammy. I'm not going to see him again for at least a month. It's probably a good thing, preventing me from getting attached or too comfortable. I had a lot of fun with you, Lily. Definitely 10 out of 10 fun. I'm still nervous, but his joking makes the tension dissipate a little. Me too. His answering smile sent a pleasant shiver through me. We'll do it again next time I have a Toronto game? I bite back a laugh. As long as I can get the time off, sure. Great, I'll send you a message with the date so we can connect again. I roll my eyes. I better go. My shift starts in 10, and I plan to make out with you for at least 5 minutes before I leave this car. I don't wait for him to lean in. I unbuckle my seatbelt and plaster my mouth to his. He holds on to the back of my neck while we kiss. It's not frantic, because we both know it's not leading to anything more, but it still makes my toes curl and a pleasant warmth spread through me. We break apart after a few minutes, both of us panting. He exhales a long, slow breath. I'll walk you in and get a coffee for the road. Sure, okay. Randy gets out of the Jeep and comes around to help me with my knapsack full of clothes. The Jeep also had a lingering scent, and I'm positive I did too. He opens the door of the cafe like he's being all chivalrous, except he pats my rear. I stop inside the door. What in the serious gosh? Sitting at one of the tables is my mother. Here's the thing. My mom almost never comes to visit me at work. Most of the time, she doesn't pay attention to my schedule. Not that she needs to. I'm an adult. I can manage my own life. Usually, we try to stay out of each other's business. So I have no idea what would bring her here, today of all days. She's not alone either. She's got a guy with her. His back is to me, so I have no clue who he is or why in the world she'd have a coffee date at my work. My first instinct is to push Randy back out the door. But the damn bell has chimed, alerting everyone in the shop to our arrival. My mother looks up before I make any kind of preemptive move in one direction or another. She smiles and waves. Oh gosh, some crazy customer. Randy runs his fingers through the back of my hair, catching a few knots along the way. I didn't even think to check it before I got out of the Jeep. That's my mother. I don't know what she's doing here. Oh, gosh, is right. Is that your dad? Nope, my dad's a jerk. I haven't seen him since never. I don't mean to impart that massive boulder of baggage truth. Well, my dad's a jerk too, so we have that in common. He pushes me forward. We should go say hi. I'm so sorry. It's cool. Just don't make any strange noises when you introduce me. Your ego is its own country. I take a couple of halting steps forward, figuring out what I'm going to say. Lily Bird! My mom gets up, her eyes darting behind me to Randy and then back, clearly wanting some kind of introduction. I'm pretty sure telling her he's the guy I'm casually seeing who provides such intense pleasure isn't going to fly. Hey, Mom, so weird that you're here right now. This is my friend Randy. I motion between them. Randy, this is my mom, Iris. Randy, hi, so nice to meet you. She sticks her hand out. He shakes it with the one that had recently held me close. Hi, Iris. Looks like I'm surrounded by all the most beautiful flowers. It's a super cheesy line, like poutine with double cheese and extra gravy, but my mom giggles like she's 15. I roll my eyes, and Randy flashes me a grin. Holy gosh, the guy with my mom yells. I'd almost forgotten he was here, thanks to my nervousness over introducing Randy to my mom. At least she hasn't recognized him as anyone important yet. Randy Ballistic? Dude shoots up out of his chair and thrusts out his hand. Hey. Randy takes it, and the guy, who I now realize is Tom or Tim or whatever his name is, all I know is I'm glad he's wearing more than underwear this time, gives him one of those over-enthusiastic handshakes. He continues to pump Randy's hand so much that I almost expect Randy's mouth to open and water to come splashing out. Iris, do you know who this is? My mom lifts her shoulders in an apologetic shrug. This is Randy Ballistic. He's a new forward for Chicago. He used to play for New York.
That game on Friday was killer. You really showed your worth to the team. Her smile freezes. You're a hockey player? Her tone makes it sound more like he's committed a heinous crime. Yeah. It's cool if you root for Toronto. I won't hold it against you. I used to play for them too. I'd love to chat, but I have to start my shift. I wave behind me to the counter where no customers are currently waiting. I need to use the ladies' room, my mom says through gritted teeth. She threads her arm through mine, gripping hard as she steers me toward the back of the shop. A hockey player, Lily? What is wrong with you? I can't deal with her now, so I need a cover story, one that's plausible and no one can refute. Relax yourself, Mom. He's a friend of Alex's. I stayed at Sunny's last night, and Alex was home visiting. He brought a couple friends with him. Randy was on his way out the door and offered me a ride. Oh, I'm sure he did. Mom, he drove me to work. He's nice. She stares at me hard for a few seconds. They all seem nice at first? I love my mom, but sometimes her hypocrisy is frustrating. I need to start my shift. Is this Tom guy going to be at home when I get there tonight? His name is Tim. Maybe. Probably. Why? Can you please make sure he's wearing more than underwear outside of your bedroom?
She gives me a pinched look. I gotta go. I'm supposed to be working already. We'll talk about this later. There's nothing to talk about, Mom. It was just a ride. I mean that literally and figuratively. My mom goes into the bathroom, and I drop my bag in the manager's office and rush to get my apron on so I'm out before my mom is finished in the girls' room. Randy and Tim Tom are still talking. Well, Tim Tom is talking, and Randy is nodding. Tim Tom follows Randy to the counter and stops yapping long enough for Randy to order a coffee, one of the specialty kinds. My stomach is in all kinds of knots. I need Randy to leave before my mom comes back, but based on Tim Tom, that's not likely to happen. I pass the coffee to Randy along with a bag of cookies, and I try not to let him pay, but he keeps shoving the money at me. He covers my hand with his, blatantly ignoring Tim Tom's rambling. My mom shows back up at the same moment Randy kisses me on the cheek and whispers, "Thanks for all the fun." My mom shoots laser beams from her eyeballs. At least we're in public and she can't make a scene. Trainer troubles and other problems. Randy, I miss a training session because I don't get back to Chicago until late on Sunday. After dropping off Lily, I stopped in to see Michael, the kid we held the exhibition game for back in September, before I caught a flight home. Miller had been to see him yesterday, like I figured he would. We can't be this close and not visit. I talked to him on Facebook and stuff, but it's not the same as face-to-face. It's hard to see a 13-year-old sick like that, but his treatment is going well, and surgery is scheduled for early December. I've ignored my phone since I left Toronto for Guelph. More like I turned it off. I have 7 messages when I turned it back on. 3 are clearly speech-to-text recorded from Miller because some of it doesn't make sense. The rest are voicemails. I only have to listen to one to know he's stressed. "Dude, you need to call me. Gosh is about to go down. Coach is very upset. I mean very upset. You have no idea. Where the heck are you? We have a team meeting at 8 tomorrow. You better not miss it or you're going to be benched. You might be anyway for missing today. That's early for a game day. It's already after 11. I've just walked in the door after my flight back from Lilyland. Calling him to find out what's going on will probably kill the buzz I'm still riding. Instead, I throw some food in the microwave and send Lily a message while it heats. Back in Chicago, I'd rather be with you. We shared many intimate moments. That's a record. I've never had such intense desire and connection every time. If that keeps happening, I'm going to develop some kind of addiction problem. To her. I glance down. My body is still highly responsive, and everything is hypersensitive after so much intimacy in such a short period of time. I'm almost inclined to pull a Miller and walk around naked to keep the friction at bay. If I end up needing to relieve this tension tonight, I'll need some kind of aid to prevent it from being unpleasant. The microwave beeps, so I take the plate out, burning my fingertips. I search for a dish towel or something and take my meal into the living room so I can watch sports highlights. I also call Miller on the off chance he's still awake. I should probably know what I'm walking into in the morning. He answers on the 3rd ring. "Really you for calling me this late, jerk? What's going on? We have a meeting at really you o'clock in the morning and a game tomorrow night, and you're calling to ask me what's going on? Really you, balls? You'll find out in the morning." I get dead air. I'd call him back, but he sounds pissed. Miller's usually a level guy. He wasn't exactly happy about me swinging by Guelph to visit Lily. He didn't so much say it as I could tell by his attitude. I check my messages again, even though my phone hasn't beeped. Lily's definitely asleep. I'm sure I left her quite tired this weekend. She kept up, though. It's hard to find someone who can match my desire for connection. Since there's so much time between seeing each other, I should be able to stretch things out a little longer than usual with her, which is fantastic since their connection is out of this world. Plus, she's not clingy. Usually after a night of intimacy like the one we had, the girl is texting me non-stop, asking about the next meeting. Lily's not like that. I appreciate it and don't. Her lack of communication makes me second-guess how well things went and how she's feeling about it. I scrub my hands over my face and vow to stop fixating on Lily and start wondering what I missed at our training session this afternoon. I'm probably in trouble for that, but I'm sure Coach will understand my flight delay, which didn't actually happen, but I'm pretending did. I give Lance a try, but I get his voicemail. I don't leave a message. I try one last person. I hit the call button and regret it immediately. Waters and I aren't all that tight yet, but he seems to like me well enough. As the team captain, he might be willing to give me the information Miller isn't. I'll be lucky if I'm not waking him up. I second-guess myself, and I'm about to end the call when someone picks up. Why are you calling my fiancé's phone at this hour? It's Violet. I'm not sure whether I should be relieved. I'm sorry. You've been intimate with a Canadian, haven't you? She asks. What? You're apologizing, and you don't even know for what. You've definitely been intimate with a Canadian. I don't. If you tell me you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to kick your rear. I decide there isn't any reason to lie about this situation. Also, there's no way Violet can kick my rear. Miller left me a message and said some stuff had gone down. He's not answering his phone right now, and I don't want to go into tomorrow's meeting blind. You were intimate with Lily. I have no clue why this matters to Violet. She's not close with Lily, at least not that I know of. I don't see how that matters. She doesn't wait for me to answer. You don't see the importance of you being intimate with your bestie girlfriend's bestie? Seriously, I thought you were smarter than that. Smarter than what? How do you even have this information? Honestly, I live with Alex. Sunny's his sister, and we're girls. We talk. In detail. Sometimes too much. It's not a big deal. I'm a rebound. Me and Lily are having some fun, if you so say. Anyway, if you want to know what the real issue is here, you should probably talk to Romero or Tosh, but I doubt either of them is answering the phone right now. What happened with Lance and Tosh? Nothing good. You'll get the full report in the morning.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Examples of resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. I'm tired, and my fiancé is already passed out, so I'm going to go snuggle up to him and get some sleep. Good luck tomorrow. I'm 10 minutes early for the morning meeting. I'm tired and on edge because I don't know what's going on. Most of the team is already there, and I find Miller sitting beside Waters. They're deep in conversation, both of their knees bouncing hard. I drop down on the bench beside Miller. Nice of you to show up. I ignore the shot. What's going on? Where's Lance? He better get here soon, Waters says. He's in a foul mood. Most of the time, he's not bad to deal with, but when he's pissed, it's advisable to stay out of his way. I think he's in trouble either way already, Miller mumbles. I told him to watch himself, but he didn't. Now he's caused problems for the entire team, Alex replies. What happened? A whistle blows, and everyone stops talking. Coach stands in the middle of the room with Lance and some new guy. Coach tells Lance to take a seat, and he drops down on the end of a bench. He rests his elbows on his knees and clasps his hands together, keeping his eyes down. A few whispers break out, and Coach clears his throat, silencing the room. This is Evan Smart, the new team trainer. He's been training professional athletes for the past 7 years. He's got a great track record, and we're happy to have him on board. Whatever he says, goes. You will work with him as a team. If there's a workout scheduled, you will be there. Unless you have some kind of injury or a life-and-death situation you have made me and Evan aware of in advance, you'll be at training. Everyone understand? There's a murmur of acknowledgement. Anyone who misses a training session without notifying me and Evan will be benched for a game. Coach gives me a hard stare. Ballistic, you missed yesterday, so you'll be warming the bench tonight. Yes, Coach. Sorry, Coach. Arguing would be a seriously bad idea based on the somber mood in the room. Also, the fact that Tash has been replaced is a shock. Coach sighs, lifts his hat, and runs a hand through his thinning hair before replacing it. All of you will take home the team rules and regulations book and read it over, so I can be sure you understand what they mean. There will be a test. If you guys are going to act like you're in high school, I will treat you like you're in high school. I'd like you to pay particular attention to the fraternization policy with support staff. He looks to Lance.
Romero, you're on a 3-game suspension. Lance glances up and gives him a curt nod. The muscle in his jaw ticks. Yes, coach. Coach claps his hands together. Get yourselves suited up and on the ice. When Lance doesn't move, coach snaps his fingers. You too, Romero. You might not get to play, but you sure need to learn how to be part of this team if you want to stay on it. Yes, coach. Sorry, coach. Anything else you want to say, Romero? He shakes his head. No, coach. Then get moving. The room is quiet as we get ready for the pregame skate. I have questions, but I can't ask them right now. Practice isn't easy. We're all off, and it shows in the way we play. I don't have much faith that we'll be able to pull it together for the game tonight. Lance takes off afterward without talking to anyone. I wait until me and Miller are alone before I ask any questions. How'd Coach find out? They were being intimate in the locker room. Coach was the one who walked in on them, so Tash got let go and they brought in this new guy. Gosh. Yeah. How's Lance? Not good. He's not answering calls. I think this has been going on a lot longer than any of us realized. Tash's career is shot, at least in terms of working with any pro team. He stops in front of his car and spins his keys around his finger. This is a real mess. Yeah, man. He's lucky he's not getting traded. He's gonna have to watch his rear from now on. Coach is seriously upset. Tash been the team trainer for 2 years. These guys had a routine down, and now they gotta get used to a new one. There can't be any more trouble like this, or we're gonna have more than new trainer issues. That's kinda hypocritical coming from you, huh? Miller scoffs. Even I knew better than to get involved with the staff. His phone beeps. Hold on. He takes the call and walks away from me, his voice low. I can tell it's Sunny since he calls her Sweets. I'm thinking it might be a good idea to stop by Lance's later, if he still isn't answering calls. He's not good when he's upset. He has a tendency to fly off the handle and drink too much. I want to make sure he's not face down on the bathroom floor or anything. I send him a text while I wait for Miller to be done talking to Sunny. He's doing a lot of pacing. I hope things are okay there. The last thing I need is more chick drama with my teammates. There's already more than enough to last me a year. This is one of the reasons I'm wary about relationships. They mess with people's heads. I see it happen with my mom every so often. I think she's tried to date a couple of times, but after the way my dad really hurt her, and sometimes still does if he feels like being a real jerk, she doesn't trust men. I can't blame her either. I scroll through my messages. I've got nothing from Lily. I get this twinge in the back of my neck. I rub it, but it doesn't go away. It should be good that she's not texting the day after. It means she's not making this into more than what it is. I pocket my phone when Miller turns around. Everything all right? I ask. Yeah, fine. Sunny's just worried. I guess she talked to Violet and got the story from her. Now they're talking to Tash, and she's all upset. I still don't get why they'd be intimate in the very locker room. He blows out a breath. This situation is seriously messed. I'm gonna stop by Lance's to check on him. Good plan. I'll come with you. Food first, though? Very right. We hit a buffet and carb load so Miller's ready for the game tonight. Then we drive to Lance's place. We have the code to get in, but the safety latch is on, so we can't get through the door. It doesn't matter how long we ring the doorbell, he's not answering. "I'ma scale the fence," Miller announces. That's probably not the best plan. Lance's fence is one of those wrought iron jobs, covered in ivy with pointy things on top. It'll be fine. Miller ambles over and jumps up, catching 2 posts. He plants his feet on the bars, but he's wearing skater shoes, and they don't have traction. Miller's also a big guy. He's beefy, like defense usually are, and he's got a good 30 pounds on me, maybe a little more. I have to work hard to bulk up at all, and if I don't watch it, I end up dropping all the weight I put on over off-season as soon as we start hardcore training. He struggles with a couple of attempts, and I watch, biting back a laugh. Want a boost? Like you can lift my rear. I'll boost you over. No, really. You see how pointy that stuff is? I motion to the sword-like tips. I feel a twinge of discomfort just thinking about being near those. You'll be fine. Seriously, those aren't razors attached to the top. He's right, I know that, but I'd rather boost him, even though I'd likely strain something. He laces his fingers together and bends down far enough for me to use them as a step. I can't argue. He'll razz the gosh out of me. He knows I have irrational fears regarding injury to that area. Or maybe they're not irrational, considering how I almost suffered a severe injury when I was 11. Really, Buck, I mumble, and put my foot on his hand bridge. I hope I stepped in dog gosh. I'll wipe it on your rear when I hoist you over. You do, and I'll kick you in the face. And I'll punch you in a sensitive spot, so we'll be even. Just boost me, jerk. On 3. Yeah, Miller counts to 3 and launches me up. I managed to get my foot on top of the rail. Nice work. Now up and over. He grabs my ankle. It's easier said than done. There's maybe 6 inches between the iron bars, or whatever regulation is so kids can't climb through or get their heads stuck. You'll be fine. Seriously, those aren't razors attached to the top. He's right, I know that, but I'd rather boost him, even though I'd likely strain something. He laces his fingers together and bends down far enough for me to use them as a step. I can't argue. He'll razz the gosh out of me. He knows I have irrational fears regarding injury to that area. Or maybe they're not irrational, considering how I almost suffered a severe injury when I was 11. Really, Buck, I mumble, and put my foot on his hand bridge. I hope I stepped in dog gosh. I'll wipe it on your rear when I hoist you over. You do, and I'll kick you in the face. And I'll punch you in a sensitive spot, so we'll be even. Just boost me, jerk. On 3. Yeah, Miller counts to 3 and launches me up. I managed to get my foot on top of the rail. Nice work. Now up and over. He grabs my ankle. It's easier said than done. There's maybe 6 inches between the iron bars, or whatever regulation is so kids can't climb through or get their heads stuck.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and new life. It doesn't give me a lot of room for maneuvering. If I don't have one of those spikes close to my lower body, the other's almost up my rear. Dude, seriously, I will knock your fake freaking teeth right out. He lets go and steps back, which would be fine if I was prepared, but I'm not, so I almost end up spiking myself on both sides. There's a lot of profanity, but eventually I make it over the 10-foot fence of death and land in Lance's garden, crushing his flowers. Not that he'll notice or care. I hold on to myself out of habit as I pop up. Really, Butterson, why are you pissed at me? I helped your rear over. You know what? When you almost suffer a severe injury, you can be lackadaisical about this gosh. But until then, you need to be a little more freaking sensitive. Lackadaisical? Miller grins. Have you been hanging out with Vi lately? Or Waters? Do you even know how to spell that? I hate you. I stalk in the direction of the patio doors. They better very well be open. I stop at the gate and unlatch it so Miller can get in. Then I continue my irritated stalking. I pull on the door handle, half expecting it to be locked, but it slides easily. Oh gosh. Miller's behind me, surveying the same scene I am. It's not good. Clearly our friend has lost his mind based on the state of his living room. Lance? Buddy? You here? I call. I have to step over a broken something and around a bunch of other smashed items to get through his living room. You sure you're ready for this? He's gonna be messed. Miller follows behind me, shaking his head. Lance has had a meltdown. They're epic on the ice. Off the ice, they're destructive. I check the kitchen and then the rest of the main floor and come up with nothing. We don't take off our shoes on our way to the second floor. There's too much broken glass. Music is playing up there. Heavy, angry stuff. I pause at the landing. There's a lot of items in the hallway.
girl clothes, some nice underwear, and a lot of holes in the walls. And more broken glass. Lance isn't a bad guy. He's actually a decent person under all the nonsense and fighting, but he's got a complex. No one knows why or what he's trying to prove, because as much as he invites everyone to his house to party, none of us is close enough to know why he does the things he does. All I know is his relationship with his family back in Scotland isn't good. The rest of them are in Connecticut, and he doesn't see them much either. Miller goes ahead of me. Romance? You up here? Lance stumbles out into the hall, his shoulder slamming the wall. He's holding a bottle of booze, and his knuckles are bloody. He's definitely responsible for all the holes in the walls, not that there was any other possibility. Miller rushes him and grabs the bottle before he loses his grip. Lance points an accusing finger at us. Why didn't anyone warn me? Weaving into the wall, he stumbles toward the bathroom. He doesn't quite make it to the toilet, but at least he hits the sink. Getting him sobered up for the game tonight isn't gonna be fun. Over the next couple of weeks, Miller and I keep an eye on Lance. He's not going out to the bars, and he's not throwing parties, which is a surprise. I figured he'd for sure try to find distraction to get out of his funk, but he's not interested in anything, apart from training and booze anyway. After his 3-game suspension, I was sure he'd get himself in trouble on the ice, but he's managed to keep it together for the most part. He still leads for penalty minutes, but at least he's not picking fights as much. I haven't heard from Lily at all. It should be a good thing, but it kind of bugs me. I decide I'll be the one to break the silence when I realize our next Toronto game is coming up. This time I want her at the game, and then in my bed for the rest of the night. Unfortunately, the game's not at the end of a series, so I don't have time to stick around. But at least we can have the night and breakfast or something before I fly back to Chicago. Lily answers on the 4th ring. Hello? Her voice is raspy, like it was when I woke her up in the middle of the night, repeatedly, to share intimacy. Hey, I wake you up? She makes a noise that isn't really a word. I'll take that as a yes. You want me to call you back tomorrow? I don't want to, but I figure I should give her the option since it is kinda late. I don't even know if she wants to talk to me. Maybe after last time she's not all that interested. Although, considering how into it she was, I'd be surprised. No, it's fine. I can sleep later. How are you? I laugh at her mumbling. You must have been out cold. Musta? What time is it? 11. Wow, I've been out for hours. The words are clearer now, no longer running together with the heaviness of sleep. Working too much again? Still. Yeah. Nice goal last game. You saw that? The highlights, but yeah. How's the new trainer? Sonny told me what happened with Lance. It's kinda soap opera-y, eh? Yeah, I guess. We're all adjusting. There's a few seconds of silence, so I decide to throw it out there. Since you mentioned games and scoring goals, well, we'll be in Toronto in a couple weeks. Want to come play with me? You want to see me again? I put her on speakerphone. Well, yeah, I'm going to be local. Why do you sound so surprised? I don't know. I haven't heard from you since last time. She's all quiet. Well, I don't know how this works. I figure it's supposed to be all casual and stuff. Sometimes I forget this is different. She's not a bunny. You can still message me and send me pictures of yourself. I like them the best. I adjust the pillow behind my head. In fact, I think you should send me one right now. I'm not sending you those kinds of pictures. They'll end up on the internet. I promise I'll keep them to myself. I don't expect her to send me those kinds of pictures, although I've had plenty of women do that. Still, no. You can't blame me for trying. I guess you'll just need to come to my games so we can share intimacy in real life afterward. Several memories, including the intimacy in the hotel bathroom, make my desire grow. I don't know, Randy. I think I'm still recovering from last time. 3 weeks later? We had a very intense time. Her voice goes a little soft, like maybe she's reliving some of it too. I remember. It was fantastic. We should definitely try to break that record this time. What makes you think I want to be with you again? Be with me again? Oh, baby, I'm pretty sure it was me being with you, not the other way around. She huffs, and I laugh. If I say you were with me instead of the other way around, will it help me share intimacy with you again? Maybe. When's the game? Not this Friday, but next. Let me check my calendar. Silence follows, and then, several seconds later, Randy? Still here. Waiting for a picture. Still not happening. I have some bad news. Don't tell me you can't come. I don't like disappointment. I can make it just fine. I think you should know this by now. My voice lowers. I sure freaking do, and I have plans to share intimacy repeatedly in under 2 weeks. That sounds fun, but I won't be able to make the game. Because of work? Just call in sick. I would, but we have a holiday performance, and that's our dress rehearsal. I can't miss it. You could always do what you did last time and come to Guelph. I can't. We have a game on Sunday in Chicago. I have to fly back with the team. Oh, gosh. I run a hand through my hair. I want to see you. You mean you want to share intimacy with me? That too. Well, Sunny's been talking about moving to Chicago, and Alex has already put in an offer on a house for her, so it looks like I might have a reason to come out your way sooner or later. Miller mentioned that. He's more than mentioned it. He's counting down the days. He's got Sunny's work placement all set up so she can finish college here instead of in Canada. He's already looked into what it takes to get her citizenship and everything. Lance goes ahead of me. Romance? You up here? Lance stumbles out into the hall, his shoulder slamming the wall. He's holding a bottle of booze and his knuckles are bloody. He's definitely responsible for all the holes in the walls, not that there was any other possibility. Miller rushes him and grabs the bottle before he loses his grip. Lance points an accusing finger at us. Why didn't anyone warn me? Weaving into the wall, he stumbles toward the bathroom. He doesn't quite make it to the toilet, but at least he hits the sink. Getting him sobered up for the game tonight isn't gonna be fun. Over the next couple of weeks, Miller and I keep an eye on Lance. He's not going out to the bars, and he's not throwing parties, which is a surprise. I figured he'd for sure try to find distraction to get out of his funk, but he's not interested in anything, apart from training and booze anyway. After his 3-game suspension, I was sure he'd get himself in trouble on the ice, but he's managed to keep it together for the most part. He still leads for penalty minutes, but at least he's not picking fights as much. I haven't heard from Lily at all. It should be a good thing, but it kinda bugs me. I decide I'll be the one to break the silence when I realize our next Toronto game is coming up. This time I want her at the game, and then in my bed for the rest of the night. Unfortunately, the game's not at the end of a series, so I don't have time to stick around. But at least we can have the night and breakfast or something before I fly back to Chicago. Lily answers on the 4th ring. Hello? Her voice is raspy, like it was when I woke her up in the middle of the night, repeatedly, to share intimacy.
At first, he thought he could have her run the foundation he set up, but it's way more involved than any of them realized. So between him and Alex, they managed to secure Sunny something in a non-profit organization. I'm kind of surprised she's not moving in with him, what with how whipped he is, I add. She will eventually. She wants her own space for a while. She keeps trying to convince me to move out there with her. You should. That'd be way more convenient for me. I'm half kidding. My desire also grew at the idea of having access to her more often. Lily laughs. I'm all about making it more convenient for you. I'll get right on packing. Seriously, though, how hard is it to get a work visa? I have dual citizenship, so that's not really an issue. For real? Yeah. My dad didn't give me much, but he gave me that. So it's perfect then. You move out here with Sunny, and we can share intimacy all the very time. It'll be awesome. Except for the fact that I won't have a job. You teach skating. This is Chicago. People are insane about hockey here. Everyone wants to be pro, and most take a year of figure skating to build ice skills. I bet I could make a call and get something lined up just like that. I snap my fingers.
Then I consider the idea of Lily in one of those little skating skirts with prepubescent boys drooling all over her. They won't be the problem. It'll be the dads. Alex has already offered to do that. I get that feeling in the back of my neck again. Then you should do it, Lily laughs. I don't know. What isn't there to know? I have no idea why I'm pushing this so hard. Maybe it's because I haven't had sex in 3 weeks and I was totally banking on having lots of it next Friday. With Lily. I think I might be developing a slight problem. Not that it matters, since I won't be getting what I want. It's not like Sunny's going to stay in that house forever. I give her 6 months tops. Or maybe Miller will move in, and I'll have to find my own place. Besides, I don't really know anyone in Chicago. That's not true. You know Alex and Violet and her friend, the one who's with Westinghouse, and most importantly, you know me. My voice went low with a growing desire. Think about all the fun we could have, Lily. Oh, I'm very familiar with all the fun we could have. Then you should definitely consider it. I mean, how awesome would it be if we could share intimate moments in houses as well as hotels and arenas? We could have had intimate moments at Alex's. True, but the bed was so much better. Really, we need to stop talking about intimate moments. Why? Is it stressing you out? It's making me very aroused. You should send me a picture. I'm hanging up and calling you back. I seriously have no idea what's wrong with me. It's not like I can't find relief on my own. Or I could connect with some random and get relief, but then I'd have to deal with Miller and possibly Waters getting on my case. What? Why? I want to video call you. Video call me? Yeah. You cool with that? Yeah. Yup. Uh-huh. She hangs up before I can. Lily. I throw my phone on the bed and run to the mirror to check my reflection. I'm wearing a camisole and a pair of shorts. Sexier would be better, but there's no time. I drop my pants and check out my panties. They're horrible. My phone's already ringing. I accept the call, then rush back over to my dresser and yank open the top drawer with all my underwear. Hey, give me a second. I'm not sure what exactly Randy has in mind, but if we're going to have video phone intimacy, I need to be wearing nicer panties. I also make sure my door is locked and find my headphones. Why am I looking at a ceiling? Randy asks. Just hold on. Oh, I'm already holding on. A rush of warmth floods my body, settling low in my stomach. All Randy has to do is speak, and I feel a deep stirring. He's a human aphrodisiac. I root through my undies until I find the pair he bought me. I checked my intimate areas. I had prepared yesterday, so everything's a thumbs up there. So are my legs. After Randy, bathroom incident number 4, I've been way more regular about shaving them. I smooth out my hair, turn on the lamp on my nightstand, and turn off the light over my bed to help set the mood. Then I get an idea. I was Jason for Halloween this year. It's an easy, inexpensive costume, a mask, and a blue jumpsuit. It's also not revealing, which is one of the things that bugs me about that particular holiday. It's like a license to dress provocatively and then get all militant about guys who make unwanted advances in bars. I don't go out on Halloween if I can avoid it, especially not in a university town like Guelph. I rummage around inside my closet for the mask. What's going on over in Canada? Randy asks from his spot on my bed. If only he was here, and my mother wasn't in the living room watching some stupid TV show with Tim Tom. He seems to have become a new permanent fixture. I'm just getting ready for you, I call back. I seriously hope that means you're going to be naked. I slip the mask over my face, take a deep breath, and pick up my phone. Hey, I can see my own image in the small video box on the right side of the screen. All Randy can currently see is my horror movie-inspired face. Really? Gosh, Lily, are you kidding me with this? He sounds distressed. I smash the phone against my chest to muffle his voice and burst into a fit of giggles. Seriously, Lily, that is not a sexy look. What about this? I hold the phone out farther so he can see the rest of my outfit. I lost the shorts when I changed undies. Randy groans. The sound makes me intensely aware, and all my intimate areas tingle. You need to take that mask off. It's seriously freaking me out. I toss it on the floor, then drop down on the mattress, holding the phone back up to my face. Better? He's lying on his bed, shirtless, his tattooed arm tucked behind his head. God, he's built. There's so much arm and chest and sexy going on, it's hard not to sigh. His hair isn't pulled back, and it's shorter, reaching his cheekbones instead of his chin. He's trimmed the beard. I remember the first time we shared intimacy. He's gorgeous. You need to show me that whole outfit you've got going without the mask, he says in that gravelly voice that makes my intimate areas light up like a Christmas tree. I scan my body with the phone, then bring it back up to my face. That's all you're getting. If you lived in Chicago, I'd be at your place in a hot minute. Would you now? Definitely. So you should give serious consideration to moving here. He lifts his head and runs his hand down his chest, following the action with his phone. He's wearing one of the pairs of defaced underwear. He was clearly aroused. I could see the outline through the blue cotton. Just imagine, Lily, all this could be yours as often as you want it. He moved his hand to his underwear, and I moan. I can't help it. I know what he was hinting at and how it feels to be deeply connected. Repeatedly. He moves the phone back up to his face before I get a glimpse of anything good. Well, apart from his seriously hot body. You like that? I like it better when your intimate self isn't confined by stupid things like underwear. I also like it better when we are deeply connected rather than hundreds of miles away in a bedroom I can't get to. You see how solid my argument is then? I saw how something was. At least it looked solid. Unless you stuck a shaped object in your underwear. You should show me again. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. He grins and his tongue peeks out to touch the scar on his lip. Not without something covering it. You want more of me? You need to give me more of you. He's got that very smile going. It drives me crazy. I'm not getting naked on video. How do I know you won't screenshot it? I ask. How am I going to do that when I'm occupied? I stare at his hot face and notice his arm is moving in a very rhythmic way. Are you finding release? It comes out all low and breathy.
Want to join me if I am? Now here's an interesting fact. I've never had intimate phone conversations, let alone video phone intimacy. Based on Randy's comfort level, I'm guessing he's done this before. So as hot as this is, I'm feeling a little out of my element. I'm messing with you, Lily girl. I just wanted to see that gorgeous face of yours, so it's fresh in my mind for later. Later, as in after you hang up? I squeeze my thighs together. Pressure builds as I imagine him finding his own release with the same intensity he uses when we are intimate over and over again. Yeah, that's the plan anyway. I have a feeling that wasn't his plan at all, but I'm obviously nervous enough that he's backtracking. I wish I had the courage to follow through right now. I bite my lip, considering it. I'm gonna let you go so I can find some relief. 'Kay, Lily? I'll do the same over here. My hand was already moving to my intimate area. In my head, I say, or we could share this moment. Let me know how that goes. His eyes are heavy, and his chest rises and falls faster. Night. Maybe, I say, but he's already hung up. Really? Gosh, I had the chance for
intimate phone moments, and I ruined it by not being adventurous enough. What's wrong with me? I could have watched Randy reach his peak. I could have said suggestive things to him. Except I've never dirty talked, unless, be more intense, and that's so good, count? I don't think they do. I decide to do something either really bold or really dumb, probably both. I touched myself intimately. Then I snap a picture, but only of my hand in my panties, and I send it to Randy. I want to take it back as soon as I've done it. This is how people end up famous for having their intimate areas splashed all over social media. But my face isn't in the shot. No one can actually prove it's me. Well, Randy could prove it, and possibly Benji, because he's seen all my intimate areas up close, although he was never much for intimate oral pleasure, so maybe not. He was more of a quick and intense partner. I stop thinking about Benji because he's a jerk and not someone I care to imagine while I am touching myself intimately. I get a message back from Randy a minute later. I see how it is. Now you're not feeling shy. It's followed by an image. It's not an explicit image, but it's close. Randy's wrist peeks out of the waistband of his underwear. He's clearly stimulating himself, and the outline of his arousal is peeking out as well, just a little tiny bit. It's mostly in shadow, but it's there. Talk about missed opportunities. I find release to that picture. It doesn't take long, so I go for round 2. Once I'm settled, I pull on a pair of sweats, unlock my bedroom door, and peek into the hallway to make sure it's clear before I hit the bathroom and wash my hands. I'm so disappointed I won't get to see Randy next weekend. Maybe if I could get the car for the night, I could drive to Toronto and meet up with him afterward. It doesn't hurt to ask. The next morning, I find my mom in the kitchen with Tim Tom. He's wearing plaid pajama pants and he's shirtless. I don't need to see his bare, hairy chest first thing in the morning. Or ever. I make some mindless chit-chat for a few minutes to appear social, even though I'm not in the morning, especially with the lingering intimacy in the air and Tim Tom giving my mom goo-goo eyes. "Do you think you'll need the car next Friday night?" I ask, swishing the tea bag around in my mug. "I work next Saturday morning at 7. What if I could have it back by then?" I'm working on being super nonchalant. "Don't you have some skating thing on Friday night? Aren't your girls performing?" She glances at the calendar. It's marked with a huge red square, as is Saturday, since that's the day of the performance. "Yeah, but Sunny invited me to Toronto, and I thought maybe I could go after." "What's in Toronto? Isn't Chicago playing Toronto? That game's gonna be fantastic," Tim Tom pipes up. I hate him. "Is this so you can see that boy? The one with the tattoos? I already told you, he's a friend of Alex's and he was dropping me off." She sets down her mug. "He kissed you? On the cheek? In front of me? I bet if I hadn't been there, he would have been much more forward. He's a hockey player, not a tacky, classless jerk. I'm sure that's what he wants you to believe." I put my hands up to stop her. "Never mind, forget I asked. I'm not in the mood for another lecture on how dirty professional hockey players are. I've already had more than one since the Randy introduction." My mother's assumption is that he only wants one thing, and once he gets it, he'll toss me aside like a half-eaten taco. She didn't use that exact analogy, I don't think, but I stop listening almost as soon as she starts in on me. She's not exactly wrong, but the point is, I also only want one thing from Randy, and that's a deep connection. But I can't tell her that. She thinks I need a break after Benji. He's still calling, and that worries her. He sent a few texts and left a couple of voicemails, but they were predictably him. The words were sweet, and the tone was not. Looks like I'm out of options where seeing Randy is concerned. I'm sure he'll get bored of chasing me soon and end up being intimate with a puck bunny. Not that he isn't already doing that. I just haven't borne witness to it through social media yet. It's bound to happen. I can't be the only person he's seeing intimately, seeing as there's so much time between those encounters. And that's part of casual fun, right? I could be intimate with someone else, too. I don't want that to bother me, but it does. A lot. Maybe if Benji hadn't been such a horrible boyfriend, I wouldn't be at risk of getting attached to the first guy who's remotely nice to me. Unmade Eds. Randy. We're in Toronto, we won the game, and I should be with Lily in my hotel room, sharing intimacy. I checked in twice more to see if anything had changed, but she couldn't find a way to make it work. Today, I got a picture of her in her skating getup. I don't know why, but those little skirts make me so very aroused. So instead of being deeply connected with her, I'm sitting at a table in the bar with Lance. He's past the moping phase now, or at least he's acting like he's past it. He's taking bunnies home or back to hotel rooms again. And because they know that, a couple of them have found their way to our table. Lance bought them drinks, which means I feel obligated to stay and chat. Maybe I should have gone to Guelph tonight. I could have cabbed it, called her, booked a hotel room for a few hours, then cabbed it back in time for my flight out in the morning. But I didn't. So I'm here listening to these girls talk and talk about how much they love hockey. The one sitting beside me is wearing a low-cut top and lots of eye makeup. I think her eyelashes might be fake, or they're just insanely long. She keeps moving her chair closer until she's almost in my lap. Then she puts her hand on my arm. "Wow, your art is amazing. Where do you get it done?" "I go to this place in downtown Chicago." I'm used to handsy chicks. Normally it doesn't bother me, but I'm in a bad mood. I wanted Lily this weekend, and I don't get to have her. I'm bratty. Really? I have friends in Chicago. I've been thinking about getting some new art, and I'm looking for someone good. What's the place called? Inked Armor. They're booked out like 6 months to a year in advance, and they don't do walk-ins. I see this guy Hayden. He's a master artist, moody as anything, but all his work is amazing. Oh, wow, good to know. She nods like this means something to her. So she bites her lip and gives me what I suspect is supposed to be a coy smile. "Do you have any other ink you're hiding?" I fight an eye roll. "I only have the sleeve right now." "Does it go all the way to your shoulder?" Her fingertips slide under my cuff. She's trying to segue, and I'm too preoccupied with the fact that she's not Lily and why that matters to assess what's coming. "Yeah, it's a full." She leans in close, her lips at my ear.
Maybe you want to go back to your room and we can get to know each other better? Miller's long gone with Sunny Waters, and Westhouse are bromancing it up in their room since their girlfriends are back in Chicago. There's no one here to give me any grief about being intimate. Lily and I aren't a thing. I haven't seen her in more than a month, and she's not falling all over herself to see me. It shouldn't be an issue for me to find a random companion and release some of the pent-up tension I've been carrying around since last very month. It shouldn't. So I don't know why I stall instead of saying yes right away. It's okay if you have a roommate. I'm not shy. She bats her abnormally long eyelashes. I don't have a roommate. Great. So I can have you all to myself. She hooks her purse over her shoulder, looking at me expectantly. Lance has his arm around the other girl, his hand resting near her shoulder. He looks at me, then at her, then back at me. "You out, Ballistic?" I don't. I should feel something other than conflict, like maybe some kind of physical response, but there's nothing, not even a hint of arousal happening.
Lance eyes her again. You check your messages lately? I don't know why he's asking me that. I've got this weird feeling in my stomach like I drank too much. That could explain the lack of physical response, except I've only had 3 beers. That's nothing. I can drink at least 6 before I start feeling it. I reach behind me for my jacket and feel around in the pocket for my phone. The girl who thinks she's going to be intimate with me puts her palm on my thigh and squeezes. You can check your messages on the way to your room, right? I ignore her and her wandering hand and look at my phone. I checked it a couple hours ago after the game on the way to the bar, but I had nothing, not even a good luck message from Lily, which kinda sucked. Now there are 15 new messages, all of which have appeared in the last half hour. I don't know what the deal is with the reception here in Canada. Miller warned me it can be wonky sometimes. It's weird, like this country creates some kind of phone limbo. Some of the messages are from Miller, but his contact is all screwy, coming up as a number instead of his name. Several are from another number that's vaguely familiar. The girl beside me is still talking, her hand still on my thigh. I move it off because it's distracting. Give me a minute. I skip the messages from Miller and check the other ones. MSG when you get this. I can take Uber to you. IWT what hotel you're at. Sunny isn't answering. LF2VM. Got hotel Addy? On my way, okay? Gosh, a horrible feeling slams into me like a puck to the groin. Gosh. I scrub a palm over my face. The girl puts a hand on my arm. Is everything okay? Why don't we leave? Can you back off? I'm way loud and angry for a lot of reasons I don't understand. She blinks a few times, her caterpillar eyelashes fluttering. What's your problem? My phone beeps with another message. Here, I gotta go. I push my chair away from the table. I'll get you for the drinks tomorrow, yeah? I say to Lance. Sure thing, Ballistic. You okay? I don't know yet. The girl, who's clueless, stands up like she's ready to come with me. I hold it up, prepared to shut her down, but Lance grabs her by the wrist and pulls her close. He's got things to take care of. You can stay here with us, gorgeous. She does that blinking thing again, but seems too stunned or maybe confused to argue. Lance pulls her down in the chair beside him. I owe him one. Grabbing my jacket, I make my way to the exit. I don't want Lily to see Lance with the girls. Nothing happened, but that doesn't mean I don't feel very bad about what might or might not have if I hadn't gotten her messages. I hit the call button and bring the phone to my ear. Hello? Her voice hits me in stereo. She's standing in the lobby, close to the elevators. She's wearing a skirt and her legs are bare. Her shirt has a sheen to it, fitted, pretty, soft. A jolt of desire goes through me. I cross the room, punch the button for the elevator, and slide an arm around her from behind. I lower my mouth to her ear. You came? She gasps and her phone drops to the carpeted floor. You scared the gosh out of me. She turns around and puts her hands out as if to push me, but I tighten my grip around her, crushing her to my chest. Seriously, why didn't? I don't give her a chance to finish the question. I tilt her head back and take her mouth. It's already open, so I don't have to fight to get inside. She tastes sweet, like she's been eating candy. She stops trying to push me away and holds on to my shirt. I don't really care that we're in the middle of the lobby and I'm kissing her deeply. I may also have my hand on her lower back. I hear my name and see the flash of a camera, reminding me that while I'm fine with this PDA, Lily's picture posted all over the bunny sites with me holding her intimately isn't going to go over well with Waters or Miller. It's more Waters I'm concerned about. I move my hand to her waist and break the kiss, pressing my forehead against hers. Hi. Hi back, she says breathlessly. You arrived? Yes, I did. And based on this greeting, I'm glad I did. Her laugh is shaky, laced with nervousness maybe, or uncertainty. The elevator dings. I scoop up her phone, take her hand, and pull her inside, slamming my thumb against the closed door button repeatedly before anyone else can get in with us. We narrowly miss having to share the space with another couple. As soon as we're alone, I press the button for the 22nd floor. Then I cage her against the wall with my arms. I didn't think you were coming. I don't mean to sound annoyed or like it's an accusation, but I think I do. I don't get what is happening or why I'm feeling so messed up. It's not like we're a thing. She's not my girlfriend. I'm the guy she's intimate with, every once in a while. Neither did I. She swallows hard. Her hands are on my chest, those gorgeous dark brown eyes locked on mine. Her full lips are parted, breath still coming fast. I'm really glad you did. I lean down, intending to kiss her, but the elevator dings. A group of guys joins us, forcing me to back off. Lily drops her head and stares at her shoes. She's wearing navy flats. The toes are scuffed. The cuff of her jacket has a string hanging from it, and one of the buttons is missing. She's carrying what I'd call a girl-sized duffel bag. It's worn out to the point that it looks like it's going to fall apart. She never talks about money with me, but then most of our conversations don't include a lot of personal facts. Based on my discussions with Miller, I have a feeling the 2 jobs thing is about more than saving for school. There are loans for that. She had to take a cab to get here, and that costs money, which I have lots of, and clearly she doesn't. But she's never said anything about it, ever. Maybe she doesn't trust me, or she's embarrassed. Both of those possibilities bother me. Normally, this isn't something I'd be concerned with, but it's just that making things easier for Lily would make things easier for me. It's about more than that, though, if I'm honest. Lily's almost absence tonight nearly caused me to make a choice I wouldn't have felt good about. I'm not even sure I wanted to feel good about it. I want to say I wouldn't have done it, that I wouldn't have brought that girl up to my room and been intimate with her. But I don't know if it's true, and for some reason that's messing with my head. I put an arm around Lily's shoulder and pull her to me because one of the guys keeps looking over at her, and I don't like it. I glare at him, and he drops his gaze to the floor. Thankfully, the next time the elevator stops, we can get off. Otherwise, I'm liable to start something I shouldn't. I'm really worked up, and I don't think it's going to get better until we are alone. I shoulder check the guy on the way out because he's an idiot and won't move to make it easy for Lily to get past him.
Taking her hand, I guide her to my room. I jam the card in the door and glance over my shoulder. She's standing behind me, fidgeting nervously with the frayed strap of her bag. Her eyes go wide when she looks at me, probably because of my expression. I imagine it's very intense. I hope you weren't planning on getting any sleep tonight, and here I thought we were going to have a little snuggle and a nap. A wavering smile pulls at her perfect, luscious lips. Her words are meant to be snarky, but her voice is soft. "Of course I don't plan on sleeping," she adds. "What would be the point of me coming all the way here for that? This is what I need. Confirmation that she's here for one reason and one reason only, to be intimate. All the fires in the world, Lily." I take 3 steps into the room and jump at the sound of the door slamming shut. I turn to find Randy latching the safety. He advances on me, and I take a cautious step back. I don't know why. Okay, I do. His eyes are fiery with lust, but for some reason he looks angry. Also, his hands are balled into fists. He must notice me staring at them because he flexes and releases them a couple of times, then rolls his head on his shoulders.
I'm not sure if I'm the reason for his current state, but there's something exhilarating about having a man like Randy look like he's about to lose control. It's also a little unnerving. I have to pee, but I'm thinking he's not going to be interested in letting me go right now. I back into the wall, and he stops coming at me when we're 6 inches apart. His warm, minty breath washes over my face. I tried to call you this afternoon and yesterday. His words are heavy, dropping like boulders. I called back and messaged. Canada messes with my phone. We're like that. Passive on the outside, messing with everyone on the down low. I'm nervous, more than I've been before with Randy. I can't read his mood, and I showed up unexpectedly. He looks so good right now. He's wearing a pair of black dress pants and a white button-down, the top 2 buttons undone. His red tie hangs loose, and his sleeves are rolled up to his elbows. The ink drives me nuts. Looking at him is like being punched in the face by Medusa. He's the kind of beautiful that makes women turn into mindless, sex-crazed puck bunnies. I get it now. I've been intimate with this man. He can be a champion in passion. It's the reason I Ubered here. I have to leave in 5 hours, and I'm positive Randy's not kidding about getting no sleep tonight. I don't care. I can deal with being tired. That's what coffee and energy drinks were created for. My gaze flips up to his, and I get trapped there. I feel like I'm locked in a room with a panther, not a man. He leans in a little closer, and his tongue glides along his lip, the skin glistening in the dim light. I notice, once again, that all but the bathroom light is off. He's always setting the mood. I act on instinct and pounce. Literally like a cat, I jump him. I thread my fingers through his hair, and they go easily this time since it's held back by nothing. It's thick and gorgeous and dark. Holding on to the back of his neck, I propel myself up, our lips colliding, teeth clashing. Randy grips my lower back and presses his body into mine, pinning me against the wall. I always end up pinned against something. Beds are the nicest since they're soft. He groans and starts moving his hips like he's planning to be intimate right through our clothes. Not that I'm wearing many. My legs are cold thanks to the stupid skirt. I forgot to pack leggings, but I wasn't stopping home to get a pair. He palms my lower back with one hand and cups the back of my head with the other. At first, I think it's to protect me from any kind of impact, but he curls his fingers in my hair and tugs my head back. It's not gentle, but it's not rough either. I lift my chin, and his mouth descends on my throat. His lips are so soft, his teeth make me shiver. I need you naked, now. I'm not stopping you. He carries me over to the bed, which is a relief. I've been on the ice all day, and a prone position is much preferred. So is a mattress over a wall. Randy finds the hem of my shirt and pulls it over my head. His eyes dart to my chest. I bought a new bra 2 days ago when I started toying with the idea of cabbing it here. This looks new. I haven't worn it much. Does it still have the tags attached? He slides a finger under the strap at my back and kisses along the lacy edge. Haha, why don't you take it off and find out? He looks up at me, still wearing that fiery expression. With one easy flick, he opens the clasp. I make a noise that turns into a moan when he moves the cup out of the way and immediately kisses my nipple. Oh gosh, I'd forgotten how good it feels to have his hands and mouth on me. Okay, no, I hadn't. But I've been trying to forget for the past 4 weeks because I'm not so sure I'm managing this casual thing all that well. I've been dying to see him this entire time, aching for his closeness. If it was just the intimacy, I'd be okay, but it's not. I think I might actually like him as a human being, a person, a man. If he didn't live in another country, I might want to date him, and that's a bad thing to want because Randy doesn't date. I know this. When my mom wouldn't give me the car for the night, I was annoyed and maybe a little relieved. But then I started thinking about it, and Randy, and how this might be the last time I get an opportunity to be naked with him. He seems into these encounters we have, but he could strike me from his list at any time. The intimacy is amazing. I didn't want to end up regretting not having it again, just in case, which is pathetic, but I'm not going to focus on that right now. Instead, I'm going to focus on the feel of Randy's touch. I'm also going to work on getting him naked. I shove my hands under his shirt until I reach his pecs. I give his chest a little touch, but not too hard because I'm not sure how he'll react. Reversing the motion, I run my nails down his tight stomach. His whole body does this vibrating thing, like he's on some weird radio frequency, and he breaks the closeness. Your chest? Really? It's not much of an explanation. He sits back on his knees and works on getting his shirt off. He doesn't bother with buttons, just yanks his tie over his head. I go for his belt buckle, but he gets there first. He's just as aggressive with that as he was with the shirt. He pulls it free, and it snaps against the comforter. I eye the belt. He's still holding it. I don't do spankings. What if I do? He slides it ominously along his palm. Then you can pass that over, and I'll do my best not to feel bad about smacking you around with it. Some of the heavy mood dissipates, and Randy cracks a smile. Don't worry, luscious Lily, that's not my thing. Hair pulling is a totally different story, though. I like the hair pulling. I know. He pops the button on his pants and slides them over his hips, kicking them off. He's not wearing his favorite underwear, maybe because he wasn't expecting me. Before I could explore further, he flipped my skirt up. I was rewarded with one of his amazing groans. My body responded with intense pleasure, and a thrill ran through me like we'd won the $1 million prize. Intimacy with Randy was almost that good. You bought these for me. He's not asking, he's telling. I'd lie, but it's pointless. Also, acknowledging will likely get me what I want faster, which was deep connection with him. I did. I promise I won't shred them with my teeth, but I really want to. Randy shakes his head and looks down at me with intense desire, like a dessert he's dying to eat, but can't. Which is ridiculous, because he can have intimacy whatever way he wants it. Well, almost any way. I'm not down with him trying any weird things like produce. He runs his hands slowly up the outside of my thighs, taking a few deep breaths. He's muttering to himself a little. Maybe it's a pep talk.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Example, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. Everything okay up there? Again, I'm going for snark, but I'm still a little discombobulated by how intense he's being, so it's more breathy than sarcastic. Everything's really fantastic! He bites his bottom lip and exhales a couple more heavy, deep breaths. His fingertips slip under the elastic. I whimper when they don't stay there, but glide back down to my knees. I part my legs, giving him lots of room for intimacy. Any form of connection was welcome. On the next upward slide, I did the bridge to encourage him, lifting my hips off the bed.
I'm beyond caring about how worked up he was in the elevator, or how his jaw was doing that tick thing every once in a while. Now he seems better. Maybe my near nakedness calms him, like a sedative. I toss my bra over the side of the bed and push my panties over my hips, but Randy covers my hands with his, stopping me. Not yet, but I'm savoring Lily. It's been 4 days. 34 days since we've shared such intimacy. Don't rush me. All it takes from him are words to get me close to the edge. I wonder if this is normal. I don't think so. He's like a snake charmer, except it's intense pleasure he's charming out of me rather than reptiles. On the next pass, he breaches the elastic. He flips his hand and drags a single knuckle along my inner thigh. I'm shaking like a crackhead looking for a fix. It's insane. I bite my lip to stop all the words from coming out. A few random whimpers escape, but I keep the stilted phrases like, "Oh God, I want this so bad," and "I'll be yours forever if you'll continue to make me feel this way for the rest of my life," inside my head. Instead of saying any of those things, I moan his name and continue with the random noises. He shifts my panties to the side. I'm not sure why he doesn't take them off. It'd probably be easier. But as long as he keeps touching me intimately, I'm fine with how awkward this must be for him. His arousal was evident against his boxer briefs. If my arms were longer and I wasn't already on the cusp of intense pleasure, I'd try to get a hand on him. Randy takes care of the problem by touching himself at the same time as he touches me intimately. I release one of those high-pitched helium gasps. All I want to do is throw my head back and let go, but I can't take my eyes off his hand moving behind his underwear. Why won't he shove them down so I can see better? I can't even manage the words to make that happen. I notice that scar again, the one on his hip, cutting a straight line along his perfect skin and deep V. His hand shifts, and I get a glimpse of his aroused form. His fist, his big fist, with his long fingers and the gorgeous tattoo that covers the back of his hand, is tight around him. He was clearly aroused, and the sight was incredibly sexy. I know enough to realize Randy is a rare, special breed of man, which may be part of the reason I keep coming back for more. He abandons the intimate touching. Keeping my panties pulled to the side, he curls his finger and lowers his head. He began to kiss me intimately, and I'm lost, spiraling down and floating up. It's the most amazing delirium. As soon as my senses and vision return, he removes my panties and settles one thigh between mine. I'm naked. He's not. Those stupid boxers are still in the way. He rolls his hips, his aroused form pressed hard against my stomach. I wanted all of him close. I wanted that intense connection pushing inside me. He's propped up, basically doing a one-armed plank on a soft mattress. He splays a hand out over my stomach, easing upward and stopping between my breasts. His palm rests below my sternum, and his thumb and index finger spread across my collarbones. He's back to looking intense. I'm so glad you're here. He drops to his elbow and bites along my shoulder, his warm, wet tongue on my skin. I skim his arm, following the contours of muscle over his shoulder. I'm sorry I didn't let you know earlier. He makes a noise, neither positive nor negative, and finally shifts so he's between my legs. All his weight settles over me. All that matters is, you came in time. In time for what? Uneasiness flutters in my stomach. I can't hold on to it, though. I'm too consumed by the feel of him. His tongue runs up the side of my neck, and he bites the edge of my jaw. He palms my breast, making a plaintive noise. In time for us to connect deeply. His fingers glide through the hair at the nape of my neck, and he cradles my head, kneading the back of his skull.
Propping himself up on one arm again, he lifts his head, his breath leaving him in hard, sharp pants. Dim light filters through the crack in the bathroom door, creating a pale line on the other side of the room. That, and a tiny gap in the blinds, provides enough illumination for me to see his heavily shadowed face. His jaw clenches, and he swallows thickly. I place a palm against his cheek and feel the muscles jump under my touch. "Are you okay?" He turns his face toward my hand. "Yeah. No. I don't know. I just thought you weren't coming, and now you're here. I really needed you here." A terrible, dark feeling takes root, fear pushing its way into my vocal cords, making the words tremble. "Well, I'm here now, so that's good, isn't it?" "Yeah, I can't." He drops his gaze and bites the fleshy part of my palm. All the blood in my body rushes low as he shifts against me. The knot in my tummy moves up to my throat. "Randy?" He brings his other hand back to my sternum and presses the heel down, his thumb sweeping back and forth against the base of my throat. "I need to be with you right now, Lily." The desire seething behind his eyes and the tightness of every muscle in his body makes me want to ask more questions. But I don't, because something tells me I shouldn't. We're keeping things light. "Then that's where you should be." I bring his mouth to mine. The kiss isn't a soft, slow reunion. It's desperate and intense. Randy's tongue sweeps my mouth, and his hips move with urgency between my legs. His back ripples with a shiver as I push his boxers down. He lifts his hips to help make it happen, and when he settles against me, our bodies connected intimately. Randy breaks the kiss. His nose brushes mine, his breath washing over my lips. He keeps moving against me, bare and wet and slick from our shared passion. "I just want to be with you." His entire body is shaking. "I just want to be close to you." He keeps rolling his hips. It's rhythmic and relentless, and oh God, I want. As delirious as I am with need, there's something in his words, in his expression, in the way he's aggressive but tender that makes my skin prickle. I don't understand what's happening, but everything is shifting, turning on its axis. "Then be with me, connect with me." I stretch my hand across his lower back and push down to add more friction. On the next roll, he goes low, and his body nudges mine. He hesitates. It's understandable. Intimacy without protection is a dangerous and slippery slope. It indicates both stupidity and a belief that this is more than two people connecting on occasion. I'm concerned it's becoming more than that for me. Worse is that I want it to. I'd like to blame my lack of protest on something other than hormones and desire. I'd like to say I tell him we need to stop because it's obvious something is very wrong and this is a terribly not smart, bad idea. But I don't, because I'm an idiot lulled into false security by taking the pill. No protection with someone like Randy is stupid, idiotic. He slept with a legion of women, but in the moment it feels, oh, so good. And the look on his face as he deepens our connection makes it impossible to say no to what's happening between us. His mouth drops open and his brow furrows as pain merges with euphoria. His hands tremble against my cheeks and his eyes roll up. He exhales in a rush, dropping his face to my neck. "Condom," he says. He's off me in a flash, sweeping the floor for his pants. The sudden loss of his warmth makes me shiver and close my legs.
But I don't argue with his thinking. The rustle of fabric accompanies a few choice words of frustration. He must find what he's looking for, because there's a soft thud and the distinct crinkle and tear of a condom wrapper. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Almost truths, Randy. I was with Lily, and it felt incredibly intense. I considered being intimate without protection, but then I'd have to explain about blood tests and how I never do that with anyone, ever, not even in high school when guys made notoriously bad decisions by saying things like they couldn't feel anything with a condom. That's a load of gosh. Guys can feel fine through latex. Does it mute the sensation a bit? Yeah, sure, but that's not a bad thing considering how fast I'd reach my peak if I wasn't wearing one. At least when Lily's involved. I don't know what it is about her. I don't know why I'm so hung up, but I do know there's still a whole storm of conflict going on inside me over that stupid girl at the bar. I almost told Lily before we became intimate, which probably would have complicated things, complicated the intimacy. I stop worrying about things that didn't happen and focus on the closeness with Lily. She's moaning my name and clawing at my back and shoulders. She's about to reach her peak. The wave of goosebumps and her increase in volume tell me that. I reach between us and touch her intimately. Lily throws her head back and gasps. If I had a free hand, I'd skim the long, smooth line of her throat. But I'm keeping her from falling backward on the bed right now. I want her close. Threading my fingers into her hair, I grip the satiny strands, forcing her chin down. Her eyes are fluttering up, her low sound of desire pushing me closer to the edge. Her body contracts around me, so I continue my intimate touch until she covers my hand in a silent request to stop. I keep one hand fisted in her hair, the other I press against her sternum. I move her over me, harder, faster, until the entire universe comes to a screeching halt with the force of my peak. It's like a very hurricane blasting through my body, overwhelming me. When I'm done, I press my face into her neck. She's sweaty, but she smells sweet. She pushes her fingers through my hair over and over. "Randy, you okay?" she whispers. I shudder and shake my head instead of nod like I'm supposed to. "What's wrong?" She strokes down my back. I don't know how to feel about her gentleness. I want it. I like it. I'm not used to it. I hold her tighter. There was a bunny at the bar. Her whole body goes rigid. It's understandable. We were still intimately connected. I don't know why I feel compelled to disclose this. She wanted to come back to my room with me. Her reply is quiet, reserved. "You don't have to tell me." It almost sounds like she's pleading with me not to, but I can't stop. Nothing happened. I turned her down. Then I finally got your messages. My face is still buried against her neck. And then you were here, and that's all I wanted. Her voice wavers. I'm glad I could come then. I lift my head and take her face in my hands. Me too. I don't tell her the things I want to, that I haven't been with anyone else since we messed around at Alex's cottage. That was months ago, and we didn't even have sex. I don't tell her how I think about her all the time and have to stop myself from texting her on a daily basis. Or that for a minute I considered sleeping with that girl in the bar because I was angry she couldn't make tonight work. And I don't tell her that my almost actions have freaked me out because they're another way I'm like my dad. I don't say anything about how I want this to be more than just fun, but it can't be because I'm too much like my father. One night, Lily won't be there to save me from making the wrong choice, and I'll do to her what my dad did to my mom. I don't want to be responsible for wrecking anyone's life but my own. So instead, I kiss her, grab another condom, and do the thing I'm supposed to do, what we've agreed on. I keep her up all night, providing endless peaks of pleasure.
At 5:45 in the morning, she calls for a ride. She looks exhausted. She has dark circles under her eyes. I've left a bunch of hickeys on her. At least it's not her neck. I pull on a pair of sweats and a shirt while I watch her dress. Then I decide I want one more moment of intimacy. We came together passionately. Once I'm finished straightening her up, I follow her out into the hall. You don't have to come down with me. I'm okay on my own. I know. I'm not. Oh, she looks confused, which is understandable since I haven't explained anything. In the elevator, I pull her against me and rest my cheek on top of her head. I'm gonna be grumpy later from lack of sleep. I don't care right now, though. Once we get to the lobby, I walk her to the front doors. I thought you said you weren't coming out, she says. I shrug, holding the door open, and follow after her. There's a small sedan with a guy leaning against the hood. I open the passenger door, toss her bag inside, and usher her in. She looks a little disappointed until I slide in beside her. What are you doing? Coming along so I can have more time with you. You're crazy. Aren't you leaving for Chicago this morning? Not until later. I'll be back in plenty of time. Don't you need sleep? I'll do that on the ride back and on the plane. Come here. I hold an arm out and she snuggles into me. I pull her onto my lap and stretch out on the back seat. I know this is a problem. I want to do more than just have sex with her. I want to make the problem worse. You should move to Chicago, she laughs. It's tired sounding and only half awake. Alex bought Sunny a house last week. She's moving in over the holidays. You should move then too. Think of all the free moments of intense pleasure that would come along with that. I get another laugh. She snuggles in closer. I'm completely satisfied right now. I'd be able to provide those moments regularly instead of all at once if you lived closer. Sounds nice. I'd still need to find a job, though. I'm happy to make a call. Like I said before, there's a lot of opportunity in Chicago for skating instructors. You're amazing on the ice, like Olympic ability. She makes this noise, like a huff. It's true. I almost went to the trials, she says quietly. Almost? What happened? I hope she'll tell me more than Miller did. It's an expensive sport, like hockey. My dad stopped paying child support, and the money wasn't there for training, even with sponsors. Gosh, Lily, that's just losing her chance because of finances seems criminal. Difficult? That's not really a strong enough word. What would it take to get you back in? I wonder what kind of strings I could pull to make it happen for her. She laughs and lifts her head. I'm too old, and I don't do pairs anymore. It would take years to get back to where I was. Plus, there's still the money. Can't you get it out of your dad? Where is he? Want me to hunt him down? She laughs. It's breathy and embarrassed now. You can probably look him up in the hockey rosters. He played for the NHL. My mom was a one-night stand who ended up pregnant. She kept me, and he bailed. What's his last name? Head. He played for North Carolina for about 5 years. He was good, but not great. Third string. Last time I heard, he was living on an island somewhere, and he'd blown most of his money, hence the lack of payments. That doesn't make it okay. I'm angry that her potential was squandered. Not everyone gets to live their dream, Randy. Her eyes are soft when she looks at me. Don't feel sorry for me. I have more than a lot of people. We're almost at the rink. You should kiss me until we get there. I sleep all the way back to the hotel. I have just enough time to get packed up and meet everyone at the bus. Miller shuffles over, drops his bag, and sighs. I need some serious sleep. Yeah, I'm not capable of full conversations with words and stuff. I can't wait until Sonny's in Chicago permanently, he mumbles. Not long now.
I stuff my hands in my pockets, thinking about the conversation with Lily in the car. Just a few more weeks. How was your night? It got a lot better when Lily showed up. Definitely a better option than the bunny I took off your hands, Lance says. Miller looks at me, his expression stony. You were going to be intimate with her?
I shoot Lance a look. No, she was persistent and couldn't take a hint. Miller pinches the bridge of his nose. You need to watch yourself, man. I'm not going to make your life more difficult, Miller. Lily came for intimacy. That's it. He takes a couple of deep breaths and runs his hand through his hair, making the short strands stand on end. It's not my life I'm worried about. I'm too tired to deal with this right now. He leaves me standing there and gets on the bus. I don't bother to sit next to him since we've got lots of room. I take a seat near the front. I try to sleep all the way to the airport, but I can't. All I can think about is what might have happened if Lily hadn't shown up. Last night, I was just very agitated, but today, I know why. I jam in my earbuds and cue up the 30-second video I made last night when Lily fell asleep on me. Then I set it on repeat. It's not only about fun anymore. Not for me, anyway. The boot. Lily. The door to my room is locked, and my mom is yelling at me through it and pounding. If she breaks her hand, I'm not going to feel bad. Okay, I'll feel a little bad, but this is ridiculous. I'm an adult. I get to make my own decisions, whether they're good or bad. I didn't tell her I went to see Randy after dress rehearsal last night. The hickeys and bite marks decorating my chest gave it away. I didn't notice them, being extra exhausted from my night of stellar intimacy, until my mom loudly pointed them out. I shove a bunch of clothes in a bag and call Sunny. She's hard to hear over my mother's lecture yelling. What's going on? Is that your mom? She found out I went to see Randy. And she's freaking out this much? Wow. Can I come crash at your place for a few days? Of course. Want me to pick you up? Sunny's such an awesome friend. That'd be great. I'll be there in 15. Should I come up? Probably not. Okay. I end the call and keep shoving clothes and things into my bag. I can't get to the bathroom for my toiletries, but I can always come back later. I open the door and step back in case my mom decides to come flying in. She props her hands on her hips. Where do you think you're going? To Sunny's. I'm going to stay there for a few days. Oh, no, you're not. That girl is nothing but trouble for you. I should never have let you hang out with her when you were teenagers. I should have seen this coming. This is totally my fault. You're turning into one of those brainless hockey groupies. I get my dramatic flair from my mom. I hope I'm not this bad. Brainless hockey groupie? I'm not a puck bunny, Mom. We're hanging out. She points at my chest, even though it's now covered. Hanging out intimately. I'm an adult. If I decide I want to hang out with someone intimately, I can. I'm having fun. Fun? Fun? You're having fun? The parroting is getting annoying. This conversation isn't productive, and you're being a total hypocrite. Sunny isn't a bad influence, and not all hockey players are bad guys. Alex is engaged, and Sunny's boyfriend is probably the sweetest human being on the face of the earth. That's 2 out of hundreds, thousands. I can't believe you. Do you even hear what you're saying? Do you even realize how ridiculous this is? It's not like you've been an excellent role model. I gesture to Tim Tom sitting on the couch. He's wearing pajama pants, and that's it, as usual. Don't you own any shirts, I call? He looks down at his bare chest. Don't talk to Tim like that. I decide it's better to leave than say something I'll regret. I gotta go. Sunny's picking me up. Fine. Go. Leave. Just don't go getting yourself pregnant and ruin your life like I ruined mine. She sucks in a breath, clamping her hand over her mouth like she's trying to push the words back in. I didn't mean that, Lily. When she reaches out, I step back, away from her touch, her apology. In that moment, she gives credence to all my insecurities. That I'm not enough, that I'll never be wanted, that I'm not worth the effort to love.
Her regret is a mark I can't erase. That's the unfortunate thing about words, Mom. Once you put them out there, you can't take them back. She tries to grab my wrist as I push past her, but I yank it free. I don't want you to make the same mistake I did. Which mistake is that? The one where you got pregnant, or the one when you decided to keep me? You're the best mistake I ever made, Lily. But I'm still a mistake. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I check the message. It's Sunny. My ride's here. She doesn't try to stop me from leaving, which is good. I'm close to tears, and I hate it when my mother sees me cry. 2 hours later, Sunny and I are lying on her bed. We're halfway through the magnum of white wine we picked up at the store. We're both tipsy since neither of us are drinkers. We've also gotten into her dad's cookie stash. Robbie Waters is a chemist. He works for a marijuana lab, perfecting strains for medical use. He does a lot of testing. I've ugly cried, and Sunny's shed sympathy tears. It's one of the many reasons I love her. She's the best friend in the world. She'll laugh with me, cry with me, get as angry as she can with me, which isn't very angry, but the thought is always there. Do you want to know what I think you should do? Sunny asks, as she lifts her legs straight up in the air and lets them fall toward her head. Her toes hit the mattress behind her, and her legs are still straight. She's more flexible than I am, and that's saying something, because I'm very flexible. I can practically fold myself in half backwards. Take up yoga so I can have super bendy intimacy like you and Miller? That's one thing you should do. Except you can't be intimate with Miller or me. You can be intimate with Randy, though. She's definitely drunk. I smack her rear. Ow! She flips out of her pose and rolls on her side. I think you should move to Chicago with me. We've already talked about this. I don't have a job there. But it would be so easy for you to get one. Alex says it won't be a problem to find you a spot as a skating coach, and the money would be way better than here. Plus, you get paid in US dollars, not Canadian ones, so if you decided to move back here, your savings would be worth more. I like my job here, though I don't love it like I used to. Lately, I like it less and less. Sunny takes a lock of hair and rubs the end of it over her lips. It's something she's always done when she's thinking or nervous. She did it a lot at the beginning of her relationship with Miller. I still feel bad about the way I judged him before I knew him. He really is so good to her. I'm gonna say something, and I don't want you to get mad at me for it, okay? I laugh. I'll do my best. I know you love working with those girls, but Lily, I don't know if it's the best thing for you. Sometimes I think it makes you as sad as it does happy. She's right. Teaching skating in the same arena where I used to prepare for competitions hurts sometimes. Maybe it's because I get further and further away from my dream while these girls get closer. It's a big decision. I know, but sometimes change is good. I love your mom, and she loves you, despite the things she said. But it's kinda like me and my mom, you know? I nod. I do know. Daisy is loads of fun to be around, but she's got archaic ideas about how relationships work. It never occurred to her that Sunny would want a career and all the other things women in the 21st century strive for. At the very least, you should take some time off work and come with me to Chicago over the holidays. See if you like it. I can't do that. It's an automatic response. Why not? You're allowed to take a holiday, Lily, and frankly, you need one.
You've been working 2 jobs for the past 3 years, and until April, you were in school full-time as well. You need a break. Miller's off from the 23rd to the 28th. Your girls have a break from skating then anyway, right? There's always a 2-week break between sessions this time of year. Yeah, I still have the coffee shop though. There's no reason for them not to give you time off, and if they won't, you should quit. You shouldn't be killing yourself over the measly $12 an hour they're paying you. She's right. Again. It's just that I've worked there for a long time, and it's familiar.
But I guess that's the crux of the problem. It's how I've always done things. I stayed with Benji because he was familiar, and I knew what to expect, even if it wasn't good. I keep living in the apartment with my mom, partly because I feel like she needs the help financially, and maybe emotionally, but also because it's what I'm used to, and the same with working at the arena and the coffee shop. I'm boring and predictable, except where Randy's concerned. With him, I do things I never thought I would in a million years, like sharing intimate moments in unexpected places, or taking Uber all the way to a hotel in Toronto for a few hours of passionate connection. Plus, Randy'll be around. He rode all the way to golf with me this morning. What? But didn't they fly out today? It was early. He wanted to come for the ride, and then he went back to the hotel. No way! He is so into you! Sunny sits up and spills her wine all over herself and the comforter. He's so into intimacy with me, you mean? I won't admit out loud that I'm digging him more than I should, okay? That's it? No lecture? My mom laughs. You're almost 22. I can't tell you what to do anymore. Just be careful with your heart, Lily. Don't give it to someone who doesn't deserve it and won't take care of it. Even though my mom and I work things out, I decide to stay at Sunny's for a little longer. Her parents are away at a conference, and it's almost like living on our own. I'm treating it as a trial run, sort of. Randy and I message back and forth over the next couple of weeks. He sends lots of flirtatious texts and sometimes even voice memos. Those are my favorite. I often listen to them during marble rolling sessions. I managed to get 2 entire weeks off work. I don't think I've taken more than 2 days off in a row in the past 3 years. I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with the freedom. Sunny keeps trying to sell me on moving to Chicago, and I'm starting to think it's not a bad idea. Benji's resurfaced as the holidays approach, which sort of makes sense. We haven't been apart for any significant celebration in the past 7 years. Part of me thinks I should miss him at least a little, but I don't. I'm too excited for my visit with Randy in Chicago. He's mentioned several times that I should prepare for a busy time. I help Sunny pack up her bedroom, and we send the moving truck 2 days ahead of us. All her stuff will be there by the time we arrive by plane on the morning of the 23rd. Miller, Alex, Randy, and Darren won't be back from their away game on the other side of Canada until later that night. They're at the end of an away series, so I'm banking on them being tired. Not that it's going to stop me from eagerly greeting Randy as soon as I have the opportunity. I'm a little concerned about my level of excitement. Feelings aren't supposed to be involved, and I know I'm supposed to tell him when they are, but I'm not brave enough. I don't want him to end this. Sometimes I convince myself he must have feelings too, but I know his pattern, and he's been very clear with what he said, no matter how he acts. Anyway, I will have to deal with it, but I want this week with him. Sunny and I take my cousin Brett to visit Michael before we leave for Chicago. His surgery was successful, which is the best gift any of us could have asked for. Miller and Randy have plans to visit him in the new year, the next time they're in Toronto. With a little more recovery time, they're hoping he'll be back on the ice soon, doing what he loves most. Violet picks us up at the airport driving a crazy vintage sports car. It's bright orange with stripes. She gets out and hugs us enthusiastically, leaning in close. "Oh my gosh!" Sunny exclaims as Violet struggles to find a way to open the trunk. "I can't believe Alex lets you drive his car." Violet sticks her head through the window and fumbles around. The trunk pops open. I have a very strong influence over him, and he lets me do anything I want. "Wow, you must be really good to have that kind of influence," I say, then realize how that sounds. "You've seen him?" Violet asks. She eyes me up and down like suddenly I'm competition. "By accident when I was a teenager." "Oh," Violet nods and relaxes. I make sure he's very happy. Sunny hasn't said anything. I'm assuming it's because we're talking about her brother's intimate life. She twirls her blonde hair around her finger and tilts her head. I'm very good at making Miller happy. Okay, I clap my hands together. What's the plan? Where are we going first? The house, of course, Sunny says. Hell yeah, we're picking up Charlene on the way. Violet swoops back into the driver's seat. Sunny and I get in the back seat, and after half an hour, we stop at a very cute condo building close to the lake. Charlene comes running down the front steps and jumps into the front seat. Are you trying to get Alex to take back the ring? What? Violet gives her a look. Why are you driving the Colonel? It's not the Colonel. I've renamed her Maxine, and Alex doesn't know I'm driving her. Violet waves her hand around in the air. He's not going to be home until late, so it's fine. I thought you said he lets you do whatever you want, I say. Violet glares at me through the rearview mirror. I'm not scared of her. She's all words and no actual bite. She flips her ponytail over her shoulder and opens her mouth to speak. Anything except drive this car. Didn't you scratch it last time? Charlene asks. That was not my fault. That fire hydrant came out of nowhere. Violet turns around and points a manicured finger at us. Do not say anything to Alex about me driving this car unless you want me to sneak dairy into your dinner tonight. I'm not a vegan, only Sunny is. And that would be a terrible thing to do, Violet. I haven't eaten anything that comes from anything with a face in 5 years. Sunny crosses her arms over her chest. I wouldn't really do it. I'm just saying, don't tell Alex, or he'll be upset, and then he won't be as affectionate, and I enjoy his affection. Violet! Charlene smacks her on the arm. Ow! What? Sunny's here. She doesn't want to hear about her brother's intimate moments with you. No one cares about the details of your intimate life, Charlene says. I say nothing. I'm thoroughly entertained. Sunny's not even paying attention. She's too busy checking her phone for new messages. Boo! Their flight doesn't get in until 5. Oh, wait, maybe it's 2. Miller gets that mixed up a lot. Can someone else check? It doesn't matter what time they get in. We already have plans for tonight, Violet says. Plans? Sunny and I ask at the same time. We're having a girls' night in and sending the boys out for a few hours. But they're just getting back. There's a game on tonight, and they're playing the team next week. They're going to sit in front of the TV for 3 hours and talk strategy like they always do. I'm not interested in listening to that crap. So the plan is this. The guys come home, we send them to the pub while the game's on. Or Darren's, since he lives down the street, Charlene interjects. Or Darren's, wherever has beer and better food. They come back after the game, and we can all enjoy some quiet time. Sunny raises her hand. You don't have to raise your hand, Sunny. You're free to speak any time, Violet says. I haven't seen Miller in 2 weeks. I'd like to spend some time with him before he goes out to the pub. Or Darren's.
No time with him before the pub, Violet says. What? Why not? Because that's what they expect. Look, I know you're all excited about moving here, Sunny, and you're super in love with Buck or Miller or whatever you want to call him, but trust me, you need to make him anticipate your reunion. She's right. Charlene nods her agreement. I only have a little more than a week here, so I'm not sure what the point is in making Randy anticipate our reunion, I say. Violet comes to a stop at a red light and points at me. Her nails are really nice. You especially need to make him anticipate your reunion. I don't see why. Because you need to make sure he gets that you're not at his whim, that your affection is precious and should be treated as such. She's not even making sense now. I stop arguing and let her rant. A few minutes later, we pull up to the sweetest house I've ever seen. It's 2 stories of white clapboard with adorable gardens lining the front porch. 2 solar panels are attached to the roof. The backyard is modest in comparison to her parents' place in Gulf, and there's no pool, but a dog run has been installed, and a small glass greenhouse sits at the back of the property. Sunny cries.
Violet pats her back and steers her inside, where we pop a bottle of champagne and take a tour of the 4-bedroom home. It's cozy and exactly the kind of place Sunny loves. Live plants inhabit every window, and dog beds are set up in the living room and Sunny's bedroom, which has been outfitted with a brand new 4-poster bed with a sheer curtain. It's romantic and gorgeous. There's no way Alex picked out this stuff, Sunny says through a fresh round of sniffles. Buck helped out, and so did Charlene and I, because you know how boys are. Violet's smile says it all. How did you find the time to do this? Sunny can't stop the tears. Violet hugs her again. Alex hired someone to decorate. All I did was oversee the furniture decisions and make sure everything didn't end up Chicago team colors. You guys are the best. When Sunny stops crying, we resume the tour. In the bedroom at the far end of the hall, I lose the battle and join the emotional breakdown brigade. Turning to Sunny and Violet, I motion to the room, but I don't have words, so I keep gesturing, hoping they'll get what I'm not able to say. I wanted to be prepared for whatever you decide, Sunny, says softly. And you need a room here no matter what. Where did you get all these? Along one wall are skating pictures. Of me, as a teenager on the brink of moving from competitive to Olympic trials. I never did, of course, but the images are beautiful, movement captured in still form. My mom used to take them all the time. Sunny rubs my back and puts an arm around my shoulder. Her smile is sad. I don't want to do this without you. Being here in this gorgeous house, knowing Sunny's staying, and I have to go back to golf at the end of the holidays, makes me seriously evaluate my options. Okay, this is way too premenstrual for me, Violet says. We need more drinks. Totally, Charlene agrees. We end up spending way longer than we intended to at Sunny's new place, partly because we polish off the rest of the champagne. Violet only has one glass, but she's paranoid about driving Alex's car, so we hang around in Sunny's living room while Violet caffeinates herself and the rest of us keep drinking. It isn't until everyone's phones start pinging that we realize it's late afternoon. Oh gosh, Violet jumps to her feet. We gotta go. The guys are already on their way back to the house. Charlene, Sunny, and I chug the rest of our drinks and leave them on the coffee table. Why is winter so painful? Why are there so many zippers? Violet says as we scramble around each other trying to get our boots on. Our bags are still in the trunk, Sunny says as we climb into the back seat. You're staying at Alex's tonight anyway. We're all going to be too drunk to go anywhere. But I want to sleep in my new bed. There'll be plenty of opportunity, trust me. Violet pulls out and tears down the street. She's a freaking menace on the road. Sunny and I white-knuckle it all the way to Alex's. I get a text about halfway there. It's from Randy. I can't wait. Other phones start dinging 10 minutes later. Sunny checks her messages. They're already at Alex's, Vi. Gosh, I can always tell Alex I asked you to pick us up in the fun car, Sunny suggests. He won't believe you, and I can't lie. I'm actually kind of interested to see how this is going to play out. Alex has a temper sometimes. I can't see him getting super pissed about the car, but then maybe it's a bigger issue than I realize. Or Violet's being dramatic. Either option is possible. We pull into the driveway and Violet hits the button for the garage. She creeps in, checking the side mirrors 1,000,000 times. The car jerks as she hits the brakes repeatedly, inching forward until she taps the garbage can in front of it. She puts the car in park and cuts the engine. Shrugging out of her coat, she flails around. I'm so sweaty. Then she opens the top 2 buttons on her black and red plaid fitted button-down shirt. Watch how it's done, ladies. Alex opens up the door to the garage as Violet gets out of the car. Hey, baby, she exclaims. We totally lost track of time. I'm so glad you're home. She runs over to him. It's awkward. She's got her shoulders back and her chest pushed out. She nearly trips up the 3 steps on the way to meet him as he comes down. She falls into him, throwing her arms around his neck. Her attire was quite revealing. Hi, baby. Alex isn't looking at the car anymore. His eyes are right where Violet wants them. He runs his hands down her sides and stops at her lower back. Maybe they've forgotten we're all here. I look at Charlene and Sunny. As usual, Sunny's focused on her phone. Charlene is grinning. I open my mouth to ask a question, but she puts her finger to her lips, signaling for me to wait. Violet kisses the bottom of his chin, because that's as high up as she can reach, even on tiptoes. I missed you. Alex makes a noise, but dips his head and kisses her lips. Me too. I hate being gone more than a week. He rubs his nose against hers. It's so sweet, I want to gag. You know I don't drive the Colonel in the winter, baby. I changed purses and couldn't find my keys. I'm sorry. Violet pushes away from him, and his eyes lingered on her. Oh, the buttons on this shirt are the worst. I'll put these away until later. She winks. I can help. Alex moved closer to her. Charlene gives me a raised eyebrow and slams her car door shut. Alex jumps like he's just realized we're all here. Hey, hi. He jams his hands in his pocket and turns to the side. He untucks his shirt to cover his obvious arousal. There's a flurry of action and hugs, then Alex yells out for a hand bringing bags inside. I get as far as the hallway before I'm tackle-hugged by Randy. He lifts me right off my feet and buries his face in my neck. Hi. I giggle-moan at the feel of his beard and his lips parting against my skin. I can't wait, he murmurs in my ear. And just like that, I'm ready for intimacy. Except we're standing in Alex's hallway and our friends are here. Randy spins around, and for a second I think I'm going to end up against a wall. Instead, he carries me down the hall. Everyone's staring. Lance is slack-jawed. Miller's got a frown going on, and Alex's expression matches. Darren cocks an eyebrow. No way, balls, Miller shouts. You and Lily aren't allowed in bathrooms together. Randy doesn't listen. He sidesteps through a door. It's not a bathroom, though. It's a laundry room. He tries to shut the door, but Miller's leaning against it. He makes Alex look small, and Randy skinny, which he's definitely not. Randy leans back, his arms straining. I need a little something right here. He sets me down and taps his lips. I push my fingers through his hair. It's grown out in the past 2 weeks, hitting below his cheekbones. I rise up on my toes and press a soft kiss to his mouth. Me too. I hate being gone more than a week. He rubs his nose against hers. It's so sweet, I want to gag. You know I don't drive the Colonel in the winter, baby. I changed purses and couldn't find my keys. I'm sorry. Violet pushes away from him and his eyes lingered on her. Oh, the buttons on this shirt are the worst. I'll put these away until later. She winks. I can help. Alex moved closer to her. Charlene gives me a raised eyebrow and slams her car door shut. Alex jumps like he's just realized we're all here. Hey, hi. He jams his hands in his pocket and turns to the side. He untucks his shirt to cover his obvious arousal. There's a flurry of action and hugs, then Alex yells out for a hand bringing bags inside. I get as far as the hallway before I'm tackle-hugged by Randy. He lifts me right off my feet and buries his face in my neck. Hi. I giggle-moan at the feel of his beard and his lips parting against my skin. I can't wait, he murmurs in my ear. And just like that, I'm ready for intimacy. Except we're standing in Alex's hallway and our friends are here. Randy spins around, and for a second I think I'm going to end up against a wall. Instead, he carries me down the hall. Everyone's staring. Lance is slack-jawed. Miller's got a frown going on, and Alex's expression matches. Darren cocks an eyebrow. No way, balls, Miller shouts. You and Lily aren't allowed in bathrooms together. Randy doesn't listen. He sidesteps through a door. It's not a bathroom, though. It's a laundry room. He tries to shut the door, but Miller's leaning against it. He makes Alex small, and Randy skinny, which he's definitely not. Randy leans back, his arms straining. I need a little something right here. He sets me down and taps his lips. I push my fingers through his hair. It's grown out in the past 2 weeks, hitting below his...
Seriously? Balls, can't you wait like 5 minutes? Miller asks. I'm just saying hello, and I'm looking for a little privacy to do that. Randy gives the door a hard shove with his shoulder. Miller! Shouts, and Randy turns the lock. And now we have some. His smile holds anything but humor as he lifts me up and sets me on the dryer. It's the perfect height.
I part my legs and scooch forward, feeling his intense arousal. Randy leaves wet kisses on my neck as he cuts a path up to my mouth. "You're terrible." "I know. We don't have to stay here long, like 15 minutes, and then we can go back to my place where we can spend time together until you have to go back to Canada." Miller knocks on the door. Or maybe it's Alex. I don't care. All I know is Randy's tongue is in my mouth, looking for something to tangle with. "Why are you wearing pants? They're so inconvenient," he complains. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. The moment was still intense when the door bursts open. All my muscles were locked, like I've been dipped in liquid nitrogen. Randy doesn't even bother to look at them. His focus is singular. Me. I bite my lip, still feeling the lingering intensity. "Oh, wow. That's Sunny. Is she—" Charlene starts. "Oh, definitely," Violet interjects. "She's quite affected." The commentary ended the intense moment. I glance over at the three of them gawking at us. Randy seems totally unfazed. In fact, he's smug as anything. "Close the very door," I finally croak, collapsing against Randy's chest. He's laughing. I'm so mortified I could die. "Kinda pointless now, don't you think?" Violet asks. 7 minutes in heaven is up, balls. I hope you're not too uncomfortable right now. Either that, or you need a change of pants, and I need a drink. She turns away. "Alex, baby, can you make me those shots I like? The ones you call special shots?" When I look back, Sunny has her hair twirled around her finger, and she's brushing it across her lips. Randy helps me off the washing machine. I slide down the front of his body and feel his arousal against my stomach. I don't know how he can still be so smirky. He pats my lower back as we step out into the foyer. Thankfully, most of the crowd has already moved on. It's only Miller and Sunny. He gives Randy a look, then puts an arm around Sunny's shoulder and guides her down the hall. My face feels like I have the worst sunburn in the world. I'm usually a private person. Private about intimacy, about my life, about pretty much everything. So knowing all these people heard me in such a vulnerable moment, because that's exactly what it was, is the pinnacle of embarrassing. Randy picks me up and sets me on a stool at Alex's breakfast bar. Then he hugs me from behind. I don't know what to think about all this affection. Apparently neither does anyone else, because it's not me getting weird looks, despite the intense sounds. It's Randy. Maybe I'm not alone in thinking this thing between us doesn't seem totally casual anymore. Alex makes us all shooters, which we drink. Then the guys have beers, and Violet offers us cocktails or wine. Since we've already been drinking wine, we decide it's safest to stick with the same thing. I feel a little bad for Lance since he's the only one without a girl. Not that I'm Randy's girl or anything, even if it feels a little like I am. Violet mentions her plan to get rid of the guys. There's some serious protesting, mostly on Randy's part, but also from Miller. Violet whispers something to Alex and his eyebrows rise. He slaps his thighs and stands up. "All right, guys, guess we're going out to watch the game. Since the girls are watching Magic Mike 2. It's XL, Violet corrects. "I don't like your friends very much," Randy mutters in my ear. "I'll be here when you get back." I pat his cheek and get off the stool. He gives me a look. No sleep tonight. It's totally overrated. Once they're gone, we order takeout, change into comfy clothes, and get back to drinking wine. A little while later, Violet sprawled out on the floor, rubbing her belly after plowing through an entire box of chicken balls. I hope these digest before Alex gets back. Otherwise, I might have to backtrack on our intimacy tonight. Charlene snorts. Nothing screams sexy like puking on a partner. Has that happened to you? Sunny asks, eyes wide. No, thank God. Violet pulls a face. But it might if my stomach doesn't settle down soon. You don't think there was dairy in any of this, do you? It's Chinese food. I don't think they do dairy, Charlene replies. You ate too much. I totally did, Violet nods. Once I choked on Kale's hair, Sunny says. Her nose crinkles. Anything related to her ex-boyfriend Kale warrants that reaction. Violet props herself up on an elbow. You mean body hair? Oh, no. I never would have been intimate with Kale in that way. He was way too hairy. So, you mean his intimate area? Didn't he trim? No, I'm talking about intimate body hair. It got caught in the back of my throat. It was so gross. Talking about Kale makes me think about Benji and his similar lack of grooming in that department. Hold the phone, Violet puts out a hand. He had intimate body hair? Like hair on his intimate area? Uh-huh, Sunny nods. Miller's so good about maintenance, though. I don't mind being intimate with him in that way at all. Violet spits out her wine. Can we not talk about Buck's intimate anatomy? Sunny shrugs. I'm just saying, it's nice, and Miller loves intimate moments. He says I'm awesome at them, and he always shows his appreciation afterward. Charlene is laughing so hard she's curled in a ball holding her stomach. Violet looks a little green, but I can't tell if it's because she ate too much, she's had too much to drink, or because Sunny's talking about being intimate with Miller. Again. What about you, Lily? You like being intimate with balls in that way? Violet's snickering so much that her wine sloshes over the side of her glass and lands on her boobs. She frowns and rubs at it, then looks up at me expectantly. Come on, you don't have to be shy. We've all watched you reach your peak, she adds. I guess it's meant to be encouraging. Mostly it's embarrassing. There are lots of things I've shared with Sunny over the years, but a front row seat to my intimate moments wasn't one of the things I ever intended to put on the list. Well, I've never been intimate with him in that way. Everyone goes silent. I lift my eyes from my glass to find them all staring at me. I gulp my wine. How have you managed to get away with that? Charlene asks. It's not like I haven't offered. He just, I don't know, maybe it's not his thing? I have no idea what to say to this. Not his thing? Every guy likes that kind of intimacy. Violet seems mystified. Charlene and Sunny both nod in agreement. I lift one shoulder and then down the remaining contents of my glass. I jump up off the couch. I need more wine. Anyone else need more wine? We need to talk about this, Violet says. I think we all need more wine, Charlene says, especially if Violet thinks we need to talk about intimate acts. Charlene puts a hand on Sunny's. I'm sorry for the things you're about to hear. I know they pertain to your brother, and it's probably going to be disturbing. I have the name of a great therapist if you happen to need one later. I'm sure it'll be fine. Alex and I are close, and Violet does this every time we hang out. I'm used to it. Charlene gives Sunny another sympathetic hand pat and sits back in her chair, her eyebrows raised in my direction. So, do you mean he hasn't been intimate with you in that way? Is he more of a certain kind of intimate expression? Sunny raises her hand. I think it's an unconscious reaction. What do necklaces have to do with intimate acts? I'm grateful she asks the question, as I don't have the guts to. Violet looks from me to Sunny and back again. Then she glances at Charlene. You know what that kind of intimate expression is, right? Charlene rolls her eyes. Of course. Just checking.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Example, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. Her gaze flips back to me. Are you two telling me you're unfamiliar with that kind of intimate expression? Sunny and I nod. I feel like we've been missing out on a lot over these important, formative years when intimate knowledge and discovery peak. Sunny's clearly rectifying that now. So it's just me, all by myself, with my casually intimate hockey friend who apparently doesn't like certain intimate acts, which I now suspect is weird, along with some of his other intimate quirks, like lights off and covers on. Why does he want to cover up all that hotness anyway? Violet grins. It's a horrible, devious smile on her beautiful, evil face. She twists her ponytail around her hand. You get the guy's intimate fluids all over your chest and throat. I must make a face. Don't knock it till you try it. Alex gets so excited during our intimate moments. We share intimacy, and it's awesome. Sometimes I'm too sore to deal with the intensity. Also, intimate fluids can be awful, so we find other ways to connect. Sunny's horror is understandable. I can't blame her. That's a lot of information about Alex she didn't need. So I'm guessing Balls isn't a certain kind of intimate expression guy. Maybe he thinks he'll overwhelm you with his anatomy if the rumors are true. At my lack of confirmation or denial, she continues, based on his issue after your makeout session, I'm guessing it is. She taps her lips with a sparkly finger. It's considerate, if you think about it, the not wanting you to be overwhelmed by his anatomy part. I shrug. But you don't think it's normal for a guy not to want that kind of intimacy if it's offered? I'm met with more silence and stares. Violet pulls out her phone and starts typing. What are you doing? Charlene asks. Calling Alex. What? Why? I rush to stop her, but she rolls over the back of the couch. It'd be graceful if she didn't land on her rear. She pops back up, grinning. Hey, baby. She has him on video, so we can all hear and see him. Are you drunk? He asks. You bet you're super MC I am. When you guys get back from your fun night, I'm going to be very affectionate, like, whoa. I don't think my sister needs to know that. She doesn't care. Anyway, I have a question. Fire away. Do you like intimate acts? It's not a trick question. Answer yes or no. Do you like intimate acts? Of course I like intimate acts. Great, thanks. Give the phone to Buck. But do it and I'll be very affectionate with you later. There's some chatter in the background, then Buck's face appears on the screen. Buck, quick question. Do you like intimate acts? Really? Yeah. Sunny's affection is the best. There's a loud noise. Really? Waters, get off me! Put Lance on the phone! There's some more clattering and loud noise before the phone is finally passed to Lance. Violet has to calm Alex down by pointing out he's a hypocrite to get mad at Miller for liking intimate acts. Lance's strawberry blonde hair pops into view. You don't even need to repeat the question. The answer is definitely yes. I'd give up pizza for the rest of my life if I could get daily intimacy. Good luck finding a mail-order bride to fulfill that dream. Put Darren on the phone. Darren shows up next. Violet asks the same question. Darren's wearing that dark, secret smile again. Charlene can answer that. Awesome. We already know you love that kind of intimate expression with my bestie. I glance at Charlene, who's blushing. What is it about the quiet ones? You have no idea, she says with a similar devious grin. Violet rolls her eyes. Pass the phone to Balls, Mr. Gray. There's a round of snickers. I don't even want to know if that's a joke. I step out of view so Randy can't see me, but I can still see him. Balls. Violet punctuates his name with a single hip thrust.
Do you like intimate acts? His hand comes up to run through his hair, his forearm and biceps flexing. They're all right, I guess. They're all right? All right? Are you telling me that having a woman's lips wrapped around you during intimate moments doesn't do it for you? Randy goes sideways for a second before Alex's face appears on the screen. Violet, baby, you can't say things like that to other guys. Ever. Not ever. 'Kay? We hear Buck laughing in the background. Is this about your intimate anatomy, Ballistic? That sounds like Lance. Shut up, man. There's a loud crash. That's under the very cone. Hey, you're gonna get us kicked out, Alex yells. His face reappears. I gotta go. Ballistic and Romero are about to rip each other's heads off. See you in a bit, babe. The screen goes blank, and everyone looks to me. Violet raises a brow. Intimate anatomy? I shrug. I don't know what that means. Well, you've seen his anatomy, right? Does it look normal? Is it massive like Alex's? I mean, he's monstrous. She holds up her arm and points to her wrist. Thicker than that, that's for sure. Violet, Charlene kicks her. What? Sonny's here. What does that matter? I'm sure she's accidentally seen his intimate anatomy at some point. I mean, I know what Buck's looks like, even though I don't want to. Violet's drunk. She gets louder as she gains momentum. Besides, didn't you go into Alex's room and steal his condom stash, Sonny? You gotta know he's quite well endowed, not to mention all the years he spent in spandex. Sonny just shrugs. Anyway, it's not Alex's anatomy that matters, it's Randy's. Back to that. So, what's so unusual about it? They're staring at me intently. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Is the head a weird shape? Oh my God, does Randy have a genital piercing? He doesn't have a genital piercing. I would have felt that. Too bad. I've heard those are awesome. So, what's the deal? She gestures for me to continue. I shrug. I've never seen it. I get 3 blank looks in response. It's always dark. Dark? Really? Huh. But you've, been intimate with him, right? Well, yeah, of course. So, did it have nodules or a serious curve? Nodules? You know, like the nuts and bolts that stick out of Frankenstein's head? That kind of thing. There aren't any nodules. He's definitely circumcised, though. Violet taps her lips. Too bad about that. It's super fun to be intimate with. Sonny, you should text Buck. Why? Because him and Balls have known each other forever. Buck has to know what this is about. Why do you care? Sonny asks. Maybe it's personal. Maybe Randy's sensitive about it. He's a guy. How sensitive can he be? Some of them are very. Sonny doesn't immediately pull out her phone. Violet looks around the room, seeking support. Seriously? I can't be the only one who's curious about this. Here you've got this smoking hot hockey player, a legend in the bunny spheres. Sorry, Lily, but it's true. And Lily's his casual partner, and she hasn't even seen him intimately. They haven't shared that kind of intimacy. We're not casual partners. You're intimate with him, yes? Well, yeah. You're intimate with him? At my silence, she gestures vaguely. Less than 3 seconds after you walked through the door, he pulled you into my laundry room, and they shared a passionate moment fully clothed. We're just having fun, I say lamely. So, you're intimate, but you're not dating? Yes, no. But that's the 21st century definition of a casual partner. Don't feel bad about it. It doesn't make you slutty. I mean, gosh, you spent 7 years dating that Benji jerk. You deserve a casual partner. Or 7. She thumbs over her shoulder to Charlene. If anyone's slutty, it's this one. She had 3 casual partners going at once our last year of college. Charlene shrugs. It was a phase. I'm way past that now. Anyway, Violet turns back to me. So you've only had sex with the lights off, you've only ever been intimate with him in that way, and he doesn't like oral intimacy? Doesn't anyone else find this odd? I find it weird, Charlene agrees. Maybe he's shy, Sunny says. Have you read any of the stuff girls say about balls? Violet asks. You know I don't look at social media. It creates problems, Sunny replies. True, but some of it has merit. Violet ponders while sipping her wine.
How big is he? I know what the bunnies say, but they all like to exaggerate. It's big. Like impressively big? We use the gold condoms, not the regular ones. Well, that's... Violet nods her approval. High five, girlfriend. I high five her. So he's well endowed, and I'm assuming it works fine. We used an entire box of condoms the last time he came to Guelph. I might be a little braggy about this. Holy gosh! Over how many days? 1. Violet puts her hands on my shoulders. Are you a superwoman? Are you made out of titanium? No. That's insane. How'd you manage walking the next day? Carefully. Okay, so let's line up the facts and see what we know. This is like the game of Clue, but about Randy's intimate details, Sunny says. Exactly, Violet exclaims, clapping her hands together. So once intimacy begins, lights come on and covers come off. No oral intimacy, but no issues with longevity, and he's well endowed. Do I have all this right, Lily? Pretty much. Individually, those things didn't seem too odd. But now, talking about it with the girls, particularly Violet and Charlene, who seem to have a much broader wealth of experience in this department, makes me wonder exactly what the deal is. Altogether, Randy's intimate quirks add up to a big what the heck. Is there anything else you can think of that might provide clues as to what the real issue is? Violet asks. Oh, I sit up straight. He has a scar. It looks like it could be from an appendectomy, but way low. And it seems like he had a butcher for a surgeon. He has another scar on the inside of his leg. I saw it once. Never mind. That part doesn't matter. So he has scars near that area? Violet taps her lips again. Above that area and below. But that doesn't mean one is related to the other. Sunny's on her phone. She looks up and says, "Hockey accident." Why would you think that? 'Cause that's what Miller just said. I messaged him about it. He won't give me details, but he said it's from a hockey accident, and Randy doesn't like to talk about it. Wow, that must have been some accident if he ended up with a nickname like that, Violet says. That's a pretty awful nickname, Sunny says. I'm sorry, Lily. I wouldn't have made a joke out of it if I'd known Lance was being serious and not just a jerk. Violet actually looks taken aback. It's okay. I mean, I'm curious too. I didn't realize it was something so sensitive, Sunny says. Yeah, now I feel bad too. Well, mystery solved, I guess. Violet has recovered. She rolls off the couch and opens a set of cupboard doors. We should play Scrabble. I hate Scrabble, Sunny complains. Well, play partners, I offer. And we'll make it suggestive. Only suggestive words allowed. Violet sets the game up on the floor because the coffee table's too full of stuff. Sunny's first word is whore. No one says anything about the spelling. At midnight, the guys finally roll in. Well, almost all of them roll in. Lance is absent. I assume he picked up a bunny and went back to his own house. Randy's the last to come in. He stands at the back of the group, hands shoved in his pockets. He glances at me, gives me a small, strained smile, and then his eyes dart around the room. I'm drunk, so I don't have much of a filter left, but he looks uncomfortable. Alex surveys the living room. The coffee table is covered in empty wine bottles and half-eaten bowls of chips and popcorn. Bits of food litter the floor. The Scrabble game is still set up and covered in suggestive words. What you girls do tonight? Alex leans over Violet and kisses her forehead.
Then he adjusts her tank top so she's not flashing so much cleavage. We talked about intimate matters and oral intimacy, the usual. Violet wraps her arms around his neck and tries to get one foot hooked around his waist, but she's sloppy drunk. You should take me upstairs so we can be intimate. Alex laughs. Shh, baby. Inside voice, remember? That wasn't a whisper, eh? Not even close, Miller says from across the room. He stretches and makes a big show of yawning. Sonny, you want to come snuggle with me? She glances at me as if she's afraid to leave me alone. It's not like she needs permission. I'm hoping whatever's going on with Randy's dark mood can be fixed by some intimacy. 2 by 2, everyone heads upstairs to bed. And then it's me and Randy. And for some reason, it's awkward. Maybe because everyone's a couple and we're not. Maybe because of the conversation earlier in the night, or Violet's mentioning it the second the guys walked in the door. I unfold my legs and push up off the couch at his approach. As soon as he's close enough, I hug his waist. He's tense, his whole body. I slide a hand up his chest and around the back of his neck. He doesn't resist as I pull him down. I don't go in for a kiss. Instead, I bring my lips to his ear and whisper in what I hope is my sexiest voice. Wanna be intimate? He skims my side, butterfly wings soft. He turns his head so his cheek brushes mine. His voice is a hoarse whisper. Yes, please. I've been waiting all night for this intimacy. There's heaviness in his words, like the joke between us has something darker tied to it. I take his hand and lead him up the familiar stairs to the same room where we had sex for the first time. Randy hits the lights as soon as we're inside and the door's locked. I don't try to turn them back on. We move toward the bed, and as soon as we're a foot away, he grabs me from behind and dive bombs us onto the mattress. I shriek and giggle, then sigh as his lips find my neck. Did you have fun with the girls tonight? He asks. Uh-huh. Did you have fun with the boys? I would have rather been here with you, or at my place with you. You're here with me now. His hips are pressed against my body. I can feel him, but he doesn't seem aroused. At least, I don't think he is. I can't tell through all the unfortunate layers of clothing, and he's not moving intimately as usual. I try to flip over under him so I can see his face, but he presses his hips into me, keeping me face down. Now I can feel him. He's definitely not as excited as usual. He sits back on his knees, straddling me, and slides his palms under my shirt. His rough, hot hands glide heavily up my back. He gives my shirt a tug, and I raise my arms over my head so he can take it off. The next thing I feel are his lips at the top of my spine, followed by the press of his cheek between my shoulder blades. It's intimate and sweet and confusing. I don't know what's going on tonight. We started out with such passion, or at least I did, and now I feel uncertain about everything. He kisses a path down my vertebrae and back up, one hand curled around my shoulder, his thumb brushing up and down along my nape. I should be enjoying this soft, unhurried contact, but it's unusual, and being around 3 women in highly defined relationships makes it glaringly obvious that's not what I have, or it's not what we've said I have. At this point, I'm lost, because my previous relationship had very little of this involved. It shouldn't matter, I should just enjoy it, but I'm not used to this kind of undefined status. The longer we keep it up, the harder it is to keep my emotions separate. I push back the worries about what's coming after this holiday and focus instead on being with him while I can. Randy? I crane to look at him, but all I get is a view of his tattooed hand in my peripheral vision. Let me up. He freezes. What? I want to turn over. He hesitates. Then he rises enough that I can flip over under him. I'm super quick, sliding out like a snake before he can trap me again. He looks worried, and for the first time ever, vulnerable. Maybe if I get naked first, he'll want to follow. I shimmy my pants over my hips, then follow with my panties. Now I'm naked, and he's still fully dressed. His eyes are on me, hot, needy. This is the Randy I'm used to, the one who's more animal than man in bed. I can work with this. I get up on my knees, mirroring his position. Except I'm more than 6 inches shorter than he is, so I'm staring at his chest.
His shirt-covered chest? I remedy that problem, drawing it up over his head. He takes over when I get to his shoulders, pulling it off and tossing it over the side of the bed. I'd like to move right in on the belt, but I'm thinking that'll make him jumpy. Also, it's hypocritical of me to think I can forego the foreplay, since Randy makes sure we get it every single time. I run my hands up his chest, circle his little man nipples with my fingernails, and follow with my lips. I'm rewarded with one of his deep groans. Nice. He must like this a lot. While I distract him with my mouth, I manage to get his belt undone. I carefully flick the button on his jeans and drag the zipper down. I look up, fingertips brushing his arousal through his boxers. Can I take these off? Again, there's hesitation. Eventually he nods, and I push his jeans over his hips, leaving his boxer briefs on. He tries to pull me down on top of him, but I straddle him and put a hand on the center of his chest. Circling my hips, I lean in slowly and brush my lips over his. I'm rewarded with one of his deep groans. Nice. He must like this a lot. While I distract him with my mouth, I manage to get his belt undone. I carefully flick the button on his jeans and drag the zipper down. I look up, fingertips brushing his arousal through his boxers. Can I take these off? Again, there's hesitation. Eventually he nods, and I push his jeans over his hips, leaving his boxer briefs on. He tries to pull me down on top of him, but I straddle him and put a hand on the center of his chest. Circling my hips, I lean in slowly and brush my lips over his. Randy, he must like this a lot. While I distract him with my mouth, I manage to get his belt undone. I carefully flick the button on his jeans and drag the zipper down. I look up, fingertips brushing his arousal through his boxers. Can I take these off? Again, there's hesitation. Eventually he nods, and I push his jeans over his hips, leaving his boxer briefs on. He tries to pull me down on top of him, but I straddle him and put a hand on the center of his chest. Circling my hips, I lean in slowly and brush my lips over his. Randy, he must like this a lot. On my next trip up, I deepened the intimate connection. He kept growing, getting more aroused with each shallow movement. I paused and explored the form again. I think he might be fully aroused now. He feels pretty gosh solid. I resumed the intimate connection and continued until the sensation was overwhelming. Randy shoves his hand in my hair. I pause and meet his hot gaze. Okay? I ask, deeply connected. He seems so, really, he rasps. I smile as much as I can, deeply connected. Randy, Lily's intimate connection is bliss. Those luscious lips are deeply engaged, and she's incredibly skilled. I can't take my eyes off her as she lets me guide her. She moans, and the sound vibrates through my body. I keep going, deepening the connection, intensifying the rhythm, and she doesn't seem to mind one bit. She continued her intimate touch. The sensation is way more intense than I ever remember it being, although it's been a lot of years since I had such intimacy, so my memories are vague at best. I'm getting close to my peak, faster than usual. One of the perks of having nearly lost half my form is that I can go for a long time, thanks to some loss of sensation.
But right now, watching Lily's intimate connection makes everything hypersensitive. Lily, baby, I'm going to reach my peak soon. I figure I should warn her so she can make a decision about where she wants that to happen. Her gaze flips up to mine, and she deepens the connection, intensifying her efforts. I can't take it anymore. The climax checks me to the boards. I shudder violently with the sensation. Lily continued, God bless her, which makes it even better. When I'm finally done, she slowly eases off. The cold air is a shock. Lily runs a gentle finger across my form. She must be touching the scar because the sensation is muted. She giggles. What's funny? She rests her head on my hip. Did you know when you're soft, your scar looks like a frown, but when you're aroused, it's a smile? What? The scar makes your form look happy when it's aroused. I bark out a laugh. She crawls up my body and kisses me on the cheek. Thanks for letting me do that.
You're thanking me for letting you be intimate with my injured form? It's not messed up. It sure isn't pretty. Lily cocks her head to the side. Says who? It makes you super badass. You think? Mm-hmm. She circles my nipple with her fingertip. That must have been so painful. It was. You don't have to talk about it. It's fine. It's an old hockey injury. We were kids messing around on the lake. I got into it with a guy a couple years older than me. I wasn't wearing a cup and, well, I almost had my form severely injured. That must have been awful. How old were you? 11. Oh, God, that would be traumatizing. I was pretty scared I was going to end up with half my form. She snorts. Your half is most people's average. I'm glad I have all of it. I run a hand up and down her spine, thinking about how things went down after the accident. Surgery was brutal. My mom stayed at the hospital the entire time because my dad was away. He only came to see me once, and he freaked out. He was less worried about my feelings about the injury and more concerned about how it was going to impact my ability to play hockey. When I got out of the hospital, my dad had moved out. Lily lifts her head from my chest, her disgust almost soothing. What? It wasn't because of what happened. I look up at the ceiling. I don't know why I'm telling her this, but I want to. He had a hard time not being faithful when he was away. I think my mom had had enough. My accident was a good reason to finally put an end to it. I'm so sorry. That must have been tough. He was away a lot, so I didn't see much of him anyway. Things were a lot less stressful once he was out of the picture. I put my arm around Lily and roll her over so she's under me. I don't know how this conversation got so serious, or why I feel compelled to tell her all this. Gosh, it's not something I usually do. But then, intimate moments are also unusual. We're supposed to be having fun, aren't we? I thought we were having fun. She runs her fingers through my hair. We should have more. I cover her mouth with mine. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Afterwards, breathless. The next day, I hijack her from Water's house and take her back to my place. They spent the entire day in passionate intimacy. Lily shared intimate moments with me in the shower and again in the living room while I'm trying to watch sports highlights. I feel like I'm making up for all the missed years of intimate connection in 1 week. I don't get to keep her the entire time she's here, which sucks, but the time we do have is awesome, and we're not always naked, although we are naked a lot. 2 days before I'm scheduled to leave for the next away game, I get a message from Miller saying Water's booked ice time and we need to get ourselves in gear, and to bring Lily along. We're in bed. Lily's lounging on my chest, flipping aimlessly through channels. She's naked, as is my preference. You brought skates with you to Chicago, right?
I ask, skimming the contour of her hip. The thought of her in one of her skating outfits makes me instantly aroused. I tent the sheets. Lily pulls the covers off, and I become more aware of my body. Well, mostly. I've got a curve from the scar. Lily touches me gently, watching my reaction. She thinks my scar is appealing. It's interesting how one person's reaction could change my perspective so quickly. She kisses from my neck to my chin. Because we're going skating. She pauses in her mission to kiss me again. Why would we do that when we can get our exercise here? We're supposed to be enjoying our time together intimately. I chuckle. Waters scored a couple hours of ice time today. Miller and Sonny are gonna be there. It'll be fun to do something other than get naked. Naked is the most fun. We'll do that again later. I attempt to roll off the bed, but Lily throws her leg over mine. Fine, but we're already naked, and you're aroused, so we should do something about it before you go anywhere. Otherwise, you'll embarrass yourself with this. She touched me intimately a couple of times. I nab the box of condoms from the dresser and shake one out on the bed. Lily tears it open and rolls it on. I flip her over on her back, came together with her, and brought her to a peak like I always do. Afterwards, we get dressed. I convince Lily to wear one of her skating outfits because I think they're hot. We're about 20 minutes later than we should be getting to the rink, but Waters rented it for 2 hours, so we've got plenty of time. Miller told me Waters wants to teach Violet how to skate, and he figured this would be the only way it would happen. When we get there, Waters and Westinghouse are already on the ice with Sonny and Charlene. Lily's quick to get her skates on and hit the rink. Violet's sitting on the bench with Miller, who's adjusting his skates. "Hey man, you're late." He gives me props. "Once Vi gets the hang of things, we're gonna play girls against guys." Violet snorts. "On a cold day in hell." "You'll be fine. It's easy. You're marrying a hockey player. You have to learn how to skate." "Aren't there skates with double blades on them? Can't I learn on those?" "Those are for toddlers, Vi. They don't make them in your size." Miller pats her on the shoulder. "You'll be fine. Come on, let's do this." "Give me a minute. I'm psyching myself up." "That's what you've been saying for the last 20. This takes a lot of psyching, Buck." She taps her temple, then motions to her feet. "I'm wearing a set of blades on my feet. It's dangerous. Someone could die." "No one's gonna die. I could lacerate someone." Miller looks at me and cringes. "Maybe we should all wear cups," I say, mostly joking. "It might not be a bad idea." Miller looks back at Violet. "I'm sending Waters over here to get you if you're not on the ice in 2. He's being super patient, Vi. You're probably hurting his feelings." "Whatever. Nothing an intimate moment won't solve." Miller points a finger at her face. "That's your overshare for today. No more freebies. You won the overshare contest today when you told me you were chafed from too much sunshine cookie. You two realize I'm right here listening to this?" They both look at me. "And your point is?" Violet asks. "Just letting you know it isn't a private conversation. Miller will pay for your therapy bills." She turns back to her brother. "See? I used your real name. Give me 5 more minutes, then I'll come out." Miller shrugs, steps out onto the ice, and is gone. I sit down on the bench so I can adjust my maces. Violet's got hockey skates on instead of the figure skating kind. Lily waves as she skates past us, doing a little twirl and a jump. Violet frowns. Seriously, I have no idea how she does that. We watch her make her way around the rink, leaping and spinning. She's graceful and smooth. It's exactly the way she is in bed. I really love it. "You're thinking about having sex with her," Violet whispers. "I can tell." I glance at her. "Why would you think that?" "You seem quite interested." She points at my crotch. I glance down, even though I'm not aroused. She starts laughing. "Oh my gosh, you're the funniest." She punctuates it with one of her hip thrusts. She's been managing not to do that as much lately. I shake my head and lace my skates. "What's your beef with skating?" "I don't have a beef. I'm uncoordinated. I can't even do yoga without falling on my face." I don't know why Alex thinks I need to learn how to skate. I'll probably commit accidental manslaughter and end up in prison. They won't even have a library, and if they do, they'll only carry the classics and none of the romance books I like to read for fun. Not that I'll want to read romance with no intimate connection around. See why this is a bad idea? She crosses her arms over her chest, eyeing everyone on the ice. They're in the middle of the rink. Miller's disappeared somewhere. All of a sudden, music blasts through the sound system. Sunny claps her hands. Oh, Alex and Lily, remember that routine you used to do? Lily and Waters share a look.
I don't like the hot feeling in my neck, they laugh. I can't hear the rest of the conversation over the music, but Lily and Waters face off against each other. It looks like they're getting ready to drop the puck, but then they start talking, moving their feet in little stilted circles, making hand gestures. What's going on over there? Violet asks. I'm not sure. I remind myself that Lily and Waters have known each other their whole lives. They're like brother and sister, kind of like Miller and Violet, except hopefully not quite as open. Waters holds out his hand and Lily takes it. They skate down the ice. Together. She doesn't look at me when she passes. Her eyes are glued to Waters as they start in on a routine. I glance at Violet, who's looking at me with something like panic on her face. I check the ice again. Waters is definitely rusty. He's an awesome skater, but he's been in pro hockey for the past 6 years, so the whole light on his feet business hasn't been much of a priority. But he's still more graceful than most of the guys on the ice, and now I get why. By their third pass, they've found their rhythm. Lily skates circles around him and does this incredible spin thing. Then things get serious. They've got their hands on each other. His are on her waist and hers on his shoulder. I'm not all that excited about them touching each other. Their faces are close, and she gives him a nod. I don't know what it means until Waters lifts her in the air. Her body arcs in this perfect pose. A slap shot of emotions hits me. I'm suddenly sad all over again that she lost her chance at the Olympics. She would have been amazing. I'm in awe because she's very well gorgeous. I'm also irrationally annoyed that Waters is touching her. I recognize the emotion as jealousy. I don't get to think too much about that, though, because suddenly Violet is elbowing my side. Maybe you should get out there. Go get your girl. They're doing some kind of routine, I reply evenly, though I feel some level of panic. Notice how intimate this routine is. Note how good they are at it. That's probably because they've done it a million times. So you don't have a problem with the way they're touching each other then? I glance at her to see whether she's serious. She looks it. Do you? They grew up together, so it's probably fine, right? She watches them for a few seconds before she asks, does Lily engage intimately like she figure skates? I open my mouth to tell her I'm not at liberty to say, but she cuts me off with a wave of her hand. Never mind, I already know the answer to that question. Guys like you don't go back for repeat intimacy if it isn't stellar. I bet she is incredibly passionate. I bet she is very desirable. Do you think she ever crushed on Alex? I doubt it. Do you know for sure? She asks. The real answer is I don't. I'm guessing. And I've already mentally asked myself that question. I open my mouth, but Violet goes on one of her tangents. I need to take dance classes so I can move like her. Lily may have small boobs, but she could get a boob job to have ones like mine and try to seduce my man. That's not going to happen, and Lily's boobs aren't small. She gives me another one of her looks as she stands up and wobbles on her skates. It won't, and they're nice and small. There's nothing wrong with that. She puts a hand on my shoulder and stares me right in the eye. Don't think for a second that I buy you not caring about what's going on out there, pal. She grimaces, but doesn't even move once. I see how you look at her.
I was there when you shared an intense moment in my laundry room, and I saw the expression on your face when you saw her reach her peak. You want to pretend all you're doing is being close friends? Go right ahead, but I see through you like clear water. Now help me get on the ice so Alex can show me how to skate. She clutches my arm. And I'm glomming onto you, just so you know, not because I want him to be jealous, but because I'm pretty sure I'll fall flat on my face otherwise. I cock a brow. Okay, I want him to be a little jealous, but not worried I want to be intimate with you or anything, because I don't. Now help me. Don't worry, I got you. Violet comes maybe to my shoulder, if that. I thread my arm through hers. There's no way to avoid brushing the side of her boob. It's that big. I pretend it's not happening. I step out onto the ice first and direct her to hold on to the ledge until she gets her footing. You've never skated before? I've skated. I was a kid. All I remembered was that I didn't like it and I hurt myself, and my mom didn't make me do it again. I avoided sports. I did math camp instead. Oh, and cooking classes because I love eating. Once she gets both feet on the ice, she freezes. Okay, time to let go, I tell her. Of you? No, the wall. She does what I tell her, but her attention is divided between me, the ice, and Lillian Waters. He misses catching her this time, and she stumbles, ending up in his arms. They're laughing, and Sunny's clapping again. If I had a free hand and a camera ready, it'd make a great picture. Except I don't want pictures of her and Waters. Then Violet flails and her feet go in 2 different directions. She really is the most uncoordinated person I've ever met. Maybe her boobs throw off her center of gravity. She grabs me with both hands, kicking me in the shin with one of her skates in the process. It hurts, but I've been kicked way worse, so I try not to make a face or anything. I grab her under the arms as she shrieks and tries to get her skates under control. All she succeeds in doing is kicking my feet out from under me. I roll to my back as we go down, making she's on top so I don't crush her when we land. Waters puts Lily down, shooting me a dirty look. Baby, what are you doing? I would have come to get you. I want you to spin me around like that. She turns back and gives me a devious smile. Her voice drops. Just so you know, I was totally messing with you. I'm not worried about Alex and Lily. He and I are solid. But your response told me everything I already knew. It's very obvious Lily's more than just your close friend. Maybe you should man up and do something about it. I'm about to laugh that off when Waters skates over and helps Violet up, Lily right behind him. Violet smirks as Alex holds her against him, and Lily gives me a gosh face, coming to a stop beside me as I push to my feet. Her cheeks are pink and she's breathing heavy. She presses her body flush to mine. Are you okay? Violet's a menace. I'm fine. You looked good out there. I won't admit that I didn't like Waters' hands on her, or that Violet may be onto something. Thanks. Alex and I used to practice together sometimes. Come on, I'll teach you some moves. She circles me, urging me to follow her, and I do. We spend the next hour on the ice. Lily's incredibly talented. Between her and Waters, we finally get to the point where Violet can make it around the rink without falling. She still has to hold on to someone, but at least she isn't landing on her rear. After skating, we go to an all-you-can-eat buffet restaurant. It's the only way to go with hockey players. Unlimited options and no cutoff point is the best. Lily and I end up being invited back to Waters' place, which means no intimacy until later. And I'm okay with that. It's a good day, even if it's not the most intimate kind. I pull into Waters' driveway. We've managed to get here first, so we have to wait for them to show up. I play with the lock of Lily's hair that's flipping out instead of curling under. It always seems to do that. Can I ask you something? The answer is no. Sunny and I have never experimented with each other, she says immediately. I choke on a cough. Where in the world did that come from? Now you're imagining it, aren't you? I laugh. There's no right answer to that, Lily. Maybe you like the idea of me and Violet better. Her boobs are huge, and we're closer to the same height. Jesus, sorry, I'll stop. You had a question.
Does that mean you've thought about experimenting with Sunny? Ew, no way. She's my best friend. Violet, maybe, because of her boobs. Okay, question. Shoot. It takes me a few seconds to remember it. It's a decent segue anyway. You ever have a thing for Waters? Alex? Yeah, like when you were a teenager, you ever crush on him? You know, become romantically involved with your bestie's brother or whatever? I try to come off as casual, but I'm very sure I fail, based on Lily's expression. Did I ever have a crush on Alex? Oh my God, no! He was such a dork in high school. I mean, he was always really nice, but so nerdy. I can't even tell you. Why? I shrug. Just curious. Just curious? Is this because of the skating thing? You guys seem to know how each other moves. I figured maybe you knew more about that than just what he was like on the ice. I grew up with him, and Sunny's my best friend. I never would have gone behind her back like that. I nod like I get it. Mostly I'm relieved. And I recognize that's not necessarily a good thing, much like the jealousy this afternoon when they were on the ice. It means I'm getting attached. Comfortable. I'm not exactly sure why that's happened. I told her to tell me if things got too intense, but I have no idea what to do with myself. Slapshot to the heart. Lily. I've spent the majority of my time in Chicago with Randy, apart from the actual holiday and the hours during which he has practice or training sessions. We have such a great time together. And not just the intimacy, which is still so amazing. But this week we've spent as much time in a group as we did alone. He and Sunny get along great. Violet's almost stopped making suggestive movements when she says his name. And him and Alex and Darren are hilarious to be around. I'm still trying to figure out Lance. It's New Year's Eve. Sunny and I are sitting in her living room, painting our toenails. Charlene and Violet are putting on blue eyeshadow and acting like jerks. Alex says he can get you an interview for a coaching position, if you want it, Sunny says. I stop painting and sit back, wiggling my toes. I've been thinking about this all week. I want desperately to take her up on the offer. I'm worried it's for the wrong reasons. Your mom will be fine without you. It's only an hour-and-a-half flight. You can go back anytime you want. I know. Sunny's right. This Tim Tom guy actually seems decent, apart from the shirtlessness. He owns a small gym, he's nice to her, and she's happy. Happier than she's been in a long time. She met his family at Christmas. There's talk about her moving in with him. I know she'll say it's okay for me to tag along, but it's time to get out. Then what's holding you back? Not the messages from Benji, I hope. Your difficult ex? Violet asks. Yeah, that's the ex, and no, he's definitely not a factor in the decision. Benji has sent several texts and left a couple of voicemails over the past week. I sent one text back because I'm not a total cold-hearted person, but I don't miss being with him. I still have to give him his things back, though at this point I'm not sure I care about mine. It'd be easy enough to drop his junk off at his house and be done with it. I've already got closure. Okay, good. Just checking. Sunny draws a tiny little champagne flute on her big toe in silver. She's incredible at painting pictures on nails. Can you fix mine when you're done? Violet lifts a foot. There's nail polish everywhere, but on her toenails, it seems. Of course. Do you want it to match the crazy you're putting on your face? Sunny asks. Yes! I can't wait to send Alex pictures of what he's missing tonight. Violet grins, and she has red lipstick on her teeth. She's wild at the best of times, but tonight she's more so than usual, with Alex and the boys being at an away game. We all would have gone, but they're flying back tomorrow, so we decided to delay the official celebration.
Sunny and Alex's parents also came in for the holiday, and there's been more wedding talk. Tonight, Violet and Charlene decided to recreate the pre-wedding makeup test run Daisy suggested. There are bottles of Aquanet on the table. Sunny says Violet's not allowed to use them because they're aerosol and bad for the environment. So, is it because of Randy then? Charlene asks. All three girls stare, waiting. No. Liar! Violet points at me. Randy isn't the reason I'm not sure. He might not be the reason, but I bet he's a reason, Violet replies. Your last name is LeBlanc, right? Yeah, I'm not sure what that has to do with Randy, but then Violet doesn't often stick with one train of thought. Is that your mom's or your dad's last name? She asks. My mom's. I've never even met my dad. There's no way I'd take his last name. I don't mean to sound like a difficult person. You've never met your dad? Violet asks. Wow, that's crazy. Me neither. Really? I ask. For reals? Violet nods. Apparently he's a jerkwad. My mom says it was a whirlwind romance. I think it means she had a slutty phase and decided not to give me up for adoption. Wow, Sunny and I say in unison. It's no biggie. She shrugs. My mom raised me on her own. Just like Sydney raised Miller, Sunny says. She gets this wistful look in her eyes. It's like fate brought your parents together. Actually, I think he accidentally stole her coffee one day, and that's how they met. But yeah, they love each other, Violet agrees. So what's the story with your dad? He was a pro hockey player, and my mom was a bunny who got pregnant. I shrug. He paid child support until he didn't anymore. Wow! How's your mom feel about you being intimate with an NHLer? Violet asks. She doesn't get an opinion on that, considering, I reply. Fair enough, she says. The three of them go quiet for a few seconds. Wait, so you've never met your dad, and isn't Randy's dad some ex-NHLer who couldn't control himself? Aren't his parents divorced? Yeah. Holy gosh! She sets her glass down and grabs the edge of the coffee table. What if you two are related? And not like me and Buck, step-sibling and stuff. Like, it would be weird but okay if we hooked up, but you'd be for real brother and sister? We could make a reality TV show out of this. Randy's dad isn't my dad. How do you know? Because his name isn't on my birth certificate. What if it's a fake? Violet, you're being a jerk, Charlene says. My dad's last name is Head, I say. What's his first name? Richard? Violet asks. Actually, he goes by Richard. Are you serious? Your dad's name is Richard Head? If he went by Dick, yes. She's silent for a few seconds, then she starts laughing hysterically. Oh my God, that's priceless. When she calms down a bit, she holds up a finger. So, if you and Randy ever got married, your name would be Lily LeBlanc. Lily White! She falls over laughing. I want to find it funny, but I can't. Instead, I'm sad. Yeah, that's never gonna happen. We get super hammered and ring in the new year with champagne. I get 2 messages at midnight. One from Benji telling me he misses me, and another from Randy expressing his desire for closeness. I can't pretend it doesn't make my chest ache when I realize all over again that that's where this whole thing starts and finishes. Turns out Alex doesn't give me a choice about whether or not I'm doing the job interview. He sets it up for me and tells me when, I'm disgustingly hungover, that I'll need to be at the arena the following morning. Randy and I spend the majority of New Year's Day in his bed. I'm not in very good shape, so we didn't have much in the way of passionate moments. Instead, I drink ginger ale and we cuddle. Things feel off, or maybe I'm off because I'm hungover. The next morning, while I'm getting ready for my interview, I spot Randy's defaced pink boxers on the bedroom floor. I snatch them up and shove them in my bag while he's in the bathroom. I don't know why, or maybe I do. This week has been amazing, but this thing with Randy is getting too big. I want more than he says he has to give.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts and character traits like resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. Alex picks me up to take me to the interview, and Randy kissed me deeply before he lets me get into the car. I have to go home tomorrow, possibly to pack up my things, so he's taking me out for dinner tonight, which to me sounds and feels like a real date. I didn't mention that to him. I know it's none of my business, Alex says as we pull away. It's just casual. You're sure about that? I'm sure. I wouldn't move to another country for a guy, Alex. I was with Benji for 7 years. I'm having some fun, and Randy's a fun guy. The words sound flat. And he feels the same way. Yeah, he feels the same way. I poke the fuzzy dice hanging from the rearview mirror. You're sure about that too? I think about the message from New Year's, and about how deep I've gotten myself in. I'm going to get my heart ripped out. Yeah, I'm totally positive. Can we talk about something else? Like this interview. I feel unprepared. Alex drops the subject and tells me what to expect at the arena. It's been a long time since I've done an interview. I'm legitimately nervous, but I must do okay because they offer me the job on the spot. Randy's plan to keep me to himself is overruled as a result, and we end up going out for dinner to celebrate with the whole group. It's almost a good thing, because now that I know I'm moving to Chicago, I have to do something I've been holding off on. After we eat, Sonny and Miller go back to his place, which gives me and Randy the entire night to ourselves at Sonny's. It will be my place too, in 3 weeks. That's how long I have before I start my new job, in my new city. Except, I don't want to move here and keep doing what I'm doing with Randy. I'm not good at casual. I know that now. I keep seeing how in love Violet, Sonny, and Charlene are. I can invite him in tonight, but it's not going to help anything. I'm still going to feel the way I do, and I'm still going to be just the girl he's intimate with, like a champ. It's the perfect scenario for someone who isn't me. I should have told him this wasn't working for me ages ago, but the physical intimacy part was working so well I didn't want to. I think I'm gonna throw up. Randy parks in front of the house and cuts the engine. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he starts to open his door and then realizes I'm not moving. He cocks his head. What's up? Why you still sitting there? I bet we could be close in, like under a minute once we're inside. Unless you're feeling like a more adventurous kind of intimacy is more your speed tonight. I half laugh, but the twist in my stomach makes it sound fake. His grin drops. I look down at my lap, exhaling a deep breath. I should have stopped this as soon as the fun started to turn into feelings, but I didn't, and now I'm sitting here, choking on my words because I don't want to say them. I have to. You okay? He reaches out, brushing my hair from my face. I want to lean into that touch. I want to wrap myself around him and never let go. But if I keep doing this with him, he's going to break my heart. Well, that's already happening, but at least I have some control over this decision. I beat down the desire to jump him, which I know now isn't just because he's super amazing at physical intimacy. We have a connection when we're close, and when we're not. It's more than physical peaks. I'm falling in love with him. And not just the unclothed parts of him. It's his sense of humor, his sweetness, his generosity. It's everything. But it's only a matter of time before he does to me what he's done to every other girl before. He'll get freaked out and cut ties. I know it's coming. We're getting too close. It's becoming too real. He has to feel it too. This road ends like one of those old Bugs Bunny cartoons. There's a sheer cliff I'll drop off of eventually. Only I won't pop back up and brush away the dirt as if nothing happened. If I do this now, the fall won't be as far. At least, that's what I tell myself when I say, I don't think you should come inside. He spins his keys on the chain. You want to come back to my place instead? I don't think that's a good idea either. Randy frowns. Why not? My throat feels tight and my stomach starts to roll.
The amazing dinner I ate feels like it wants to make another appearance. I don't think we should do this anymore. He scratches the back of his neck. What? This, I motion between us. I don't think it's working. His shoulders tighten and a half smile appears. You're not enjoying the multiple physical peaks anymore? I thought we were having fun. He's hitting me with sarcasm, and for once, I don't dish it back. We were. So what's the problem? I've caught him off guard. I've caught myself off guard too. Only after I got the job did I truly realize I've been fooling myself. All I could think was how living in Chicago would mean more time with Randy. But not just in his bed, with friends, on dates, hanging out, all things that aren't on the table. Or they aren't supposed to be. I fiddle with my purse and give him back his words from the start of this thing we've been doing. This isn't just fun for me anymore, Randy. I don't get it. He smooths his hands down his thighs. I thought you had a good time this week. I did. I take a deep breath. I don't want to cry in front of him. I don't want to be weak. He told me what this was. It's not his fault I wasn't honest with him before now. That's what this was supposed to be, right? Just fun? It feels like it's getting too serious. And I can't. Too serious? I wring my hands, unsure what to do with them. I should have said something sooner. What are you talking about? He sounds irritated. I can't move here and do this casual thing with you. Why not? It's not just about the physical intimacy for me anymore, but I'm your rebound. His confusion makes me sad. I can't make the feelings go away, Randy. I look at him, at his gorgeous face, at the panic and the anger, and I know I'm right. It was only a matter of time. At least I didn't humiliate myself and tell him I'm in love with him outright. You were supposed to tell me if it was getting to be too much. He runs his hand through his hair, his frustration obvious. I don't understand. You just got out of a 7-year relationship. This was supposed to be simple. I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry I didn't say anything. I didn't want things to change. Maybe we could... He cuts me off before I can finish the sentence. I can't be your boyfriend, Lily. I almost got close to someone because you couldn't make a really game. But you didn't, and that was... His anger is a wave rising. I don't know if it's directed at me or himself, but his words hit me like shattering glass. The only reason I didn't was because you showed up. I will really hurt you. Is that what you want? No, Randy, that's not what I want. He jams the key in the ignition and starts the truck. Then I guess this is it. I guess it is. I'd say we could still be friends, but I'm not so sure that would work out very well. I leave off the rest, which would go something like this. Because I'm in love with you, and I'll pine over you and cry if I see you with another girl. Probably not. He's staring straight ahead. If I left anything at your place, I'll give it to Miller to give to you. He'll be over here all the time. Okay. I open the door and go to get out, but once again, I've forgotten to unbuckle my seatbelt, so I jerk back. Randy reaches over and jabs the release with his thumb. He's still not looking at me. I lean over and press my lips against his cheek. The sensation is electric. He freezes. I pull away before I make any more bad decisions, like inviting him inside for one last intimate session. Bye, Randy. Thanks for the ride. All of them, or this one in particular? It's a shot. My heart feels like it's made of sandstone, and it's crumbling into dust inside my chest. None of my breakups with Benji ever felt like this. All of them, except for this one, I say. I slip out of the truck. Randy waits until I've unlocked the door to the house. Then he takes off down the street without so much as a parting wave.
I step inside the empty house and lock the door behind me. Randy's absence feels like shards of glass buried in my chest. I don't make it past taking my shoes off. I sit down on the floor, put my face in my hands, and cry. Fun is not my middle name, Randy. I drove home on autopilot. I don't remember stopping at lights or pulling into my driveway, but I'm sitting here, staring at my front door, so I must have obeyed the rules of the road. Otherwise, there'd be cherries flashing in my rear view.
I cut the engine, but I don't move. My truck still smells like Lily, so I want to stay here a little longer. I don't get what happened. I replay Lily's time in Chicago in my head, trying to figure out where I went wrong, how I missed the signs. Or maybe I didn't miss them at all. Maybe I decided not to see them, because that would mean admitting I want more than I can have. I was such a jerk to her. I sit here until I can see my breath and start to shiver. Trudging to my door, I put my thumb to the keypad and turn the knob. The first thing I do is pour myself a generous shot of vodka. I have to fly out at 7:30 tomorrow morning for a game. The last thing I should do is get drunk to manage whatever just happened. But I'm feeling gosh about this, so alcohol is the numbing agent of choice. I get good and very intoxicated and watch that little video I made while visiting Lily in Guelph when I woke her up in the middle of the night for intimacy. I don't watch it because I want to seek personal pleasure. I mean, yeah, it arouses me, even as wasted as I am, but it's the way she's so unguarded. She's looking at me like I'm more than just someone she's passing time and sharing intimate moments with. I knew even then that it was more than what it was supposed to be, and I let it keep happening. Because I wanted it. I wanted her, and now I don't get to have her at all. Pounding on my door echoes the awful feeling in my head. I peel my eyes open and groan. Balls, we gotta roll. It's Miller. I push up off the couch and the world spins so much I fall forward over the coffee table. I don't have great coordination, and my reaction time is shot, probably because I'm still drunk and I've been shocked awake. I hit the floor with my face and taste blood. It takes me a couple of tries to get myself back up. I stumble to the foyer, fumble with the lock, and throw the front door open, almost hitting myself in the face. Oh, gosh, what happened? Miller looks over my shoulder like he expects someone to be behind me. Maybe the person responsible for my bloody lip. I fell. I lean against the wall. Miller frowns. Are you drunk? You woke me up. You smell like booze. I'm fine. Miller's phone starts ringing. He glances at it, then at me. Get your things. We need to be at the airport. You should be ready to go. I try to walk, but it's not working. I smash into the wall. Seriously, balls, what's the deal? Sweets, can I call you back? What? She's what? I don't understand. She should be here, not there. I know they're talking about Lily. I turn and walk down the hall, knocking a picture to the floor. I'll call you back in a few. I love you too, Sunny Sunshine. I'm unnecessarily jealous of their relationship. I know exactly how not easy it is to be a professional hockey player dedicated to one person. I've watched Miller struggle with Sunny. I've seen Lance almost destroy his career. I've witnessed the impact on my own mother and sister. But right now, all I want is someone to fight for, and I've messed that up too. I make it to my bedroom and grab my duffel bag. My hockey gear should be in the garage, I hope. All I need are clothes. Miller isn't behind me like I figured he'd be. He shows up a few seconds later with a glass of water and pills. He holds out the glass and his palm. Drink this and take these. I do what he tells me. Then I look around my room. Evidence of the past week is everywhere. My bed is unmade. My room smells distinctly of intimacy and Lily. I can still see the look on her face when I told her I'd really hurt her. That devastation is exactly what I don't want to cause someone. Miller snaps his fingers. Dude, we gotta go. Right, yeah. I nod, but I'm still not moving. Miller shakes his head and shoves 3 pairs of pants, 3 shirts, a suit, and a couple of ties into my bag. Then he goes to my dresser and tosses in some extra boxers and socks. A pair of Lily's underwear must have accidentally ended up in there because he tosses them on the bed. Get changed, Balls. You smell like a bar. They won't let you on the plane if they know you're drunk. He passes me a pair of boxers, then goes to my closet and picks up a pair of jeans off the floor. I have to sit down to make it happen, but I manage to get changed into fresh clothes. I pick up Lily's underwear from the comforter and shove them in my pocket. I don't know why, but I need them. Miller forces me into the bathroom and makes me brush my teeth. Once I have my wallet, he ushers me back to the foyer. I have to brace myself on the wall to get my feet in my shoes. He shoves my jacket at me, shaking his head, and pushes me out the door. I climb into Lance's ridiculous Hummer and sprawl out across the back seat. I check my pockets for my phone, but it's not there. Wait, I don't have my phone. I gotta go back in. I've got it. Miller tosses it at me. I try to bring up the home screen, but it stays blank. Took you too long enough. What was the holdup? You catch Balls doing what he does best. Lance puts the vehicle in gear. You want to tell me what happened? Sonny called me really upset about Lily, Miller asks. I close my eyes, undecided as to whether keeping them open makes the nausea go away. Lily broke up with me. The car jerks to a stop, and I fall off the back seat onto the floor. What the heck, man? Broke up with you? Lance is looking at me like I've told him aliens really do exist. I manage to get myself back on the seat. This time, I buckle myself in. Or I broke up with her. I don't know. She said she didn't want to see me anymore. I thought you two were just having fun. There's a bite to Miller's tone. We are. I shake my head. Or we were. Last night she said it wasn't fun anymore, that it was getting, serious. So that's it. It's done. Miller and Lance exchange a look. Miller turns so he can see me. So you're telling me Lily's the one who ended things? She initiated it. Yeah, I dropped her off after dinner, and I was going to spend the night, or as long as I could, but she said I shouldn't, and that she didn't want to see me anymore, and that was it. Can we not talk about this right now? I drop my head against the seat and close my eyes again. I'm leaving out a lot of details, but talking about it doesn't make me feel good. Neither of them says anything else, so I keep my eyes closed. All I want is to fall asleep again and shut off all the thoughts in my head, the roll in my stomach, and these brutal feelings I don't know how to manage. Before Lily, as soon as things started to get intense, I bailed. But with Lily, it was intense like that right from the beginning, so maybe it took longer for me to realize what was happening. Or maybe that's an excuse. Hey, sweets. Yeah, we're on our way to the airport. Uh-huh. We got him. He's still drunk, Miller says. I can hear you, Butterson. You know that, right? I crack a lid. He makes a rude gesture. Balls says she's the one who cut things off. You want to find a different way to word that? I mumble. Lance barks out a laugh. Miller slaps his arm. Sorry, bro. You know I didn't mean it like that. Miller goes back to talking to Sonny. I don't get it. Why's she so upset if she's the one who ended it? Miller's silent for a long time, during which Sonny's distressed voice filters through, but her words are lost in the sounds of traffic. Oh, right. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Sure. I love you too. I'll call you when we land. Miller ends the call. Women are confusing, Lance snorts. They're vicious is what they are.
I don't say anything, because what is there to say? It's probably better we ended it now anyway, especially with her moving to Chicago. I'd want to see her all the time, and I'd try to be her boyfriend, and I'd ruin it by messing around with someone else. It's the whole apple and apple tree scenario. By the time we get to security, I'm feeling my hangover. I've got the sweats, and I think I'm going to hurl. I'm not very steady on my feet either. I take off my jacket and shoes and throw them into one of the bins. I follow with my belt and phone. Then I empty the contents of my pockets, starting with my wallet. I check for change and find Lily's wadded-up undergarment. It's the pair I bought her when I surprised her in Guelph. She looked so good in them. I appreciate the soft lace. Lance is behind me. He elbows me in the side. "Balls, put your souvenir away." "It's not a really souvenir," I growl. He puts a hand on my shoulder. "Keep it together, man." I toss the undergarment in the bin and push it down the ramp. The security chick gives me a look, but I'm too morose to care. I wait while the guy pats me down and then collect all my stuff, shoving the undergarment back in my pocket before anything else. I don't talk to anyone on the plane ride, mostly because I feel like a bag of gosh, physically and mentally. I'm grateful for the hour of sleep I manage. The nap makes me feel marginally better. By the time we land, the nausea has passed for the most part, but all the other mess is still there. As soon as we get to the hotel, I hijack the bathroom and shower to get rid of the booze smell. Miller's lying on his bed watching sports highlights. "Your phone's been going off." I check it, but it's not Lily. It's my mom, wishing me good luck in the game. I feel guilty that I didn't see her more over the holidays, especially since my sister didn't come home, but I was with Lily. I guess it's a good thing I didn't invite her to meet my mom. "Not who you wanted it to be?" Miller asks. "Nope." I toss my phone on the bed. I should call my mom, but I don't feel like talking to anyone. I rub my chest, annoyed by the weird ache. "You could call her, you know." I drop down on the mattress and lie back against the pillows. What would be the point? I can't make this something it isn't supposed to be. What does that even mean? She said she wasn't having fun anymore. End of story. I don't want to tell him what I said to her, how gosh I made her feel, how I blamed her when it was my very fault. "She say why she wasn't having fun?" Miller asks. "She said it was getting too intense." Look, I'm in a gosh mood. I know you're trying to help, Miller, but talking about it makes me feel worse. I just want to focus on strategy for the game, okay? "Yeah, sure. I'm gonna shower, and then we can go get something to eat with the team." I'm sitting on the bench, waiting for the whistle to blow so I can get on the ice and get out some of this aggression. We're down 1, and Waters has something going on with his shooting arm. He's been rubbing his shoulder every time he gets off the ice. As soon as it's my turn, I rush down the ice after the puck. I put all my focus into getting close to the net. Westinghouse is parallel to me. I pass the puck, but one of the guys from Colorado manages to trip him up with a dirty move and gains control. He doesn't keep it for long, though. Miller's got things under control and manages to get the puck back. I camp out in front of the net, knowing if Miller can get it back to Westinghouse, he'll pass to me. Colorado's defense knows this too. Number 63 is on me, nudging me in the back with his stick. I'm not in the mood for mess tonight. I get behind him and give a little shove back. He elbows me, so I shift my foot between his and nudge the back of his knee, setting him off balance. We go down together. I wait until he grabs my jersey before I take hold of his. As we fall, I flip us. When I'm on a slick surface with blades on my feet and I'm going down, there's one essential rule: always be on top. He's spitting obscenities, pissed because I pulled a shady move, but he's been a problem all game. My plan isn't to fight, though. All I want is to get him off my back. But he starts swinging, so I don't have a choice but to deflect. He grabs my cage. There are very few things that really make me angry on the ice. Chippy playing is one of them. Jerk defense is another. And cage grabbing makes me see red. I hold his helmet with both hands, pinning his head to the ice. I keep trying to get traction, but he's still holding on to my cage with one hand and trying to punch me with the other, so my feet keep sliding out from under me. It takes 3 tries for me to get up. The crowd is going crazy. Colorado fans are screaming at the refs to do something. Chicago fans are just as wild. I shove off the guy as the whistle blows. I'm not surprised by the penalty, but at least Colorado gets one too. Nice move there, Balls. That'll look awesome on the highlights. Miller pats me on the shoulder on my way to the penalty box. We end up losing the game by 1. At the bar, some chick offers to make me feel better.
She has dark hair like Lily's, but it's longer. Her lips are red and her chest is fuller. Her eyes are blue. I could try to really work out some of the anger and whatever else is going on inside me, but I think it'll have the opposite effect. I decline and head up to the room instead. Miller's already there. He's lying down, doing what he always does after a game, watching the highlights. Check this out, he points to the screen. There I am, grappling with the guy from Colorado. No wonder he was so mad. He was being a jerk. He deserved it. Not arguing with that. Miller rolls out of bed and ambles to the bathroom. I shrug out of my suit and drop it on the floor, too lazy to give a mess. I check my phone, but I don't have any new messages from Lily. Normally after a game, she sends me one. I pull up her contact and call her. It rings a bunch of times and goes to voicemail. I close my eyes at the sound of her voice, telling me to leave a message at the tone. I take a deep breath after the beep. At first, I consider hanging up, but then I figure she's gonna know it's me from the number, and all I've done so far is pervert breathe. Miller comes out of the bathroom as I start talking. Some girl wanted to be intimate with me tonight. She looked kinda like you. Well, only her hair, but not even, what the gosh is wrong with you? Miller smacks the phone out of my hand. I'm leaving a message. I try to grab my phone, but Miller shoves me out of the way. I slam into the night table and the lamp falls over. About being intimate with some other chick, he yells. I didn't be intimate with another chick. That's the point. Miller nabs the phone and puts it to his ear. I tackle him to the floor, and we wrestle, me trying to get the phone while he tries to punch buttons. He puts a hand on my face. Stop being an idiot, Balls. I'm trying to delete the message. I'll delete it. I elbow him in the ribs and finally get my phone, but I must hit the wrong button because I don't get the option to delete or send. Gosh, don't tell me you sent that. Miller pushes me off of him. I lie on the floor, panting. I think I sent that. Should I message her and tell her to delete it without listening to it? Miller shakes his head. You know, I thought I was hopeless with relationships, but you make me look like very Einstein. I'ma call Sunny. What good is calling Sunny gonna do? She can at least talk to Lily. Miller punches away at his phone, brows furrowed in concentration. I'm getting voicemail. He waits a few more seconds. Hey, sweets, I'm guessing you're asleep. If you get a chance, can you call me? Randy left a stupid message for Lily, and it'd be better if she didn't listen to it. Love you. Can't wait to come home. He lowers his voice so I can't hear the rest. I decide it's probably best if I message Lily since Miller can't get a hold of Sunny.
If you get a message from me, can you delete it? It didn't come out the right way. I don't hear back from her. Sleep sucks. In the morning, I have a message. You're not mine, so you can be with whoever you want. This isn't a conversation I want to have over text. I try to call again, but it goes to voicemail. I don't leave another message since the last one was so bad. Once I'm back home, I drop my mess at the door and head for my bedroom. All I want is to lie down and smell Lily. It's weird and maybe a little messed up, but the housekeeper's been by and the sheets are fresh. The clothes Lily left behind are folded in a neat pile on her side of the bed. The very chest ache is back. I rub the spot, hating the phantom pain. That's when I realize what I'm feeling is heartbreak. I'm always worried about hurting someone else. I never thought about myself. And it's my own very fault. But trying for more with Lily will only end up causing her pain in the end. Why don't you go see her while we're in Toronto if she won't answer calls? Lance is currently kicking my rear at NHL hockey on Xbox. Granted, I'm not trying very hard. There's no point. It's been 2 weeks, and I've heard nothing from her. He beats me for the 3rd time, so I toss the controller to Miller. You're up. I must throw it with more force than I intended because it hits him in the throat. Seriously, dude? Miller rubs his neck. Sorry, you're worse than a PMSing teenage girl right now. I'm not that bad. Yeah, you are. You've had penalties every game for the past 2 weeks. You're almost as bad as me, Lance says.
He's right about that. I've been way more aggressive than usual. I almost got ejected from the last game for fighting. Seeing Lily isn't going to change that. You can't know until you try, Miller says. He's been on me to work Gosh out, but there's nothing to work. Lily hasn't messaged me again since I left that voicemail, and I don't have the courage to try again. I don't know what I was thinking doing that in the first place. She'll be moving to Chicago soon, but it's not like I'm going to run into her all the time, unless she's at games. Then I'll want to talk to her when I should really just leave her alone. According to Sunny, Lily's flying to Chicago next week. Alex didn't want her driving in a U-Haul in the middle of January, so he's having her stuff shipped to the house. I hate that I'm jealous of a guy with a fiancé. It's not like talking about it is going to change anything. How do you know that? Miller asks. I run a frustrated hand through my hair. Because it was supposed to be just fun, and now it isn't for her. Can you explain that? Miller asks. It was getting too serious, I summarize. For who? Miller scratches his week-old beard. We've been over this before. I don't see why we're having the same conversation again. For her. So all she wanted was a casual encounter? Miller asks. Well, yeah. We had a conversation right at the beginning about it being just fun and keeping things light. Can we back up a second? Because I'm still confused. Sunny says Lily's a freaking mess over this. I don't get why she'd be so upset if she was only in it for a casual encounter. I'm her rebound. I didn't think it was going to turn into a case of the feelings. Am I the only one here who's acknowledging that you've been talking about Lily like you two were in a relationship? Lance asks. No, we were just having fun. We know. Lance rolls his eyes. Well, what else could it reasonably be, with her all the way in Canada and me traveling half the year? Besides, she just got out of a 7-year relationship. From the sound of it, that relationship was over long before that, Miller says. It's not like it matters. It's better this way. Ending Gosh was smart before I could ruin it by doing something stupid. Gosh, I am teen girl PMSy. What are you even talking about? Miller asks. She's moving here, and I'm going to want this to be something it can't be. I think it should be clear by now who I am. You mean a relationship? Miller presses. Lance is staring at his Xbox controller. Yeah, I don't get why it can't be exactly that, especially with her moving to Chicago. That's way easier to manage than her living in Canada. I would know. It seems like that's what you want. Yeah, but I'm gonna mess things up with her eventually. How can you know? Do you have a crystal ball? Can you see into the future? Miller looks extremely unimpressed. That's what my dad did. He treated my mom badly. Repeatedly. I don't ever want to do that to another person. I don't want to hurt someone like that. You're not your dad, Miller argues. I'm exactly like him. No, you're not. Yes, I am. Dude, I grew up with you. I know what your dad's like. And while you might look like him, and you might play hockey like he did, except better, that's where the similarities end. You've spent your entire life trying not to be like him. You'd never do to another person what he did to your mom. You're a better person than he is. I almost had a casual encounter with another girl the last time I was in Toronto. The only reason I didn't was because Lily showed up. You wouldn't have been intimate with her, Lance says quietly. You don't know that. If you hadn't said something, I wouldn't have checked my messages, and I would have taken that chick up to my room. Doesn't mean you would have been intimate with her. I wouldn't have let that happen, Lance replies. I don't see how you would have been able to stop me. And that's the point, isn't it? I don't have the ability to be with one person. You've never even tried to know, Miller fires back. You always cut out when it starts getting real, except you didn't do that with Lily. Look how well that's worked out. And when she told me how she felt, I told her I'd really hurt her. Why the gosh would she want anything to do with me after I said something like that? Lance is shaking his head now, but still looking at the floor. Miller runs his palms over his thighs. Look how much I screwed up with Sonny at the beginning when I was still going to parties and there were all those pictures and gosh, we had fights and we talked it out. We got over it and made it work. You can't know what the deal is with Lily unless you see her and talk. And if she's not on the same page anymore, well, at least you tried, rather than sitting here on your couch making everyone around you deal with your freaking misery. He's not wrong, and that sucks. We've all seen you with Lily, Lance chimes in. The hint of Scott gets thicker as he continues. There are feelings there, on both sides. Don't let someone else's bad choices be the reason you give up something that could be good. He's got a point, Miller says. I can't believe I'm about to take relationship advice from Lance. Pining, not just for trees. Lily, I'm not a piner. I don't sit around and wallow. Well, I never used to sit around and wallow. But that's what I've been doing between packing and training a new coach. She's fantastic, and she'll do an amazing job. But leaving my girls is hard. I've worked with some of them for a long time, watched them become beautiful skaters. The change should be good, though. Will be good. When I stop pining. I keep having moments of sheer panic in which I envision myself driving over to Randy's, knocking on his door, and begging him to hold me, be intimate with me, love me. The middle scenario isn't the most prevalent. Shocking, I know. I keep going over my decision to move and reminding myself I'm actually doing it for the right reasons now. The whole point of ending things with Randy was so I'd have some perspective and to ensure I didn't make a huge life choice based on wanting something I can't have. I still want it, but at least I'm not pretending and holding on to something that wasn't even real anymore. In the end, I can't say I'm moving for all the right reasons, but I do know I never want to get back together with Benji, and living in a big city will definitely be an experience. Besides, my mom's moving in with Tim Tom, so I'd have to find a new place to live, one way or another.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits. Example, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. I lay my suitcase on my bed and flip it open. It's new. I bought it 2 days ago on a shopping expedition with my mom. She's okay with the move. She's not even getting on my case about the whole Randy situational, though that may be due in part to my epic fits of snot sobbing since the end of having fun. Things I've learned about myself in the past 6 months. I'm not cut out for casual sex. My sometimes difficult exterior is my Lego armor against how sensitive I am. If I'd been this insightful prior to falling for Randy, I might have come out of this with a little less angst. Or maybe not. There were a lot of mixed signals, I'm coming to realize. He was the one who insisted it be fun, but that week with him in Chicago, I can't help feeling it wasn't just me. Regardless, it's over, and I'm sad about that. I neatly pack my suitcase, starting with my socks. I discover I have a lot of socks, and half of them are missing their partners. It seems rather karmic, considering. Freaking karma. Such a difficult person sometimes. I put on some music, emo, of course, to match my constantly fluctuating mood, and move on to my underwear drawer. Half my panties need to be replaced because they're old or falling apart. I still have the ones Randy bought for me over the holidays. We didn't so much exchange Christmas presents as we exchanged underwear. I'm missing the pretty blue pair with the lace, but I have the pair of his pink boxers I vandalized, a parting gift to remember him by. It's a little creepy stalker, but I'm okay with that. I'm also guilty of creeping his social media accounts and trolling the Puck Bunny hockey hooker groups. So far, there are no reports of Randy going ballistic on any new bunnies.
It's a terrible form of torture, waiting for it to happen and break me all over again. At the knock on my door, I stuff Randy's underwear under a pile of socks. "Come in." My mom pokes her head in. "How's it going?" "Good. I'll be done with this in a bit, and then I can help you with the kitchen." I close the empty drawer. I feel something wet on my face and realize I'm crying. Again. Emotions are really difficult. Randy's strong image. Thinking about that definitely doesn't stop the tears. My mom folds me in her bony embrace. We're both lean, so it's nothing like hugging, say, Randy, who's all hard lines and muscle and... Gosh, I really need to stop thinking about him. My mom strokes my hair, like she used to do when I was little. It's soothing. "Is this because you're moving away from me, or because you're still sad about your hockey boy?" "I don't know. Both, I guess." I sniffle. It's rather pathetic. She lets go and takes my face between her hands. Her smile is sad. "He's an idiot not to want you. He wants me, just not the way I want him." I try to stifle one of those horrible snot sobs. I'm unsuccessful. "You're sure about that?" she asks softly. "He made it clear from the beginning it was only ever going to be casual. Feelings can change, Lily. His haven't." I think about that phone call, the one about the girl at the bar who looked like me. In a matter of hours, he'd been looking to replace me. He said he'd really hurt me, eventually. My mom sighs. Sometimes when people are scared of what they're feeling, they push people away. Maybe. I don't know. He hasn't tried to call me lately, or text. I think it's just done. She gives me another bony squeeze. "I won't tell you there are plenty of fish in the sea, even though there are. And you'll find the one who's right for you at the right time." It doesn't feel like I'm going to find another fish right now. I sniffle. "You probably shouldn't, since you turned 40 and the verdict's still out on Tim Tom. It's Tim, honey, and he's good for me." Tim Tom has a nice ring to it, though. My mom laughs and then grows serious. "I know I made a lot of mistakes along the way and a lot of bad choices, but I want you to know I have no regrets when it comes to you." Well, that's not true. I wish I could have given you more. You deserved so much more than you got. She chokes on the rest of the words, which is probably a good thing. My mom and me, we don't have these deep, heartfelt conversations, likely because we both end up ugly crying. I pat her back. "You did great, Mom. I'm sorry about the hockey boy. His name is Randy, and me too. Our time together was really great. I definitely didn't need to know that. I've seen Tim Tom's intimate self. I think we should have a drink." I follow her out to the kitchen where she pours me a glass of wine and we watch the hockey game. Toronto is playing Chicago. Randy's beard is beautiful. He looks fantastic. And he scores a goal. My phone buzzes about half an hour after the game ends. I won't lie, my entire being wants it to be Randy, from my hair follicles to my very core. It's not. It's Benji. I dropped his stuff off a few days ago. It went slightly better than I'd expected. He tried to convince me I was making a mistake by moving to Chicago and that we should get back together. I pointed out that it definitely wouldn't work with me moving. He got mad and then cried. It could have been way worse. But in my haste to leave, I forgot my box. I groan and check the message. He's letting me know Benny is stopping by in the morning with my stuff. There's some relief in not having to deal with him directly again. We have a lot of history, and I'm a little sad that this is how it's ending, but I'm also aware that I'll be back, and sometimes time and distance makes it easier to be friends. Who knows if that will ever happen with us? I go to sleep with my suitcase taking up half my bed, and I wake up to my phone going off. It's Benny. I forgot to set an alarm. "I'll be right down," I tell him. I pull a hoodie on over my tank top and shove my feet into my slippers. They're huge and cumbersome, but at least they're warm. Sonny got them for me for Christmas. I don't bother checking my reflection in the mirror before I go down. Frankly, I don't give a gosh what I look like. I close my eyes for the ride in the elevator. I have a headache. I only had one glass of wine, but it was a big one. Benji's car is parked in front of my building. I pad across the snowy sidewalk in my moose slippers. I'll need to set them on a vent to dry, but I don't want Benny to offer to bring my stuff up. He gets out of the car. He's got a beard going on. It's neater than Benji's, but when they both have one, they could pass for twins. He raises a brow at my outfit. Looks like I woke you. I could have met you at the door. It's fine. I needed to get up anyway. Lots of packing to do. I don't have much left, but it's something to say. So you're moving to Chicago, eh? I shove my hands in the pouch of my hoodie. Yeah. He nods. Getting out of Guelph will be good for you. I think so. How's Benji? I don't ask because it feels obligatory. I'm honestly concerned, especially since he's sent Benny in his place. Benny shrugs. You know how he is. He needs to start figuring out his life. You moving on might actually end up being a good thing for him, too. We leave the rest unsaid. Benji needs to do some growing up. I hope so. Me too. He sighs. Let me get your stuff. I gotta get to work, and the snow's making it hard today. Yeah, of course. I'm relieved he can't stay and chat. Also, it's freezing out, and my feet are going numb. He opens the passenger door and pulls out a banker's box. It's stuffed with mostly useless crap. There's a prom picture of me and Benji sitting on top. We broke up that night after one of the guys on the football team asked me to dance, and Benji flipped his lid. It's amazing how 7 years of memories can be reduced to one cardboard box. I tuck it under my arm and give Benny an awkward side hug. It's while I'm doing this that I notice an SUV driving by on a slow roll. Snow squeaks under the tires as it comes to a stop beside Benny's car. The man in the front seat makes eye contact as I disengage from Benny. I feel like I might be hallucinating because it sure as really looks like Randy.
He starts rolling again, like he's about to leave, which doesn't make sense if he drove here all the way from Toronto. I'm in pajama pants with moose on them, my moose slippers, and a hoodie with stains. I haven't brushed my teeth, and it's very well freezing out, but there's no way he's leaving before I find out why he came all the way here. If it's him. Otherwise, I'll be embarrassed by what I'm about to do. Sorry, Benny. I drop the box in the snow, make wild flailing gestures, and start running. It's as slippery as a wet surface, but I'm determined to catch the guy before he blows the stop sign. I hope I'm not losing it, and it's actually Randy. Thankfully, he's driving cautiously due to the heavy, unplowed snow. I've never been so grateful for poor city maintenance. He comes to a halt at the stop sign at the same time I throw myself over the hood. I grab hold where it meets the windshield and look up to find Randy's stunned face staring back at me. Sliding off the hood, I wrench open the passenger door and heave myself inside. I decide to play it cool. I pull the door shut and lean against it, going for casual, even though I'm breathing like I've run a marathon. My shirt is soaked from the snowy hood, and I'm wearing moose slippers. Hey, Randy looks incredibly appealing. His hair is seriously messy. It's longer again, but it's not pulled back, and half of it is hanging in his face. His beard is all beardy, and all I want to do is wrap myself around him. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? He points to the hood and then to me. You were driving away, I say in breathy defense. Are you back with that jerk? Randy jerks his thumb in Benny's direction, except Benny's already in his car, so Randy's motioning to an empty space. That's Benji's brother, Benny. They look a lot alike with facial hair. And no, there's no way I'd get back together with him. His brother's name is Benny? His parents are jerks, obviously. We stare at each other for a few long seconds, in which time I felt a strong attraction. Randy taps the steering wheel, and I focused my attention so I can listen to his words. So, things are finished with him? He asks. Yeah, totally finished. Benny was dropping off my stuff from Benji. It's easier than seeing him. I mean, I can manage seeing him, but he can't manage seeing me. He still wants to get back together, and I don't, so it's awkward.
Kind of like this conversation. That's good. You can do better than that jerk. He chews on the inside of his lip while nodding slowly. He's insecure. Doesn't give him the right to treat you like gosh or belittle you. God, he's sexy, and the way his talking reminds me of when I first met him at Alex's cottage. He was so confident, and then he defended me, and we shared an intense kiss. I can't believe that was almost 6 months ago. I can't believe I'm in love with him, and he's sitting here, and I have no idea why. So, what brings you to Guelph at 8 o'clock in the morning? I ask, again going for casual. Randy stretches his arm across the seat. You? Well, that's direct. I don't want to not see you anymore. He blurts it right out like word vomit. I have no idea what that means. If he's here for a casual encounter, I think I might punch him. I will not engage in casual intimacy with him, even if I want to. He runs his hand through his hair. Sorry, last night was long. I watched the game. Yeah? You've been racking up the penalty minutes lately. I've been in a bad mood. Happens when the girl I want to be with breaks up with me 'cause I'm not fun anymore. Talk about laying it all out there. I didn't say you weren't fun anymore. Wait, break up with you said it wasn't fun for you anymore? Isn't that the same thing? It's actually very, very different, but I'm still getting my head around the breakup comment. I need to say something. I can't look at him, so I drop my gaze to my lap. Gosh, I am not dressed for this conversation. I bet my hair's a mess. This is the most fail reunion ever, if that's what it is. Lily, our intimacy didn't stop being fun. I'm glad my intimate self is useful. He sounds so bitter. I look up at him. I love your intimate self. Not enough to want to be intimate anymore, though. I'm angry that he's come all this way and we're still just talking about our physical connection. Your intimate self isn't flawed, and this is about more than physical connection, Randy, I shout. I don't mean to, but this conversation isn't going in a helpful direction, and now all I can think about is our physical intimacy. A car honks its horn behind us. Randy rolls down the window and gives the person the bird. It's Benny. We're sitting at a stop sign. I point to the red octagon. Randy puts on his blinker and turns the corner. He drives around the block before he pulls over in front of my apartment building and puts on his hazards. He strokes his beard, his expression pensive. I thought I was just gonna be your rebound. I didn't expect it to turn into something else. I go back to looking at my moose pants. Look, maybe I should have said something long before I did, but casual intimacy doesn't work for me, and you've made it clear that's what you do. Randy frowns. So you're not good at casual, and that's all you thought this was? Yes, finally, I think we're getting somewhere. I sigh and shove my hands between my knees. Everything was fine at first when I kind of hate-liked you, and you were involved in intimate activities in public bathrooms. Then you started taking me out for lunch and showed me clothes and joked about me moving to Chicago. Spending time with you over the holidays changed things. It seemed like it changed things for you, too. It started to feel like something else, but you told me it wasn't. Randy stares straight ahead, gripping and releasing the steering wheel. Was it all the talk about you moving to Chicago? You joking around about me moving isn't the issue, Randy. His jaw ticks. I see. His chin drops to his chest and he closes his eyes. What if what we were doing wasn't just casual? I think the word casual needs to be banned from the rest of this discussion. Can you please explain what you mean? So, like, what if we're doing what we were doing, but with feelings? Most people call that a relationship, Randy. He bites a nail. He looks like a cornered animal. If you can't even say the word, it's not something you're ready for. I can say it. Then do. Relationship. He's still chewing on his thumb, so it comes out all garbled. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. My stupid eyes decide for me and start to water. I hate crying. I can't. I reach for the handle. Wait, Randy grabs my wrist. It's the first time he's touched me since I got in the vehicle. His skin is warm and rough. It's still electric. My heart aches so badly, and my magic marble is going crazy. He licks his lips and swallows hard, eyes darting to me and away. Look, my whole life, everyone's compared me to my dad. How I look, how I talk, how I act, how good I am at hockey. I'm just like him. And he ruined my mom with all his messing around. She's never gotten over it, and my sister moved halfway around the world to get away from him. I don't ever want to do to someone else what he did to them and to me. I don't want to put anyone through that. The pain this has caused him is clear in his eyes, in the rigid set of his shoulders, in the tremor in his voice. This man, so confident on the ice and in bed, is floundering in the face of feelings. I sweep my thumb across his knuckles. You don't have to repeat the same mistakes, Randy. You're your own person. You control your actions. He says quietly, I haven't been with anyone but you since we were intimate in the summer. No one. No one. I'm kind of stunned. Okay, I'm a lot stunned. There was that one girl at the bar who kept touching my arm, but all I could think about was you. And then you showed up. I was so relieved and terrified at the same time, because I knew I was your rebound. I think I wanted it to be something else, even back then. I just didn't realize it yet.
Or I didn't want to see it. He exhales a long, slow breath. I shouldn't have reacted the way I did when you brought up how things were getting intense. But you said you'd say something if it got to be too much, and you didn't, and neither did I, and I panicked. I see that now. I don't know if you still have those feelings, or if what I said made them disappear, but I still want you. I mean, I want to be with you, and not just for sex. If this is moving too fast and you need this to not have a label, we can do that. He pauses, his eyes wide, and then he shakes his head. That's not true. I want a label. I want to be in a relationship with you. A relationship? I sound like an idiot. I'm still reeling over the fact that we often went more than a month without seeing each other, and he wasn't with other people. I mean, of course I'd hoped he wasn't with other people, but I didn't expect exclusivity, what with it being casual, or not, apparently, on either side. Yeah, he nods once. You haven't been with anyone else since the summer? Not one. Why? Because I only wanted you. Sorry, I mean want, present tense. Wow, you went weeks at a time without intimacy. I relieved my tension a lot, I bet. I glanced down at him. He's definitely aroused. He's still holding my wrist, and his thumb brushes back and forth over the skin, soothing, warming. So you want to date me? No, I want you to be my girlfriend. You're going for the big gun label, eh? Go big or go home, right? He tugs me toward him. So? You want to give it a shot? Okay. Okay? Yes, definitely. His smile makes my heart all melty. I don't realize he's coming in for a kiss until his mouth is almost on mine. I slide a hand between our faces so he gets my knuckles instead of my lips. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. I don't really care. My mouth tastes really bad. How do you know what that tastes like? You've seen Benji. His beard matches his lower regions. I'm pretty sure I ruined what's supposed to be our first official couple kiss by talking about my ex's ungroomed private parts. Randy pulls a face. That's really nasty. Sorry, pretend I didn't say that. Too late. He pulls a pack of mints from his pocket, pops one out, and pushes it between my fingers and into my mouth. I chew it a couple of times, rub all the little minty bits over my tongue, and swallow.
Water would be good, but since I don't have any, I'll have to manage. I drop my hand. "'Kay, ready." Randy gives me that sexy grin that makes me feel a rush of desire. All my senses heightened as soon as he cups my face in his palms. He smooths his thumb along the contour of my bottom lip, wiping away a mint crumb. Then he leans in. I can't help myself. I still don't understand what it is about him, but all I want is to be close to him the second he starts touching me. I immediately deepen our kiss and moan. His laugh is muffled by our embrace. Whatever. It's been a couple of weeks, and I've been all mopey and heartbroken. Now I'm filled with excitement. I have a boyfriend, a hot one, with a confident presence. I hold on to the back of his neck and caress him through his jeans. He was clearly aroused, and I wanted to deepen our connection. Exclusively. I kick off my floppy slippers, ready to embrace him fully. The knock on the window reminds me we're in a car, and it's 8 in the morning, so there's no cover of darkness. We're also parked in front of my apartment building. I separate my face from Randy's, ready to flip off whoever's interrupting our makeup makeout session. Except it's my mom. So instead of swearing at her with hand gestures, I roll down the window. "Hey, Mom." She presses her hand against her chest and heaves what appears to be a relieved sigh. For a second, I thought that was Benji. No, I gesture to Randy. As you can see, definitely not Benji. My mom looks him over as he wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. No, definitely not. Randy waves. "Hi." His face is beet red. "Mom, you remember Randy. Randy, you remember my mom, Iris." Wow, talk about awkward. Of course I remember Randy. What a nice surprise. "You two should go inside. I know the apartment's a bit of a mess, but it's cold out." The way she phrases it doesn't give us much of an option, so Randy cuts the engine, surreptitiously adjusts himself, zips his jacket, and gets out. My mom gives me a kiss on the cheek. "Nice to see you again, Randy. I hope this means we'll be able to catch up another time." "Where you going?" I ask. "Work, honey. It's Monday." "Oh, you two behave yourselves." She pats Randy on the arm and leaves us on our own. Randy picks up the box I dropped when I chased after his car and tucks it under one arm. I thread my fingers through his. He follows me to the elevator. We're the only two people in it, so I take advantage of the situation by kissing him deeply again. Randy pulls me against him, embracing me closely. We pry ourselves away from each other when the elevator dings. The door slides open, and I take his hand again, dragging him down the hall. I'm all thumbs with the key, struggling to get it in the lock. "Let me do that," he murmurs. I let go, and he takes over, sliding the key in the lock and easing the door open. As soon as we're inside, I'm on him again, pulling at his jacket, eager to continue our intimacy. Randy puts his hands on my shoulders. "Lily, winter sucks for layers." He pushes me back. "Do you hear that?" "Hear what?" I continue to try and remove his clothing. He puts his hand over mine, as if that's going to stop me. "That? I don't hear anything, so I go with snark. It's the sound of my desire for you." Randy laughs, then groans as I pop the button and reach for him, feeling his intense arousal. There's water running. I pause, still touching him, and listen intently. Gosh, who's here? Tim Tom. Who? My other boyfriend. Randy's expression goes dark. Sorry, that was a terrible joke. I'll never, ever say anything like that again. It's my mom's boyfriend. I thought he went home last night. Still touching Randy, I tiptoe down the hall and peek around the corner. He has no choice but to follow. The water's still running, so we can definitely make it to my room without Tim Tom knowing we're in here. I let go of Randy and motion to the door across the hall from the bathroom. I tiptoe stealthily, and Randy clumps across the parquet floor with his boots on. It's smart not to leave evidence of his presence behind, apart from wet boot prints, that is. I pull him into my room by his jacket, lock the door, and eagerly prepare for intimacy. "What are you doing?" he asks. "Preparing for intimacy? What does it look like?" "Like, duh. Your mom's boyfriend's here." "So? They are intimate while I'm here all the time. We'll be quiet. If I get loud, we can find a way to manage." He stands there blinking at me like maybe I've gone a little crazy, so I pull my sweatshirt and tank top over my head and push my flannel moose pants down over my hips. It does the trick. Randy shrugs out of his jacket and takes off his hoodie and t-shirt. They moved closer, anticipation building. Desire was evident. Randy laughs and inhales as I trace the scar with a gentle finger. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. "Holy really, Lily." Randy puts a hand on the wall to steady himself. His knees buckled. The intimacy was overwhelming. The moment intensified, a powerful connection forming. He bent over me, panting, muscles straining. The intensity was palpable. I ran my hands up his thighs and bit my bottom lip, being coy. I traced the white line across his hip, then swept a single finger down, over the smiley scar. Randy's eyes rolled up, and he shuddered. "Are we going to be intimate now?" I'm saccharine sweet about it. He pulled me up by my hair and crushed his mouth to mine. Oh man, this was going to be a powerful reunion. He must forget that his pants were still around his ankles because he stumbled and had to shuffle to the bed. We fell in a heap on the mattress.
My comforter is a rumpled mess, and I didn't even bother to put my suitcase on the floor before I went to bed last night, so I had to sleep on an angle. We slither flop up the bed so half our bodies aren't hanging off the end. Randy's heavy on top of me, their bodies pressed close, and of course the passion had already begun. At this point, I've stopped being surprised by how quickly the intimacy escalated. I think it's just the way we are together. With the next roll of his hips, a deep connection formed. I dug my nails into his back and arched. He slipped low. Their bodies aligned. Randy breaks the kiss, and we do the stare-off. We don't need actual words to convey the question we're both silently asking. Is it okay? Can we do this without a condom? He hasn't had sex with anyone else in a long time. I'm clean. Randy cringes, embarrassed. It says more than his reassurance. I'll get a condom. It's okay. You're sure? He sinks in a little more. I've been on the pill forever. Randy's hands are on my face. The connection deepened, maybe testing out whether or not I'm serious. I don't stop him, so the intimacy continued. His groan is loud and low. Don't judge me if I reach my peak quickly. As long as I reach my peak before you do, we're good. No promises. His back expands and contracts with every breath. He's definitely not in control. His entire body is trembling. I lock my legs around his hips and skim his cheek with my fingertips. Hey, his eyes flip up to mine. Be with me. He releases a sharp exhale and starts to move. It's not some gentle let's make love nonsense. It's hip-slamming, bed-creaking, full-out passionate reunion. There's no way we're being quiet. I'll be surprised if we don't break my bed. Thankfully, I don't need it in Chicago. We can't kiss because the movements are too vigorous. All I can do is hold on while he goes ballistic. It's awesome. I reached my peak twice and bit very hard into his shoulder. We're rocking the bed so much, my suitcase falls to the floor with a loud crash. Randy slows down with the knock on my door. Everything okay in there? It's Tim Tom. I guess he's out of the shower. It's fine. I dropped my suitcase, I call.
Randy's face is buried in my neck and his shoulders are shaking. Need any help? Nope, I'm good. Thanks, Tim. Okay, I'm going to work. See you later. Randy moved his hips, slow and tight, while we wait for Tim to leave. But even after the door closes, he doesn't go back to the vigorous, intense movements. Instead, he stays close and kisses me deep. When he reached his peak, it's like he's trying to connect with my body and stay there forever. I run my hand down his back, smiling at the shiver I create. Randy lifts his head from the crook of my neck, eyes soft and warm. That was a lot of fun. I laugh and touch his lips, brushing over the scar. It sure was. We should do it again. Lily. 3 months later, I drop down on Randy's couch and throw my legs over his lap, cradling my snack bowl. He leans over and peers inside. What in the world are these? Why are they red? They're ketchup chips. Randy makes a face. Ketchup? My mom sent them in a care package. I love living in Chicago, but there are a few things I miss about Canada. Ketchup chips are one of them, my mom is another, and maple-flavored bacon completes the list. I pop one in my mouth and make a sound similar to the one I make when Randy's face or fingers are close. They're so good. He stares at my mouth, watching while I chew. I swallow, then take a sip from the glass of cider he's poured for me. It's my favorite kind, not too sweet, with the perfect level of dryness. As soon as I put my glass down, he lifts the bowl out of my hand, sets it on the coffee table, and tackles me, taking me down to the cushions. He's got some serious skills with the way he's able to get his knee between my legs without me even realizing it until the intimacy began. He cups the back of my head, his fingers pressing in. I don't know why it makes me so hot. It's like he's holding on so I can't get away from his mouth. Not that I'd want to. He presses his lips to mine, sniffing. He backs off, giving me the funky eye. Then he goes in for another kiss, a little longer this time. He sucks my lip, running his tongue along it, and pulls back again. Ketchup, he says. They're the best. Randy resumes kissing me, and this time he slips his tongue into my mouth. After a few seconds of exploration, he breaks the kiss and shakes his head. Nope, I don't like it. You need to brush your teeth. That tastes very bad. He's still got a knee between my leg, and he's kind of pressing against my pelvis. I can feel his arousal. He can't be all that negatively affected by my bad breath. Just try one. I reach over and pluck a chip from the bowl, bringing it to his mouth. He leans in and sniffs again, his nose wrinkling. Eat it. I'd rather be intimate with you. Pretty sure ketchup chip breath is better than intimate breath. That's debatable. I love the way you taste. Like I'm maple? Exactly. Open your mouth. I press the chip against his bottom lip, but he keeps it closed. I keep pushing until the chip breaks and crumbles in his beard and onto my chest. A few crumbs crumble into the V of my shirt. Oh, look at that. Your shirt's dirty now. It needs to go in the laundry. He shoves his hand under my top and pulls it over my head. I'm braless, as is normal when I'm at home, his or mine. I thought we were going to watch a movie. We could make our own. He waggles his brows, his grin devious. I need a new one for next week. Randy leaves in the morning for a series of away games. He'll be gone for 10 days. It'll be our longest separation since I moved to Chicago. We spend most of our free time together. It's almost a good thing he has to travel. Otherwise, I feel like we'd be immersed in just each other all the time. This way, I get to hang with Sunny, Violet, and Charlene. Randy pulls his shirt over his head so we're matching in our level of undress. Then he settled close. Instead of tongue wars, he brushes his lips softly over mine. When I get back from this series, I want to talk about you moving in. The change of topic throws me, having gone from hating on ketchup chips to wanting sex to this. You mean to live with you? He licks his lips and nods. Miller's gonna put his condo on the market at the end of the season, which means he'll be moving in with Sunny, so you should move in here. He's so matter-of-fact. Because it's logical or because you want me here, I ask. Option 2. Unless you're not ready. He props his chin on his fist, looking a little unsure of himself. You're positive you want me and my ketchup chip breath in your space all the time? The ketchup chip breath I'll deal with if it means you're here all the time. He drops a warm kiss on my lips. Do you know what makes away games bearable? Video phone sex? Randy smiles. That's number 2 on the list. Number 1 is knowing you're going to be here when I get back. It's super awesome when I answer the door naked, isn't it? So awesome. Except that one time Lance was with me. I cringe. He got an eyeful. All I was wearing was a ribbon around my throat, tied in a little bow. After Lance left, Randy made me put the ribbon back on, and we shared an intense moment of intimacy. He does not like that Lance has seen me naked at all. Randy makes a sound like a growl. His version of territorial is sexy combined with vulnerable. So you'll move in then? End of the season or whenever you're ready. No pressure though. I cup his face in my palms and bring his mouth to mine. I love you. He smiles and grabs his phone from the coffee table, then sits back on his knees. Say that again, please. I love you. He passes the phone to me, and I hold it up, recording the broad expanse of muscle and ink. He's so stunning. You're the most beautiful thing in my life, he says. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Everything about my relationship with Randy is intense, from their passionate connection to the way we love each other.
I keep waiting for the newness to fade and the emotions to temper, but they haven't. Being with Randy is like the first and last bite of my favorite dessert. It's full of giddy anticipation and blissful satiety. I don't know if we'll always be like this or if things will settle with time and familiarity, but for now, we are ravenously in love. What the F makes violence so hot? Violet. The team's arrival is closely followed by a stampede of puck bunnies. I'm surrounded by scantily clad, too warm bodies and high-pitched chatter. While Buck regales Sydney with the finer details of the game, as if he wasn't there, I seek out the red exit sign. Rooting around in my bag, I find my smokes and make my move toward the beacon of temporary freedom, excited for my reprieve from social discomfort. Buck notices my attempted escape and grabs my arm. "Where you going?" Buck shouts. I hold up the pack of smokes. I'd have to yell in order for him to hear me otherwise. He wrinkles his nose in distaste. "You really shouldn't smoke. It's bad for your health." I'm irritated by the attention he's drawing to us and my fake bad habit, so I fire off an insult. "So are venereal diseases. You don't hear me lecturing you on your promiscuity." He ignores the comment and drags me to his team's table. It's covered in heaping plates of food, which the guys inhale at an unprecedented rate. Half-dressed women flit around like fruit flies near wine. Seeing as I'm here, I'll try and make good on Charlene's request. All I need to do is figure out who Westing What's-His-Face is so I can snap a pic, feign a headache, and get out of here. I find an empty seat. The chairs on either side of me are vacant, aside from a jacket carelessly tossed across the one on my right. A random chick snags Buck before I can ask after Charlene's crush. The smile slapped across his face might look friendly, but I've been around him long enough to know better. I enjoy his growing frustration as she snaps selfie after selfie. When she touched him inappropriately, I take pity on him. "Hey, beefcake, enough with the suggestive photo shoot. Grab a chair." Both his head and the girls snap in my direction, as well as those of half the team. I may have raised my voice too much. With the way Buck is smiling, I must be the color of a tomato. His relief and the girl's incredulity are rather satisfying, so the awkwardness is worth it.
The girl mumbles something, and Buck grows grim. That's my sister. Her expression turns from irritation to discomfort. She apologizes and teeters off on her outrageous heels. Buck drops into the seat beside mine, throwing his arm across my chair. Thanks for the save. I thought she was going to expose me right there. I scoff. Whatever. Your modest proportions are barely visible to the naked eye. Besides, I didn't want to listen to you whine about a herpes flare-up. Movement in my peripheral vision catches my attention as one of Buck's teammates takes the seat beside me. I hope he didn't hear me making fun of Buck. I glance at him in time for a set of chest to practically smack me in the face as a waitress places a drink in front of him. It looks like milk. I give him the side eye as she moves away. The guy sitting to his right asks him a question, drawing his attention away from me. I recognize him from the timeout box. Waters. Holy gosh, is he ever hot? His dark hair is cut short, and he's got some wicked scruff going on. Even with the beard growth, I can tell he's been blessed with one of those rugged jawlines. Nerves, embarrassment, and Waters' hotness have a culminative effect, making me sweaty. I pull my sweater over my head, not accounting for static, and my t-shirt sticks to the woolly outer layer. Wasted is as wasted does. Face covered with fabric, I scramble to pull the shirt into place. The silence at the table is telling. Once I wrestle free of the sweater, I'm met with a number of wide eyes focused on my chest. I look down. Right, my bra is visible through the pale pink cotton, and now everyone at this table, including Buck, has seen it unfiltered by the shirt. Buck leans in and whispers, "Put the sweater back on." I play dumb. Why? Everyone can see. He motions toward my chest without looking. I wave him off. It's not that obvious. It's totally that obvious. He shoots me one of his glares. It's meant to be threatening, but it makes him look constipated. I leave the sweater off to irritate him. It's effective. His face turns an interesting shade of red. I need another beer. He slams his mug on the table and eyes me as he gets up and goes to the bar, despite the half-full pitcher of beer on the table. I'm about to put the sweater on again when Waters turns to me. "Hi, I'm Alex." He's all pretty smile and white teeth. They're probably fake. Those eyes are something else, though, even if he is sporting the makings of a black eye. I try hard not to look directly at him, afraid I'll be ensnared by his rugged, handsome face. I'm Violet. I didn't realize Butterson had a sister. Even his voice is familiar, satin smooth and deep. He takes a sip of his drink, leaving behind a milk mustache he quickly wipes away. It's then I realize where I recognize him from. The milk advertisements. Sweet Lord, I've been attracted to him. My mortification reaches new heights, causing me to say something more insanely usual. I'm his stepsister. He likes to keep me a secret since he wants to go all Ophelia on me. My eyes widen at my terrible joke. Though, if he's anything like Buck, he won't get the reference. Butterson would make a crap nun, eh? I swear he's made an accurate reference to Shakespeare. Stunned, I make direct eye contact. Or I try to. His eyes keep bouncing between my chest and my face, so that's a challenge. Normally, I'd be put out by his blatant ogling, but I've asked for it with the sheer shirt and the ostentatious bra. I further my own embarrassment and his by drawing attention to my chest. They're nice for real ones, huh? His eyes shoot to mine. Busted. I didn't mean to. I wasn't. This is one of the most entertaining interactions I've had with a member of the opposite sex in ages. I make a snicker snort noise and look away. Buck leans against the bar, talking to a girl whose skirt is so short, it's abundantly clear she's revealing herself. I nudge Alex with my elbow. His arm is like a rock. Check out Buck's friend. The timing couldn't be more perfect. The girl leans forward and gives our table an even better view. Am I looking at her? Mid-swig, I choke on the mouthful of beer, sputtering and coughing. After I recover, I ask jokingly, "Beaver, are you Canadian or something?" Those vibrant eyes move to mine. God, he's awfully pretty. And close. He's really close. Like inches away, rock arm brushing mine close. I can even smell his cologne or deodorant. Whatever it is, he smells yummy. He's silent for what seems like a long time. Or maybe it's because I'm staring, or the question may have stumped him. My experiences with Buck, and the one hockey player I dated previously, have led me to the assertion that hockey players aren't notoriously intelligent. I'm aware this isn't a universal truth, but Buck certainly reinforces my perceived stereotype. He's definitely not a rocket scientist. He's not even a rocket scientist's assistant. However, I'm almost positive Alex made a literary pun a moment ago. Waters could very well be an unexpected anomaly. I'm intrigued. Yeah, I'm Canadian. Does everyone in Canada use that term? Like the Brits call them fannies? I can't believe I asked him this. I'm barely buzzed. Otherwise, I'd blame it on drunkenness. He blinks a few times. Did you say that term? It's possible his helmet wasn't up to code and he sustained a head injury during the fight. There's a sweet bruise on the side of his chiseled jaw. His nose is crooked with a decent bump from what I imagine could be multiple breaks. It's not ugly, though. It's sexy, in a "I really mess people up" way. No, I said that term, plural, as in more than one. I'm making a complete fool of myself.
To emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, e.g., resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. To avoid saying something worse, I excuse myself so I can pretend to smoke. I grab my bag and sweater and leave the beer. Based on the mess coming out of my mouth, I don't need to add any fuel to that fire. Buck grabs my arm as I pass him. "Hey, what's with you and Waters?" Alex is shrugging into his jacket. Maybe he's leaving. Too bad, he was fun to talk to and nice to look at. I sigh with irritation. It's common courtesy to strike up a conversation with the person sitting next to you, or did you miss the rules of social etiquette in kindergarten? Rules of what? Never mind. What else am I supposed to do? Ignore him? I was being polite, and Alex is entertaining. Yeah, well, I don't know these guys that well yet, and he's got a rep. Be careful who you get friendly with. I wasn't being intimate with him under the table. We were talking. I'm going for a smoke. Leaving him with the girl, I head for the door. The temperature has dropped in the past half hour, so I pull on my sweater. Finding my smokes, I pop one between my lips and search for my lighter. I can't find it anywhere. Need a light? I pull my head out of my purse to find Waters holding a pack of matches. Are you following me? He shrugs and gives me a grin that could make me lose my composure if I were dumb enough to allow myself to be affected in such a way. I'm not, mostly. I thought you might like some company. He flips open the matchbook and tears one free. I purse the cigarette between my lips. Alex strikes the match and curves his palm to protect the flame. He watches while I inhale, the embers burning orange as I take a shallow drag and cough. Gosh, tears spring to my eye as I eye-toke the smoke. Swearing like a sailor, I cover my eye with my palm. You've got a dirty mouth, eh? Only when I try and smoke with my eyeball, I say between coughs. Alex tosses the matches on a table and pats my back until I stop hacking up a lung. Butterson doesn't seem too happy. Through the window, I spot Buck and the girl. She's not pulling the selfie business, so he doesn't seem to mind her hanging off his arm while he glares in our direction. He's being a colossal jerk tonight. Forget Buck. I take a fake drag of my cigarette. Dimples appear in Alex's cheeks as I exhale a cloud of smoke and choke back another cough. Do you even smoke? I debate lying and decide against it. Not really.
I do it as a way to escape awkward social situations. So you came out here to get away from me? Not you in particular. His tongue peeks out to sweep across his bottom lip. He's got a nice mouth, even with the split in the corner. Remembering the way he took out the Atlanta guy makes me warm all over. Thoughts such as these are bound to get me into trouble. Hockey players are bad news, especially ones as hot as he is. He's looking at me expectantly. Gosh, he must have asked a question. My mind is wandering like a squirrel on Red Bull. Sorry, what? I flick the ash on my cigarette. You were reading during the game. What book? He sounds genuinely curious and a little offended. Tom Jones. I have to finish it for my book club on Tuesday. Wow, do I ever sound like a winner? He must have been watching me while he was in the timeout box. Fielding at a hockey game? Kind of cerebral with beer and violence, isn't it? I blink as if I've been high-beamed with a flashlight. Alex knows who wrote Tom Jones, and he's used the word cerebral in the appropriate context. I was right, he did get my Shakespeare reference. Alex Waters has single-handedly obliterated my misapprehension regarding the inferior intellect of hockey players with one sentence. In doing so, he's become infinitely hotter than he was 5 seconds ago. You've read Fielding? I take a step closer. My voice is low, as if I've switched into a more intimate mode. It's adorable. He's wearing an expression I'm familiar with, panic merged with fear. I sport the same one when I inadvertently revealed my extreme nerdiness. Most nights, I would much rather be at home curled up with a book or playing solitaire than out at a bar. Hence the excessive beer consumption and the fake smoking crutch. I think literacy is sexy, I whisper. Me too. His dimples make an appearance. I have one of those rare moments where my brain fritzes and I do something completely out of character. It's so outside of my personal code of conduct that I'll probably relive the incident over and over, trying to figure out what flipped the switch. For the time being, I'm blaming the beers, jet lag, and his accurate literary references. I grab Waters by the shirt and pull his face to mine. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. After a time, he broke the intimacy, trailing his lips across my cheek to my ear. Do you want to get out of here? Buck will kill you. I can take him. Wasted is as wasted does. I'm super wasted, like messed up to the point that Lance, my teammate, has 2 sets of eyes. I need water and that horrible drink my trainer, Natasha, gives me when I'm hungover. But Lance's kitchen is way far away. I stumble into the massive living room and over to the unoccupied couch. When my knees hit the arm, I fall forward like a tree. My aim is bad and I'm on an angle, so I roll off and smack my head on the coffee table. Ow! Really? There isn't enough space for me to turn onto my back, so I lie there instead, wedged between the couch and the coffee table. Lance laughs. You all right, Butterson? There's something under here. Oh yeah? Want to get that for me? Pretty sure I don't. It's covered in dust, but I can tell it's red, so he definitely got it from me. Or maybe I'm the one who used it. I have no idea. You gonna lie on the floor, or are you coming outside to hang in the hot tub? I'll be out in a few minutes. Whatever you say, Butterson, but if you fall asleep there, I'm not waking you up. That's fine. I watch pointy heels teetering toward the patio doors. I don't have a bathing suit, says Flash Beaver. Lance puts an arm around her waist. Who needs bathing suits? Loud music blasts through the house and the outdoor speakers. I hear a distant splash and a scream. Someone got thrown in the pool. I lay with my cheek mashed against the floor, staring at the dusty object, wishing I'd gone home instead of coming here. I must pass out like that, because the next thing I know, the doorbell's ringing. It takes me 3 tries to get up. Then the door isn't staying still, so it's hard to get to. I pay the pizza guy with my credit card and take the boxes and 6-pack of soda. I don't bother to call the other guys. If I know Lance, he's got those girls enjoying themselves. I take the pizza over to the coffee table, crack a soda, and chug it. I need to hydrate so I don't puke like a weakling during tomorrow's training session. Water would be better, but I'm already sitting down. Before I dig in, I take off my pants. I'm not worried about spilling food on them. I'm just tired of wearing jeans. I also like the freedom from clothes. I run hot, so it's nice when I can strip down to the bare essentials. Since I'm not in my own house, I keep the boxers and t-shirt on. I don't normally do underwear, but clubs are hot. I get comfortable on the couch. It's white leather, which is a stupid color choice, but whatever. I flip open the pizza box, groaning at the sight of melted cheese and piles of meaty awesomeness. When Sunny and I order pizza, there isn't even cheese. She doesn't eat anything with a face or that came from something with a face. I don't think I could live without cow in my life, but that's me. As I tear a slice free, the cheese clings to his brothers like he's terrified of his fate. I lean over the box, I'm too lazy to go to the kitchen and get a plate, and take a huge bite. It's hot, like out of the oven hot, which is crazy because it's clearly not just out of the oven. If I was less drunk, I might have paid attention to the puff of steam when I tore out the first slice, but I'm in too much of a hurry to get food in my belly.
Clearly emphasize words relating to strong emotions, conflicts, and character traits, resentment, betrayal, comfort, new life. The cheese scalds the roof of my mouth, and strings settle on my chin, burning that too. I drop the slice, half of it drooping over the edge of the box onto the coffee table and the most recent edition of the hockey news. Cracking another soda, I chug half the can to cool my mouth. I suck at life tonight. While I wait for the pizza to cool, I search for the remote. It's not on the coffee table or under the pizza box. I find it stuck between the couch cushions. I leave it where it is. 2 in the morning doesn't boast much in the way of quality programming. Other than infomercials, I have a choice between sports highlights and old sitcoms or the music video channel. I settle on the music video channel and get back to the pizza, which is now cool enough to eat. I devour half the box and nod off on the couch. The only reason I wake up is because my phone rings. It's in my pants, which are on the floor about 20 feet away, so I miss the call. I decide I'd rather sleep in a bed than on Lance's couch. I've crashed here enough times since I was traded mid-season to have a room I call dibs on when I get too wasted to take myself home. I have no idea if Lance and Randy are still outside with the girls. If they are, there's a good chance that hot tub is going to need a good cleaning tomorrow. I almost trip over my pants on the way upstairs. I drag them with me to the second floor and crash into the spare bedroom. Kicking the door closed, I pull my shirt over my head, drop my boxers, and fall face down on the mattress. Music still pounds through the speakers outside, making the whole house vibrate. It's not pop anymore, it's some cheesy love ballad from the 80s. It sounds like something Sunny would like. Thinking about her makes me feel a strong desire, which sucks because I don't have the coordination to do anything about it. I hate that she doesn't live closer. Canada isn't that far from Chicago, but it's enough distance that it makes this whole dating thing that much harder. I want to call her. I know it's a bad idea. I'm drunk, and she's probably asleep, considering it's after 2 in the morning. Or maybe it's already 5. I can't read the clock. My logic filter isn't working, so I feel around for my pants. They're on the floor. I almost fall out of bed trying to get them. I dig the phone out of the pocket. The battery reads 9%. It's enough for a quick call. It'll probably go to voicemail anyway. As predicted, it rings 4 times, and I get her message. You've reached Sunshine Waters. I'm probably busy cleansing my chi, but when I'm done, I'll give you a dingle. Remember, karma is your friend. I hang up without leaving a message and call again. I get voicemail a second time. On the 3rd try, she picks up. Hello. Her voice is raspy with sleep. Sunny wants to take things slow. I need to be patient before we can connect in the way I desire.
Hey, sweets, did I wake you? It's a stupid question. Of course I woke her. I called 3 times in the middle of the night. Miller? I'm sorry. It's late, isn't it? I roll over onto my back and starfish. The rustle of sheets filters through the phone. I imagine what she might be wearing based on our late-night Skype chats. She's a baggy shirt and shorts girl. Sometimes she wears one of those sheer shirts. Sadly, she always wears a sports bra with it. Those things are the worst invention in the world. What time is it? I squint at the clock on the nightstand, as if that's going to make it easier to read the numbers. I'm better with analog clocks than digital ones. Pretty early. In the morning? Yeah. Is everything okay? Yeah. There's a long pause in which neither of us speaks. Were you out with the boys tonight? Yeah. The softness in her voice is replaced by sharpness. Who? The usual, Randy Ballistic and Lance Romero. A few of the other guys showed up later. So you're drunk? I knew I shouldn't have called. I wish I had someone around to stop me from doing stupid gosh all the time. At least Randy kept the bunnies occupied and away from me. Most of the time, Lance isn't much help. He encourages bad decision-making. I had a few drinks. I wanted to hear your voice. It sounds like a line, but it's not. I really do want to hear her voice, even if that makes me seem whipped. She makes a little noise, like maybe she's stretching or trying to get comfortable. It goes straight to my core, inflating my desire like a helium balloon. That's sweet, Miller, she says on a sigh. I love that she uses my real name instead of my nickname. But don't you think it would be better to call when you're sober and it's not the middle of the night? You interrupted a nice dream. What kind of dream? Was it a romantic dream? I'm not telling you. It was, wasn't it? I'm not saying anything. It'll be 1,000,000 times better when we can be truly intimate in real life. Don't get ahead of yourself, Butterson. I'm just saying, when you let it happen, it's gonna be awesome times 1,000,000,000. She sighs. Sweets, you should sleep off whatever you drank. Are you still coming tomorrow? I'll be there for you right now, baby. There's a knock on the door. I hear Randy's voice followed by a giggle. I cover the receiver, at least I think I do, and shout, I'm sleeping. Are you at home? Who's with you? I'm at Lance's. After a sharp inhale, she asks, Are you staying there overnight? Natasha's coming in the morning. Who? Our trainer. We're using the pool for plyometrics. I'm way less slurry now, so I can get that word out without messing it up. Plus, my car's here, and I'm being responsible by not driving. Are there girls there now? Lance invited some friends back. I'm in bed. How many friends? A few. Are any of them your friends? No, baby, I'm just here by myself. A long silence follows. Sonny, you still there? I'm here, though. It's late. I have to teach yoga first thing in the morning. You sure you don't want to tell me about that dream you were having? That gets a half-hearted laugh. You're impossible. You should lock your door. Night, Miller. My phone dies before I can answer her. I don't have a charger handy, and I'm too tired to put clothes back on and look for one. Instead, I shut my eyes and picture Sunny in her bikini. That's the least amount of clothing I've seen her in. Then I pass really out.